In 2008, within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Hell's Kitchen is the setting. A young man, seemingly around 18 years of age, walks the streets of Hell's Kitchen, accompanied by an 8-year-old child. The young man's name is Zhang Ming, a time traveler who, on a stormy night while watching Naruto, was struck by lightning and transported to the Marvel Universe. The child accompanying him is an 8-year-old Itachi Uchiha, summoned from the system's marketplace after Zhang Ming's arrival. Despite his tender age, Itachi possesses a Sharingan, and even ordinary Chunin would find him a formidable opponent. Damn it, what kind of place is this? Zhang Ming mutters as he strolls, stopping momentarily by a shop where the television inside is broadcasting the news. On the screen, Robert Downey Jr. earnestly declares, "I am Iron Man." Zhang Ming blinks in disbelief, realizing he has indeed traversed into the Marvel realm. Zhang Ming, shall we find something to eat? Itachi suggests, rubbing his stomach. Zhang Ming glances at him. Do you have any money? Itachi shakes his head. Though he possesses wealth, it is merely currency from the Naruto world, entirely useless here. Zhang Ming, too, has money, but it is in 2024's soft currency, equally impractical in this universe. At that moment, a drunken man stumbles around the corner, cursing under his breath. Hey, where did this yellow-skinned monkey come from? Get out of my way. Zhang Ming squints and, without hesitation, charges forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes that sends the man sprawling. Why is Zhang Ming so adept at fighting? It is because upon summoning the young Itachi, he inherited Itachi's strength and bloodline limits. The man, a towering figure at 2 meters tall, is bewildered that he, a muscle-bound brute, has been bested by a mere boy. Hey kid, what do you think you're doing? Don't mess around, my boss is Benny. With a swift motion, Zhang Ming delivers another slap, then plants his foot firmly on the man's chest. Hey buddy, I'm a bit short on cash, lend me some to get by. The man, stunned, has never been robbed before, always the one doing the robbing. Wait, did I just hear you say you're robbing me? Bang! Zhang Ming, uninterested in further dialogue, punches him in the gut, then begins to search his pockets. Aside from finding $200, all he discovers is a packet of laundry detergent. Cough, cough. The man wheezes, quickly pleading for mercy. You can keep the $200, but please leave the detergent. I won't survive the night without it. Zhang Ming, with disdain for such addicts, tosses the detergent at his face. The man retrieves the detergent, gratefully thanking Zhang Ming. Thank you. Don't mention it. With $200 in hand, Zhang Ming and Itachi exit Hell's Kitchen. Along their path, they encounter 2 more men looking for trouble, who also fall victim to Zhang Ming's lessons, netting an additional $300. Now in possession of a hefty $500, Zhang Ming plans to treat his companion to a nice meal. Itachi, feeling remorseful, remarks, Zhang Ming, we ninjas should not target civilians. Those are not civilians, they are members of a gang. Do you understand? Zhang Ming explains, a rare moment of clarification, before leading them to a nearby McDonald's. With no identification and both being Asian, Zhang Ming struggles to conceive how they might survive in this Marvel world without breaking the law. The McDonald's staff glance curiously at the duo, especially at Itachi, clad in clothes that seem out of place, adorned with a ping-pong paddle graphic. Was he cosplaying? Sir, may I take your order? This combo and that one. Zhang Ming responds, producing a $100 bill while pointing at the images of the meals. Itachi adds, Zhang Ming, I would like some dango. Forget the dango, you love sweets, right? Let me get you an ice cream instead. Zhang Ming retorts, exasperated by the challenges of caring for a child. If only he could summon a Pikara Itachi, at least they would have a fighting chance in this Marvel universe. After their meal, Itachi watches a variety show on television, finding the manner of speech among the participants rather coarse. Being only 8 years old, he feels a bit embarrassed. Zhang Ming, however, is preoccupied with contemplating their next steps. At the very least, they need to address their survival. Having traversed here physically, while Itachi was summoned, both are essentially without identity. Zhang Ming, where shall we go next? First, we need to get you some new clothes. Sighing, Zhang Ming acknowledges that Itachi's current outfit is far too strange for the streets. They enter a nearby children's clothing store, and by the time they emerge, Itachi is clad in his new attire and shoes. One must admit, the modern outfit suits young Itachi quite well. Another $300 spent, leaving us with only $120. Recalling his past life, Zhang Ming knows Iron Man to be the second superhero, with the Hulk being the first if one does not count Captain America. Given Tony Stark's resemblance to Robert Downey Jr., it confirms they are indeed within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This is preferable, as there are no world-destroying mutants to contend with. His only concern is the dreaded snap of Thanos, a gamble he is unwilling to take given the 50 chance of obliteration. Yet, that is a matter for another day. Presently, Zhang must consider where they will sleep tonight and their future accommodations. Casting a sly glance at the jewelry store across the street, he contemplates whether to rob it. With both himself and Itachi possessing the strength of Chunin, robbing a jewelry store would be relatively simple. In his previous life, he wished to be a superhero now. With power at his disposal, he finds the allure of being a citizen of this country irresistible. When his strength reaches a point where he could defeat Thanos, he could care less about beef. Let's rob the jewelry store, Zhang Ming declares. Itachi hesitates, understanding the importance of money, but questioning whether they truly intend to commit such an act. Just then, chaos erupts as a group of men rush into a Hermes store. Zhang Ming's eyes light up compared to robbing a jewelry store. This $0 purchase presents a significantly lower risk. Itachi, stick close to me, do exactly as I do. Itachi nods, following Zhang Ming into the Hermes boutique. Zhang Ming wastes no time, kicking aside anyone in his path. After all, those participating in the $0 purchase are hardly upstanding citizens. He swiftly snatches 7 or 8 bags, and Itachi mimics his actions. The store staff and security do not intervene, prioritizing their own safety. However, when they notice an 8-year-old Asian boy among the $0 purchase participants, they are left utterly bewildered. Chapter 02. Tony Stark. 2 hours later, on a bustling avenue in New York City, Zhang Ming and Itachi Uchiha were setting up a makeshift stall. One should not underestimate street vending in New York, especially the stalls run by black entrepreneurs, which often feature genuine designer luxury goods, as evidenced by the shattered glass on some of the handbags. Several promotional photographs were displayed, depicting scenes of $0 shopping. Battlegrounds Zhang Ming had developed for a mere $1 each. It was quite audacious. Itachi, observing the images, inquired with some perplexity, Zhang Ming, what if we are apprehended by law enforcement for this? Zhang Ming waved dismissively. Little Itachi, we haven't even sorted out where we're sleeping tonight. Being arrested might be an improvement. Don't worry, this is a remarkably liberal nation. A juvenile offender like you should be fine. He added, if it were me, I might catch a bullet. But Itachi Uchiha is only 8 years old. He's just a child. As long as the police want to avoid trouble, they won't dare lay a hand on Itachi. Otherwise, Child Protective Services will swiftly make them regret it. Hermes bags, freshly acquired through $0 shopping. All going for $300. At $300, you're not losing out, you're not being deceived. Zhang Ming and Itachi Uchiha vigorously hawked their wares to the passersby. Given its proximity to Stark Industries, the street was teeming with foot traffic, and the stall quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. Oh my God, are these photos genuine? Good heavens, child, tell me, are you being coerced? He's my brother, sir. Please, buy a bag. It's a genuine Hermes. Zhang Ming rolled his eyes. Thinking that Itachi Uchiha would eventually massacre his own clan, he certainly wouldn't dare threaten him. The man, noticing the glass shards on the bags and examining the photographs, concluded they were authentic and generously purchased 2 at once. Zhang Ming grinned, accepting the money and offering the man any 2 bags of his choice. Receipts? Forget about it. The crowd continued to swell, and business flourished. Just then, a black, armored limousine pulled up near the stall. A portly bodyguard emerged and approached the stall. This was none other than Happy Hogan, Tony Stark's bodyguard. He was under orders from his boss to disperse the crowd and prevent any negative impact on Stark Industries' image. Hey, kid, who's in charge here? We both are, Zhang Ming replied, gesturing to himself and then to Itachi Uchiha. Happy quickly spotted the $0 shopping photographs Zhang Ming had printed and couldn't help but grimace. Could you set up your stall elsewhere? You're severely impeding the ingress and egress of Stark Industries employees. Zhang Ming glanced up at Happy and then at the armored car in the distance. He wasn't vending on Stark Industries property. There was a road separating them. He thought, these wretched capitalists are truly domineering. With a cold snort, Zhang Ming adopted a pitiful demeanor. Sir, my brother and I are in dire straits. A few days ago, 2 robots were fighting near our home, and a stray shell obliterated our house and our parents. We're Asian and received no compensation. We're just trying to survive. Itachi was taken aback, glancing at Zhang Ming in confusion. What is this nonsense? They weren't even from this world. Where would they have parents and a home? Happy was equally bewildered. He knew about the robot fight Zhang Ming mentioned. It was his boss, Iron Man Tony Stark, battling Obadiah Stane, the Ironmonger. However, everyone affected by that battle should have received the appropriate compensation. How could this have happened? Had someone embezzled the funds? Happy told the 2 to wait, entered the car, and relayed Zhang Ming's words to Tony verbatim. What? Something like that actually happened? Someone must have embezzled the compensation. Tony had undergone a transformation since his kidnapping by the Ten Rings. Hearing Happy's account, he felt both rage and guilt. Rage that someone would dare embezzle the compensation funds, and guilt that his and Obadiah's fight had orphaned these two, forcing them to resort to $0 shopping to survive. Happy. Bring the two children here. I want to get to the bottom of this. Understood. Happy nodded. However, when he returned to the stall, Zhang Ming and Itachi had sold all their merchandise and left. Happy shrugged helplessly and returned to the car. Boss, the two kids are gone. Gone. Never mind, then. After Tony returned to his clifftop mansion, he couldn't shake the image of the two brothers, especially young Itachi Uchiha. Jarvis, pull up any information on those two brothers. Sir, according to the data I've gathered, both individuals have no prior records. The younger one is approximately 8 years old, and the older one is around 18. According to surveillance footage, they first appeared in Hell's Kitchen today, then entered a McDonald's, bought clothes, engaged in $0 shopping, and set up a stall. Jarvis, I think you need an upgrade. Tony muttered, wondering how people could exist without any records. It was as if they had materialized out of thin air. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. Jarvis, retrieve all surveillance footage of those two children. Very well, sir. Jarvis, being the most advanced AI assistant, quickly compiled all the video recordings of Zhang Ming and Itachi. Their first appearance was in Hell's Kitchen, where they immediately mugged a black man, followed by two more. After leaving Hell's Kitchen, they ate at McDonald's, bought clothes, engaged in $0 shopping, and set up a stall. Tony rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking, is this Asian kid too capable? Is he using Chinese martial arts? So, I was deceived by that kid? Sir, I cannot determine whether you were deceived. It is also possible that your bodyguard, Mr. Happy, misled you. Jarvis certainly knew how to offer comfort. However, Tony didn't believe Happy would deceive him, so it was clear that the devious kid had tricked Happy. That evening, Zhang Ming purchased some necessities and rented a room at a dodgy, unlicensed inn in Hell's Kitchen. Although they had acquired some wealth through $0 shopping, staying at a legitimate hotel was nearly impossible. They lacked identification, and reputable hotels wouldn't rent rooms to two individuals without proper documentation. Chapter 3. Cheating with Byakugan. Zhang Ming, having just traversed to this unfamiliar realm today, found himself contemplating the fundamental issue of survival. Now that he had secured a stable place to reside, his immediate concern was to ascertain the nature of his relationship with the characters summoned by the system. He wished to avoid inadvertently calling forth a formidable adversary who might extinguish his existence without a moment's hesitation. Casting a glance at the young Uchiha Itachi, who was indulging in dessert, Zhang Ming inquired nonchalantly, Little Itachi, if I were to assign you a task, would you comply? You are my creator, of course. I would obey, Itachi replied. By the way, do you know Sasuke, Fugaku, and Mikoto? Certainly. They are my father, mother, and younger brother, Itachi affirmed, nodding in acknowledgement. Zhang Ming gleaned a general understanding from his brief interrogation of Itachi. Although Uchiha Itachi retained his memories, it was evident that his summoner would occupy a position of paramount importance in his mind, surpassing even that of Sasuke, should the system choose to summon him. Beep. Hinata Hyuga has been awakened. Please prepare to receive her. Receive. As Zhang Ming mentally commanded, a swirling vortex of space materialized beside him, and a charming little girl tumbled forth. Zhang Ming observed the petite figure with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering why all his summons thus far were mere children. If only he could have summoned an adult Hinata. Days slipped by, and Zhang Ming soon encountered another dilemma. They were out of money. It was inevitable, as just a few days earlier, he had summoned a gluttonous little girl who had devoured their resources, none other than the 8-year-old Hinata Hyuga. Itachi, perhaps we should attempt another zero-cost acquisition, he suggested. Zhang Ming shot him a bemused glance, reflecting on Itachi's penchant for such schemes. Little Itachi, zero-cost acquisitions are not an everyday occurrence. Then shall we resort to robbing those individuals? Itachi proposed once more, having spent a few days in this world. His only avenues for income seemed to be theft and zero-cost acquisitions. Without any missions posted, and being a ninja with no commercial acumen, Zhang Ming had never expected Itachi to provide astute advice. He needed to devise a plan on his own. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Hinata apologized, a tinge of guilt evident in her demeanor. While Zhang Ming and Itachi usually managed with a single meal, she required 10 portions to merely feel satisfied. Zhang Ming waved dismissively. Despite his reservations regarding Hinata's capabilities, he had at least inherited her Byakugan, which was not without its advantages. Wait a moment, the Byakugan. He now possessed the Byakugan and could employ it for gambling. What a stroke of genius. Dressed in a costume reminiscent of Toby, though substituting the spiral mask with an Iron Man mask readily available for purchase, Zhang Ming found it simple to disguise his voice as a ninja. Itachi, Hinata, remain here. I shall venture forth to earn some pocket money. Should I accompany you? Itachi expressed concern. No need, Zhang Ming replied in a raspy tone. He opted not to use the front entrance but rather to escape through a window for safety. Although he was not afraid, he preferred not to be recognized by any gang members, as it could lead to unnecessary trouble. In a place like Hell's Kitchen, teeming with gangs, Zhang Ming felt no fear as he set out to make his fortune. Familiar with the area, he soon arrived at a casino owned by a character named Jane. Before he could enter, two bouncers halted him. "Hey, could you please remove your mask?" "Hey, you two knuckleheads, do you look down on fans of Iron Man?" A gravelly voice replied from within the mask. "Apologies, we meant no offense. Please, go ahead, sir." The bouncers, noticing Zhang Ming bore no visible weapons, parted to allow him entry. "Humph, I despise both racism and these individuals," Zhang Ming scoffed, striding into the casino with an air of arrogance. Upon entry, his eyes widened in surprise. Aside from gamblers, there were also numerous provocatively dressed women. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. He was there to earn money, not to pursue frivolous distractions. After meandering through the hall, he ultimately chose a dice game. After all, who could resist the advantage of the Byakugan, which allowed him to see through the dice cup? Having just settled down, Zhang Ming attracted curious glances from the other gamblers. Who comes to gamble while wearing a mask? Surely, he must be planning something nefarious. One individual even derisively muttered, "Crazy." Zhang Ming felt a surge of irritation. He would remember that insolent fool, but chose not to react immediately. Instead, he felt the detonating tags in his pocket, smirking inwardly. If conflict arose, he would be the one to explode that obnoxious individual first. Upon entering, he exchanged $20 for chips. Just as Chun Daozi had turned 20 Hong Kong dollars into 25 million, Zhang Ming believed he could achieve the same with $20. Place your bets, everyone. Zhang Ming utilized his Byakugan to glance at the dice cup, seeing a 2, 2, and 1, a total of 5. Without hesitation, he placed his $20 bet on small, while most others wagered on large. "Betting is closed," the attractive dealer declared, lifting the cup to reveal the results, small. As the rounds progressed, Zhang Ming continued to win with the aid of his Byakugan, accumulating a substantial fortune. Before long, he had amassed nearly $100,000. However, sensing a change in the atmosphere, he decided to withdraw. This was not Las Vegas, and he feared the casino might run out of funds if he continued winning. His intent was to earn money, not to stir trouble. Yet, if trouble found him first, he was prepared to respond accordingly. The dealer appeared to foresee Zhang Ming being accosted and tossed into a filthy gutter. As he stood to leave, however, he was met with resistance. A dozen burly men encircled him. The leader, a muscular man adorned with tattoos, coldly remarked, "You think you can just walk away after winning? Do you dare to gamble with me?" This was his way of suggesting that if Zhang Ming willingly lost his chips, he might be allowed to leave safely. Should he refuse, however, he would face dire consequences. Zhang Ming regarded the man with his Byakugan, his voice icy as he replied, "Step aside. I have no interest in gambling with you. No, you must stay and gamble with me. Please, do not make this difficult." The tattooed man sneered, glancing at his companions. The surrounding gamblers began to disperse, and soon, only Zhang Ming and the casino's thugs remained. Zhang Ming sighed, realizing that the ordinary gamblers had left, and those who remained were either mobsters or, more accurately, the dregs of society who frequented Hell's Kitchen. He pulled out a stack of explosive tags from his pocket. Roughly several dozen. "What's this? Planning to burn some hell money for yourself in advance?" Another round of laughter erupted, with the man who initially called him a lunatic laughing the loudest. Zhang Ming didn't smile. Thoughtfully, he extracted 2 explosive tags, affixing one to the tattooed man and the other to the one who had called him a lunatic. He tossed the remaining tags into the air, and they soon scattered everywhere. "Hey, what do you think you're doing, you maniac? I want to say, art is an explosion." With that, Zhang Ming employed the body flicker technique, swiftly exiting the scene. Before the mobsters could even draw their guns, Zhang Ming was already outside the casino. His index and middle fingers joined at his lips. "Art is an explosion, huh?" A violent explosion echoed from within the casino, and in moments, the entire structure collapsed. "Humph, Kingpin, Zhang Ming will remember this grudge." Zhang Ming departed without looking back, still feeling resentful. Those damned white devils had not only prevented him from winning money, but had also cost him $20. Before long, the explosion attracted the wail of police sirens. Ordinary gunfights might have been ignored by the American police, given the location in Hell's Kitchen. However, an explosion of this magnitude easily evoked thoughts of terrorism. Tonight, Hell's Kitchen was destined to be sleepless, but Zhang Ming returned to his hotel and immediately fell asleep. In his dreams, he summoned Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. He himself inherited their abilities, summoning a Susanoo-clad Buddha before Thanos. "Humph, Thanos, would you like to dance as well?" The next morning, Zhang Ming awoke, staring blankly at the ceiling. It was just a dream. He shook his head, got up, and brushed his teeth. Hinata was already awake, and Itachi Uchiha had returned with breakfast. "How was it, Zhang Ming? Did you win last night?" "Don't even mention it. Those bastards never intended to pay up." Zhang Ming replied, dejected. Others who transmigrated conquered everything, but he had to worry about making a living. Recalling his dream and looking at the 8-year-old Itachi and Hinata, he sighed again. "Is this my cue to form an Infant Avengers League? What should we do? How about I go out tonight and try to rob some money from black people?" Itachi Uchiha suggested again. He had been in this world for several days and understood the importance of money. "Settle down. I'll figure something out." Zhang Ming didn't look at him, but watched the news on TV. On the screen, a news anchor, as if injected with stimulants, was interviewing nearby residents at the ruins of the explosion site, with bodies being carried out in body bags. Hinata, seeing this scene and knowing that Zhang Ming was responsible, said weakly, "Zhang Mingkuan, could you not kill people?" "Hinata, they were all bad people. Countless people have been harmed by them, and they even wanted to kill me." Zhang Ming was patient with the adorable Hinata, taking the time to explain. "Ah, were they bad people? I'm sorry." Hinata realized she had spoken out of turn and continued eating her breakfast quietly. According to the gamblers, after they left, only a group of mob members and a man wearing an Iron Man mask remained in the casino. Only the bodies of the mob members were found at the scene, and the man in the Iron Man mask was not found, suggesting that he may be the culprit behind the explosion. Zhang Ming thought to himself that it was fortunate he had worn an Iron Man mask and disguised his voice, so they shouldn't be able to trace it back to him. Meanwhile, in Tony Stark's luxurious penthouse office atop Stark Tower, Tony watched the news from the previous night via footage provided by Jarvis, feeling somewhat taken aback. "So, I'm already this popular? Even terrorists are wearing Iron Man masks. Sir, should I investigate the identity of this individual?" Jarvis's voice echoed in the office. No need. Tony believed that the mobsters were not worthy of his attention. In reality, Jarvis had the capability to uncover the explosive tags and Zhang Ming's identity. However, Tony was too arrogant and didn't pay attention to such trivial matters. On the other side, because Zhang Ming was being financially ruined by Hinata's voracious appetite, he decided to pull off a big heist with Itachi Uchiha. "I'm sorry, Zhang Mingkuan. I can actually eat a little less," Hinata apologized again, weakly. "It's all right. It's just money. You stay here and protect yourself, and Itachi, and I will be right back." Zhang Ming planned to emulate Chung Tsc Kung and pull off a major score. As the saying goes, 3 years without a deal, one deal feeds you for 3 years. He had initially planned to go to Las Vegas, but after the previous terrorist attack, he was afraid of being recognized, so he decided to become a kidnapper. He didn't have a specific target. He would simply kidnap the occupants of any luxury car he encountered on the highway and demand ransom from their families. It was that simple and crude. Itachi Uchiha didn't object, as he was summoned by Zhang Ming, and would do as he was instructed. After buying 50 packs of instant noodles for Hinata, the two set off. 2 in the morning. Zhang Ming and Itachi Uchiha arrived at a highway far from the city to scout the area. Vehicles passed back and forth, and soon, a super cool red sports car approached from afar. "Itachi, let's go with that one." Itachi Uchiha nodded, and the two brazenly walked into the middle of the highway wearing Iron Man masks. That's right, they were that arrogant. Even if the oncoming car couldn't brake in time, they could easily dodge it with their skills. Natasha, inside the sports car, was taken aback, wondering why someone would be standing in the middle of the road. But she quickly realized something was amiss, as both of them were wearing Iron Man masks, suspecting that they might be trying to rob her. Initially intending to brake, Natasha only hesitated for a second before choosing to accelerate. 2 people standing in the middle of the road late at night were clearly planning to commit a crime. Moreover, as a high-ranking SHIELD agent with exceptional driving skills, Natasha Romanoff was confident that she could swerve in time to avoid them just before impact. Zhang Ming was stunned, wondering why the car wasn't braking. Didn't they see them? Was this intentional, or just an accident? "Agent, the assailant appeared to be attempting to run us down," observed the weasel, nudging Zhang Ming. "Relax, if she's not inclined to decelerate, we'll assist her," Zhang Ming retorted, producing a kunai affixed with an explosive tag. Recognizing that her adversary was no ordinary individual, the Black Widow frowned as she noticed the peculiar talisman-like object. Despite her uncertainty regarding its purpose, she opted to apply the brakes. Regrettably, it was too late. Zhang Ming launched the kunai, simultaneously forming a hand seal. Katsu. A sudden explosion engulfed the luxury vehicle, immobilizing the Black Widow within due to the deployed airbags. Still reeling from the impact, she was startled by a kunai piercing the airbag, followed by another assailant pressing a kunai against her throat. Well, a beauty," Zhang Ming remarked, momentarily taken aback as he recognized the woman. "Scarlett Johansson? No, it's Natasha Romanoff." What a coincidence that a random abduction had led him to one of SHIELD's undercover operatives. As the Black Widow regained her senses, she instinctively reached out to subdue Zhang Ming. However, Uchiha Itachi swiftly intercepted her, gripping her wrist with surprising strength. Struggling in vain, she cast a bewildered glance at the masked figure, hardly believing that such a diminutive individual could possess such power. Their eyes met, revealing a single Tomo Sharingan. Instantly, the Black Widow was ensnared in a Jinjutsu, paralyzed in place. "Zhang Ming, she's under control. What's our next move?" Zhang Ming was perplexed. Given her affiliation with SHIELD, any ransom demands would have to be directed to Nick Fury himself. Considering Fury's temperament, he might just dispatch a Quinjet. Leaving her unattended was out of the question, as who knew what dangers lurked in the night. The Black Widow awoke in a derelict warehouse, bound to a chair with steel wire in a manner reminiscent of BD Sim. Despite the alarming situation, she remained composed. Having faced similar predicaments countless times as a high-ranking SHIELD operative. She glanced at Zhang Ming and Uchiha Itachi, who still donned their Iron Man masks, feigning fear. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? Is it for money? Zhang Ming thought, this woman is quite the actress. However, having gone this far, he wasn't about to release her. He mused, so what if it's Nick Fury? He's just an African-American who managed to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. and become its director. Indeed, we're kidnapping you for ransom. Contact your family and provide us with their number, Zhang Ming said, adopting a gravelly voice as he produced a phone. The Black Widow was incredulous. She, a high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, had actually been abducted by two common criminals. Contacting her director or colleagues would only invite ridicule. Seeing her reluctance, Zhang Ming frowned. Don't force my hand, little lady. Ring. Ring, ring. Just then, her phone began to ring. Zhang Ming snatched it and answered. Listen up, I've kidnapped the phone's owner. If you want her back, bring 5 million. Before Zhang Ming could finish, a boisterous voice interrupted. Abandoned warehouse at Soros Farm in Manhattan, New York. RF-22 fighters are ready to launch at any moment. Let the woman speak, or we'll obliterate the warehouse before you can even leave. Really? I doubt it. Zhang Ming hung up, unconvinced that they would sacrifice Natasha as well. However, he was equally frustrated. How could a random abduction lead him to Natasha Romanoff? On the other end, Coulson was at a loss. The kidnappers were unaware of Natasha's identity, merely seeking money. He couldn't fathom how a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent could be captured by ordinary individuals. The fact that they were demanding ransom from S.H.I.E.L.D. was utterly ludicrous. Suddenly, the Black Widow lunged forward, attempting to strike Zhang Ming with the chair legs during a mid-air spin, hoping to break free using her weight. Alas, reality fell short of expectations. Zhang Ming easily evaded her attack and retaliated with a flying kick, sending her flying 10 meters. Cough, cough. Even with her enhanced physique, the Black Widow coughed uncontrollably. She recalled seeing a pair of red eyes with a single tomo before inexplicably ending up in the warehouse. This indicated that her captors were likely augmented individuals rather than ordinary robbers. However, she was certain that they had used kunai when attacking her car, suggesting they were of Japanese origin, which would explain the shorter stature of one of them. Hey, can we talk? Zhang Ming scoffed. We have nothing to discuss. Have your family deliver 5 million in cash, and we'll release you. The Black Widow gritted her teeth and conceded, fine. Satisfied, Zhang Ming redialed the previous number and held it to her ear. Coulson's voice came through. Just come back. I'm sorry, I can't get away this time. Are you serious? Yes, their skills are more formidable than anticipated. The Black Widow was frustrated. She had just dismantled a terrorist cell and hadn't even returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters before being abducted by these mysterious kidnappers. To add insult to injury, they were demanding ransom from S.H.I.E.L.D., which was utterly humiliating. Coulson paused before responding. All right, I'll request the ransom from the director. Seeing the call end, Zhang Ming conducted a thorough search of the Black Widow, uncovering a surprising array of items: pepper spray, a taser, a lipstick gun, a miniature grenade, grappling hooks, ropes, a USB drive. And if that weren't enough, there were also a ball gag, blindfold, and whip. What were those even for? Shaking his head, Zhang Ming pocketed the few $1,000s from her wallet, disregarding the rest. The Black Widow's lips twitched, realizing that they truly were motivated by money. I need to use the restroom. Number 1 or number 2? Does it matter? If it's number 2, you'll have to hold it. If it's number 1, I can buy you an adult diaper. The Black Widow was speechless. She considered pointing out that adult diapers could accommodate both, but thought better of it. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Coulson relayed the news of the Black Widow's abduction to director Nick Fury. Fury's face darkened. Coulson, are you telling me that one of our top agents has been kidnapped, and the kidnappers are demanding ransom from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Chapter 6. The Calabash brothers rescue Grandpa. Coulson merely shrugged, intending to convey precisely that sentiment. Doubtless, Director Fury would never deign to capitulate to the demands of kidnappers. The mere suggestion of such a concession would invite derision from his peers. Barton, lead a team to retrieve Romanoff. Director, I feel compelled to remind you that, according to Romanoff's intelligence, one of the abductors possesses formidable combat skills. Coulson interjected before Barton could respond. Rest assured, Coulson, I shall secure Romanoff's release, Barton declared, patting Coulson on the shoulder before departing to select his equipment. He chose a state-of-the-art compound bow, meticulously crafted from titanium alloy and equipped with an infrared laser sight, along with a specialized quiver containing 7 distinct arrow types, each imbued with unique functionalities. Subsequently, he led 8 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on a determined expedition, guided by the tracking device implanted within Romanoff. I am eager to ascertain the identity of these audacious individuals who dared to abduct Romanoff, he mused. Within the dilapidated warehouse, Zhang Ming and Itachi were partaking in their midday repast. Both refrained from removing their Iron Man masks entirely, opting to expose only their mouths for sustenance. As a precautionary measure, they positioned themselves with their backs to Romanov. Despite being similarly oriented, Romanov discerned their chins through a miniature mirror ingeniously concealed within her ring. From this observation, she deduced that the shorter of the two was not, in fact, afflicted with dwarfism but was, without question, a child. The taller individual appeared equally youthful, likely no more than 20 years of age. She was utterly bewildered. How could anyone commit an act of abduction while accompanied by a child? Someone approaches. Zhang Ming exclaimed. Having detected their presence with his Byakugan, he ceased eating and resecured his Iron Man mask. In his heightened perception, he observed several hulking figures cautiously advancing, led by Barton, whom Zhang Ming recognized. Romanov was taken aback. Even she had failed to detect their approach, and they possessed no sophisticated instrumentation. How had they managed to discover them? However, she surmised that her director would likely eschew compliance with their demands. Itachi, keep watch over the captive. I shall investigate the situation, Zhang Ming instructed. Exercise caution. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to them, Romanov had already gleaned a rudimentary understanding of their identities. They deliberately adopted raspy voices during their exchange. Perched atop a tree some distance from the warehouse, Barton drew his bow, employing the infrared scope to scrutinize the warehouse's interior, awaiting the opportune moment for a rescue attempt. However, the infrared revealed that one of the targets had inexplicably vanished. Barton was perplexed. Little did he know. Zhang Ming had surreptitiously employed the body flicker technique to position himself behind him. Looking for me? Zhang Ming inquired. Barton recoiled in shock, instinctively unleashing an arrow. Zhang Ming, leveraging the perceptive capabilities of his Sharingan, effortlessly evaded the projectile and retaliated with a swift kick, sending Barton hurtling through the air. Before he could regain his footing, Zhang Ming pursued him relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of blows mid-air. Barton was utterly disoriented. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself with a kunai pressed against his jugular. The remaining 8 agents surged forward, brandishing their firearms at Zhang Ming. I suggest you refrain from any rash actions. I cannot guarantee your commander's continued well-being if you provoke me, Zhang Ming warned, his voice laced with menace. He maintained his grip on Barton's neck with one hand while dragging him towards the warehouse by his attire with the other. Barton was chagrined to have been so easily subdued. He felt a sense of humiliation in the presence of his colleagues. Shortly thereafter, Barton was dragged back into the warehouse, where Itachi expertly trussed him up in a compromising position with steel wire. Barton glanced at Romanov, who was similarly restrained nearby. Are you unharmed? He inquired. Romanov nonchalantly replied. I am unharmed, merely held captive by a pair of juveniles. Juveniles? Barton cast a bewildered glance at Zhang Ming and Itachi. Zhang Ming was equally taken aback. How had Romanov discerned Itachi's age? Juveniles? My sibling merely suffers from dwarfism. Are you attempting to ignite his passions, damsel? By all means, if your sibling possesses the capacity. Romanov retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Itachi. Itachi shook his head, stating with earnestness, I find her unappealing. Her countenance is displeasing. Romanov was dumbfounded. Never before in her illustrious career had she been deemed unattractive. Barton stifled a chuckle, amused by the fact that Romanov, renowned for her allure, had been subjected to such a critique. Zhang Ming was unsurprised, given Itachi's predilections. Indeed, it seemed that all members of the Uchiha clan, save for Obito, harbored unconventional proclivities. Zhang Ming, what is our course of action? It appears we have been unmasked, Itachi inquired. Have I not instructed you to address me as elder brother? Your use of my given name is disrespectful, Zhang Ming rebuked, glaring at him. Ah, my apologies, elder brother. Itachi responded, his head bowed in contrition. He was, after all, only 8 years old and lacked the maturity of the future Itachi of the Uchiha clan, who would later commit fratricide. Furthermore, the will of fire was, in essence, a tool employed by the ruling elite to indoctrinate their subordinates. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Director Fury received another report from his subordinates. Repeat, Barton has also been abducted by the kidnappers? He was astounded that Barton, despite his meticulous preparations, had suffered the same fate. The abduction of 2 senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the demand for ransom were an affront to his authority as director. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, Coulson's phone rang. He glanced at Fury's grim visage before answering the call. 10 million? I shall inform their families. Please refrain from harming the hostages. Upon terminating the call, Coulson somberly announced, Director, you overheard. They demand 10 million in exchange for Romanov and Barton. Fury had indeed heard, but he remained resolute in his refusal to capitulate. He attributed Barton's failure to underestimation of the enemy. However, with even Barton defeated, whom could he dispatch? Ultimately, he settled upon Melinda May, known as the Cavalry. Coulson. I require Agent May's assistance, he declared. Very well, Coulson replied, sensing the gravity of the situation. If Barton had failed, May's prospects seemed equally bleak. Shortly thereafter, Coulson arrived at the logistics department and succinctly outlined the current predicament. Agent May, S.H.I.E.L.D., requires your services. May remained silent, haunted by a mission 7 years prior during which she had inadvertently killed a 6-year-old girl. Since then, she had secluded herself in the logistics department, never undertaking another mission. The incident occurred 7 years ago. It was merely an accident. Coulson attempted to console her. Only this once. For the sake of Romanoff and Barton. My colleagues, May finally relented. Coulson smiled, confident that May's acceptance of the mission signaled the return of the formidable Iron Maiden. S.H.I.E.L.D. would once again benefit from her exceptional skills. His only remaining concern was whether May would suffer the same fate as Barton and Romanoff. An hour later, at the dilapidated warehouse, Zhang Ming kicked a chair across the room, glaring menacingly at Romanoff and Barton. Are you attempting to emulate the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather? Do you doubt my willingness to terminate your existence? Romanoff and Barton exchanged glances, speechless. However, they silently registered the reference to the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. Deducing that their captor might be of Chinese descent, May arrived with 20 elite agents, who joined forces with Barton's 8, bringing the total to 28. She addressed them, stating, "Remain here and await my command. I shall attempt to negotiate first." "Yes, ma'am," they responded in unison. After tendering their salutations, the operatives ensconced themselves in strategic vantage points. Lying in wait. After Melinda ensured her subordinates were concealed, she inhaled deeply and approached the warehouse entrance, knocking with assurance, confident in her combat prowess. With only 2 assailants, she planned to subdue the one opening the door and negotiate an exchange for the hostage. Once the hostage was out of the equation, S.H.I.E.L.D. could obliterate the area with heavy artillery, given its remote location. Observing Melinda through his Byakugan, Zhang Ming smirked nefariously. Since Natasha had already identified him, it would be effortless for S.H.I.E.L.D. to trace him and Itachi unless he resorted to eliminating them. He beckoned Itachi, whispering instructions. Itachi nodded, removed the Iron Man mask, and opened the warehouse door, tilting his innocent face upward and asking in a childlike voice, "Are you my mommy?" Melinda, poised to strike, was taken aback by Itachi's youthful visage, which evoked memories of the young girl she had killed. Why was there a child? Her hand, reaching for her weapon, relaxed. The intelligence had indicated an adult and a dwarf, not a child. Could the information be flawed? "Little one, are you looking for your mother?" Melinda forced a smile, though it appeared strained. Itachi fixated on the handgun strapped to her thigh, feigning fear. "Are you going to use that gun to kill me, Auntie?" No, child. You misunderstand. I wouldn't." Melinda stammered, her words failing her as she recalled killing a 6-year-old girl. Itachi swiftly disarmed her, his movements deliberate, catching her completely off guard. Then, his smile vanished as he aimed the gun at her temple. "Forgive me, Auntie, but Zhang Ming instructed me to. Little friend, that's not a toy for you to play with." Bang! Before she could finish, Itachi expressionlessly fired a shot into the air and then pointed the gun back at her. Melinda, of course, would not surrender. Itachi, capitalizing on his diminutive stature, slipped between Melinda's legs, leaped up, and delivered a sweeping kick that sent her flying. He then skillfully bound her in a series of restraints. Melinda glanced at Natasha and Barton, similarly restrained, and felt profound frustration. Zhang Ming, equally exasperated by the sight of the 3, sighed in resignation. "Are your families destitute? Or do they consider 5 million per person an exorbitant ransom? Or perhaps they believe I won't resort to violence?" "Zhang Ming, I also think 5 million is too much. 50,000 each would suffice for a long time," Itachi interjected. He had been in this world for days and knew the cost of living, believing that $150,000 would last them a while. Their exchange made the hostages feel awkward. As elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, being kidnapped was humiliating enough. But the mere 50,000 ransom implied they were only worth that much. "Itachi, be quiet. I don't want your opinion. I want mine," Zhang Ming scolded, salvaging their dignity. He retrieved a black earplug from the confiscated items and inserted it into Melinda's ear. "Tell your subordinates to retreat." Melinda rolled her eyes but complied. Itachi examined the handgun, firing it occasionally with remarkable accuracy. He found guns more useful than kunai and considered them for future robberies and acquisitions. The agents outside, hearing the sporadic gunfire, grew anxious. Only the night vision feed showing Natasha and the others unharmed prevented them from storming in. Zhang Ming had no time for Itachi, as his next Naruto character was about to awaken. Ding! Minato Namikaze has been awakened. Please prepare to receive him. Zhang Ming rushed to the restroom, mentally preparing. After a spatial distortion, he was surprised to find an adult Minato Namikaze. Zhang Ming inherited Minato's abilities and combat skills, especially the Flying Thunder God technique. He no longer needed robbery, kidnapping, or theft to sustain himself. He could easily earn 1 million just delivering food. When they emerged from the restroom, Natasha and the others were surprised. "So, you have an accomplice." Zhang Ming ignored them, now feeling invincible. He gestured to Minato. "Minato, knock out the agents outside." "Understood." Minato replied with a warm smile, ready to depart. "Wait, also search them for money." The 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents grimaced, wondering how desperate he was for money. Minato paid no attention, withdrawing several flying Thunder God Kanai and exiting the warehouse. Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Howl Stage 3. The three heard the embarrassing technique name, and within seconds, the youth returned, reporting that the task was complete. So fast? How is that possible? They asked incredulously. Minato smiled warmly. I'm known for my speed. Since the location was compromised, Zhang Ming decided to relocate to Hell's Kitchen, taking the hostages with him. Itachi retied them and unceremoniously dumped them into the trunk of the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle. Zhang Ming was unfazed. Now an elite ninja capable of escaping even Thanos. I advise you to release us, or you'll endanger the child, Melinda warned, disapproving of Zhang Ming and Minato involving a child in their crimes. Minato agreed. Zhang Ming, perhaps we should release them. So, your name is Zhang Ming. Are you Chinese? Natasha inquired. Zhang Ming ignored them, slamming the trunk shut. As hostages, you should act like hostages. He cursed Nick Fury for refusing to pay the ransom, forcing him to kidnap 3 people. Back in the car, he noticed Itachi was missing. Itachi, what are you doing? We're on a tight schedule. Zhang Ming, I found some useful weapons here. Itachi was, of course, looting the battlefield, collecting all the firearms from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and tossing them into the passenger seat before joining Zhang Ming and Minato in the back. Zhang Ming gave him a thumbs up. Well done. He started the car and drove away. Chapter 08. The Vengeance Alliance of the Black Egg. Zhang Ming sometimes felt rather foolish. Why on earth would he resort to kidnapping agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? And what more, he had taken 3 at once. Even if the captives were Tony Stark, Pepper would likely have sent a ransom by now. Unlike the Black Egg, who seemed either overly confident in his agents or held fast to some principle, he was merely an undercover operative posing as the director of the Snake Shield Bureau. As Zhang Ming drove, lost in his thoughts, he encountered a traffic police checkpoint. After parking, an officer approached the driver's side and tapped on the window. Good evening. Sir, may I see your identification? Cursing his luck inwardly, Zhang Ming thought it absurd that there were police checks at such an hour. He retrieved an AK-47 from the passenger seat and stepped out of the vehicle. Apologies, officer, I seem to have forgotten my documents. Would you be so kind as to overlook this once? The officer's gaze shifted to the AK in Zhang Ming's hand, and he noted the 20 or so firearms visible in the passenger seat, swallowing hard. With that many weapons, are you planning a bank heist? Another officer reached for his weapon. Bang! Uchiha Itachi extended a small hand from the back seat and shot the gun from the officer's waist. Zhang Ming chuckled. I assure you, these firearms are merely for hunting. Suddenly, a thumping sound emanated from the trunk. The scene fell silent. Zhang Ming glanced at the trunk, aimed the AK at the officer, and grinned. With Christmas approaching, it's perfectly reasonable to have 3 turkeys back there, wouldn't you agree? The officer nodded earnestly. Indeed. Quite reasonable. In 6 months, it will indeed be Christmas. I wish you a Merry Christmas. I have no further concerns. Thank you for your cooperation. Not at all. Thank you, officers. Your dedication is commendable. After arranging to have coffee together the next day, Zhang Ming restarted his vehicle and drove off. While the 2 officers waved cheerfully, both parties parting on amicable terms. However, just a few kilometers down the road, a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents greeted him with drawn weapons, while 2 armed helicopters illuminated the area with searchlights. Zhang Ming felt a surge of frustration. These persistent nuisances refused to relent. Naruto Uzumaki tossed a kunai in his hand and cheerfully asked, Zhang Ming, do you need me to intervene? After deliberating, Zhang Ming shook his head. Let us just leave. It's not fear. It's simply not worth the trouble, as they still have to live in this country. Once they secured the firearms in the vehicle, Zhang Ming and his companions utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return near the abandoned warehouse. Unfortunately, this technique required a pre-established marker for teleportation. You have nowhere left to run. Surrender, and we may consider leniency. As Zhang Ming and his companions departed, Coulson continued to implore their surrender through a loudspeaker. Sir, 3 targets have vanished. Coulson paused, perplexed. What do you mean, vanished? Literally. Look. Coulson took the infrared sensor from his colleague and peered into the vehicle, discovering only Natasha and her companions' heat signatures, while the other 3 had indeed seemingly disappeared. Damn it, Coulson cursed, hastily opening the trunk of the car. Upon seeing the 3 senior agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. bound with Uchiha Itachi's binding technique, he couldn't help but grimace. Above Manhattan, a helicopter slowly approached S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Inside, the recently rescued agents sat in silence, the tension palpable. Coulson sought to alleviate the awkwardness but found himself at a loss for words, still grappling with the absurdity of the situation. The renowned Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, and Melinda May, all esteemed figures in their field, had been kidnapped by 3 criminals, and the ransom demand had even reached S.H.I.E.L.D. Who would believe such a tale? Have criminals become so ruthless nowadays? Well, a failed mission isn't the end of the world. It was primarily due to a lack of intelligence, a non-combatant's error. Coulson attempted to break the silence, yet the trio remained mute, perhaps too embarrassed to speak. Natasha sighed. Knowing their abduction had not been premeditated, it was a mere coincidence. Had she not driven that ostentatious sports car, perhaps this unfortunate incident could have been avoided. Melinda was equally frustrated, having been bested by an 8-year-old malicious Uchiha child. Hawkeye had little to say. He had been defeated by Zhang Ming, and as adults, they all understood that defeat was a natural part of life. At the Snake Shield Bureau headquarters, the Black Egg felt a sense of relief upon the return of his 3 top agents. Speak. What was the situation with those 3 kidnappers? Director. Let me take this one, Coulson said, pulling out a tablet to present the profiles of Zhang Ming and his associates. Remarkably skilled. The one with golden hair incapacitated 28 of our finest agents in mere seconds. They possess an uncanny ability to appear and vanish at will. The more the Black Egg listened, the more his expression darkened. They did not seem like ordinary criminals at all. His gaze shifted to the trio of captives. Do you have anything to add? Natasha replied that Asian youth is exceptionally skilled in combat. Neither Barton nor I could match him. And he possesses a pair of red eyes that can hypnotize me instantly. Melinda added, the 8-year-old is formidable as well, and he too has red eyes. The Black Egg's mouth opened slightly, his expression one of disbelief. Are you certain? We can verify this, and they were behind the Hell's Kitchen explosion. Utilizing something akin to talismans, which produced a tremendous blast, Natasha explained, recalling her own car being destroyed by an explosive talisman. This revelation plunged the Black Egg into a knowledge gap, prompting him to quickly search online. He stumbled upon numerous scenes of a master using talismans to subdue zombies. Marveling at the realization that the 3 kidnappers were likely disciples of the Maoshan school, the more he pondered, the more he felt uneasy. If this were indeed the case, would S.H.I.E.L.D. be forced to confront zombies in the future? Melinda, being from the Celestial Empire, quickly grasped that the Black Egg was misunderstanding the situation and stepped in to clarify. Director, the criminals employed explosive talismans, not any complex Maoshan techniques. The Black Egg recognized his own lapse in composure and hastily closed his notebook. Based on the current intelligence, it appeared that the perpetrators had not committed any truly heinous acts. He pondered whether there might be a chance to recruit them. The Black Egg had long harbored a plan to assemble the Avengers, with tentative members including Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, Iron Man Tony, and the Hulk Banner. As for Zhang Ming and his companions, aside from their audacious exploits of $0 purchases, robbing a black man, and kidnapping S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they had not taken a single life. What wrongdoing had they committed? They were merely in need of funds. In comparison to the property damage caused by the Hulk, their actions seemed relatively minor. After all, those with abilities often enjoy certain privileges. Chapter 09. Hydra's invitation. After Natasha and her group departed from the office, Nick Fury, after a period of contemplation, resolved to observe the situation for a while longer. His immediate priority was to address Tony and Banner before delving into the matter of Zhang Ming. However, in contrast to Fury's cautious approach, Alexander Pierce harbored no such reservations. Based on the information gathered on Zhang Ming and his associates, their history was marked by the robbery of 3 individuals, participation in looting, and involvement in kidnapping. Their actions suggested a willingness to engage in any venture, lacking only the opportune moment. Hydra required individuals of their caliber. That evening, Zhang Ming and the others returned to their rented apartment. The African-American landlord, upon seeing the addition of a young girl with cataracts and a fiery-haired youth, felt exasperated. He protested that the original agreement was for 2 occupants, not 4. Zhang Ming, disinterested in haggling, tossed him an AK-47 and led Suigetsu and Itachi upstairs. The landlord, unperturbed, examined the weapon, noting its superior quality. He inquired about ammunition in exchange for additional rent coverage. Zhang Ming responded with a rude gesture before entering his room. Suigetsu, upon seeing their return, set aside her cup of instant noodles and assisted Itachi in stowing away the firearms. She inquired if Zhang Ming had earned any money. Zhang Ming, slumping onto the sofa, glanced at the numerous empty noodle cups scattered around the room and pondered their next course of action. He mused aloud about Suigetsu's prodigious appetite and the need to find a way to support her. He then turned to Itachi, asking if he had any ideas for earning money beyond robbing people and looting. Itachi nodded earnestly, producing a newspaper advertising a competitive eating contest with a substantial cash prize. Zhang Ming's eyes lit up as he envisioned Suigetsu's insatiable hunger securing them victory. He even contemplated the possibility of her becoming a celebrity, securing endorsements and sponsorships. With newfound determination, Zhang Ming patted Suigetsu's shoulder, declaring her their savior and the true hero. Suigetsu, taken aback by the prospect of supporting 2 grown men and a child, could only nod weakly in agreement. Minato, as the 4th Hokage, felt uneasy about relying on a young girl for their livelihood. He volunteered to contribute his skills, inquiring about available avenues. Itachi suggested that Minato's Flying Thunder God technique would be perfect for robbing people and looting. Zhang Ming dismissed the idea, reminding them that they should refrain from illegal activities now that they possess the means to protect themselves. He proposed that Minato use his abilities for delivering food instead. Minato agreed, confident in his ability to excel at the task. However, Zhang Ming pointed out the obstacle of their undocumented status. Itachi proposed using his Sharingan to control Tony Stark and obtain legitimate identities. Zhang Ming considered the idea promising, but cautioned about Tony's artificial intelligence. He suggested that once they had secured their identities, they could eliminate Tony to prevent any potential complications. Minato, witnessing Itachi's ruthless disposition, was taken aback. He questioned the necessity of such drastic measures. Zhang Ming dismissed the discussion and urged everyone to rest, assuring them that he would handle the situation the next day. He planned to exploit Tony's attendance at parties to use his Jinjutsu on him, ensuring that Jarvis was not present. The following day, before Zhang Ming could seek out Tony, an armored vehicle arrived outside, and a group of heavily armed individuals emerged. Leading them was Brock Rumlow, codenamed Crossbones, a skilled combatant and marksman under Pierce's command. The landlord, roused from his sleep, stormed out of his apartment, brandishing the AK-47 given to him by Zhang Ming. However, he was immediately confronted by the armed squad. Overwhelmed, he surrendered. Claiming to be a drug addict who had robbed a white man and committed petty theft, Crossbones smiled and presented a photograph, asking if he recognized the individuals. The landlord identified them as residing upstairs and warned that they were armed. Suddenly, Zhang Ming appeared behind the landlord, utilizing the Flying Thunder God mark left on the AK-47. He kicked the landlord unconscious, startling the assembled squad, who immediately aimed their weapons at him. Upon encountering Zhang Ming unexpectedly, both the henchman and Crossbones himself were taken aback. After regaining his composure, he promptly instructed his men to lower their weapons, as his intention was to recruit, not antagonize. Mr. Zhang Ming, greetings. I am Brock Rumlow from S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm here to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks. Zhang Ming paused, scrutinizing Rumlow with a puzzled expression, recognizing him as the formidable antagonist from a certain action film. Could this be a convergence of worlds? Mr. Zhang Ming? Apologies. I was momentarily lost in thought. If I recall correctly, weren't you a warlord in Africa, known as Daddy? I assure you, Mr. Zhang Ming, you have me mistaken. While I have undertaken missions in Africa, I have never served as a warlord. My designation is Crossbones. Zhang Ming, now fully aware of the situation, retorted. Why not simply introduce yourself as Crossbones? Why the elaborate Brock Rumlow charade? He knew of Rumlow's true allegiance to Hydra, a sentiment shared by a significant portion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents. It seemed that Hydra was destined to be his ultimate sanctuary. Aligning with Hydra held far greater promise than joining the Avengers. Perhaps, upon Pierce's downfall, he could ascend to the leadership of Hydra. With this prospect in mind, Zhang Ming's lips curled into a smile. He approached Crossbones, placing an arm around his shoulder and whispering into his ear. Crossbones was startled, wondering if Zhang Ming harbored romantic intentions. While he was willing to sacrifice for Hydra, he was unwilling to compromise his personal boundaries. Unaware of Crossbones' apprehension, Zhang Ming exclaimed, "Hail Hydra!" What? Crossbones was taken aback, realizing that the individual he sought to recruit was already a member of their organization. Quiet, Zhang Ming cautioned. I am a relic from the Red Skull era and require your assistance. Tell me more. Zhang Ming nodded, leading Crossbones into his quarters. Inside, Itachi Uchiha was tinkering with firearms, Hinata Hyuga was indulging in instant noodles, and Minato Namikaze was inscribing kunai with his signature technique. Mr. Crossbones, allow me to introduce you. This young lady enjoying noodles is Hinata Hyuga, whose eyes possess the ability to see through any obstruction. And this young man is Itachi Uchiha, whose abilities include. Zhang Ming proceeded to detail each of their capabilities. Crossbones was duly impressed, but remained skeptical, seeking a demonstration from Minato Namikaze. Zhang Ming sighed. Do you truly believe you, as Crossbones, can rival a Kaga-level combatant? Perhaps you should spar with Itachi. A confrontation with Minato would be futile, but I was trained by. Enough. Zhang Ming interrupted. Minato, would you be so kind as to showcase your abilities to Mr. Crossbones? Certainly, Minato responded with a smile, gesturing towards Crossbones' military-grade jeep. May I use that vehicle for demonstration purposes? By all means, Crossbones replied, knowing that Hydra was not as frugal as S.H.I.E.L.D. Watch closely, Minato said as he launched a kunai towards the jeep. In an instant, Minato reappeared above the vehicle, wielding the kunai in one hand and a fully charged Rasengan in the other. Rasengan! The Rasengan impacted the jeep, obliterating it in a violent explosion. Before Crossbones could react, he felt a tap on his shoulder, courtesy of Minato's teleportation technique. Mr. Crossbones, are you certain you wish to engage me in combat? Just a jest, Crossbones stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. So, Mr. Zhang Ming, what assistance do you require? Simply establish identities for us, as we are currently without official documentation. Is that all? Crossbones inquired, relieved. He contacted his superior, Pierce, who was delighted to learn of their shared allegiance. Pierce granted Zhang Ming direct access to him, as he recognized their potential as assets. Crossbones prepared to depart, but Zhang Ming stopped him. One moment, Mr. Crossbones. Is there anything else, Mr. Zhang Ming? Could you spare some funds? Crossbones was taken aback. 5 minutes later, Zhang Ming bid farewell to Crossbones, who had generously provided him with a bank card containing a substantial sum, insisting that it was a gesture of camaraderie. Minato chuckled, remarking on Crossbone's benevolence. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. Crossbone's generosity stemmed from his assessment of Zhang Ming's capabilities. He believed that by extending a helping hand during their time of need, he would secure a valuable alliance in the future. Chapter 11. Abomination's debut. Little Hinata, eschew the instant noodles. Our coffers are now ample. Let us indulge in a sumptuous feast. Zhang Ming declared magnanimously, signifying his intent to defray the expenses. Hinata regarded the noodles with a touch of reluctance, yet acquiesced with a delicate nod. Itachi expressed his predilection for confections, a desire Zhang Ming readily accommodated, cognizant that several $100,000 US dollars constituted a substantial sum, capable of sustaining their indulgences for a considerable duration. As the quartet emerged from Hell's Kitchen, a fortuitous encounter with a gentleman of African descent occurred at a street corner. Bang, bang, bang. With practiced alacrity, Itachi Uchiha executed a swift sequence of maneuvers, incapacitating the individual and extracting over $200 from his person. Young Itachi, what in the world are you doing? Zhang Ming exclaimed, taken aback, questioning Itachi's mental state. Itachi, momentarily perplexed, returned the currency to the gentleman, proffering an apology. My apologies. It was merely a conditioned reflex. The gentleman grimaced, inwardly contesting the notion of a mere reflex, suspecting a manifestation of occupational proclivities. However, cognizant of the child's capacity to subdue him, coupled with the presence of the two youths, he muttered an insincere "it's all right" and limped away. Zhang Ming, equally bemused, pondered whether a similar sequence of actions might befall Nick Fury upon a future encounter. He mused whether Itachi's disposition had assimilated aspects of his own personality, and whether such a phenomenon might extend to Minato and Hinata. He harbored a certain aversion to individuals of African descent, stemming from a prior incident of robbery. Speaking of which, Minato, what was your initial impression upon sighting the aforementioned gentleman? Curiously, my immediate reaction was one of inexplicable antagonism, Minato admitted, scratching his head sheepishly, unable to articulate the origin of such sentiment. Hinata chimed in softly, Zhang Ming, I, too, harbor a peculiar aversion towards him. Let us adjourn to our culinary repast. Zhang Ming proposed, dismissing the incongruous thoughts. As they ambled along, engaging in light banter, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, culminating in a vehicle hurtling towards their direction. The group deftly evaded the projectile, activating their Byakugan to discern the origin of the vehicular assault, only to be met with astonishment. Through the Byakugan's lens, they beheld a colossal entity exceeding 3 meters in stature. This behemoth is not the Hulk, but rather, the Abomination. Itachi, your charge is to safeguard Hinata. Minato and I shall investigate, Zhang Ming directed. Understood. Meanwhile, amidst the thoroughfare of Manhattan, Emil Blonsky, transformed into the Abomination, wreaked havoc. Despite his augmented strength, he retained his faculties. Formerly a soldier devoted to his nation's defense, Blonsky now declared himself Homelander, albeit one who abstained from bovine flesh. His objective was to draw out the Hulk, vanquish him, and thereby establish himself as the preeminent force in America, free to act with impunity. Help? A monster. A gentleman of African descent fled towards Zhang Ming's group, only to be met with Minato's instinctive kick, reminiscent of a demon king's treatment of a wolf. Minato, what are you doing? My apologies, a conditioned reflex. Minato stammered, scratching the back of his head. Zhang Ming sighed, resolving to ignore the individual. Innocents cried out for succor as a contingent of American law enforcement officers discharged their firearms at the Abomination, with negligible effect. Bang. The Abomination casually seized a vehicle and hurled it towards the officers, resulting in numerous casualties. Mommy. The plaintive cry of a blonde girl, clutching a doll, caught Zhang Ming's attention. He paused, pondering whether he should emulate a Marvel trope by rescuing the child, thus attracting the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. and securing a place in the Avengers. However, he was now affiliated with Hydra, destined to become its leader. As Zhang Ming deliberated, the Abomination's hand neared the child. Suddenly, a kunai bearing the inscription Sword of Love materialized before the Abomination's eyes. Swish Minato swiftly appeared, cradling the girl and unleashing a fully charged Rasengan upon the Abomination's visage. Bang! The Abomination was propelled backward. The girl blinked, gazing at her rescuer, the blonde-haired youth. In that instant, she was smitten. She envisioned him as the prince from her fairy tales, destined to vanquish the monster and claim her as his princess. Are you my prince? I am not your prince. Where is your mother? I shall escort you to her, Minato replied with a gentle smile. Well, the girl's heart melted, catching sight of her mother attempting to reach her. She declared, my mommy has vanished. Prince, you must protect me. Minato, oblivious to the child's whims, nodded acquiescently. The Abomination regained his footing, massaging his disfigured face, which swiftly regenerated. He glared at Minato, the instigator of his predicament. I shall crush every bone in your body. If you possess the capability, by all means, proceed. Minato retorted, brandishing his kunai, surprised that the Rasengan had not incapacitated his foe. Amidst this perilous juncture, the child disrupted the proceedings by planting several kisses upon Minato's face. Hey, what do you think you were doing? Hiki. I am the princess, and you are the prince. May a princess not kiss her prince? Minato, nonplussed, refrained from chastising the 4-year-old. The abomination, feeling slighted, charged towards Minato, unleashing a barrage of blows, which Minato deftly evaded, scattering Hiraishin kunai as he did so. The girl, noting the surrounding media, beamed with pride, anticipating the envy of her peers. Chapter 12. Abomination's demise. From a distance, Zhang Ming observed the battle. Although he could outmaneuver Abomination, vanquishing him seemed to require entering Sage mode. As for the Reaper Death Seal, only a fool would resort to that. With this in mind, Zhang Ming clasped his hands together, initiating the accumulation of natural energy. Good heavens, is this within human capability? Exclaimed General Ross from a military helicopter. Incredible. Just who is that person? So handsome. I want to bear his children. Nearby onlookers, seeing Abomination preoccupied by Minato, ceased their flight and became spectators. Insect, are you only capable of evasion? Abomination, having fought for so long without landing a blow, grew incensed. He seized a nearby vehicle and hurled it into the crowd, sending a man flying. Minato initially considered intervening but, noticing the victim, thought better of it. Casting a glance at Zhang Ming, who was still gathering natural energy, he felt relieved. Once Zhang Ming entered Sage mode, he should be able to breach the monster's defenses. Abomination noticed Minato's gaze and followed it. Spotting Zhang Ming with his hands clasped, a smirk crept across his face. That is your friend, is it not? With that, Abomination charged toward Zhang Ming, eager for the opportunity to slay his friend before his eyes. Zhang Ming inwardly cursed Minato's lack of discretion. Couldn't you have waited a moment longer? Fortunately, a figure plummeted from the sky, rapidly increasing in size as it neared the ground. Thump! A verdant hand emerged from the crater, signaling the arrival of the Hulk. Hulk! Abomination, realizing his true adversary had arrived, resolved to subdue the Hulk first. The two behemoths hurtled toward each other in the street. But the Hulk was sent reeling hundreds of meters with a single blow. Is that the extent of your power? The taunt fueled the Hulk's rage. He tore a police car in two and wielded the halves as weapons, unleashing a furious barrage upon Abomination. After some time, the only damage inflicted was a dislodged tooth. Abomination, frustrated by his inability to strike Minato, needed an outlet for his pent-up anger. He needed a foe like the Hulk to vent his fury, and he unleashed a relentless assault upon the Hulk. Minato seized the opportunity to return the little girl to the crowd, where a woman rushed to embrace her. Are you alright, Aisha? The little girl, unharmed, broke free and reached for Minato. Protect me, Prince. The woman noticed the handsome blonde and composed herself. Sir, I am Aisha's mother. To thank you for saving Aisha, allow me to invite you to dinner at my home this evening. That won't be necessary. Nonsense. Besides, I am divorced and currently a single mother. The little girl, alarmed, protested. Mother, are you trying to steal my prince? Aisha, you are still young and have been frightened. You should go to bed early tonight, understood? The little girl refused, and the two began to argue. Minato, overhearing the exchange, was bewildered. He shook his head, and, satisfied that the little girl was safe, teleported to Zhang Ming's side. Zhang Ming, are you ready? Zhang Ming opened his eyes, his eyelids now tinged with orange, his eyes resembling those of a frog. I am brimming with fury. Zhang Ming, eyeing Abomination, who had subdued the Hulk, hurled a kunai. In an instant, Zhang Ming appeared above Abomination, a massive blue orb crackling in his hand. Sage Art, massive Rasengan. Boom. Abomination, caught off guard, was struck full in the face by the fully charged Sage Art, massive Rasengan. The ultra-high-speed rotation of the Rasengan tore through Abomination's head, splattering blood and gore. Zhang Ming gazed at the headless corpse, still twitching. You are far inferior to the Hulk. Whether Abomination could hear him or not, his body ceased to twitch as Zhang Ming spoke. General Ross stared in disbelief, never imagining that the monster who had defeated the Hulk could be slain by the Asian youth. The blonde-haired man also seemed to be of the same style. His daughter, Betty, was overjoyed. If Abomination was dead, would Bruce no longer have to fight the monster? Incredible. He actually killed that monster. The crowd erupted in cheers, applauding Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, surveying the crowd, considered forming a superhero team. He had even thought of a name, the Vigilantes. He would be the leader, like Homelander. Just then, the Hulk bounded over and roared at Zhang Ming. Why are you yelling so loudly? Come and fight me. Zhang Ming was unfazed, even extending a middle finger. If he couldn't defeat the Hulk, he would simply use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. As for what would happen to those who stayed to watch, that was none of his concern. The Hulk was enraged. How dare this puny insect give him the finger? The Hulk charged, throwing a punch. But Zhang Ming flicked a kunai and teleported behind the Hulk, slamming a Rasengan into his back. Ultimate thunderclap. However, the Hulk was not a Beto. Endowed with thick skin and resilience, he quickly rose. Zhang Ming had inherited not only Minato's techniques, but also Itachi Uchiha Sharingan. Activating his Sharingan, he launched a volley of shuriken, each with steel wire attached. The shuriken collided in midair, changing direction, and soon the Hulk was ensnared. Sharingan windmill triple threat into Dragon Flame Jutsu. As Zhang Ming spoke, he unleashed the Dragon Flame Jutsu upon the Hulk, the flames traveling along the steel wires. Boom. An explosion of fire erupted, and the onlookers cheered. However, the Hulk emerged unscathed, and the cheers died down. The Hulk glanced at Zhang Ming with disdain. Weak flames. Zhang Ming. Chapter 13. The Hulk's humiliating retreat. Could Zhang Ming possibly tolerate the Hulk's taunts? Absolutely not. 8-star, 8 swords, fairy scattering flowers kunai. 1000-year kill explosion technique. Zhang Ming produced 8 flying thunder god kunai and hurled them at the Hulk, weaving around him in conjunction with the kunai. Clang, clang, clang. The Hulk's defenses were, of course, formidable. While he couldn't land a blow on Zhang Ming's kunai barely made a scratch on him. Whoosh! Zhang Ming returned to his original position, and the Hulk was unscathed, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered. Is that it? It doesn't seem to have affected him at all. Zhang Ming offered a faint smile. Prepare for the explosion. Boom. As Zhang Ming's words faded, a thunderous, anal-fissuring explosion erupted from the Hulk's rear. The Hulk collapsed to the ground, his once proud American buttocks emitting plumes of black smoke. Zhang Ming curled his lip. So much for the Hulk's indestructible trousers. They were still pierced by a simple kunai. General Ross was astounded. The Hulk was being toyed with like a child. Was this truly the living nuclear weapon he knew? Roar. The Hulk surged to his feet and charged at Zhang Ming once more, only for Zhang Ming to vanish before his eyes, reappearing instantly behind him. Zhang Ming, clutching a kunai adorned with an explosive tag, smirked. He had already left a flying thunder god mark on the Hulk's posterior. Thrust. The Hulk's vulnerable flower was once again impaled by a kunai, followed by another explosive eruption. Roar. The Hulk roared again, then turned tail and fled into the distance. While his defenses were nigh impenetrable, even against eye gouging, throat slitting, or a fatal blow to the groin, he, or rather, Bruce Banner, suffered from hemorrhoids. Thus, he decided to make a tactical retreat. The crowd was silent. Had Zhang Ming slain the abomination as he had, they would have cheered him. However, this method of driving off the Hulk felt unbecoming of a superhero. They still preferred to idolize Minato Namikaze. Consequently, a throng of people gathered around Minato, showering him with praise. Zhang Ming was perplexed. What was happening? What was going on? He had killed the abomination and defeated the Hulk, while Minato had merely rescued a little girl. Had they got it all wrong? Zhang Ming wasn't entirely ignored, however, as General Ross approached. Thank you immensely for defeating the Hulk and the abomination. I believe we have much to discuss. Zhang Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating his lack of interest in the old man and urging him to leave. Just as Zhang Ming was feeling dejected, a beautiful blonde reporter rushed over. Excuse me, sir? May I have a moment for an interview? Of course, my lovely lady, Zhang Ming replied, smoothing his attire and offering a subtle smile. The reporter was visibly excited. She had assumed that a superhero as powerful as Zhang Ming would be difficult to approach, like that middle-aged man who flew around in an iron box. General Ross attempted to shoo away the reporter and photographer, but Zhang Ming silenced him with a glare. Old man, you'd better not interfere. Ross seethed inwardly, but considering the man's ability to kill the abomination, he reluctantly stepped aside. The beautiful reporter cast a triumphant glance at General Ross before turning to Zhang Ming and offering a bow. First, on behalf of the people of Manhattan, I want to thank you for defeating the monsters. It was nothing. With great power comes great responsibility. It's my duty, Zhang Ming replied with an air of nonchalance. The beautiful reporter gazed at Zhang Ming with admiration and continued her questioning. Sir, how should I address you? Simply Zhang Ming will suffice. Very well, Mr. Zhang Ming. Will you continue to fight against evil? Zhang Ming nodded, affirming his commitment to battling injustice. Clap, clap, clap. The reporter applauded enthusiastically. But she was the only one, making the applause sound rather lonely. At that moment, Minato, having finally escaped the throng of admirers, approached. Zhang Ming, let's head back. Frankly, he detested such occasions. He had just been groped, his buttocks and kuin touched. Zhang Ming, unwilling to pass up this opportunity for exposure, addressed the crowd in a loud voice. Who is the real hero? Is it Iron Man? No, he doesn't even dare to show his face when faced with powerful monsters. Is it the American police? No, they're only good for cleaning up and covering things up. Zhang Ming paused, then clapped Minato on the shoulder. But he, my friend Golden Flash, he is the true hero. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause once more. Golden Flash, Golden Flash. The crowd chanted Golden Flash's name in unison. Zhang Ming raised his hand, gesturing for silence. Once the chanting subsided, he continued. I now announce that my friend Golden Flash is officially debuting and entering Hollywood. Any agent who believes they have what it takes can contact me. Murmur. The crowd erupted in murmurs of excitement. The fans were ecstatic that their idol was making his debut. Minato Namikaze was bewildered and tugged at Zhang Ming, whispering, Zhang Ming. Weren't you going to have me deliver takeout? Are you daft? With your current fame for saving Manhattan, you should become a star, get endorsements, and do commercials. Minato, you don't want little Hinata to starve, do you? Minato sensed something was amiss. He thought that you were the one who saved Manhattan. So why aren't you becoming a star? Of course, he knew what a star was, like the actress, Koyuki Kazuhana, in the ninja world. But he was the fourth Hokage, and he had his pride. Zhang Ming didn't care and dealt with the enthusiastic fans in a very official manner. It wasn't until Itachi Uchiha arrived with Hinata that they used Flying Thunder God to leave SHIELD headquarters, director's office. Nick Fury watched Zhang Ming's interview, his face growing even darker. He had intended to invite Zhang Ming and Minato Namikaze to join the Avengers. But now Minato was becoming a Hollywood star. What was that supposed to mean? But when he recalled the video he had just watched, Nick Fury had another headache. These two were too strong, and their abilities were unpredictable. People like Zhang Ming and Minato could easily escape, even from Captain Marvel, by using their space abilities. Unless a way to restrain their space abilities could be found. Thinking of this, he looked at Coulson beside him. Coulson, should we invite them as SHIELD, or arrange for an undercover agent to approach them? Director, didn't Zhang Ming say he wanted to recruit an agent for Golden Flash? We can send an agent over. Nick Fury nodded. In fact, he preferred to directly invite Zhang Ming and Minato into the Avengers. However, he didn't understand the personalities of these people. Although they had saved Manhattan, they had also kidnapped his 3 ace agents not long ago. From the current point of view, that Zhang Ming was the leader of this group. Nick Fury thought about it and decided to send an undercover agent to infiltrate Zhang Ming's gang first. At least to find out if these people were heinous villains. Chapter 14. The struggle for wealth in a seaside villa. The illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark, wore an equally dark expression after watching the evening news, particularly upon hearing Zhang Ming declare that he was not a true hero. What a jest. Did he truly believe he would fear those two monsters? The only reason he refrained from annihilating them was that he had just returned from a certain gala. Receiving the news too late. He slanders me. Jarvis, he slanders me. Send him a lawyer's letter. Sir, according to my calculations, Mark II is wholly incapable of defeating those two creatures, Jarvis stated candidly. Tony's mood soured. Jarvis, are you suggesting I am being unreasonable? No, sir, Mr. Zhang has indeed defamed you. Tony nodded in satisfaction, realizing his Jarvis did not require an upgrade. However, before he could revel in his triumph, Jarvis's voice continued. Mr. Zhang has indeed slandered you regarding the rumor that you and Obadiah Stane were responsible for his parents' deaths, and that he received no compensation. Damn it. Tony suddenly recalled that Zhang was merely a scoundrel who participated in zero-yuan purchases, yet he had the audacity to call himself a true hero. The following day, a familiar face visited Zhang Ming's rented apartment, none other than the Black Widow he had once kidnapped. Hey, miss, you seem familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Natasha rolled her eyes. Yes, indeed. 3 days ago, I was Mr. Zhang's hostage. Zhang Ming also rolled his eyes, pondering whether SHIELD had no one else to send but a familiar face. What brings you here? If it's to settle old scores, I advise you to consider whether you possess the capability. No, I am Natalie Portman, here to apply for Mr. Watergate's manager. A person who drives an Aston Martin needs a job? That car is merely rented, covered by insurance. Natasha remained unfazed, exhibiting the self-discipline of a seasoned actress. Zhang Ming pointed at Hinata. Defeat her. If you can win, you'll secure the position. Are you certain, Mr. Zhang? Natasha cast a skeptical gaze at the timid 8-year-old Hinata. Although she was aware of Itachi Uchiha's prowess, she had never encountered Hinata before. The little girl's eyes appeared pale. Did she suffer from cataracts? Hinata timidly raised her hand. Mr. Zhang, can we avoid fighting? Defeat her, and I shall treat you to a grand feast tonight. Lose, and it's instant noodles for you. Tempted by the prospect of a lavish meal, Hinata nodded earnestly, adopting a gentle fist stance. Hinata Hyuga, pleased to make your acquaintance. Taken aback, Natasha, having witnessed Itachi's strength, approached the seemingly fragile 8-year-old with utmost caution. She aimed for a swift strike to catch Hinata off guard, but gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 16 palms. 2 palms for palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. After the flurry of strikes, Natasha lay on the ground, utterly drained. Her eyes blankly staring at the ceiling. Here she was, a high-ranking SHIELD agent, known as the Black Widow, an entity that instilled fear in enemies. Yet, without letting her guard down, she had been bested by an 8-year-old girl. Who could she turn to for justification? Zhang Ming looked down at her, regretful. I'm afraid you have failed the application. Mr. Zhang, a manager need not possess exceptional fighting skills, right? Zhang Ming dismissed her, stepping out to find a secluded spot to call Pierce and cultivate their relationship. Mr. Pierce, I suspect this Natalie Portman may have some issues. She does, indeed. She is a SHIELD agent. Fury mentioned forming a special division, and both you and Watergate were invited. I hope you can infiltrate it. Understood. Mr. Pierce, I know what to do. After hanging up, Zhang Ming mused that Pierce seemed to have met his demise during Captain America 2. With over 3 years until that event, perhaps he would have summoned figures like Uchiha Madara and the Sage of Six Paths by then. It appeared essential to ascend the ranks of Hydra swiftly, ready to take Pierce's place once he fell. Zhang Ming was well aware of the future trajectory of the Avengers, hindered by the Council, facing numerous challenges, and possibly even civil war. In contrast to the Avengers, Hydra appeared far more agreeable, filled with talent and eloquence. As the heir to Hydra, he intended to bolster its strength and prominence. Upon returning to his room, Natasha extended her right hand toward him. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I look forward to working with you. What is this? Why the formalities? Mr. Watergate has signed, and I am now his manager, hence my request for your guidance. Zhang Ming cast a glance at the embarrassed Watergate, pondering how someone who had once been the fourth Hokage could be so easily swayed into signing. Yet, this was advantageous. He wouldn't need to exert himself in persuasion, especially since Pierce wanted him to infiltrate the Avengers. Very well. Since Ms. Portman is Watergate's manager, take him for endorsements and performances. Let us earn some money to move into a better residence. I've grown weary of this room. Oh, understood. Natasha surveyed the surroundings: 2 beds, 2 makeshift sleeping areas, and an abundance of empty instant noodle cups and boxes, a truly dismal environment. She thought to herself, no wonder they resorted to kidnapping. They were indeed exceptionally poor. In the days that followed, Watergate, riding the wave of his heroics in saving Manhattan, secured countless endorsements from luxury brands and participated in numerous performances and variety shows. He quickly ascended to the status of a Hollywood A-lister, always occupying the spotlight. Even the former top star, Iron Man, found himself relegated to a corner when sharing the cover with him. A mere cameo in films or television brought in multi-million-dollar paychecks. Within just a month, Watergate amassed a fortune of $200 million, and Zhang Ming and his companions were fortunate enough to move into a luxurious seaside mansion. One day, Watergate could no longer contain himself and approached Zhang Ming, tossing a script in frustration. Zhang Ming, can I opt out of this movie? What is the issue? Is the pay insufficient? Zhang Ming, too disinterested to read the script, inquired directly about the compensation. It's not about the pay. It's $3 million. The problem lies in the fact that there are intimate scenes. You must accept, Watergate. $3 million is at stake. I have my eyes set on a Koenigsegg supercar. And if you don't earn money, how can I upgrade my ride? Zhang Ming, equally uninterested in the script, placed a reassuring hand on Watergate's shoulder, imparting a solemn piece of advice. Yet, he inwardly scoffed, dismissing the concern over intimate scenes. After all, it was clear that any actress sharing the screen with Watergate would undoubtedly be a prominent Hollywood star. Chapter 15. Bruce Banner drops the soap. Minato stared at Zhang Ming in disbelief, wondering if his diligent efforts to earn money were solely to finance Zhang Ming's sports car acquisitions. Before he could voice his thoughts, Natasha, abandoning all pretense, confronted Zhang Ming directly. Mr. Zhang Ming, Nick Fury seeks your presence. Nick Fury? Who's that? Zhang Ming feigned ignorance. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. My superior. Natasha's mission had been to assess the character of this group. After a month of observation, she concluded that they were relatively harmless. Zhang Ming, aside from his avarice and tendency to exploit Minato, seemed to possess no significant flaws. Minato, with his humility, courtesy, and diligence, had only a slight prejudice against certain ethnicities, such as a dislike for black individuals, which was deemed a minor issue. Itachi Uchiha's fondness for firearms and robbing black individuals were also considered minor quirks. Hinata Hyuga's timidity, voracious appetite, and aversion to black individuals were similarly dismissed. It appeared that everyone except Zhang Ming harbored some degree of racial bias. Zhang Ming glanced at Natasha, suspecting a double game, and declared, "You're fired. Your pronouncements are inconsequential. You lack the authority to speak for Mr. Minato." Zhang Ming bristled, questioning her assertion that he couldn't represent Minato. He had summoned Minato and elevated him to stardom. Was that not enough? While Minato harbored some resentment toward the tasks assigned to him by Zhang Ming, he earnestly affirmed that Zhang Ming could indeed represent him. Natasha rolled her eyes, musing that some individuals were willing to be exploited. Mr. Zhang Ming, allow me to reintroduce Agent Romanoff, your future colleague. At that moment, a one-eyed man in a leather coat and cape swaggered in, exuding an air of self-importance. Zhang Ming scoffed. I seem to recall security personnel at the gate. How did you gain entry? With sufficient motivation, I can access any location, the one-eyed man retorted smugly. Besides his moniker, Mother First, he was also known as the surprise intrusive guy. Natasha, sensing danger, cautioned, Director, be wary. The one-eyed man looked bewildered, unsure why Natasha was warning him. However, he soon found out. A small child in the villa suddenly attacked him, swiftly overpowering him and emptying his pockets. His wallet, identification, and various high-tech gadgets were pilfered. Zhang Ming, exasperated, demanded, Itachi, what do you think you're doing? Itachi paused, then profusely apologized to Nick Fury. My apologies, a mere reflex. The one-eyed man remained baffled. A reflex? This is highway robbery. Nick Fury, regaining his composure, straightened his attire and resumed his pretentious demeanor. Mr. Zhang Ming, since your debut, you have assaulted 3 black individuals, stolen from Hermes, and abducted 3 of our S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Your identities were even facilitated by Rumlow. The one-eyed man meticulously recounted all the misdeeds Zhang Ming had committed since his arrival. And the one-eyed man rose to his feet, placing his hands on the table and fixing Zhang Ming with a piercing gaze. I extend an invitation for you to join the Avengers Initiative. I will absolve you of your past transgressions. Zhang Ming gestured toward Itachi and Hinata. Itachi and Hinata are but children. The one-eyed man scoffed inwardly, thinking, Hinata can defeat Natasha, and that malevolent Itachi just robbed me. Now you're telling me they're children? However, considering that the two children's combat abilities paled in comparison to Minato and Zhang Ming, the one-eyed man refrained from pressing the matter. I made no mention of inviting the children. I was referring to you and Minato. I regret to inform you that Minato must continue to earn a living to support us. Rest assured, this endeavor is undemanding, when not on assignment. Minato may continue his career as a celebrity. The one-eyed man made no mention of compensation, as the paltry sum he could offer would be dwarfed by Minato's earnings as an entertainer. Zhang Ming nodded, as Pierce had already tasked him with infiltrating the Avengers. So he readily acquiesced. Where frogs frolic, serpents also thrive. The serpent's belly will incubate eggs, allowing new serpents to sprout. This is the serpent's will. Everything he did was for the serpent's will. The one-eyed man finally breathed a sigh of relief, as he had anticipated a protracted negotiation. The one-eyed man then turned his attention to Natasha. Now that Zhang Ming and Minato have accepted Agent Romanoff, the task of recruiting the Hulk falls to you. Natasha was aghast. Are you jesting? Tasking me with recruiting the Hulk? If that brute were to lose control, 10 lives would not suffice. Nick Fury, unconcerned, issued his orders and departed. He felt that his entrance had been flawed, as he had failed to exude an air of authority, all thanks to that malevolent Uchiha child. In the original timeline, Nick Fury would not have assembled the Avengers until Loki's Chidori invasion of New York. However, the emergence of Zhang Ming, Minato, and others had made Nick Fury aware of his own shortcomings, prompting him to preemptively assemble the team 2 years ahead of schedule. After Natasha, Barton, and Melinda were abducted, Nick Fury found himself bereft of capable agents, hence his decision. Natasha, poised to depart for Brazil, paused and turned to Zhang Ming. Mr. Zhang Ming, would you consider accompanying me to Brazil? Zhang Ming waved his hand dismissively. Have Minato accompany you. Natasha conceded that Minato was a viable option, but he was no match for Zhang Ming. In the face of an enraged Hulk, Minato could only ensure her safe extraction. Zhang Ming, on the other hand, had subjected the Hulk to the 1,000 years of death technique twice, instilling a lasting psychological trauma. With a coquettish expression, Natasha pleaded, Mr. Zhang Ming, would you not lend this damsel in distress a helping hand? Very well. Excellent. I shall arrange for the Quinjet. Unnecessary. Natasha was perplexed. Their destination was Brazil. So why forego the Quinjet in favor of a commercial flight? Zhang Ming rose to his feet, placed his hand on Natasha's shoulder, and, whoosh in an instant, the two materialized behind Bruce Banner. Because the Flying Thunder God seal would not vanish, Zhang Ming had left the seal on Hulk's posterior during their previous encounter. Brazil. In a shower room in a village, Bruce Banner, in the midst of showering, paused, the soap inadvertently slipping from his grasp. He felt a sudden chill running down his spine, as if something unpleasant had materialized behind him. As he pondered whether to retrieve the soap, a voice echoed from behind him. Dr. Banner, you seem to have dropped your soap. Bruce Banner was speechless. Nestled within a dilapidated dwelling in the slums of Brazil, Bruce Banner sat rigidly, wearing an expression of aggrieved resignation as he faced the nonchalant demeanor of Zhang Ming. It wasn't merely Banner himself, but even the Hulk harbored a certain apprehension toward Zhang Ming. The sheer audacity of the man, resorting to explosive tags to assail one's privates, was beyond the pale. Natasha, while having witnessed Banner's nudity, remained unfazed due to her extensive experience. However, she was astounded by Zhang Ming's ability to transport her from New York to Brazil in an instant, an exceedingly convenient power. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Natasha Romanoff, and this is Zhang Ming. Bruce, perpetual evasion is not a viable solution. That doesn't give you the right to materialize behind me while I'm showering. Do you have any idea how agitated I was? My alter ego was on the verge of emerging. Upon hearing Banner mention his alter ego, Natasha instinctively edged closer to Zhang Ming, wary of being inadvertently pummeled by the Hulk. Banner, too, fixed his gaze upon Zhang Ming. How did you manage to appear behind me? Zhang Ming gestured toward Banner's posterior. I left a Flying Thunder God seal on your backside. As long as you remain on Earth, I can materialize behind you. Damn it. I'm going to remove that mark from my ass. Banner exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table. Isn't this just bullying an honest man? What if he's in the throes of passion with his girlfriend, and this guy suddenly appears behind him? He might transform into the Hulk, and if he does, his girlfriend. And if Zhang Ming simply saunters off, would a judge deem him a perverted murderer? Zhang Ming shook his head. It's futile. Once inscribed, the Flying Thunder God seal is indelible. Even if you excise all your skin, unless what? Unless you are reduced to ashes. Otherwise, even if only a skeleton remains, the Flying Thunder God seal will persist. Bruce Banner was rendered speechless. Regardless, Banner was eventually persuaded to join the Avengers. Nick Fury ventured to the Arctic, where he reportedly located the aircraft in which Captain America had crashed. However, these matters were of no concern to Zhang Ming, who, after delivering Banner and Natasha Des H.I.E.L.D., returned to his seaside villa for a well-deserved slumber. The following day, a news item caught Zhang Ming's attention. Tony Stark was slated to participate in a race in Monaco. The Whiplash, while not possessing Stark's scientific prowess, was nonetheless a passable, albeit inferior, version of Iron Man. His arsenal of Air Force, Army, and Navy robots was quite commendable, and Hydra was in dire need of such talent. Upon discovering that his toxin levels had reached 53, Tony was acutely aware that his days were numbered unless he could discover a novel element to supplant palladium. To alleviate his despondency, he decided to participate in the Monaco race. Zhang Ming also arrived at the Monaco race venue that day, where the roar of the engines reverberated throughout the arena. Midway through the competition, a member of the pit crew trespassed onto the track, revealing an arc reactor identical to Iron Man's, along with a pair of electrified whips. His attire ignited into flames, making for a dramatic entrance. As the oncoming race cars approached, he bisected one with a single lash of his whip. Tony, trailing behind, was taken aback. Before he could react, Whiplash cleaved his vehicle in two as well. Whiplash advanced toward Tony, showing no quarter as he unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast strikes. Empty-handed, Tony was defenseless against the onslaught. In the nick of time, Happy arrived with Pepper in tow, plowing Whiplash into the barrier. Happy reversed, intending to ram Whiplash once more. Zhang Ming knew it was his cue. Donning his dung-colored spiral mask, which revealed only a single eye, he leaped into action, halting the vehicle with a chakra-infused palm, leaving an imprint on the car. Good heavens! Happy and Pepper exclaimed in disbelief. Whiplash stared blankly at Zhang Ming, whose masked gaze met his own. Alas! Whiplash was no Bella, and Zhang Ming was no Edward. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming knocked him unconscious with a single blow and spirited him away. Tony donned his Mark V armor and gave chase, but Zhang Ming escaped using the Flying Thunder God technique. Jarvis, initiate a search. I regret to inform you, sir, that I am unable to locate the individual. Damn it. Tony cursed under his breath. The fact that someone could replicate his arc reactor, coupled with the masked man who had rescued Whiplash, demanded a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming dumped the unconscious Whiplash aside and dialed a number on a specialized phone. Mr. Pierce, I've encountered something quite intriguing in Monaco. Yes, the individual in question can construct an arc reactor identical to Tony Stark's. I believe Hydra could benefit from such talent. Very well, no problem. Zhang Ming provided Pierce with a summary of the situation, concluding with the phrase, Hail Hydra. Upon terminating the call, Zhang Ming transported Whiplash to a rendezvous point agreed upon with Pierce. Soon after, a Quinjet touched down, and Crossbones emerged, saluting Zhang Ming. Sir. Zhang Ming furrowed his brow. Where's Mr. Pierce? Sir, Secretary Pierce was unable to attend. I have been instructed to escort you to the Sokovia base. Zhang Ming was displeased. After all, he had been a loyal member of Hydra for over a month, considering it his own family. Pierce had yet to personally meet with him, which he deemed inconsiderate. It appeared that Pierce had betrayed the will of Hydra and needed to be eliminated to prevent him from impeding Hydra's progress. During the flight, Zhang Ming felt somewhat awkward, as Crossbones was still his creditor. With this in mind, Zhang Ming clapped him on the shoulder and said, Crossbones, rest assured, as long as you remain loyal to me, I will bestow upon you abilities akin to my own. I am ready to lay down my life, sir. Crossbones exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. After all, the man before him had slain the abomination and defeated the Hulk. If he, too, possessed such power, he would never consume beef again. As dusk settled, the Quinjet landed on the rooftop of a Hydra base. Zhang Ming left a Flying Thunder God seal nearby. Upon entering the base, he handed the unconscious Whiplash over to a group of white-coated Hydra scientists. Brainwash him thoroughly. Hydra requires talent capable of constructing mechs. Yes, sir. Hail Hydra. Regardless of time or place, it was imperative to establish his persona as a devoted Hydra adherent. Only then could he take over Hydra after Pierce's downfall. Chapter 17. The Maximoff siblings. The Hydra base is located in Eastern Europe, specifically in Sokovia. As Zhang Ming walked through the facility, he encountered numerous test subjects, and he felt little sympathy for them. After all, would he attempt to hinder Orochimaru from conducting his experiments if he were to summon him in the future? His position within Hydra was rather precarious. In truth, he ranked lower than Crossbones. However, due to his formidable abilities, Pierce had granted him considerable privileges. As he passed a room, Zhang Ming suddenly paused. Inside, a girl of approximately 13 years was gesturing with her hands, levitating several square wooden blocks with a surge of crimson energy. Who is she? He inquired. Sir, that is Wanda Maximoff. She is a test subject infused with the power of the Tesseract, but her condition remains unstable, a scientist responded. Zhang Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and peered into the adjacent room where a white-haired boy was darting about at extraordinary speeds. Even with his Sharingan activated, he struggled to track the boy's movements. It was clear that this was Pietro Maximoff, Wanda's brother, whose velocity surpassed that of a bullet. He found it perplexing how, in the original narrative, he could be felled by ordinary gunfire. Zhang Ming contemplated the immense potential of these siblings, particularly Wanda, who could grow powerful enough to confront Thanos. He needed to devise a plan to acquire them. Crossbones, do you believe I can take these siblings with me? That would require Minister Pierce's approval. I cannot make that decision unilaterally, Crossbones replied, wary of overstepping his bounds and incurring the ire of higher authorities. Zhang Ming did not press Crossbones further. In his presence, He dialed Pierce, but the response was not only a denial but also a barrage of insults. The scolding echoed through the room, causing Crossbones and several scientists to avert their gazes. After ending the call, Zhang Ming sighed softly. It appeared that Pierce had betrayed Hydra. What? Crossbones stared at Zhang Ming in disbelief, unable to fathom that the highest-ranking official in Hydra could turn against them. Zhang Ming cast a glance at Crossbones, subtly employing his illusion techniques. Despite Crossbones being a trained soldier, he was still merely a human, with his Sharingan and the strength of a Hokage. Controlling Crossbones was a trivial task. The scientists were of little concern. They were focused solely on research and lacked aspirations for power. Open the door, Zhang Ming commanded. Yes, sir. Crossbones mechanically nodded, instructing others to comply. The scientists appeared bewildered. They were accustomed to following Pierce's orders, yet with him absent and Zhang Ming and Crossbones clearly allied, disobedience could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Ming fixed a chilling gaze upon the lead scientist clad in a white lab coat. Did you not hear me? Yes, sir. The door swung open, and Zhang Ming stepped inside. Gazing at the 13-year-old Wanda, he couldn't help but compare her to Elizabeth from the original story, pondering the vast differences. Come with me, he instructed. Okay, Wanda responded, surprising Zhang Ming. He had anticipated a lengthy persuasion, yet she agreed almost immediately. Are you so easily persuaded? We have only just met. You shouldn't simply acquiesce because of my looks. You're overthinking it, Wanda replied, her hands swirling as a chaotic red magic encircled Zhang Ming's head. I can sense your lack of malice and even read your thoughts. Zhang Ming frowned. While he could accept the former, the latter was unacceptable. You are not to read my thoughts again, or I will kill you. Apologies. She also recognized his goodwill and understood he meant no harm to her or her brother. Brother? Shouldn't he be sister? Zhang Ming questioned, puzzled. I am the sister. We are twin siblings, held captive by Hydra for years, Wanda explained with a hint of excitement. Do not frame it so harshly. You joined Hydra willingly to seek revenge on Tony Stark, and we are merely a benevolent organization, Zhang Ming countered, irritated. He had come to regard Hydra as his own possession, and it was excessive for them to be confined for years. Zhang Ming then approached another door, finding Pietro looking around anxiously. Upon spotting Wanda outside, he appeared momentarily stunned. Wanda, what are you doing out here? Pietro, we will soon be free, Wanda replied with a smile. The Flying Thunder God technique proved invaluable. With a marked point, one could arrive at their destination in a heartbeat. Wanda and Pietro stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. One moment, they were in Hydra's Sokovia base, and the next, they found themselves in an unfamiliar villa. Hinata and Itachi had already been sent off to school, while Minato was busy working to support the family. Pietro was the first to gather his thoughts. You are the Flash, aren't you? Oh, you know of the Flash? Zhang Ming replied, surprised. Could this pair have had any contact with the outside world? We heard the guards mention it, Wanda explained with a smile. Zhang Ming nodded, recalling that the sibling cell was devoid of any amenities. How had they managed their daily needs? By the way, how did you handle, well, bathroom and bathing, while at the Hydra base? Wanda turned her head away, clearly reluctant to answer. Pietro, unbothered, was about to respond when Wanda shot him a glare. Seeing their hesitance, Zhang Ming chose not to pry further. At that moment, Minato returned, looking despondent. Zhang Ming raised an eyebrow. Minato, what's wrong? Nothing, Minato replied, casting a forlorn glance at Zhang Ming. His discontent stemmed from being coerced into filming intimate scenes and indignity for someone of his stature as the fourth Hokage. Chapter 18. Pierce, do you wish to betray Hydra? Zhang Ming disregarded Watergate's gaze entirely, even suspecting that the latter was being ostentatious. It is noteworthy that his superior merely dabbled in modeling. How could he possibly complain after filming intimate scenes with leading Hollywood actresses within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Upon learning that Zhang Ming had openly defied his orders by taking away 2 of his experimental subjects, Pierce erupted in fury and promptly dialed Zhang Ming's secret number without hesitation. However, Zhang Ming had no intention of showing him any deference. He possessed both strength and connections, and even if he lacked connections, he could conjure them through illusions. Why should he heed Pierce's directives? Moreover, after years of scheming, did Pierce truly have the audacity to risk everything? Mr. Pierce, Wanda and Pietro are of great use to me, so please do not concern yourself with them. Zhang Ming declared. Those 2 siblings are my secret weapons. I give you 1 day to return them to the base. Pierce had never been this furious in his life. Who did the scoundrel think he was, taking whatever he pleased? Did he truly believe Pierce would shy away from murder? Zhang Ming remained unfazed by Pierce's threats, responding with nonchalance. Mr. Pierce, do you wish to betray Hydra? What? You insolent fool, what are you saying? Mr. Pierce, recognize your position. You are the highest authority in Hydra. Should you dare to betray Hydra, I would have no choice but to restore order, Zhang Ming scoffed, abruptly hanging up the phone. Scoundrel Pierce, infuriated by the busy signal, smashed the phone onto the ground. Restore order? He was one of Hydra's supreme leaders. Could such a term truly apply to him? After venting his frustration, Pierce quickly regained his composure. Given Zhang Ming and Watergate's capabilities, they could easily take his life. This was why he had not approached Zhang Ming even once. Allowing the opponent to mark him with a teleportation seal would be tantamount to surrendering his life. Zhang Ming was indeed an unstable factor, and it seemed he could not be allowed to remain. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Pierce's thoughts were almost identical. After hanging up the phone, he also muttered to himself, "It appears that Pierce cannot be left alive." Curious, Wanda inquired, "Zhang Ming, who is Pierce?" "He is one of the highest leaders of Hydra. I suspect he intends to betray Hydra, so I've decided to find an opportunity to eliminate him," Zhang Ming replied. Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances. They had both overheard the conversation, which had not been discreet. To them, it seemed as though Zhang Ming was usurping Pierce's authority, yet it somehow transformed into Pierce betraying Hydra. However, neither spoke up. After all, they harbored a deeper hatred for Hydra than for Zhang Ming. "Zhang Ming, how about I take care of Pierce?" Watergate suggested. He preferred undertaking missions, such as eliminating Pierce, over becoming a star. "Patience, Watergate. Right now, your priority is to earn money quickly. I am still waiting to upgrade to a new sports car," Zhang Ming replied. As Zhang Ming contemplated, he knew he had to acquire the Whiplock. The reason it was currently in Hydra's possession was due to his lack of resources. Once the Whiplock developed its combat armor, he would seek collaboration with the military, replacing Tony Stark as America's arms tycoon. Elsewhere, Tony Stark was also watching surveillance footage from the Monaco racetrack. "Sir, the masked man's identity has a 90% probability of being Zhang Ming, the one who killed Abomination and defeated Hulk. Oh, why not the Golden Avenger?" At that moment, Watergate was occupied filming Don't Look Back, providing him with an alibi. After hearing Jarvis's analysis, Tony felt a surge of anger. It seemed as though Zhang Ming was deliberately antagonizing him. Although they had never formally met, there was some history between them. Zhang Ming had first deceived him into thinking he was responsible for the death of his parents during his battle with Obadiah, then later claimed in an interview that he was not a true hero. The third time was even more outrageous, as he openly rescued Ivan Vanko, who had attacked him. Tony's immediate impulse was to don the Iron Man suit and teach Zhang Ming a lesson, but considering the latter's combat prowess, he doubted whether his Mark V could withstand the confrontation. "Jarvis, what are the odds of Mark V winning against Zhang Ming?" "Sir, after analyzing 14,605,000 scenarios. Oh, so meticulous. How many times did I win?" "Once." Tony was exasperated. He was already 90 poisoned and nearing death. Yet Jarvis still managed to strike him down with such brutal honesty. Driven to frustration by Jarvis's remarks and the imminent threat to his life, Tony decided to let loose. That very night, he threw a lavish party at his villa, dancing flamboyantly in his Iron Man suit and even relieving himself within the armor. Colonel Rhodes was infuriated by this behavior. He sneaked into Tony's vault, stole a Mark II suit, and taught Tony a lesson before leaving in a huff. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming stealthily infiltrated the vault as well, hoping to steal a suit like Rhodes had. Despite his ability to overpower 10 Mark V suits, he still yearned for the romance of the armor. However, his identity verification failed. Silence enveloped him as he felt targeted. It was incomprehensible that Rhodes could steal the armor while he could not. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had Ivan Vanko to create the Whiplock armor, and soon, he would let Tony experience the taste of his lightning whip. With that thought, Zhang Ming utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to stealthily extract all the visible Mark armors, delivering them to Hydra's base in Sokovia, where he entrusted them to Ivan Vanko for modifications. To ensure safety, he also employed illusions to control Vanko, preventing him from causing any further complications. These armors required weapon systems. Zhang Ming immediately thought of Hammer Industries' former CEO, but upon reflecting on her character, he ultimately chose to forego that idea. "You all must cooperate with Ivan's research. If Pierce arrives, notify me immediately." Understood. The Hydra researchers did not object. Zhang Ming had ceased calling anyone sir and directly referred to Pierce, indicating the escalating power struggle within Hydra's upper echelon. However, they were merely ordinary researchers, following orders from above. As long as Zhang Ming was present, they would heed him, and should Pierce arrive, they would follow his directives, thus preserving their lives. Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction. As long as Pierce dared to show his face, he would employ illusions to control him, allowing him to experience what true serpent-like will entailed. Chapter 19. Young Peter Parker. Meanwhile, Nick Fury sought out Tony to discuss the Avengers plan, hoping that Tony would join their ranks. The Golden Flash and Zhang Ming. "You know they are in cahoots, right? Zhang Ming even rescued Ivan Vanko, who attacked me." Nick Fury felt overwhelmed. If Tony could uncover this information, he certainly could as well. However, these two were not like Natasha and Barton. Their collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely in its infancy, and he lacked the authority to restrict their actions. It wasn't a matter of desire, but rather an issue of capability. Ultimately, their exceptional powers made them elusive. He even learned that Zhang Ming had forced the Golden Flash to film inappropriate scenes for money. It was evident that Zhang Ming rescued Ivan Vanko purely for financial gain. Under such circumstances, how could they expect to surrender him? "Tony, none of this is significant. Your palladium poisoning is nearing your heart, isn't it? I possess a remedy for your palladium toxicity, and the answer lies within the box left by your father." No sooner had he spoken than Natasha appeared, administering an injection to Tony. "Oh, damn, aren't you the Golden Flash's agent?" she remarked. "This serum will alleviate your palladium poisoning." After speaking, Natasha settled beside Nick Fury. "Allow me to introduce Agent Romanoff, my capable assistant." "Oh, you were quite audacious. I am surprised that such a greedy individual did not eliminate you," Tony teased, referring to Zhang Ming. He was not at all surprised that an organization like SHIELD would place an undercover agent beside Zhang Ming. He might even have one of their own among him. Before departing, the Black Egg had a box left by Howard delivered to him. Upon returning to the villa, Tony discovered several videotapes within the box and, while watching them, uncovered crucial clues. He found his father's legacy and, with JARVISS assistance, ultimately identified a new element to replace palladium. "Nearly 20 years gone, yet you still managed to teach me. Thank you, father." With this sentiment, Tony reconciled with Howard. In the following days, Zhang Ming oscillated between the Hydra base and the villa, supervising the development of the Iron War Machine while also caring for a few young children at home. Particularly, he was troubled by Itachi Uchiha, as he received numerous complaints from teachers regarding Itachi's mischief. At Manhattan Elementary, Zhang Ming was invited by Itachi's teacher for a discussion. In summary, Itachi had nearly fought every adult in the vicinity of the school. Fortunately, Itachi only targeted the adult bullies and did not harm any of the black children at school. Otherwise, expulsion would have been inevitable. Zhang Ming could only commend him for his efforts. In stark contrast to the unruly Itachi, Hinata was much more obedient, albeit with a notably low presence. As a superhero, Zhang Ming, though not as renowned as the Golden Flash, received leniency from the teachers, who refrained from being too harsh on Itachi, merely advising Zhang Ming to spend more time with the children before letting them go. Itachi displayed a clear disinterest in schooling. "Zhang Ming, can I use shadow clones to attend class instead of my actual self?" "Little Itachi, don't even think about it." Zhang Ming and his companions had yet to reveal their shadow clone abilities in this world. This served as a potential alibi for future misdeeds, and he would not allow Itachi to misuse it. Exposing such abilities over trivial matters would be a significant loss. As they were about to leave the school, Zhang Ming noticed a young boy persistently following them. "Who is that kid?" "His name is Peter Parker. He is the top student in class, but often bullied." Itachi replied wearily, clearly fed up with attending classes with younger children. "I'd rather spend this time practicing ninjutsu to enhance my skills." "Peter Parker?" Zhang Ming mused that this incarnation of Peter Parker held little value, even if he wished to invite him to join Hydra. It would be prudent to wait until he entered high school, not due to his Spider-Man identity, but because of his scientific aptitude, such as creating web shooters. Presently, Peter Parker was merely 8 years old, scrawny, and barely over a meter tall. He was covertly following them out of admiration for Zhang Ming, the Golden Flash, and Iron Man, as he harbored a dream of becoming a hero himself. Seeing that Zhang Ming and his companions only glanced at him before ignoring him, Peter swallowed hard and mustered the courage to dash forward, blocking their path. I'm Peter Parker, I. Zhang Ming found the stuttering boy amusing. "Little one, did you stop me for an autograph?" "Yes, no, I meant to say, besides an autograph. I want to be friends with Itachi." Zhang Ming shot a surprised glance at Itachi, thinking to himself that this future Spider-Man seemed rather peculiar. It would have been understandable if he wanted to befriend the adorable Hinata, but why Itachi, the harbinger of doom? Few who befriended Itachi ended well. Think of Shursui Kisame, and all the Uchiha clan members. "Oh, young one, why do you wish to befriend Itachi?" "Because he's so cool." Itachi cleaned up all the bullies near the school. Peter Parker exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. "Have you ever fought someone?" "What?" Peter Parker paused, bewildered by Zhang Ming's sudden inquiry. Zhang Ming chuckled, pointing at a group of boys who had just bullied Peter. "Those guys were just bothering you. Go on, show us." Peter Parker shook his head vigorously. "Uncle Ben says hitting is wrong. If you can't even hit someone, how can you claim to be a superhero? You should focus on your studies." Zhang Ming ruffled his hair and, turning, took Hinata's hand to leave. "Wait." Zhang Ming halted, eyeing the young boy. Peter Parker looked conflicted, suddenly exclaiming, and charged forward. Moments later, a flurry of chaos erupted as Peter Parker was knocked down in under 10 seconds. "Little Itachi. We need individuals like Peter Parker in Hydra." Itachi nodded, rushing in to deliver a punch to each of the bullies, leaving only an 8-year-old girl trembling in fear. "Please, don't hit me." Itachi stared at her impassively, advancing step by step. The girl was terrified by his gaze, sitting down in fright and edging backward until she hit the wall. Itachi approached, grabbing the girl's foot with one hand and forming a fist with the other, poised to strike. Thud. "Little Itachi, do not go too far," Zhang Ming interjected, giving him a light smack on the head. He thought to himself, truly, this was the future of the Uchiha clan, showing no mercy to anyone, not even the innocent little girl. What a lack of compassion. Chapter 20. The Meow Meow Hammer. Itachi felt a twinge of grievance as he rubbed the back of his head, unable to comprehend why he was the one to suffer when it was Zhang Ming who had prompted him to take action. In his eyes, Since they were all merely children, there should be no distinction between genders. If there was a lesson to be imparted, it ought to be shared equally among all. Zhang Ming helped the little girl to her feet, offering a gentle smile. I apologize, little one. I shall ensure he receives a proper reprimand when we return. The little girl blinked her eyes, gazing at her savior who had rescued her from the clutches of the great villain. Her cheeks flushed. Are you my Prince Charming? Zhang Ming was at a loss for words. He lacked the patience of Minato to comfort a child, and simply told her to return to her mother. Wah wah wah. The little girl was heartbroken, never expecting her Prince Charming to dismiss her so rudely. It was only then that Zhang Ming turned his attention to Peter Parker. Your name is Peter Parker, correct? Very well, you've passed the test. Henceforth, you shall be a member of my organization. Initially dejected, Peter Parker's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by an exuberant leap. Really? That's fantastic. By the way, what is the name of our organization? Zhang Ming certainly wouldn't divulge the name of Hydra to a mere child. After all, the future Spider-Man was destined to be part of Hydra, an immutable truth. I shall reveal the organization's name to you once you enter high school. However, I can tell you that we dare to apprehend those whom the police fear to touch, and we investigate those they dare not scrutinize, be they ordinary citizens or government officials. This is the will of the serpent. With a flourish of words, he left Peter Parker in a daze, vowing to shine brightly for the organization when he grew up. Observing the fervent expression on the young Spider-Man's face, Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction, sensing that the future held a potential Hydra figure in him. Upon returning to the villa, he encountered Wanda and Pietro, whose eyes flickered with evasion, prompting him to furrow his brows. What is going on with you two? Pietro pointed at Wanda. She hit someone at school. This isn't my fault. Those pests were just too annoying. Wanda quickly retorted. Zhang Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. Despite being only 13, Wanda had blossomed into a striking young lady, and it was natural for her to attract the attention of male classmates. You didn't use chaotic magic, did you? Wanda shook her head. No, I merely used a chair to smash the other person's head. Zhang Ming was unconcerned, as long as they didn't bother him. It was all right. After all, he was merely a recent high school graduate, not much older than Wanda. Wanda exchanged a glance with Pietro, who nodded and continued. Zhang Ming, the teacher wants to see our parents. You can ask Minato for that. No, it must be you, Wanda said, tugging at Zhang Ming's shirt in a display of helplessness. She and Pietro were saved by Zhang Ming, and they felt an instinctual reliance on him. Being unfamiliar with Minato's busy schedule, Zhang Ming's mouth twitched. He was just a high school student himself, and had only recently met with an elementary school teacher. Now he was being summoned by a middle school teacher. What was happening? Days passed, and Zhang Ming found himself extraordinarily busy. He had to meet with teachers because of Itachi's fights, Wanda's altercations, Pietro's early romantic endeavors, and even Hinata's excessive eating. He also had to carve out time to execute missions assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D. while overseeing Ivan's progress on the armor research. To add to his woes, Tony's armor had gone missing, and without any evidence, he was being suspected. How unreasonable. Besides Minato, no one else seemed to offer any relief. He fervently hoped that the next character summoned by the system would not be another child. Meanwhile, in a small town in Mexico, a hammer descended from the heavens. The following day, the townsfolk discovered the hammer's peculiar nature. It could not be lifted, no matter the effort. Even old Mr. Lee could not resist the urge to join in, attempting to use his pickup truck to haul it away, only to lose his truck in the process. Such miraculous occurrences naturally drew the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the agent dispatched for the task was none other than the ever-pleasant Coulson. Coulson exhausted every method to move the hammer, but ultimately thought of Zhang Ming's Flying Thunder God technique and contacted him at once. Do you have a Flying Thunder God kunai? Coulson glanced at the kunai in his hand, which Zhang Ming had given him a while back. Yes, I do. In a flash, Zhang Ming appeared before him. No matter how many times it happens, it never ceases to amaze me. Coulson, you ought to have warned me that it was raining here. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming snatched the umbrella from Coulson's hand and approached the enchanted hammer, seizing its handle. The hammer remained immovable, clearly indicating his unworthiness to wield Mjolnir. Then let us try the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Zhang Ming, along with the hammer, vanished, reappearing in front of Coulson. The hammer nearly landed on Coulson's foot. Mr. Zhang, I haven't offended you, have I? Coulson was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that if the hammer had struck his foot, amputation would have been inevitable. In such heavy rain, you didn't remind me to bring an umbrella. And you dare claim you haven't offended me? Coulson's lips twitched. He had seen stingy individuals before, but never one as petty as this. It seemed he would have to tread carefully in his dealings with Zhang Ming to avoid inadvertently inciting his wrath. After a series of experiments, Zhang Ming discovered that the hammer seemed weightless. For instance, he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer it to a table, yet it could not break through the surface. However, moving the table was out of the question. Brute force would shatter the table, causing the hammer to fall. Coulson, puzzled, inquired, Mr. Zhang, do you recognize this hammer? It's Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. Zhang Ming replied candidly, not pretending ignorance. After all, Both he and the summoned characters were conjured from thin air. If anyone questioned him, he could simply refuse to answer, as they had no means to compel him. "You must be joking," Coulson said, clearly skeptical. As an esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and a materialist, it was hard for him to believe in the existence of a thunder god. He might accept the existence of aliens, but not a deity. You could interpret it as an extraterrestrial being wielding lightning. Coulson nodded, finding that explanation somewhat more palatable. Just then, a muscular blond man burst in, having taken down several security personnel. "Stop. What do you intend to do with my hammer?" Chapter 21. The Weak God in the Distance. The vigilant Barton observed Thor charging forward and inquired of Coulson, "Should we intervene?" "No need." With Zhang Ming present, Coulson felt a sense of security. Zhang Ming cast a glance at the God of Thunder, a smirk forming on his lips. "What evidence do you have to prove that this hammer belongs to you?" "Simply the fact that I am the God of Thunder, and thus the rightful owner of this hammer." "Oh, I had not heard that the God of Thunder could be rendered unconscious by electricity." Thor found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had been incapacitated by electricity, but that was merely a consequence of Odin sealing away his divine powers. Coulson was taken aback that Zhang Ming was aware of this giant's predicament. Yet he understood that Zhang Ming would not trivialize the matter concerning an ordinary individual. "Mr. Zhang Ming, do you know him?" "This is Thor, the God of Thunder, and he is indeed the rightful owner of this hammer." Coulson was momentarily stunned. He had just mentioned the God of Thunder to Zhang Ming, and now the very being had appeared before them. Realizing that Thor was indeed a divine entity, Coulson deemed it prudent to show respect to avoid igniting a dispute between two worlds, promptly gesturing for Thor to proceed. "Since this esteemed God of Thunder is the rightful owner of the hammer, please, go ahead." With an air of confidence, Thor approached Mjolnir, eager to reclaim his former glory as the formidable God of Thunder. He grasped the hammer's handle and pulled with all his might, yet Mjolnir remained utterly still. Thor was baffled. What was happening? Why was there no movement? Changing his stance, he employed both hands to lift the hammer, but it still would not budge. Thor felt a sense of despair. Was he destined to live as an ordinary man in Midgard forever? Zhang Ming stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder and then resting his own on Mjolnir, utilizing his flying thunder god technique to transfer the hammer onto a nearby vehicle. The vehicle remained unharmed, as if the hammer bore no weight at all. "Coulson, could you see if you can start the vehicle?" Coulson nodded, albeit with trepidation. He dared not attempt it himself, fearing the hammer's malevolence might lead to his demise. Instead, he instructed a subordinate to start the vehicle. Thor stood in astonishment as he witnessed Mjolnir being transported through space and time by Zhang Ming, a feat he and the hammer could not accomplish together. In that moment, he fancied he heard Mjolnir advising him to sever their connection, fearing Zhang Ming might misunderstand. "No, Mjolnir." Thor knelt in sorrow, shouting to the heavens, rain cascading down his face in a pitiful display. Boom. Coulson turned to see Mjolnir smash the vehicle to pieces, the driver scrambling out in disarray. Indeed, aside from the flying thunder god technique, there was no means to move this hammer. "Mr. Zhang Ming, could you please relocate the hammer to S.H.I.E.L.D.? "Certainly." Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. With Zhang Ming's presence, Coulson recognized the possibility that this towering figure was indeed the God of Thunder. Thus he refrained from making things difficult for him. Instead of shackling him and sending him to prison, he courteously invited Thor to rest at S.H.I.E.L.D. Within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson sought to gather information about Thor. "Mr. Zhang Ming, you assert that he is Thor, the God of Thunder. However, he appears somewhat dim-witted. That is to be expected, as he is merely a child of just over 1,000 years. Coulson was perplexed. How could one be considered a child at over 1,000 years of age? Shaking his head, he opted to inquire about another matter. If Earth were to engage in conflict with his realm, who would prevail? There is no comparison. Thor's world is called Asgard, and in truth, Asgard has long protected Earth. Had it not been for Thor's father, Odin, Earth would have been obliterated long ago. Zhang Ming proceeded to elucidate the circumstances surrounding Asgard, Earth, and the 9 realms to Coulson. Coulson was skeptical. After all, Zhang Ming was merely an 18-year-old earthling. How could he possess such knowledge? Yet, he did not dismiss it entirely. Upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson discreetly questioned Thor. He discovered that Thor's accounts aligned perfectly with Zhang Ming's, and were even more detailed, providing Coulson with nearly all the intelligence concerning Asgard. If this situation was not the result of prior collusion, it was highly likely that the claims were genuine. With this realization, Coulson could no longer contain himself and hurried to report to Nick Fury. Motherf. While in the Arctic, Nick Fury was suddenly overwhelmed with pressure. One God of Thunder was already formidable enough, but now there was also the King of Gods, Odin, the Queen Frigga, and the trickster god Loki. He wondered if Captain Marvel could possibly defeat the god King Odin, who had conquered the 9 realms. This urgency compelled Nick Fury to urgently seek the Cosmic Cube to develop powerful weaponry. Earth must possess the means to defend itself. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ming, Far away in the Arctic, Nick Fury's concerns were mounting. After all, this was merely a cinematic universe where Odin, Zeus, Thanos, and Hela had all been reduced to absurdity. Odin had perished, the Ancient One had taken her own life, and Zeus had been swiftly vanquished by Thor. It was all quite ludicrous. At that moment, Zhang Ming took great interest in watching Loki deceive Thor. What do you mean father died because you angered him? He begged for mercy, but father refused, regardless. Thor believed every word Loki uttered. To be candid, Loki's invisibility was rather mediocre, barely capable of deceiving even the most discerning eyes. I have come to bid farewell, brother. I am truly sorry. No, it is I who should apologize. Thank you for coming here. Loki nodded, casting a glance at Zhang Ming as he turned to leave. But he paid no mind to Zhang Ming, viewing him merely as a mortal incapable of reaching divine heights. He was merely curious about the stranger's ability to transfer Mjolnir. At that moment, Zhang Ming maintained an unwavering gaze locked with Loki's, who remained oblivious to the fact that Zhang Ming could see him. Mr. Zhang Ming, what is wrong with your eyes? Coulson approached. Noticing that Zhang Ming's eyes had taken on a cataract-like appearance, with veins bulging around them, and he wore a puzzled expression. Hadn't the intel indicated that the stranger possessed red, single-tomo Sharingan eyes? How had they transformed into cataracts? I am watching the invisible man. What invisible man? Zhang Ming did not respond. Instead, he conjured a Rasengan in his right hand, and without hesitation hurled it at Loki. Loki was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, the Rasengan struck his abdomen, sending him spiraling backward until he collided with a wall, revealing his form. Cough, cough. Loki, dazed, clutched his abdomen, coughing incessantly. Coulson, regaining his composure, quickly drew his weapon and aimed it at Loki. Who are you? Raise your hands. Loki disregarded Coulson, staring incredulously at Zhang Ming. You can see me? Zhang Ming smirked. At the moment he unleashed that Rasengan, he had already marked Loki with the Flying Thunder God technique. He produced several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique and launched them at Loki, vanishing from his position to reappear around Loki, darting between locations. Rasengan. Super Rotation Dance. Style 3. Boom, boom, boom. Loki was relentlessly battered by the Rasengan, ultimately collapsing to the ground, covered in dirt. Gazing up at the ceiling in disbelief, Zhang Ming looked down at him from above, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. What a weak god. Loki. Chapter 22. The arrival of the destroyer at last. Thor had come to his senses. Seeing Loki in such a dire state filled him with anguish. You scoundrel. What are you planning to do to Loki? Zhang Ming, noticing Thor charging towards him, felt no need for pleasantries and retaliated with a fierce assault. Before long, the two brothers lay sprawled on the floor, their faces covered in dust, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. Agent Coulson blinked in disbelief, realizing that these so-called gods were not as formidable as he had imagined. Thor, stripped of his divine powers, was one thing, but the notorious trickster Loki barely managed to withstand a single round against Zhang Ming. It seemed that his earlier concerns had been unwarranted. Zhang Ming, you are extraordinarily powerful. Loki couldn't even endure a single exchange with you. I suppose that the so-called All-Father Odin is not much more impressive. Zhang Ming shot Coulson a disapproving glance, retorting, you're mistaken. The only thing I could do in Odin's presence would be to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to flee. Coulson seemed skeptical. Isn't Loki Odin's son? Surely the disparity between them cannot be so vast? Zhang Ming replied, Loki is merely an adopted son. Impossible. Loki resembles the All-Father more than anyone. He is calm and wise like him. He cannot be adopted. Before Coulson could finish, Thor interjected vehemently, could it be that I am the adopted one? Did Father seal my powers and exile me to prevent me from overshadowing Loki's claim to the throne? Zhang Ming sighed, thinking that if Odin were not currently in a coma, he would likely be infuriated by Thor's words. Coulson pondered more deeply. If Odin were indeed as mighty as everyone claimed, how should the S.H.I.E.L.D. handle these two brothers? Despite Loki being merely an adopted son, they had lived together for so long that surely there were bonds of affection. If they were to release the brothers, would Zhang Ming's earlier actions provoke retaliation? Conversely, if they did not release them, what would happen if Odin himself came to demand their return? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Coulson regarded Zhang Ming with a look of resentment. Mr. Zhang, how do you think we should handle these brothers? Zhang Ming replied, that is a matter for your S.H.I.E.L.D. I am merely a member of the Avengers, not affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet you just intervened and taught them a lesson. That was my business, not yours. Zhang Ming had no belief that Odin would trouble him over such a trivial matter. It was merely a lesson, after all. These brothers had endured beatings from the Hulk before, and they had survived, hadn't they? Coulson understood the rationale, but lamented. Even if you can escape Odin, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot. He then glanced at the two brothers, noticing Loki's gaze, which seemed to burn with resentment towards him. He thought, if you wish to glare at someone, direct it at Zhang Ming. He is the one who struck you. Not me. Zhang Ming, displaying an air of irresponsibility, departed. After consulting with Nick Fury, Coulson ultimately decided to release the two brothers. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thor's four brothers, after much deliberation, sought out the guardian of the Bifrost, Heimdall. Although Heimdall initially refused, he ultimately provided them with the divine sword, enabling them to open the Bifrost and journey to Earth to reunite with Thor. Through a brief conversation, Thor learned that he had been deceived by Loki. His father was not dead, but merely in a state of unconsciousness. On the other side, Zhang Ming led Hydra agents to Jane Foster's home, only to find it empty. There was no need for courtesy. Get to work. Yes, Mr. Zhang. As Zhang Ming and his team were busy transporting equipment and research data, Jane Foster, Dr. Selvig, and Darcy arrived just in time. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Ming glanced at the three. Among them, only the elderly doctor held any value. As Jane had not yet transformed into Thor, Crossbones revealed their identities, stating, "We are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and we require your experimental apparatus and atmospheric observation data." No, you cannot do this. This is the culmination of our life's work. Jane protested, attempting to intervene, only to be blocked by Zhang Ming. I know you. You and the Golden Flash are not superheroes. Why are you doing this? This is an order from our director, Nick Fury. I have no choice, so I must apologize. Zhang Ming openly implicated Fury while subtly hinting that once her boyfriend regained his powers, she could confront Fury herself. Watching her life's work being stripped away, Jane felt a surge of anger, silently vowing to make Nick Fury understand the true meaning of cruelty. Only Dr. Selvig found the situation strange. He was aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation. Normally, if these individuals were indeed agents, they would disguise themselves as FBI agents, let alone divulge their director's name. However, Zhang Ming, having vanquished the abomination and saved Manhattan, was unlikely to deceive these lesser figures. After ensuring everything was loaded, Zhang Ming requested Selvig's contact information, recognizing the latter's talent in developing the Tesseract, which Hydra desperately needed. The following day, upon returning to Asgard, Loki eagerly dispatched the destroyer to Earth. This time, he sought not only to eliminate his foolish brother, but also to exact revenge on the human who had humiliated him. After being beaten, that insolent mortal dared to mock him as a weak god? Was the god of mischief, Loki, to have his honor trampled upon? Coulson, observing the destroyer's appearance, noted its resemblance to Iron Man and initially mistook it for Tony Stark. Just as he intended to greet it, he was met with a blast of energy. Boom. Chaos ensued as the destroyer rampaged, wreaking havoc on nearby homes, vehicles, and gas stations. The four Asgardian warriors rushed to intervene, and Coulson seized the opportunity to call Zhang Ming for assistance. Zhang Ming, a robotic suit of armor is causing destruction everywhere. I need your help. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming quickly deduced that Loki had unleashed the destroyer. He recalled from the original tale that Thor had been killed by the destroyer and subsequently revived, awakening his divine powers to defeat it. It was sent by Loki. Have Thor confront the destroyer. Coulson, puzzled, retorted, but you said Thor's powers were sealed by Odin. Isn't that tantamount to sending him to his death? Indeed. That is precisely the intent. Wait, why should I be the one to face death? Before Coulson could respond, Thor expressed his displeasure. Zhang Ming, taken aback, wondered how Thor had ended up beside Coulson. Nevertheless, he smiled and reassured him, do not worry, Thor, you will not perish. Once the destroyer strikes you down, you will be reborn and awaken your divine powers. I trust you, but Thor, though somewhat naive, understood the finality of death, even for a god. Chapter 23, the flying thunder goddess guiding lightning in silence. Zhang Ming sensed that something was amiss. In the original narrative, Thor was supposed to voluntarily sacrifice himself to allow Loki to slay him, evoking Odin's compassion to resurrect him as the thunder god, who would then vanquish the destroyer. Yet here he was, actively encouraging Thor to meet his demise, and yet Thor did not heed the call. Thor responded, asserting that the dire moment had not yet arrived, as the four dragons of the Celestial Palace could still hold their ground for a while longer. If the time came when they could no longer withstand the onslaught, he might indeed sacrifice himself to protect the four dragons and Jane Foster. Mr. Zhang Ming, hurry and provide assistance. We are on the brink of collapse, came the urgent voice of Coulson from afar. With a sigh, Zhang Ming activated the Flying Thunder God technique, making a dazzling entrance. Fearing for his life, he immediately scattered a multitude of Flying Thunder God Kanai around him as a precaution. Loki, controlling the destroyer, hesitated for a moment, fixating his gaze on Zhang Ming through the destroyer's perspective. He had not forgotten that this malevolent figure had previously bested him and mocked him as a weak god. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with animosity. With no further words, Loki issued a command to the destroyer to eliminate Zhang Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The destroyer advanced, unleashing a barrage of heat rays towards Zhang Ming. Unfazed, Zhang Ming effortlessly evaded the attacks with the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Coulson was in a frenzy, exclaiming, for heaven's sake, don't dodge towards him. Zhang Ming paid little heed to the plight of others. Seizing an opportunity, he vanished and reappeared behind the destroyer, thrusting a kunai towards its rear. Clang. The kunai shattered upon impact, It was evident that Odin had not designed the destroyer with such vulnerabilities in mind. Zhang Ming felt somewhat foolish. This was no different from using a kunai to stab a Susanoo. The destroyer turned its head sharply, preparing to retaliate against Zhang Ming. In a swift motion, Zhang Ming slapped the destroyer's rear to leave a flying thunder god mark before promptly teleporting away. In an instant, he stood before Coulson, who was taken aback. Mr. Zhang Ming, what are you doing? When the destroyer attacks you, you can easily evade. But what about me? Zhang Ming returned a reassuring glance. Fear not, Coulson. I shall be just fine. Coulson thought, of course, he knew Zhang Ming would be safe. But what about his own safety? Realizing Zhang Ming's pettiness, he was astonished that his life was in jeopardy simply because Zhang Ming forgot to remind him to bring an umbrella. As expected, the destroyer aimed its head towards them. Gathering energy for an attack, Coulson quickly embraced Zhang Ming, determined to drag him down together if they were to perish. Zhang Ming, unaccustomed to being embraced by a man, especially a balding middle-aged one, decisively kicked Coulson away. Just then, a heat ray shot towards them. Coulson assumed Zhang Ming would evade, and he would be left to his fate. Thinking of this, Coulson shouted at Zhang Ming's retreating figure, Zhang Ming, I hate you. Zhang Ming paused, then erupted in fury, realizing that Coulson had indeed sealed his own doom. However, he had no time to concern himself with Coulson. Instead, he brandished a flying thunder god kunai and hurled it towards the incoming heat ray. Flying thunder god's guiding lightning. This technique was developed by Minato, combining his wife's sealing arts to redirect attacks to a designated location. Given the destroyer's resilience, Minato's ninjutsu would only cause a mere tickle. Thus, Zhang Ming redirected the destroyer's heat ray attack back to its own rear. At the moment of collision between the kunai and the heat ray, both vanished. In the next instant, the attack manifested at the destroyer's backside. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the destroyer was struck by its own heat ray, sending its legs flying away. Zhang Ming then turned his attention back to Coulson. Coulson, I thought we were good friends. I was shocked to hear you say you hated me. Coulson, realizing the discontent on Zhang Ming's face, quickly clarified. Haha, I was just joking. I thought I was about to die. You thought you were going to die. So you expressed your true feelings? Zhang Ming retorted. Impossible. I merely sought to lighten the mood. It was too grim. Coulson, having narrowly escaped death, quickly donned a smile. Zhang Ming chuckled, patting Coulson on the shoulder. Ah. So you were trying to lighten the atmosphere. Then there is no issue. After all, I'm not that petty. Of course not. Mr. Zhang Ming could never be petty. Zhang Ming nodded and continued. By the way, Coulson, I know there is a reservoir at the back of this town. Shall we go fishing together tomorrow? Delighted. Coulson breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had passed this trial. Zhang Ming had even invited him to fish, providing an opportunity to strengthen their bond. Crack, crack. Though the destroyer had lost its legs, it still possessed its arms. Zhang Ming gazed at the scene, feeling a sense of DJVU, Terminator? Half-dead undead? The lone survivor? Coulson shot a glance at Zhang Ming, contemplating that if the intact destroyer was no match for him, surely this half-destroyed version would be even easier to defeat. Zhang Ming, however, pondered deeper implications. With Loki now the god king of Asgard, he intended to employ the Bifrost to obliterate Jotunheim. Given his own grievances with Loki, who could say whether Loki would strike Earth after annihilating Jotunheim? In the original narrative, Thor had been there to intervene, but now Thor had yet to regain his powers. Considering this, Zhang Ming touched Coulson's shoulder and utilized the flying thunder god technique to teleport behind Thor. Thor? Before he could process the situation, a heat ray from the destroyer struck him, sending Thor flying. In his final moments, Thor could not comprehend why Zhang Ming would wish him harm. Bastard. I'll fight you. Jane Foster, seeing her boyfriend injured by Zhang Ming, rushed forward, ready to confront him. Smack. Zhang Ming was unyielding. He swiftly slapped her away. Don't be a nuisance. Your Thor isn't dead yet. Jane Foster covered her face, wanting to retort, but suddenly sensed Thor's stirring. Meanwhile, Odin, in Asgard, silently noted Zhang Ming's audacity. Were it not for his apprehension of that female warrior, he would have rushed to Earth to obliterate Zhang Ming at once. But now was not the time for such considerations. He immediately set about lifting the seal on his son. Chapter 24. Delivering beef noodles to Kingpin. As the seal on Thor was lifted, Mjolnir stirred restlessly, seemingly sensing its master's summons, and flew directly towards Thor. Suddenly, Thor opened his eyes, reaching out to catch the soaring Mjolnir. Subsequently, armor began to envelop him, as the god of thunder declared his rebirth through fire. Zhang Ming smirked, realizing his suspicions were confirmed. Odin's so-called trials were utterly meaningless. Thor had not undergone any test nor demonstrated a shred of sacrificial spirit. After his demise, Odin still obediently granted his son extraordinary powers. What ensued was Thor's fierce battle against the destroyer. Yet Zhang Ming soon sensed something amiss. Thor was glaring at him with palpable resentment. Zhang Ming frowned. What are you staring at? Go fight the destroyer, not me. Thor tossed Mjolnir in his hand, crackling with sparks and lightning, declaring, You were the reason for my death. Are you foolish? I told you long ago that you would be reborn as the god of thunder upon your death. If you didn't die, I would assist you in doing so. Nearby, Coulson nodded in agreement. Mr. Thor, Mr. Zhang indeed mentioned this over the phone. It seems there is some truth to that. My apologies. I seem to have misunderstood you. Thor scratched his head awkwardly, pondering how Zhang Ming knew he would transform into the god of thunder after death. Thor, don't apologize to him. He just attacked me. Jane Foster stepped forward to complain. What? Such a thing happened? Thor glared fiercely at Zhang Ming once more. Both Zhang Ming and Coulson shot a disapproving glance at the woman, thinking, why couldn't she wait until Thor had vanquished the destroyer to file her complaint? Jane Foster seemed to recall something and continued her grievance. By the way, Thor, they also stole my research results. Naturally, Thor sided with his girlfriend and immediately demanded Zhang Ming return her research or face the consequences. That was Director Fury's order. You can ask him for it. Zhang Ming retorted before activating his Thunder God technique and vanishing, leaving Coulson in a state of confusion. He had indeed considered such a move, but Zhang Ming had already beaten him to it. Moreover, he was certain this could not have been Director Fury's command, as Fury was in the Arctic, having entrusted all matters here to him. With the mastermind Zhang Ming gone, Thor could only vent his frustration on the battered destroyer. In just one exchange, the destroyer was shattered by Thor's mighty blow. After bidding farewell to his girlfriend, Thor instructed Heimdall to return him and the 4 warriors of Asgard to their realm. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Laufey, king of the frost giants, was led by his son to Odin. As he conjured a weapon, poised to slay Odin, Loki interjected with heartfelt words. Laufey looked incredulously at his elder son. Why, Loki, I am. But Loki did not wait for him to finish, withdrawing the eternal spear lodged in Laufey's body. Laufey attempted to utter something, but his fading life force prevented him from doing so, leaving him to glare in disbelief at Loki, his own flesh and blood. What a betrayal. While Lu Bu's halberd merely pricked his adoptive father, Loki had stabbed his biological father with the eternal spear. One must admit, Loki's actions would be quite explosive even in the most dramatic of television series. Loki, you truly are a good son, Queen Frigga exclaimed, rushing to embrace Loki for saving Odin. Just then, Thor returned and publicly exposed Loki's treachery. What followed was a family squabble, in his quest for his father's approval. Loki not only killed Laufey, but also sought to destroy his homeland, Jotunheim. Thor, believing every life deserved reverence, aimed to stop Loki, while Loki accused Thor of being holier than thou. The brothers clashed fiercely due to their conflicting ideologies. Queen Frigga wished to intervene, but with both her palms and backs being flesh, she could do nothing but plead for them to cease fighting. After a tumultuous bout, the Rainbow Bridge spiraled out of control. Thor realized that if the bridge was not destroyed, Jotunheim would face annihilation, yet destroying it would mean he could never see his girlfriend again. Forgive me, Jane. Thor lamented before resolutely raising Mjolnir, only for Loki to rush in to stop him. The collision between Mjolnir and the Eternal Spear triggered an explosion, sending the brothers tumbling from the Rainbow Bridge. Fortunately, Odin arrived just in time to catch them. Odin, see? I sought your approval by not only killing my father, but also planning to annihilate Jotunheim, Loki exclaimed. Yet Odin simply shook his head, heartbroken. Loki realized that despite all he had done, he still could not earn Odin's recognition, and willingly let go, plummeting into the abyss of the universe. Loki. Witnessing his beloved brother's fall, Thor was consumed by sorrow, weeping like a child. With Loki's descent into the abyss, the narrative of Thor concluded. The next day, Nick Fury returned from the Arctic and sought out the doctor, inviting him to research the Tesseract together. Later, Zhang Ming called Coulson. Are you free to go fishing? Apologies, Mr. Zhang, but I have matters at S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson replied, for his idol, Captain America, had just been brought back by the Black Egg, and he had to be by Cap's side. Such a pity. Zhang Ming sighed before hanging up, pulling out a notebook in which he inscribed Coulson's name. The first name was Kingpin, who had caused him to lose $20 after winning in his casino. The second was Alexander Pierce, who betrayed the Serpent's will. And the third was Coulson, who had stood him up for fishing. After such a lengthy delay, it seemed time to settle matters with the first offender. Kingpin, it appeared you could not be spared. In Hell's Kitchen, within the office of a casino, a muscular bald man sat in the center. Beneath his white suit lay an impressive strength. He was Kingpin, the final boss from the arcade game The Punisher. At that moment, Kingpin was furiously berating 2 of his subordinates. Haven't you found him yet? That damned Iron Man mask-wearing fool? Apologies, boss. Please grant us a little more time. His subordinates bowed their heads, not daring to breathe. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door. Come in. Zhang Ming swaggered in, holding a bowl of noodles. Boss, I've prepared a bowl of beef noodles for you. Chapter 25. The Dawn Expo. Jean Bing furrowed his brow as he observed the Asian youth entering the room, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. I do not consume beef noodles, he declared. Zhang Ming remained silent for a moment, taken aback by Jean Bing's audacity. As the heir to Hydra, a being of formidable power, and one with an extraordinary advantage, he found it audacious that anyone would dare refuse something as simple as beef noodles. What gives you the right, Jean Bing? Is it merely your physique and your status as a crime lord? Wait, you are Zhang Ming, correct? I wonder what business you have with me. Jean Bing, initially contemplating a violent response, recognized Zhang Ming's identity. Although formidable, he did not consider himself superior to the embodiment of hatred. In an instant, Zhang Ming produced a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Appearing before Jin Bing without a word, launching a Rasengan at him. Boom. Jin Bing was sent flying, colliding violently with the wall. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Ming was somewhat surprised. Though the untransformed Watergate had been teased as a mere practitioner of scraping techniques, such mockery was generally harmless. He had not anticipated that Jin Bing, a normal human, would withstand the Rasengan, albeit with only minor injuries. With a swift motion, Zhang Ming approached Jin Bing, placing his palm on the latter's bald head, leaving a mark of the Flying Thunder God while holding a bowl of beef noodles, their eyes locking in a fierce gaze. Jin Bing, you have cost me a total of 980,020. How can you even dare to question my purpose in seeking you? Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Zhang Ming, surely there is some misunderstanding. I have not had the pleasure of meeting you. How could I possibly cause you such a loss? It's 980,020. Zhang Ming corrected him again. Jin Bing was at a loss for words, pondering whether the $20 truly warranted such scrutiny. Zhang Ming, indifferent to such trivialities, recounted the events in detail. I exchanged $20 for chips at your casino and won a staggering 980,000. Not only did you refuse to exchange my chips, but I also lost my initial $20. Bang. As he reached the peak of his frustration, Zhang Ming pressed Jin Bing's head down, delivering a knee strike to his forehead. Are you not simply bullying me, honest? Jin Bing, dazed from the blow, began to grasp the situation. This wicked young man was the culprit who had destroyed his casino and slain over 20 of his subordinates. Before he could uncover Zhang Ming's identity, the latter had already come knocking on his door. I will compensate you. The return is 9 out of 13, so you shall receive 10 million. Very well, 10 million it is. Jin Bing gritted his teeth, reluctantly writing a check for Zhang Ming. Only then did Zhang Ming nod in satisfaction, pocketing the check while scrutinizing the muscle-bound figure across from him, contemplating whether to silence him permanently. While Jin Bing had reached the pinnacle of normality, he was, at best, comparable to a mid-level ninja. However, his influence in New York's underworld was substantial. Hydra could benefit from such power, provided he knew how to play his cards right. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ming pushed the bowl of beef noodles toward Jin Bing once more. Would you care for some beef noodles? Delighted. Jin Bing dared not refuse, eagerly digging in. Though he struggled with chopsticks, he managed to finish the bowl in mere moments. Zhang Ming flashed to Jin Bing's side again, placing his hand on the latter's bald head with a grin. You truly are eating. Jin Bing's sweat poured down as he pondered whether to eat or abstain after being struck for his initial refusal. Of course, Zhang Ming merely sought to intimidate him, making it clear that should he wish to end Jin Bing's life, it would be but a fleeting moment. Just kidding, Jin Bing. You are quite astute. As the saying goes, those who know how to adapt are the true talents. I dare not deny my consumption of beef noodles. So what gives you the audacity to refuse? Indeed, indeed. Jin Bing feigned a smile, internally cursing his predicament. What did his dietary choices have to do with Zhang Ming? The two subordinates in the room remained silent, pretending not to witness the exchange to avoid potential repercussions. You two may leave, Zhang Ming gestured, and the subordinates cast a glance at Jin Bing. Upon receiving a nod, they exited the room. Now, only Zhang Ming and Jin Bing remained. With no further pleasantries, Zhang Ming directly revealed his identity as the heir of Hydra and extended an invitation for Jin Bing to join the organization. But Hydra was vanquished by Captain America during World War II, was it not? Cut off one head, 2 more shall grow. No one can eradicate my Hydra. Zhang Ming shot Jin Bing a dissatisfied glare, pondering whether the man intended to betray the will of the serpent. With that thought, he drew another kunai, his gaze dangerously fixed on Jin Bing, exuding an air that suggested he would not hesitate to eliminate him should the need arise. Given that Zhang Ming had already disclosed his identity and Hydra was a global adversary, what choice did Jin Bing have but to comply? Should he dare refuse, he would undoubtedly face death. Satisfied, Zhang Ming departed, unconcerned about Jin Bing escaping his grasp. In the Marvel Universe, no one could erase the mark he had inscribed. In the following period, Ivan Vanko finally completed the development of his robotic army. Zhang Ming established a company named Dawn Industries and invited S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military to participate in the Dawn Expo he was hosting. Utilizing Watergate's influence in Hollywood, he extended invitations to a multitude of celebrities for this unprecedented gala. He also invited Tony Stark, but unfortunately, Tony's social skills were lacking. During their phone call, he berated Zhang Ming as a thief for allegedly stealing 3 Mark IIs from him. Tony, refrain from making baseless accusations. Only you and that golden flash could have taken my Mark IIs without me noticing. You two are in cahoots, and you rescued Ivan Vanko, whom you must hand over. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Ming dismissed Tony's rant, having graciously invited him to the Dawn Expo, only to have him demand the return of Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko was not only his golden goose, but also the inheritor of the Serpent's will. There was no way he would relinquish him. As night fell, New York sparkled with lights, and the Dawn Expo commenced in a luxurious venue in Manhattan. The parking lot was filled with an array of extravagant vehicles as luminaries, journalists, and stars flocked to the event. Although Tony did not attend, Pepper Potts represented Stark Industries, accompanied by Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Zhang Ming aimed to usurp Stark's previous position through this expo, especially since Stark was currently engrossed in renewable energy ventures. Chapter 26. Dawn Expo 2. At this exposition, both Little Itachi and Little Hinata made their appearance. Their interests were singularly focused on food. Little Hinata consumed whatever was available, while Little Itachi only had eyes for desserts. Little Hinata frowned slightly and remarked, "Itachi-kun, Zhang Ming has advised you against indulging in too many sweets, or you may face the dire consequences of diabetes in your 20s. In a playful display of affection, Uchiha Itachi flicked her forehead and chuckled. "That is merely Zhang Ming's ruse. I am a scion of the Uchiha clan. Even if I were to perish, it would not be from diabetes. You must cease your consumption of sweets. Let us partake in something savory." Little Hinata shook her head earnestly and added a spoonful of salt to his dessert. Itachi fell silent, gazing at the salted cake in his hands. Then at Little Hinata's hopeful expression, and ultimately resolved to take a bite. Pietro followed them with an expression of disillusionment. Bound by Zhang Ming's directive to keep an eye on these two young ones, the objective was to prevent them from engaging in any mischief at the Dawn Expo. He found it perplexing that despite their newfound wealth, they still chose to rob others. He mused that he would be better off pursuing romantic interests instead. Wanda, clad in a resplendent red evening gown, trailed behind Zhang Ming, which left him somewhat displeased. "Wanda, did I not instruct you to keep an eye on Little Itachi and Little Hinata? Why are you following me?" "Brother Zhang Ming, I am merely enhancing your image. As the star of this expo, how could you possibly be without a companion?" Wanda smiled sweetly. She had heard from her female classmates that men tend to stray once they acquire wealth, and she was determined to safeguard Zhang Ming from any predatory advances. Just moments ago, she had utilized chaos magic to send away two girls attempting to flirt with Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming glanced down at her. The 13-year-old Wanda held no allure for him. He thought to himself that he would rather seek a partner among Natasha or a supermodel than entertain the notion of such a young girl. Yet, considering her potential to evolve into one of the most formidable beings in the Marvel Universe, even capable of vanquishing the Illuminati, he chose to tolerate her presence. As the expo was on the verge of commencing, Zhang Ming placed a call to Ivan. "Ivan, go provoke Tony and have him don the Mark 6 to enliven my expo." "Understood, boss." Zhang Ming's plan was straightforward. He intended to don the Whiplock armor and best Tony's Mark 6 in front of potential clients, thereby maximizing his profits. In the backstage area, Ivan quickly contacted Tony. "Tony, how are you?" "Oh, who are you?" Tony, unfamiliar with Ivan, failed to recognize the voice. "Ivan Vanko." Tony paused, and upon hearing the name, instructed Jarvis to trace the call. "Oh, you're that fool who attacked me last time. After being rescued, you didn't hide properly and now dare to contact me?" Tony sought to buy time while tracking Ivan's location. Ivan, however, engaged him in casual conversation with the sole aim of enticing Tony to the Dawn Expo. He revealed that it was not Zhang Ming exploiting him, but rather he who was taking advantage of Zhang Ming. "Tony, I will command the armor to eliminate everyone at the expo. I intend to repay your father for what he did to mine." With that, Ivan ended the call. Tony recognized the gravity of the situation and inwardly cursed Zhang Ming for his unreliability. Jarvis traced the call's location. It is located at the Beverly Estate in Manhattan, the venue for tonight's Dawn Expo. Tony was taken aback. He could hardly fathom Ivan's audacity. After deceiving Zhang Ming, he had the gall to instigate a terror attack at the estate, believing Zhang Ming's armors to be his adversaries? Even a genius like Tony Stark had yet to develop an armor capable of countering Zhang Ming. What confidence did Ivan have? "Jarvis, immediately assemble the new reactor into the Mark 6. "Sir, we have yet to ascertain the stability of the new reactor." "I do not wish to hear such concerns." "Execute my orders." "Very well, sir." Before long, Tony donned the new Mark 6 and soared into the sky, heading straight for the Dawn Expo. As the expo commenced, Zhang Ming emerged from backstage clad in the Whiplock armor, greeted by a chorus of cheers. "Ladies and gentlemen, what you see is the Whiplock armor developed by Dawn Industries." As he spoke, the armor's palms extended into two electrified whips. "Would you like to witness the Lightning 5 whip?" The audience erupted in excitement. Predominantly Hollywood stars invited by Minato. The actual clients, such as S, H, I, E, L, D, military personnel, and government officials, were less than impressed, casting disdainful glances at the celebrities, yet they restrained their reactions out of respect for Minato. Zhang Ming remained unfazed, following his instructions. A model of the Mark II ascended onto the stage. With precision, he commanded the Whiplock armor to strike the Mark II model with 5 whips. Severing it into 6 pieces, the edges singed from the electric whips. "I wholeheartedly agree with what Tony Stark once said. Iron Man's armor is merely high-tech prosthetics." Laughter erupted from the audience. Pepper Potts, sitting below, found herself momentarily taken aback by Zhang Ming's remarks. Indeed, the notion of high-tech prosthetics was one Tony had openly acknowledged. However, that had merely been an excuse to fend off the military's attempts to seize his armor. And now Zhang Ming had repurposed it as an affront to the Mark armors. Nonetheless, Stark Industries no longer manufactured weapons, so Zhang Ming's remarks were inconsequential. The worst that could happen was that Tony would lose a bit of face. Zhang Ming then introduced his tri-service armored robots, each towering over 2 meters and armed to the teeth. Undoubtedly, my iron soldiers are a formidable force in the arms industry. Thunderous applause filled the venue. Just then, Colonel Rhodes entered, commanding the war machine. Zhang Ming approached and gently patted his shoulder, whispering, "Don't forget the script." "Is it really necessary? Tony will be furious." Rhodes replied with a wry smile. His task today was to act, donning the Mark II and allowing Zhang Ming's iron soldiers to give him a thorough thrashing. All to diminish the reputation of Tony's armors and elevate the technological superiority of Dawn Industries' robotic soldiers. Chapter 27. My technology surpasses yours on the subsequent stage. Rhodey, clad in the Mark II, was subjected to an array of humiliating defeats at the hands of Zhang Ming's whiplock armor, enduring various forms of bondage. Rhodey felt helpless, as this was an order from above, leaving him with only regret towards Tony. The atmosphere was electric, filled with laughter, applause, and cheers, crescendoing to a climax at the gala. Seeing the moment was ripe, Zhang Ming delivered a decisive kick that sent Rhodey's war machine crashing to the ground and formally announced to the audience, "Dawn Industries reports to global allies." Before he could finish, a sudden sound of slicing air drew everyone's attention. They looked up to see Tony piloting the new Mark VI, descending like a meteor onto the stage. The audience erupted in excitement, demanding a showdown between Tony's Mark VI and Zhang Ming's whiplock armor. As Tony removed his helmet and approached Zhang Ming, he whispered, "Zhang, we have a serious problem. Ivan Vanko is using you." Zhang feigned anger. "Tony, your Stark has renounced weapon manufacturing. Don't cause trouble." After all, it was Tony who had encouraged Ivan to come over. And Zhang felt compelled to maintain the moral high ground while teaching Tony a lesson. At that moment, Rhodey joined Tony, lowering his voice. "Tony, there are many civilians and celebrities here. Please refrain from causing a scene. I'm merely following orders." This statement held dual meanings. First, referencing the theft of an Iron Man suit, and second, playing along with Zhang Ming's charade. Tony waved at the audience, saying, "Zhang, Rhodey, I'm not a petty person. Listen to me, Ivan Vanko is using you." He briefly recounted Ivan's recent phone call. "Really? I don't believe it." Zhang shrugged, sporting a peculiar smile. Tony furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. With Zhang Ming and the Golden Flash's prowess, it was improbable they would fall victim to Ivan's schemes. Before he could voice his concerns, Rhodey's war machine suddenly activated, all weapon systems aimed at Tony. Tony inquired gravely, "Is this your doing?" "No, it's not me. I'm locked inside the armor," Rhodey hurriedly clarified. Just then, Zhang Ming wielded his electric whip, sending the war machine flying, then executed a sidekick that sent the Mark VI hurtling away. The crowd erupted once more, chanting for the whiplock armor. Zhang Ming struck a victorious pose, declaring, "Did you all see? Tony's Mark armor pales in comparison to my whiplock armor. You scoundrel, Zhang." Even Tony, despite his naivety, realized he had been duped. Despite overlooking Zhang's theft of the Mark II, he had come to warn him, only to find himself tricked. Zhang unleashed another electric whip, binding the Mark VI and drawing Tony closer with a smile. "Oh dear, forgive me, Tony, my armor is out of control, and I'm trapped inside. I don't believe you for a second." Boom. Before he could finish, Zhang sent him flying once more. Ivan re-inputted commands, forcing the war machine to pin Tony to the ground, creating unease among the spectators. Zhang waved to the audience, assuring them it was merely a performance, calming their nerves. However, Pepper did not see it that way. Rhodey would never treat Tony like this, sensing something was amiss. Natasha also sensed trouble, but upon glancing at the stage, saw Tony still being pinned down. Although enhanced, she recognized her vulnerability and opted to use her skills as a spy to track down Ivan backstage. To her surprise, there were no guards present. She made her way to the control room unimpeded, only to find Ivan had already been whisked away by Watergate using the Flying Thunder God technique. Wasting no time, she hurried to the computer and successfully disabled the control of the Mark II. Meanwhile, Rhodey ceased his assault on Tony and lifted his helmet. "My God, Tony, this suit is yours." "Rhodey, this isn't Ivan's scheme. We have been played by Zhang Ming." Tony helped Rhodey up. Rhodey looked perplexed. His mind was racing. Tony had just claimed it was Ivan's plot, yet now he was saying they had been fooled by Zhang. Step by step, Zhang Ming approached the duo, twirling 2 electric whips. Rhodey stepped forward. "Mr. Zhang, the prank should come to an end. Forgive me, Rhodey, my mech is under control. Please give it your all." Observing Zhang's relaxed demeanor, Rhodey began to suspect that he was not truly under duress. He recalled the rumors of Zhang Ming's gang harboring a particular disdain for African Americans. And being an African American himself, Rhodey felt a surge of anger. Sealing his mask, he prepared to unleash his secret weapon, the ex-wife, intending to teach Zhang a lesson. As the ex-wife missile hurtled towards him, Zhang made no attempt to evade. Undoubtedly, Hammer Industries' ex-wife was a dud. How embarrassing. Zhang chuckled at the pair. "Who threw that firecracker?" Rhodey, unfamiliar with the term, curiously inquired, "What is a firecracker?" A firecracker is the lightning five-tail whip. As Zhang concluded, he unleashed the pine cone candy lightning whip upon them. Rhodey attempted to counter, only to find his weapon systems rendered inoperable in an instant. Tony, piloting the Mark VI, charged forward, but proved no match for Zhang. With both electric whips ensnaring them, Zhang declared to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the prowess of Dawn Industries armor. We are now officially accepting orders." Tony glared at Zhang, who casually advertised while he resembled a jester, bound and furious. He gestured to Rhodey, signaling for a coordinated attack to subdue Zhang. However, Zhang was no Ivan, and Rhodey was not Na'vi. He would never agree to such a plan, knowing it could lead to a military tribunal. "Sir, the armor has sustained 65% damage," Jarvis alerted. Time passed slowly as the Mark VI and War Machine succumbed to the binding electric whips, losing all momentum. Finally, Zhang retracted the whips, approached the Mark VI, and removed Tony's helmet, smiling down at him. "Tony, my technology surpasses yours." Tony, seething with rage, locked eyes with Zhang. "Zhang, you will regret this." Unfazed, Zhang retorted, "Tony, I am the victor." Chapter 28. Reactions from all sides. Originally, the matter seemed to have reached a conclusion. However, Wanda did not share this sentiment. As the saying goes, adversaries are particularly fierce upon meeting. Having witnessed Zhang Ming's victory, it was now her turn to strike. With a flourish of her hand, a chaotic magic enveloped Mark's armor. Tony looked on in astonishment. "Zhang Ming, is this your doing again?" Zhang Ming shrugged. "Not me, but rather a creditor whose parents perished under the weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. He will not impede Wanda and Pietro if they eliminate Tony. They can simply hide in the Hydra base. In due time, Hydra will inevitably dominate the world, and as the first generation of Shadow Serpent, I can act with impunity." Tony, of course, was skeptical of Zhang Ming's words. He had been deceived by him several times before. Wanda's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at the levitating Tony. "Stark, I will never forget that missile which destroyed our home. My brother and I witnessed that missile bearing the Stark Industries insignia with our own eyes. In our quest for vengeance, we willingly participated." Suddenly, Pietro dashed in and knocked Tony aside, casting a reproachful glance at Wanda. "Sister, don't divulge everything." In truth, Pietro was the elder sibling, merely indulging Wanda by calling her sister. Realizing that everyone in Zhang Ming's group were members of Hydra, including herself and Pietro, Wanda felt a wave of understanding wash over her. As the situation unfolded, several law enforcement officers reacted by drawing their weapons, aiming at the sibling duo. Itachi and Hinata quickly positioned themselves in front of them, adopting a defensive stance. In response, dozens of armored suits from land, sea, and air mobilized, forming a protective barrier around the siblings. It was clear to everyone present that a crisis was brewing. Some fled the scene, while others stood by as mere spectators, unperturbed by the risk of being caught in the crossfire. Wanda came to a realization: if she were to kill Tony here, she and her brother might be forced into a life of hiding, which would also implicate Zhang Ming. Looking at the protectors by her side, little Itachi, little Hinata, and the armored soldiers, Wanda felt deeply moved. "Zhang Ming, brother." Zhang Ming smiled gently at her. "Wanda, whatever your decision may be, I will support you and ensure the safety of both you and Pietro." Tony overheard this exchange. He understood that this time it was no ruse, confirming that Stark Industries' weapons had indeed caused the death of their parents. As memories of their shared life flooded back, Wanda hesitated to forsake everything she held dear, ultimately deciding to relinquish her hatred. "Brother Zhang Ming, I wish to go home." Zhang Ming nodded, puzzled by Wanda's approach. "You could have sought vengeance through stealthy means. Like a covert assassination, it would have been effortless and unnoticed. Now, even if Tony were to meet an unfortunate end tomorrow, you and your brother would be the prime suspects." "All right, everyone, that was merely a performance. The Dawn Expo concludes here." With Zhang Ming's announcement, the crowd began to disperse. While some influential figures recognized the farce for what it was, they still deemed it necessary to convene a meeting to determine the subsequent course of action. Given the unique circumstances surrounding Zhang Ming and Tony, the following day, major media outlets clamored to report on the news of the Whiplash armor's triumph over the Mark armor. The press, as is their custom, embellished the narrative, portraying the Whiplash armor as extraordinarily powerful while depicting the defeated Mark armor as little more than high-tech prosthetics. The repercussions of that night were significant. Firstly, the military acknowledged the prowess of the Dawn Iron soldiers. Even S.H.I.D.L.D. placed a substantial order with Dawn Industries, seeking to procure a large quantity of Iron soldiers. Zhang Ming and his Dawn Industries became highly sought after by various departments, with even Pierce calling to commend him. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ming requested a meeting with Pierce, only to be declined. It would be ludicrous. Pierce had already received word that Ivan Vanko was under Zhang Ming's illusionary control, and he had no desire to become the next Ivan Vanko. In stark contrast, Hammer Industries faced dire straits. The fallout from the ex-wife missile incident led to a significant decline in orders. In response, Hammer Industries promptly issued a statement, asserting that the ex-wife was a long-range energy missile, and the reason it had not detonated in close combat was due to safety precautions. Dawn Industries also released a statement, specifically tagging Hammer Industries. Ah yes, yes. The ex-wife must operate below supersonic speeds, otherwise, it is merely a firecracker. Moreover, Dawn Industries sent Tony a cease and desist letter, demanding compensation for the damages incurred at the expo, complete with an itemized list of expenses. Tony had never encountered such audacity. Having been coerced into a farcical performance, he was now being pressured for compensation. While he was not short on funds, he certainly would not concede to such demands. However, he had no time to dwell on these trivial matters. His concern lay with the two siblings. One possessed the gift of speed, while the other wielded a power akin to telekinesis. Both were evidently formidable adversaries. J.A.R.V.I.S. Gather information on the twins from last night. Sir. The brother is named Pietro Maximoff, born in 1996 in Eastern Europe, Sokovia. The sister's name is Wanda Maximoff. J.A.R.V.I.S. Relayed all available information, though details regarding their time in Hydra's experiments were absent. Eastern Europe, Sokovia? Tony sighed softly. If that young girl spoke the truth, it would indeed be the very batch of weapons that Obadiah had secretly sold to terrorists behind his back. Cursing Obadiah under his breath, Tony lamented that the dead continued to complicate his life. Meanwhile, Nick Fury found himself grappling with how to address the Zhang Ming predicament. With the establishment of Dawn Industries and its collaborations with the military and S.H.I.E.L.D., Zhang Ming's social standing was poised to rival that of Tony. To add to his concerns, none of the children surrounding Zhang Ming were ordinary. Hinata and Itachi, both merely 8 years old, possessed the capability to match Natasha, suggesting their prowess rivaled that of Captain America. And then there were the twins from the previous night, one with super speed and the other exhibiting telekinetic-like abilities. Not to mention Zhang Ming and Minato, who might not be able to defeat the Hulk, but could certainly toy with him. Director, we cannot allow Zhang Ming to continue this reckless behavior. He shows utter disregard for order. I believe he should be contained, Maria Hill proposed. Contain him? Are we to use the children at his side as leverage? Nick Fury, more inclined than Maria Hill to see Zhang Ming restrained, found himself at a loss. Surely, they could not call Captain Marvel back for such trivial matters? Chapter 29. The Ninetales is annihilated with the conclusion of the Dawn Expo. The storyline of Iron Man 2 also reached its end. Zhang Ming remained oblivious to when Loki might appear to stir trouble, so he focused on the growth of Dawn Industries. With lucrative contracts from the military and S.H.I.E.L.D., Dawn Industries swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of arms manufacturing in America. In the absence of Stark Industries' weapon production, companies like Hammer Industries and Oscorp paled in comparison. As time passed, Zhang Ming's system finally stirred. Ding. Kushina Izumaki has been awakened. Please prepare to receive. Receive. Zhang Ming silently affirmed in his mind, albeit with a hint of disappointment. He had dreamed of summoning Uchiha Madara the previous night, only to be greeted by Kushina Izumaki. After a surge of swirling energy, Kushina made her grand entrance. Immediately upon her arrival, Kushina greeted Zhang Ming. He nodded in acknowledgement, assessing himself, setting aside other matters. His chakra had at least multiplied tenfold, which felt rather gratifying. Most importantly, the Ninetales sealed within him stirred. At that moment, Minato suddenly appeared in the villa. Kushina. It's really you. How wonderful that you two have been summoned to this world. Minato. In the next instant, the two embraced affectionately. Zhang Ming smirked, feeling as though he had been force-fed a dose of dog food. He switched on the television, and by coincidence, a trailer for Don't Look Back was playing. On the screen, Minato, portrayed by the actor, engaged in a passionate scene with a French actress. Kushina glanced at the screen and immediately erupted in fury, her fiery red hair standing on end. Minato, you must explain what is happening here. Minato began to sweat profusely. Kushina, please let me explain. This was all Zhang Ming's command. Kushina then turned her gaze to Zhang Ming, for both she and Minato had been summoned by him, making his directives paramount. It's merely a film, a fabrication. Since Minato had earned Zhang Ming considerable wealth, he felt compelled to offer an explanation on Minato's behalf. Afterward, he waved his hand, excusing himself to his room to cultivate a bond with the Ninetales. The strength of the Ninetales was well known. Even half of its power could overpower the other tailed beasts. What more could be said of the full Ninetales? As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Ming eagerly ventured into the ceiling space. Kurama, I come to negotiate. The Ninetales was bewildered, pondering who this individual was. Shouldn't he reside within Kushina? Alas, Zhang Ming had only summoned Kushina, not the Ninetales, and thus Kurama had no reason to heed him. Human, who are you? I am the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Tsutsuki. Zhang Ming began to weave his tale. However, Kurama, not easily deceived. Since the overwhelming malice emanating from Zhang Ming, with a thunderous crash, a massive paw struck the ceiling gate, its bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on Zhang Ming. Human, I sense your profound malevolence. Who are you, and how do you know my name? Zhang Ming momentarily faltered in his grandiose narrative, realizing that he had nearly forgotten Kurama's ability to sense good and evil. If he could become the perfect host for the Ninetales, he could at least match the likes of Edo Tensei Madara. Thus, he dropped the charade and laid his cards on the table. Kurama, I want you to assist me in my cultivation. Zhang Ming entered Sage mode and immediately released the seal. He did not require Kurama's approval. By forcefully seizing the Ninetales chakra, he could effectively control it. Upon witnessing the sudden opening of the sealing gate, Kurama was momentarily stunned, then elated. So, you wish to control my power? After a brief display of its might, Kurama began to gather Tailed Beast Bomb. Zhang Ming promptly utilized Flying Thunder God to evade, positioning himself atop Kurama's head. Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. While termed super large, it paled in comparison to Naruto's version in terms of sheer power. Kurama merely defended with its tail, effortlessly sending Zhang Ming flying. Yet, with Flying Thunder God at his disposal, Zhang Ming found himself in an advantageous position. Human. Is evasion all you can do? Kurama, we could collaborate. You are no longer in the shinobi world. Kurama furrowed its brow, now sensing the outside world due to the seal's dissolution. After a moment of perception, it confirmed that this was indeed not the shinobi world. However, Kurama had its own intentions. If it could defeat this host, it could fully manifest as a tailed beast, dominating consciousness. Zhang Ming smirked inwardly. If he could not win, he could simply use the adamant and sealing technique to reseal Kurama. Thus commenced a fierce battle between man and fox. Zhang Ming attempted to extract Kurama's chakra multiple times, but each effort ended in failure. Kurama, do not push me. Kurama scoffed. Human, do you truly believe you can control my power? Multiple shadow clone technique. Zhang Ming summoned over 100 shadow clones, a testament to the Uzumaki clan's prowess. Facing the multitude of clones, Kurama remained unimpressed, confident that even standing still, it could withstand their attacks. Indeed, the clones proved ineffective, their Rasengans barely scratching Kurama. Human, are you merely scratching an itch? With a sweep of its 9 tails, Kurama obliterated all of Zhang Ming's shadow clones in no time. Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan Enema. Kurama paused, its attention drawn to a sound emanating from behind. Zhang Ming, wielding the Sage Art's technique, was perilously close, leaving no time for evasive action. The only recourse was to clench tightly. No. Zhang Ming was undeterred, sending the Sage Art technique hurtling forward. Kurama first felt a sharp pain, and due to its size, Zhang Ming found himself entirely engulfed, followed by a profound humiliation. Oh well. The mighty Ninetales emitted a howl akin to that of a husky, utterly mortified by being subjected to such an indignity. A humiliation far greater than anything inflicted by Hashirama Senju. Inside Kurama, Zhang Ming finally exhaled in relief, glad that it was not excrement. His gamble had paid off. Human. You despicable creature. Don't call me despicable. After all, you're the Ninetales. Kurama squirmed at the sound of Zhang Ming's voice resonating from within, feeling an unbearable discomfort. Zhang Ming, however, was unfazed, beginning to absorb Kurama's chakra from within. As time passed, Zhang Ming sensed that Kurama's chakra was laden with negativity, unwittingly conjuring memories of his previous life's grievances, being robbed, reprimanded by teachers, dismissed by employers, heartbroken, and forgetting to bring toilet paper. Chapter 30, Ninetales Chakra Mode in the intense tug-of-war of chakra between one man and one fox. The Ninetales could sense Zhang Ming's negative emotions. Frankly speaking, the Ninetales felt that Zhang Ming's so-called negative emotions were utterly trivial. Throughout history, which Jinchuriki has not faced isolation and indifference from the world. Zhang Ming, on the other hand, had merely been robbed of a phone worth a few $100s. Retaliating by cracking the robber's skull with a stone, he was dumped by his girlfriend because the masseuse he visited was her close friend. He was punished by his teacher for frequent absences and dismissed by his boss for spending 2 hours in the restroom playing games. It seemed that this Jinchuriki possessed no negative emotions at all. However, Zhang Ming held a different view. In the real world, he had begun to undergo the transformation into a tailed beast. Fortunately, Kushina, sensing the leakage of the Ninetales chakra from outside, rushed into the room and promptly resealed the beast. Zhang Ming's consciousness returned to reality, and he frowned, convinced that given more time, he could surely master the Ninetales. Kushina, you need not concern yourself until I reveal my 4 tails. Yet, there were no buts. Without allowing Kushina to finish her sentence, Zhang Ming unsealed the chakra within him once more. Was this chakra from Kushina and another version of himself? Although the Ninetales had been resealed, it felt a sense of relief, glad that the pest had finally vacated its confines. Yet, it was utterly perplexed. Kushina should be its Jinchuriki. Why was there another Kushina outside? Most troubling of all was the fact that this external Kushina harbored yet another Ninetales within her. What a chaotic situation. At that moment, a voice that sent shivers down its spine echoed again. Hello, Kurama. I'm back. Zhang Ming smiled and stepped forward, preparing to unseal the beast once more. You. Stay away. The Ninetales genuinely felt fear and took a step back. Even when faced with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, it remained unflinching. Yet Zhang Ming left a profound impression on it. Never had it encountered such shamelessness. Someone who dared to intrude upon its sanctum was beyond comprehension. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Zhang Ming produced over 100 shadow clones, each wielding a Rasengan. Drawing from past experiences, he understood that the Rasengan could not breach the Ninetales' defenses. So this time, all the clones had a singular target, the Ninetales' rear entrance. Senjutsu, Rasengan Multi-Continuous Enema Assault. The Ninetales was immediately alarmed, instinctively using its 9 tails to shield itself. It had no desire for over 100 clones wielding Rasengan to invade its insides. The multitude of clones halted, all stationed at the entrance to the Ninetales' rear. Hey, Kurama. Are you unable to handle this? Let us in. You think I'll let you in? Have you even considered where you're trying to go? Obey. Let me in. No. Thus began a stalemate, with both man and fox engaged in a war of words. Kurama, you can't escape while you're inside me. Until I become the perfect Jinchuriki, I will keep bothering you. Curse be it. If you have the guts, don't attack me there. Let us have an honest fight. Kurama. Aren't you a little too shameless? Outside of that area, I can't breach your defenses at all. The Ninetales retorted, so it's my fault for having high defenses? At this moment, the Ninetales cursed Sage of Six Paths, pondering why the sage had to give tailed beasts a rear entrance when they didn't need to eat or defecate, confronted with Zhang Ming's utter shamelessness. The Ninetales ultimately capitulated in humiliation, extending a fist. Damn it, I suppose I'm just unlucky. I agree to grant you chakra. Really? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Zhang Ming expressed doubt. We tailed beasts are not like you humans. Once we agree to give chakra, we do not go back on our word. Only then did Zhang Ming retract the shadow clones that were tugging at the Ninetales' tail, engaging in a fist bump with the beast. The moment their fists collided, Zhang Ming radiated an orange-gold chakra. Clenching his fist, he felt as though he possessed an inexhaustible supply of chakra. No wonder netizens in his previous life teased that the Sage of Six Paths divided chakra into 100 portions, with the other 8-tailed beasts receiving 1 portion each, while the Ninetales received 92. So this is the Ninetales chakra? Kurama, you are quite impressive. We have mutually recognized each other. Your name is Zhang Ming, right? Hurry and get out. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. The Ninetales had no desire to see him again. What does mutual recognition even mean? I've never met such a despicable pervert. Zhang Ming was unfazed, knowing from the original story that the Ninetales was quite the Sunra. He wondered if, in a critical moment, the Ninetales would sacrifice itself to assist him in activating the particle mode. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming's consciousness returned to the real world, enveloped in the same orange-gold chakra. Kushina looked on in disbelief. She knew that even she could not enter such a mode, merely borrowing the Ninetales chakra forcefully. Zhang Ming, how did you achieve this? It is because I have gained the Ninetales recognition. We are now good friends. Zhang Ming paused mid-sentence, suddenly sensing that the flying thunder god mark he had left on Loki was now nearby, close to S-H-I-E-O-D. This indicated that the plot of the Avengers was about to unfold. Minato, prepare yourself. The Black Egg is about to summon us for assembly. What's the rush? Just gather. What is there to prepare? Zhang Ming shot him a glance. Your schedule is full. Do you not need to take a leave? Zhang Ming. I feel we no longer lack money. Perhaps I should just quit being an artist. Minato felt agitated at the thought of his job, perceiving himself as a clown being observed by others, while also having to deal with a horde of clueless fans. Zhang Ming nodded, indifferent, as his Dawn Industries was quite prosperous, rendering Minato's artistic career unnecessary. However, Kushina expressed great interest, indicating she wished to try her hand at stardom. Minato, who was already under the thumb of his wife, immediately offered to support her entry into the industry. Meanwhile, in the basement of S-H-I-E-L-D, the cosmic cube opened a spatial portal, and Loki appeared before everyone, showcasing a wicked grin. Yet Nick Fury had already been aware of Loki's existence since Thor. To him, Loki was merely a weak alien that had been swiftly dispatched by Zhang Ming, and thus did not find the villain's expression intimidating. Loki, put down the scepter. Or else when Zhang Ming arrives, you shall be taught a lesson once more. Loki's expression shifted, involuntarily twitching at the corners of his mouth. He had made a rare, dramatic entrance, only to receive such a response. Did he not care for his pride? Chapter 31. History repeats itself with remarkable similarity. Loki was utterly infuriated by his embarrassing egg-shaped head. There was no room for courtesy. He was determined to make it clear that he was beyond appeasement. With a swift motion, he grasped his scepter and effortlessly subdued everyone around him. He then used the scepter to control Hawkeye and Doctor. The Black Egghead sensed impending doom and attempted to discreetly dial Zhang Ming. Bang! Loki smashed the Black Egghead's phone with his scepter, warning him to behave. What Black Egghead? Nick Fury was utterly perplexed. In truth, Loki was not entirely sure what Black Egghead meant. He had merely overheard it during his previous encounter with Zhang Ming, who had mentioned that the head of S-H-I-E-L-D was referred to as such. Upon seeing the man's head, it seemed fitting. Nick Fury realized that he could not seek outside help in front of Loki and Barton, and he planned to detonate the base, burying Loki and the others within. However, Barton saw through his scheme and shot him down. He then seized the Tesseract and departed. Fortunately, the Black Egghead was wearing a bulletproof vest, so he sustained minimal injuries. He quickly located Coulson and instructed him to assemble the Avengers. The Black Egghead took charge of notifying Captain America and Tony Stark, while Coulson was responsible for informing Natasha and ensuring she contacted Banner. Without hesitation, Natasha shifted the responsibility back to Coulson. Banner has a mark left by Zhang Ming. You should have Zhang Ming find him. Coulson was taken aback. Once he hung up, he immediately sought a private space to conduct a full body scan, breathing a sigh of relief when he discovered he bore no such mark. When Zhang Ming received Coulson's call, he glanced at Watergate. Watergate, let's head out to find Banner. But Zhang Ming, doesn't Loki have the mark? Can't we just go and subdue him? Watergate was puzzled. They could extinguish the source directly and did not understand why it had to be so complicated. You don't understand. The American people have been tyrannical for far too long. It's time for them to feel some suffering. How many flights of stairs must one carry a sack of rice? Watergate was baffled, and before he could respond, Zhang Ming placed a hand on his shoulder and vanished in an instant. Zhang Ming was not Watergate. Even in times of peace, he harbored no sympathy for Americans. Similarly, Watergate was decisive against enemies, regardless of gender or age, having earned his golden reputation through relentless action. His sunny smile was reserved solely for his allies. In a restroom of a rental apartment in Manhattan, Bruce Banner had just finished his business and reached for toilet paper when he suddenly felt a chill behind him, his hand freezing mid-motion. History always has a remarkable similarity. Zhang Ming's voice echoed from behind him. Hello, Mr. Banner, are you occupied? Bruce Banner. To be honest, Banner desperately wanted to unleash the Hulk to vent his frustrations. He felt utterly humiliated. Watergate awkwardly pinched his nose, having learned the Thunder God technique. He had encountered similar situations before. In the presence of friends, it could be somewhat embarrassing, but with enemies, they wouldn't have the chance to feel awkward before being swiftly dispatched. Before long, Coulson and Captain America landed on an aircraft carrier. After Natasha greeted them, she smiled and said, "We should go inside. It will be hard to breathe here soon." Captain America looked around curiously and asked, "Is this a submarine?" "No. This is an aerospace carrier." As Natasha finished speaking, Iron Man landed on the deck, his helmet retracting as Tony surveyed the area. Where are that golden flash and the thief? They could arrive in a second. Coulson dialed Zhang Ming's number, holding a kunai imbued with Thunder God energy. Suddenly, Zhang Ming appeared before them with Watergate and Banner. Tony was filled with rage upon seeing Zhang Ming, remembering how he had been duped at the Dawn Expo alongside Ivan. "Thief, when will you return my mark armor?" "Tony, we are all respectable individuals. Please do not make baseless accusations without evidence. Besides, you still owe me for the damages caused at the Dawn Expo. That was your and Ivan's self-directed farce." Tony exclaimed, his frustration mounting. "Ivan Vanko? I don't know him." Zhang Ming shrugged, feigning ignorance. "All right, let's head inside the carrier and discuss this. We are about to take off." The egghead felt a headache coming on from their bickering. "What are you two doing?" "Loki is about to lead the aliens in an attack." Soon, everyone entered the carrier, which then ascended into the sky. Banner followed closely behind Watergate, causing Watergate to question him. "Mr. Banner, what is going on?" "Mr. Watergate, if the Hulk inside me decides to cause chaos, I hope you can relocate him to an isolated area," Banner explained with a smile. "Understood, Mr. Banner." Watergate returned a sunny smile and added, "You can actually stick with Zhang Ming. He is even stronger than I am." Banner did not wish to respond. He recalled how Zhang Ming had killed the Hulk twice in the past. Even though the Hulk had returned his body, Banner felt an unsettling sensation. Moreover, Zhang Ming had a knack for appearing at the most inconvenient times, whether he was bathing or using the restroom. He seriously suspected Zhang Ming harbored ulterior motives regarding his body. Zhang Ming was blissfully unaware of Banner's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have gladly gifted him a fully charged tailed beast orb. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, under the control of the Mind Scepter, commenced his mission to steal the iridium element. Loki appeared at a gala, drawing the attention of SHIELD personnel. He seized a responsible party and used a device to transmit their data to Hawkeye, causing chaos at the event. Simultaneously, Hawkeye successfully acquired the iridium element. As the crowd panicked and fled, Loki leisurely followed suit, thrusting the Mind Scepter into the ground. "Kneel before me." Witnessing this, the onlookers dropped to their knees. Loki spread his arms wide, relishing the feeling of dominance. Just then, an old man stood up, accusing Loki of madness. With a cold smirk, Loki felt insulted by the old man's words and decided to make an example of him. Before he could act, he sensed someone behind him. Before he could react, swoosh, Zhang Ming thrust the kunai into him. A howl escaped Loki's lips as he tried to pull the kunai free, but, boom. Chapter 32. Nick Fury and the Black Century Egg history is astonishingly repetitive. Upon the arrival of Tony and Captain America, they were met with the sight of Loki sprawled on the ground, his Asgardian form propped up in a manner both grotesque and bleeding. The two heroes felt an involuntary shiver, instinctively covering their posteriors, reflecting on Loki's peculiar tendencies. His previous encounter with the Hulk had also involved a rather unsettling attack. Unfazed, Zhang Ming effortlessly lifted Loki, hoisting him aboard the aircraft. Captain America remained oblivious to any oddity, recalling that Loki had recently been vanquished by Zhang Ming. After casting a glance at Loki, he could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Loki, unable to sit upright, was compelled to remain prone. As his wounds continued to bleed, suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky. Loki's heart swelled with a mix of anger and despair. He was aware that his foolish brother was approaching, and he wished to spare Thor the sight of his current humiliation. Zhang Ming, amused, remarked to Loki that surely Thor would be delighted to learn that he had survived the abyss of the cosmos. Loki, filled with resentment towards Zhang Ming, found himself intrigued by how a mere Midgardian could possess knowledge of Asgardian affairs. With a resounding thud, Thor, the god of thunder, descended upon the aircraft. Tony, puzzled, prepared to investigate the commotion. Zhang Ming interjected, warning Tony that his exit might result in an altercation. Mind your own business, thief, he said. Tony scoffed. But before he could step out of the cabin, Thor entered and, without hesitation, knocked Tony to the ground. Zhang Ming found the scene strangely familiar and muttered, I am Thor, for the glory of the northern gods. Thor, momentarily taken aback, gazed curiously at Zhang Ming, inquiring if he had changed his name. Are you also a son of our father? He asked. Zhang Ming waved his hand dismissively, apologizing for his slip of the tongue, assuring Thor it was of no consequence. Thor, nodding in a daze, perceived Zhang Ming as somewhat simple-minded. Despite their previous tensions over Jane Foster, Thor deemed those matters trivial. His priority was to escort Loki away. Grabbing Loki, he soared into the sky. Tony, feeling disgruntled, realized Zhang Ming's words had indeed struck a chord and promptly followed suit. Captain America, observing the unfolding events, turned to Zhang Ming and asked, Aren't you going to intervene? Let them be, Zhang Ming replied. Watergate nodded and leaped into action. Utilizing Loki's Bifrost mark to confront Thor directly, launching a full-powered Rasengan. Ultimate Flash Thunder Strike. The impact sent Thor reeling. Loki raised his hand in protest, declaring, I had no intention of escaping. He is the one who abducted me. Thor, having regained his strength, dismissed Watergate's attack as trivial, rising to retaliate with a hammer strike. Watergate countered by producing 3 kunai, forming a triangular formation to launch his assault. Spiraling Reflash technique, he exclaimed, vanishing from sight as he darted around Thor, unleashing a dazzling barrage of shurikens. Tony, taken aback, mused on the embarrassment of the technique's name. Although Thor was rugged and resilient, being relentlessly pressured by his opponent was undeniably humiliating. You, in your mother-esque cloak, playing the role of a Shakespearean fool. Hand over the Tesseract and return to your realm with your brother. Thor could scarcely endure such ridicule. Unable to best Watergate, could he not overpower a mere armored man? In a fit of rage, he swung his hammer, striking Tony and severely damaging his suit. In retaliation, Tony unleashed a pulse cannon from his armored palm, resulting in a fierce exchange between the two. Watergate, meanwhile, positioned himself to prevent Loki's escape. It was not until Captain America intervened that the two combatants were separated. Hoping Thor might relent and lower his hammer, Tony, ever sardonic, quipped that this seemed unlikely, as Thor was quite fond of his weapon. Thor, incensed by the taunt, retaliated with a hammer blow that sent Tony flying, glaring menacingly at Captain America. Are you truly asking me to relinquish my hammer? Captain America glanced at Tony, contemplating the irony of the situation, having already been struck thrice. In truth, Thor had shown restraint, had he unleashed his full might. The Mark VI armor would have been obliterated in an instant. After a tumultuous exchange, the trio found themselves reconciled, their hostilities dissipating. Ultimately, Loki was taken to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and confined within a cage originally intended for the Hulk. Nick Fury entered, warning Loki that any sign of rebellion would result in his descent into the abyss below. Loki, unfazed, derided Fury, questioning the need for the power of the Tesseract. Fury, his expression darkening, fixed his gaze on Loki, having now heard the term Black Century Egg from him twice. Out of curiosity, he consulted his device, discovering an image of a peeled century egg, comparing it to his own bald head. Black Century Egg, a traditional delicacy, known for its translucent texture and detoxifying properties. Fury pocketed his device, leaving with a scowl. Loki, bewildered, wondered why his innocent inquiry had provoked such ire. Meanwhile, Captain America sensed Loki was stalling for time. Thor, it seems Loki is attempting to delay us. Do you know why? Loki possessed an army of Chitauri, planning to lead them in an invasion of Earth. A sense of urgency enveloped the group, aware that this was Earth's first encounter with extraterrestrial forces. Zhang Ming, fully aware of Loki's intentions, instructed Watergate, return to the villa and come back in half an hour. Understood, Watergate replied, departing without question. Zhang Ming then stealthily entered the sealed realm of the Nine Tails. Kurama, a force will soon attempt to manipulate my emotions. Can you withstand it? Kurama replied, it depends on the level of energy. The truth was, Kurama still bore some trepidation towards illusions. After all, when Uchiha Madara had merely gazed upon it, it had succumbed to enchantment. Do not worry, we shall resist together. If it were the full force of the Mind Stone, Zhang Ming would indeed be incapable of withstanding it. Yet he was confident in resisting even a mere trickle of its energy. Banner, noticing Watergate's sudden departure, instinctively distanced himself from Zhang Ming. We must first ascertain why Loki seeks the iridium element. Tony elaborated, the iridium element serves as a stabilizer, enabling Loki to expand the portals at will and maintain their open duration. Following this, the scholarly duo of Tony and Banner engaged in an intellectual discourse, while the less academically inclined Zhang Ming and the antiquated Captain America found themselves utterly lost in the conversation. Chapter 33, Beast Transformation and the ensuing research conducted by Tony and Banner. Tony, seemingly under the influence of the Mind Stone, playfully prodded Banner with a pin. Captain America, observing Tony's actions, approached with a stern admonition. Tony, such behavior could jeopardize our collective safety. Unfazed, Tony gestured towards Zhang Ming. Don't be so cautious, big guy. Aren't we in the presence of a thief capable of restraining Banner? What you should truly be wary of is Director Fury. He is the master of espionage. Captain America cast a glance at Zhang Ming, pondering Tony's words, yet inexplicably, a sense of agitation began to stir within him. He shifted his gaze towards Banner, questioning. Do you know something? Moments ago, he overheard Loki mocking Director Fury's attempt to manipulate the Tesseract. Banner, likely affected less severely due to the long-standing need to suppress the Hulk, responded in a relatively calm manner. Captain America's restlessness intensified as he recalled the devastation wrought by the weapons developed by the Red Skull using the Tesseract, a memory etched vividly in his mind. He promptly exited the laboratory to seek the truth. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming was also experiencing considerable agitation, aware that it stemmed from the Mind Stone's influence. He recognized that if he so desired, he could easily escape the aircraft carrier using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he was compelled to conduct an experiment, could he? As the perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, resist the Mind Stone's control? With that thought, Zhang Ming immediately entered the ceiling space. Nine-Tails, how fares your state? Have you been affected? Curse these humans. What Nine-Tails? I have a name, and you know it. Calling me Nine-Tails is an affront. It was evident that even the Nine-Tails trapped within the ceiling space had felt the influence, let alone Zhang Ming. What's wrong with calling you Nine-Tails? You know my name as well. How dare you refer to me as a mere human? Do you wish to engage in a duel? Come on, human. If you have the courage, don't strike at my weakness. Oh, weakness? You mean that flower? I shall deliver a purging blow. Prepare for annihilation, you wretched fox. Upon uttering this, Zhang Ming hastily employed the shadow clone technique. Spiral flash, super will dance roar, annihilation technique. Do you think I fear you? Tail beast bomb. The two. A man and a fox clashed fiercely within the ceiling space, neither willing to yield. Meanwhile, Black Widow skillfully extracted information and discovered that Loki's scheme involved Banner. She returned to the laboratory at once to alert Banner. Dr. Banner, you cannot leave this room. Loki seeks to exploit you. Banner dismissed her concern, pointing to Zhang Ming. What could he possibly use me for? The Hulk? With that twisted fiend around, even Hulk fears him. The attention shifted back to Zhang Ming, who remained silent with closed eyes, which struck Natasha as peculiar. This was not characteristic of him. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Ming was currently embroiled in a heated confrontation with the Nine-Tails, oblivious to the outside events. As Banner sensed Zhang Ming's disinterest, he redirected his focus to Nick Fury. Director Fury, why is S.H.I.E.L.D. developing weapons of mass destruction? Fury gestured towards Zhang Ming and then to Thor. Is it not because of them? Their powers transcend the law, and no one can control them. To protect Earth from invasion, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no choice but to initiate Plan B. Zhang Ming remained preoccupied, rendering him unable to counter Fury's assertion, which infuriated Thor. It is precisely S.H.I.E.L.D.'s development of the Tesseract that has attracted Loki and the Chitauri. Fury scoffed. Loki is your brother. He even insults me, calling me a black egg. Thor retorted. Loki was adopted. What does black egg even mean? Their argument escalated in volume. At this point, Tony interjected with a sarcastic remark. So your weapon research is to combat your own kind? Let us not forget that the thief and the hammer wielder are both members of the Avengers. Captain America urged Tony to remain silent, attempting to instigate discord. You only hide behind your armor, playing the hero. Without it, you are nothing. Tony shot back. Without my armor, I am still a billionaire, philanthropist, and superhero. Don the armor, and let us engage in a proper battle. Fury sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere but could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. He instructed Natasha to escort Banner away. Banner, upon hearing this, grew furious and brandished the Mind Stone, confronting the group. Do you intend to imprison me again? As Banner grasped the Mind Stone, an unexpected calm enveloped the group, with the exception of Zhang Ming. Just then, Hawkeye and his team launched an attack on the aircraft carrier, sending Natasha, Banner, and Zhang Ming tumbling from the room. Tony and Captain America rushed to repair the engine to avert the carrier's descent. However, at that moment, Banner transformed into the Hulk, sensing imminent danger. Natasha hurried to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, Banner has lost control. Please relocate him. Yet, with a thunderous roar, Zhang Ming erupted, unleashing a torrent of crimson chakra that sent both Natasha and the Hulk flying. As Hulk regained his footing, he charged once more at Zhang Ming. Natasha, shaken but determined, shook her head to clear her thoughts, only to witness an astonishing sight. Zhang Ming's form began to swell, expanding exponentially until, with a series of explosive sounds, nine tails erupted from his being, piercing through the aircraft carrier as it began to plummet. This spectacle horrified Tony and Captain America outside. What in the world is that? Could it be a biological weapon developed from the Tesseract? Just then, a deafening crash echoed as the fully manifested Ninetail shattered the entire aircraft carrier, sending everyone plummeting into the sea. Not only S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, but even Loki appeared bewildered as he began to fall. The only ones capable of flight were Tony and Thor, yet how many could they save? With no other option available, They could only rescue the Avengers and a select few individuals. Fortunately, at that moment, Minato and Kushina arrived just in time. Suspended in midair, they were beset with questions. Kushina, upon seeing the colossal Ninetales, exclaimed, "How did the Ninetales end up here? It must be Zhang Ming's transformation." Minato surveyed the surrounding chaos. Realizing that the ordinary people falling from the sky would surely perish upon hitting the water. "There is no time for explanations, Kushina. I'll leave a flying thunder god mark on you. Use the shadow clone technique to stand on the water's surface while I utilize the flying thunder god to save them." Understood. Kushina immediately employed the shadow clone technique in midair, while Minato produced several kunai, scattering them into the surroundings. As his figure darted through the air, he touched each falling individual, teleporting them to Kushina's clones awaiting them on the water's surface. Chapter 34. The portal of the Dawn Industrial Building. Those who were plummeting believed they were doomed, but after a flash of golden light, they were suddenly seized by a red-haired beauty by the collar. "Are you an angel?" A stunned agent from the Serpent Shield inquired. "Ahaha, indeed. I'm an angel," Kushina shamelessly confessed, her shadow clone grinning. However, one of the clones found herself in unfortunate circumstances, as Minato had inadvertently teleported the Hulk beside her. "Roar!" The green giant protested, letting out a furious roar and immediately throwing a punch at the shadow clone. Bang! The clone was obliterated, and as Kushina received the memories relayed back from the clone, she was left speechless, wondering what was wrong with Minato for sending her a green monster. With a splash, the Hulk sank to the ocean depths, disappearing without a trace, perhaps swimming away. Meanwhile, Kushina's clones safely descended onto the ocean surface, each carrying a person. Nick Fury was the first to regain his senses. Realizing he was being lifted by a red-haired woman by the collar, his lone eye surveying the surroundings, he noticed that all around him were Kushina's clones, each holding someone, and before he could catch his breath, a colossal shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he was met with the sight of the towering Ninetales, eyes widening in disbelief. Tony and Thor hovered in the air, warily observing the same Ninetales standing on the ocean's surface. Natasha pointed at the creature, explaining to everyone, it transformed from Zhang Ming. Tony, bewildered, asked, "A thief? How did he turn into a giant fox?" "Minato, is he a fox spirit?" "Well, to put it simply, Zhang Ming is actually the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales." "The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales?" Tony was utterly perplexed. At this moment, Loki had already taken the scepter, and Zhang Ming had regained his consciousness. He could revert to human form at any time if he wished. However, transforming back now would be rather embarrassing. Thor, noticing the awkward expression on the Ninetales, cautiously inquired, "Zhang Ming, can you control this fox's body?" Tension filled the air, as everyone feared Zhang Ming might go berserk like the Hulk, and given that they were on the ocean's surface, it could spell doom for anyone besides a select few. Minato, the god of thunder, the red-haired woman, Tony. Zhang Ming had many thoughts racing through his mind. He wondered if the airborne aircraft carrier he had damaged would lead to financial repercussions from the Black Egg. It wouldn't matter if he had no money, as the Black Egg couldn't touch him, but the real concern was that he had money and didn't want to pay. Rest assured, if Zhang Ming were unable to control the Ninetales, based on my understanding of the creature, it would have already attacked us, Kushina casually remarked. Zhang Ming shot her a glance, exasperated. He had initially considered leaving, but now it seemed there was no point in doing so. Most of the individuals present were Hydra agents, with only a few being S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. With this in mind, he instructed Kushina, "Please carry these individuals onto my back." "All right, Zhang Ming, you truly are impressive, having become the perfect Jinchuriki." Kushina beamed as she placed everyone onto Zhang Ming's back, eager to experience riding the Ninetales. Thor and Tony also settled onto Zhang Ming, curiously examining the Ninetales' fur. "Wow, Mr. Thief, not only can you transform into a giant fox, but you can also walk on water. This defies logic. Cut it out, you too. You can fly. So get off my back, or I want to hold back," Zhang Ming retorted, feeling irritated. If it weren't for the presence of Hydra agents on his back, he would have loved to send these two a tailed beast ball. "Don't be stingy." Tony was clearly intrigued by the Ninetales and planned to study it with Zhang Ming upon their return to New York. Natasha, along with the revived Barton, Coulson, and others, were also visibly excited. They had never imagined they would ride a giant fox across the ocean. Originally, Coulson was meant to be killed by Loki and revived by Nick Fury through special means. However, Zhang Ming's sudden transformation into a tailed beast allowed him to escape fate due to Loki's distraction. The Hydra agents were even more fervent. Recognizing that with 9 heads and Hydra and 9 tails on the Ninetales, it was evident that Mr. Zhang Ming was destined to be their future leader. Only the Black Egg pondered deeply, wishing to inquire about Zhang Ming's ability to transform into the Ninetales, but he refrained from asking in front of so many others. He quietly approached Minato and Kushina, subtly probing for the secret behind Zhang Ming's transformation and how they managed to walk on water. "It's chakra. You just need to attach chakra to your feet," Kushina blithely answered, sharing whatever information she deemed inconsequential. Of course, she would never divulge any crucial secrets. Thus, Zhang Ming carried over 100 individuals across the ocean, heading towards New York. The Avengers on his back were not idle either. enjoying the pleasant sea breeze while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Without the influence of the Mind Scepter, Tony and Captain America had reconciled. Suddenly, Tony recalled Loki's egotistical nature. He had systematically taken down everyone to showcase his talents. The next thing Loki would require was an audience, making Stark Tower the perfect stage for his performance. That's all. Ugly. Captain America caught himself mid-sentence, quickly shutting his mouth. Tony, disregarding the discomfort of riding on Zhang Ming, remembered the countless times Zhang Ming had bested him. Yet this was his only opportunity to feel superior. However, considering Pepper was still at Stark Tower, he hastily activated his Mark suit, launching into the sky. At that moment, a beam of light shot straight up into the sky over New York. A spatial rift opened above, and countless Chitauri poured through like a swarm of locusts. Noticing Zhang Ming's leisurely pace, Natasha urgently warned, "Mr. Zhang Ming, the wormhole has opened. We must hasten our return." "What's the rush? Didn't Tony leave ahead of us?" "We must trust him," Zhang Ming replied nonchalantly, lacking Minato's altruistic tendencies. After all, it was only the Americans who would perish, and given their years of oppression, it was high time they experienced what it felt like to carry a heavy burden. Natasha continued, "Mr. Zhang Ming. The light beam appears to be coming from somewhere other than Stark Tower." Zhang Ming paused, squinting his fox-like eyes. "Damn it. Isn't that the location of my Dawn Industrial Building?" He knew Loki would open the portal at Stark Tower, so he had deliberately chosen a site far away from it. What a reckless Loki, daring to open a portal at his Dawn Industrial Building. It was nothing short of suicidal. With that thought, Zhang Ming accelerated, causing everyone except Minato, Hugh Shernai, and Thor to tumble into the ocean. He had no intention of caring for their lives, even if they were Hydra allies. In the name of the Serpent's will, all sacrifices were justified. Motherfer, Romanoff, you shouldn't have warned him. Nick Fury berated Natasha. In truth, the moment the beam appeared, he recognized it as the Dawn Industrial Building, but he had hesitated to voice it. Now, it was clear that even Captain America might not have the strength to swim back to shore, let alone the others. Natasha was equally stunned, exclaiming, "I told you to speed up, not to break the sound barrier." Chapter 35, the quartet from Avengers 4. As a group of individuals found themselves adrift in the sea, a crimson figure dashed across the waves towards them. "My apologies, everyone." Zhang Ming was merely preoccupied with the welfare of his employees and inadvertently overlooked you. "Allow me to escort you to the shore." "No worries, thank you, Miss Kushina," Natasha replied with a disarming smile, aware of her reliance on others. Should the people here perish due to her indiscretion, she would never forgive herself, even in death. Although Zhang Ming displayed a hint of selfishness, he was fortunate to have subordinates of commendable character. Kushina nodded, employing her shadow clone technique once more, swiftly grasping the collars of the bewildered individuals and racing towards the shore. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Dawn Industries, besides the law enforcement personnel of New York, a cadre of journalists broadcasted the invasion of the Chitauri army. One reporter animatedly narrated into the camera, "We have been instructed to evacuate. Yet we believe the audience deserves to be informed. Therefore, we shall attempt to enter Dawn Industries via helicopter before the military arrives." It must be said, the journalists of America exhibited a remarkable disregard for danger, often proving quicker to respond than the military itself. While the armed forces convened before taking action, the media would rush to cover any significant event as it unfolded. "Sheriff George, a television station's helicopter has entered the fray," one officer exclaimed. "Are they fearless or simply reckless?" George muttered, bemused, as the distant sounds of explosions echoed in his ears. The individuals inside would scarcely have time to evacuate, and yet, they were determined to press on. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and the ground trembled beneath them. "Is it an earthquake?" George began, but his words faltered as a colossal 148-meter-long nine-tailed fox strode past them, inducing chaos among the American police officers, who were sent sprawling to the ground. Zhang Ming, however, had no time to concern himself with the law enforcement. He hurried toward Dawn Tower, fully aware that it was his private property. If it were Stark Tower, he would not hesitate to unleash a tailed beast bomb upon it. "Wait, what is that? A civilian helicopter?" Zhang Ming pondered, taken aback to discover a news helicopter in such proximity to the Chitauri forces. Were they truly unafraid? Given the media's live coverage, he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of decorum, refraining from casually trampling ordinary civilians. For the journalists at New York television, it was akin to a gamble, banking on their luck. As for the station's owner, he remained indifferent, seeing only the potential for increased viewership. In the grand scheme of things, the loss of a helicopter and some monetary compensation paled in comparison to the profits that would arise from heightened ratings and a surging stock market. The station owner's confidence proved justified, as the broadcast captured not only the Chitauri's massacre of civilians but also the approach of a Leviathan ship. Just then, a Leviathan appeared to notice the helicopter, its massive jaws opening wide as it lunged toward them. "Oh my god, I fear this broadcast may come to a premature end. I hope everyone remembers us. Kurama, transform. As you wish." The once crimson nine-tailed fox instantaneously morphed into a golden, transparent energy fox, its size expanding from 148 meters to 200 meters. Zhang Ming stood within the pentagonal prism atop the fox's head, resembling a complete Susanoo. As the reporters braced for death, A golden claw seized the Leviathan's head and forcefully slammed it down. The Leviathan shattered into fragments, and Zhang Ming guided the fox's head closer to the helicopter. Donning a gentle smile. "My dear reporter, are you unscathed?" The beautiful journalist opened her eyes to find Zhang Ming's charming smile and the imposing figure of the nine-tailed Sisanu. "Why, you are Mr. Zhang Ming?" "Indeed. It is perilous here. Please evacuate," he urged with a warm smile. Aware that he could not afford to spare any thought for the nearby American civilians during the ensuing battle. Should it be broadcasted worldwide, it could tarnish his reputation. "Mr. Zhang, please do not mind us. You focus on vanquishing the aliens. I wonder if you would grant me an interview once the battle concludes." "I would be delighted. But I must insist that you leave first. It is quite unsafe." Zhang Ming maintained his smile, inwardly cursing the reporter's obstinacy. "Your demise would be inconsequential. But please do not mar my reputation." Yet the journalist remained resolute, contemplating what attire to don for her interview with this wealthy, handsome, and powerful young chairman from the Celestial Empire. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, choosing to ignore her as he swiftly approached his dawn tower to safeguard it. Determined to obliterate every last Chitauri in the vicinity, Watergate and Thor had already joined the fray, battling fiercely. "Watergate, this is not a solution. You must locate Loki and utilize the Mind Scepter to seal the space portal." "I'll do my best," Watergate replied with a wry smile. Realizing that Loki had somehow eliminated the mark of the Flying Thunder God on him, likely through the use of the Space or Mind Stone, he was at a loss for how to find Loki. In truth, had they acted swiftly upon Loki's arrival on Earth, they could have eliminated him. Yet at that time, Zhang Ming insisted on allowing the American people to experience the weight of a grain of rice. Now, Loki was playing by his own rules. Having opened a portal at Dawn Tower. On another front, the figures clad in white, Captain America, Tony Stark, Ant-Man, and Bruce Banner, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They were the quartet who had traversed time from Avengers 4 in search of the stones. However, upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sight of a 200-meter golden nine-tailed fox brutally tearing apart a Leviathan. All the Chitauri's attacks struck the nine-tailed fox, yet it remained unfazed. Even finding the time to unleash tailed beast bombs toward the temporal rift above. The four exchanged glances, and Ant-Man could not contain his curiosity. "Tony, have we stumbled into a parallel universe?" "Perhaps, likely, I cannot say for certain," Tony replied, uncertain, as their understanding indicated that Loki had opened the portal at Stark Tower. This time, however, the portal led to a place they had never heard of, Dawn Industries. Captain America pointed at Thor. "Look at him." Banner scratched his head in confusion. "Why is it only Thor who is here, and not us?" As the group pondered this, several young ones joined the fray, little Hinata, little Itachi, Wanda, and Pietro. Zhang Ming, upon seeing them, felt a surge of irritation. "What are you doing here? Especially you, little Hinata. Stay out of trouble." "Zhang Ming, we wish to contribute," Hinata exclaimed after knocking down a Chitauri soldier with a palm strike. Chapter 36, Banner. "I am quite angry." Zhang Ming was truly at a loss for words. Wanda, Pietro, and Itachi Uchiha were manageable, but Hinata took an eternity to defeat a single minion. One misstep, and a stray bullet could claim her life. If memory serves, Pietro was indeed felled by a bullet in Avengers, Age of Ultron. "Never mind, you all may touch my claw." Zhang Ming extended a fox paw towards them, while his nine tails busily shielded them from the onslaught of the Chitauri. At the moment their little group made contact with the nine-tailed paw, they found themselves enveloped in a golden chakra. Pietro was the first to react, utilizing his super speed to dash around and send the nearby Chitauri minions flying. He then waved at the reporters in the helicopter. "Hello, please call me Golden Flash number 2 from now on." If the reporters captured this moment, Pietro could join the ranks of Hollywood stars like Minato. "Pietro, do not forget what Brother Zhang Ming said about not using your powers recklessly." Wanda used her chaos magic to hurl the surrounding Chitauri minions away, scolding her bothersome younger brother. Pietro rolled his eyes, given the circumstances, who could afford to be discreet. Itachi Uchiha, on the other hand, maintained a low profile, attempting to blend into the shadows while occasionally launching stealthy attacks with his specialized katana. In contrast to these four youngsters, Minato displayed the fastest killing speed, albeit hindered by a lack of chakra. But that was of little concern now, after all. They had the nine tails as a power source. With a swift motion, Minato appeared atop Zhang Ming's fox head. "Zhang Ming, grant me a golden body." "No problem." Still no sign of Loki? "Not yet." Before long, Minato entered the Nine Tails chakra mode from the Fourth Great Ninja War and rejoined the fray. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower, Loki lay in hiding, having already encountered Tony, who was detained there. Otherwise, Tony would have joined the battle long ago. Tony secretly donned a bracelet. Peering through the glass at the enormous Nine Tails, addressing Loki, "You think you can handle Zhang Ming in his normal state? What about in his fox form?" Loki glanced at the Nine Tails, a twitch of his lips revealing disbelief. Such power could hardly belong to a mere human. To deal with Zhang Ming, it would likely require Thanos' intervention, where they could only exhaust his energy with the Chitauri. "Focus on yourself," Loki retorted, moving closer to Tony and poking the arc reactor with his staff. Clink. Tony remained unfazed. Loki, not one to be easily dissuaded, prodded several more times, only to encounter the same resistance. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Loki to remark, "This has never happened before." Occasional anomalies are not unheard of, 1 out of 5 men. Unable to tolerate the embarrassment, Loki seized Tony by the neck and hurled him from the tower. Tony, unlike Huan Shiqing, activated his latest Mark 7 armor before hitting the ground, soaring upwards to retaliate against Loki with a blast. Without looking back, he sped towards Dawn Industries to join the fray. "Thor, Loki is in Stark Tower. I leave him to you." "Leave Loki to me." Thor nodded and soared towards Stark Tower. Not long after, a Quinjet arrived late to the scene, with Captain America leaping out, tossing his shield and dispatching several Chitauri. Black Widow and Hawkeye, lacking Captain America's flair, obediently landed the plane and joined the battle, with Zhang Ming guarding the portal and his inexhaustible chakra. The situation was not overly dire. Captain America observed Zhang Ming shatter a Leviathan warship with a single swipe, the debris tragically crushing 2 civilians. He frowned but refrained from criticism, quickly directing the police to ensure the safety of the ordinary citizens. On the ground, Black Widow and Hawkeye found themselves in a tough fight. "You two are only slowing me down." Just as they were about to be ambushed, Zhang Ming swiftly used his paw to fling the attacking Chitauri away and granted them a layer of golden protection. "Thank you." After entering the Ninetales chakra mode, their combat capabilities surged. Soon after, Banner arrived on his small electric scooter, startled by the sight of the gleaming Natasha and Hawkeye. "What on earth happened to you?" "No time to explain, Banner. Can you get angry?" Banner nodded, a smug expression crossing his face. "Let me share a secret. I am quite angry." As soon as he spoke, his neck began to turn green, only to retreat back to normal. Clearly, Hulk was reluctant to emerge. Bang! Natasha knocked away a Chitauri attempting to ambush Banner. "You said you were angry. Allow me to concentrate, please." "No." Hulk emerged for a brief moment, uttering a "no" before retreating once more. "Banner, what is going on?" Banner glanced at Zhang Ming atop the Ninetales, recalling the moments when Hulk had been overwhelmed by Zhang Ming's antics and began to understand. "Sorry, Natasha. Hulk doesn't want to come out." "All right, Banner. Find a safe place to hide." Natasha smiled slightly, saying no more, for she was now infused with Ninetales chakra, making it easy to handle the Chitauri minions. Nearby, the Green Banner was flabbergasted. He distinctly remembered successfully transforming. Seeing Ant-Man and Captain America regarding him with odd expressions, Green Banner attempted to explain. Perhaps when Tony summoned a Leviathan, Hulk had no choice but to emerge to protect everyone. Now, with that giant fox around, it is clear he is unnecessary. The others nodded, not dwelling on such trivial matters. However, at that moment, Tony spoke up. "Perhaps I know the reason. You all should see this video." As he spoke, a holographic projection appeared on his watch, showcasing the battle between Zhang Ming and Hulk. The three watched with disbelief as Zhang Ming used shurikens against Hulk, followed by explosive tags detonating on Hulk, twice. Simultaneously, scenes of Minato battling Abomination flashed before them. What on earth is happening? I thought Hulk was dueling Abomination. Who is this person? That would be the one with the fox head, named Zhang Ming, a Chinese national and the owner of Dawn Industries, the largest arms dealer in America, and also a member of the Avengers. As Tony spoke, a hint of envy colored his tone. Contemplating the immense strength of this world's Avengers and imagining the ease with which his counterpart navigated it. Chapter 37. The pitiful Loki. Bruce Banner felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering whether the Hulk was reluctant to emerge due to fear of Zhang Ming's previous antics. How shameless could Zhang Ming be to treat the Hulk in such a manner? After all, the Hulk was merely a child. Banner, that is all in the past. Do not dwell on it, Captain America consoled, patting Bruce's arm. Tony observed the battlefield, his curiosity piqued by the presence of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch at this moment. Friday, investigate why Wanda and Pietro are here, along with any relevant information about others. Certainly. Sir, please hold on. Before long, the group was enlightened by Friday's explanations regarding the origins of this world. Everything began to change with the arrival of Zhang Ming and his companions. Wanda and Pietro had been brought back by Zhang Ming from an unknown location and were currently enrolled in a certain school in Manhattan, although Friday could not ascertain it. The four knew that these siblings had been rescued from a Hydra base. Itachi Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga appeared alongside Zhang Ming, both attending an elementary school in Manhattan. Similarly, Minato Namikaze was now a Hollywood superstar, a superhero, and a member of the Avengers. Zhang Ming was the leader of this group, known for his vile temperament. Despite being part of the Avengers, within a mere 6 months, he had committed theft against the black community, engaged in $0 shopping, demolished a casino, kidnapped S.H.I.E.L.D. agents for ransom, stolen Tony's Mark II armor, and even assaulted Thor's girlfriend. In summary, he was a selfish scoundrel, with countless lives lost at his hands. The four listened in shock as Friday detailed Zhang Ming's dossier. He hardly seemed like a hero. How did he even become a superhero? Captain America could not help but glance at Zhang Ming, frowning, as he seemed indifferent to civilian casualties. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Our priority now is to gather the gems, Tony remarked, believing that they were not from this timeline, and thus, these matters should not weigh upon them. As time progressed, Kushina joined the fray, and the alien fleet dwindled, primarily due to Zhang Ming blocking the portal. Any remaining adversaries were left for Minato, Kushina, and Tony to handle. Once the ground fighters had dealt with the previous Chitauri, they found no new enemies and sat back to watch. As for Thor, he was incapacitated, having been stabbed in the back by Loki, and was resting in Stark Tower. Zhang Ming was eager to see just how many Chitauri remained. He could afford to spend a day idly guarding the space tunnel's entrance to eliminate any stragglers. Minato. Loki has ambushed Thor. Go retrieve the Mind Stone from him. Understood, Kushina. Tony, I leave this to you, Minato replied before vanishing in an instant. Tony could not help but quip. I wonder if he left the Flying Thunder God mark in Stark Tower? Zhang Ming paid him no mind, although Loki's mark had vanished. His Ninetales mode possessed the ability to sense good and evil. Previously, the overwhelming presence of Chitauri, all filled with malice, had clouded his perception, with Loki being merely one among many. Now, with most nearby Chitauri eliminated, only Loki's malevolent aura remained, shining like a firefly in the dark. Were it not for his responsibility to protect Dawn Tower, he would have easily dispatched Loki himself. Meanwhile, the senators decided to deploy nuclear weapons to bombard New York. Nick Fury, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table. The Chitauri are already under control. Why resort to nuclear weapons? Director Fury, this is a unanimous decision by the senators. Fury gazed at the video of Zhang Ming, understanding that the senator's true target was him. Previously, Zhang Ming had been elusive, posing no threat to the entirety of America. However, the situation had changed. Witnessing the destructive power of the tailed beast bomb, he could obliterate all of New York City in less than an hour. I must caution you. Zhang Ming possesses spatial abilities. Before your nuclear missile even hits the ground, he could have already relocated hundreds of miles away. The senator's expression soured, not due to Fury's bluntness, but because they realized the nuclear strike might fail to eliminate Zhang Ming. Should he escape, they would find themselves on the receiving end of his vengeance. Not to mention, he could easily launch a tailed beast bomb at them from dozens of kilometers away, leaving them with no chance to flee. Ultimately, they decided against launching the nuclear missile. The Black Egg, disdainful, terminated the video link, uninterested in the politician's antics. Deep down, he harbored a greater desire to control Zhang Ming. But he also understood the importance of prudence. On the other side, Minato finally located Loki. Without a word, he unleashed a Rasengan, marking Loki with a Flying Thunder God seal and seizing the Mind Stone in the process. Loki, cease your mischief. Enough. Loki scrambled to his feet, roaring at Minato. What are you mere insects? I am a god. You ants shall not humiliate me. Minato had initially intended to leave, as Zhang Ming had instructed to spare Loki's life, but he had not said anything about not teaching Loki a lesson. With that thought, he produced a kunai rigged with an explosive tag. Loki, startled, recalled some unpleasant memories. Not long ago, Zhang Ming had bombed him, and he was still nursing a wound with a sanitary pad. Hey. This isn't funny at all. With a swift motion, Minato appeared behind Loki. And before he could react, thud, the kunai pierced Loki, followed by a resounding explosion. Loki's rear end erupted, sending a blood-stained sanitary pad flying. Loki lay despondently on the ground, his head buried in the floor, his bloody backside raised, emitting wisps of smoke. Minato glanced back at Loki, curiously asking, Loki, why does a man use a sanitary pad? Loki. Seeing that Loki was unwilling to answer, Minato did not press further. After all, he was not one to gossip. In a flash, he vanished with the Mind Stone, returning to Dawn Industries. Utilizing the Mind Stone, he successfully closed the portal. Zhang Ming exited his Ninetales mode and approached Minato, asking, where is Loki? He may not be in great shape, Minato replied awkwardly, having just done something so uncharacteristic of himself, likely influenced by Zhang Ming. The Ninetales chakra cloak surrounding Natasha faded, leaving her overcome with fatigue. I must say, this is far more effective than a bulletproof vest. Do not fret. Next time, we shall have Zhang Ming envelop you in it again. Hawkeye chuckled as he helped Natasha up. Tony landed beside them, relieved that the crisis had been averted. All he wanted now was to take a day off and savor some Turkish kebabs from the nearby street. Chapter 38. Captain Hydra and Crossbones Loki awoke with a start, only to find the Avengers pointing their weapons directly at him. With no hesitation, he chose to surrender. Zhang Ming had initially contemplated giving Loki a lesson for his unexpected antics, especially for daring to open a portal in his Dawn Tower. However, upon seeing Loki's pitiful state, he decided against it. Watergate, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Look at what you've done to Loki. Watergate scratched his head awkwardly, muttering, well, I learned from you. Hey, Watergate, don't speak without evidence. Zhang Ming shot him a fierce glare. Noticing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, he pointed at Watergate and grumbled, crazy, without proof. Watergate appeared confused, unable to comprehend Zhang Ming's intense reaction. The others rolled their eyes, thinking, who doesn't he know your combat style, Zhang Ming? Ultimately, Loki was captured by the group. Meanwhile, the quartet of time travelers began their own mission. Banner arrived at the Sanctum in New York, intending to seek Doctor Strange, only to encounter the Ancient One. With a smile, she remarked, you have arrived 5 years too early. Stephen is still busy with surgery. Banner was well aware that Stephen had yet to ascend to the title of Sorcerer Supreme. He merely wished to ascertain how much the Ancient One knew about the future. Upon noticing the Time Stone hanging from her neck, he got straight to the point. I'm here for the Time Stone. As the guardian of the stone, the Ancient One had no intention of parting with it. Banner, not wishing to engage in lengthy dialogue, resolved to seize it by force. The outcome was inevitable. The Ancient One, being Earth's mightiest, was not someone even Zhang Ming would dare provoke, let alone Banner. With a mere flick of her wrist, she sent Banner's soul spiraling out of his body. Stunned, he glanced at Hulk's lifeless form on the ground, pondering, Stephen Strange doesn't he possess such a technique? Realizing that brute force would not suffice, Banner opted for a more diplomatic approach, pleading with the Ancient One about their dire need for the stone. She paused, patiently explaining, if I give you the stone, new parallel worlds will emerge. Without it, we lack the power to combat darkness. Banner disagreed with her perspective. Once we have used the stone, we will return it to its original timeline, thus preventing the birth of new parallel worlds. Perhaps, this place is already a parallel world. The Ancient One furrowed her brow, questioning the meaning behind his words. In our world, Zhang Ming does not exist, nor does the Golden Flash. At least, they did not appear before 2019. Upon hearing Banner's explanation, the Ancient One began to manipulate the Time Stone once more in an attempt to foresee the future, only to find a haze of uncertainty. She recalled having conducted a similar reading a year prior, during which she realized she could ultimately entrust responsibility to Stephen. How can this be? She wondered aloud. I don't know, but in our world, Stephen personally handed the Time Stone to Thanos. The Ancient One felt a sense of disarray, logically. With the strength of Zhang Ming and his allies, they shouldn't remain obscure. Stephen was the most gifted sorcerer of future Kamartaj, and there must be a reason for his actions. In the end, the Ancient One decided to take a risk and entrusted the Time Stone to Banner. Meanwhile, Tony stealthily made his way to Stark Tower. By this time, Loki had been subdued, and Natasha personally handed the Mind Stone to the bald man in the upper echelons of Hydra. You all stay here. I'll follow them. Zhang Ming instructed Watergate and Kushina to keep an eye on the four youngsters before joining the Hydra members in the elevator. As the elevator descended, the doors opened midway to reveal the future Captain America. Upon spotting Zhang Ming, he froze momentarily. He had intended to exclaim, "Long live Hydra!" to deceive and obtain the Mind Stone, but with Zhang Ming present, he hesitated, wondering if such a declaration might provoke violence. Neither Captain America nor the Hydra members spoke, creating a tense atmosphere. Zhang Ming observed Captain America with great interest and suddenly remarked, "Steve, you lost your shield to me in our last bet. Isn't it time to settle that?" Steve broke into a cold sweat, believing that wagering his shield was entirely out of the question. Was Zhang Ming testing him? Yet, he was not the Captain America of this world. Who knew what this version was like? As he hesitated, Zhang Ming abruptly declared, "Long live Hydra." The bald man and Crossbones were taken aback, unsure why Zhang Ming would declare Hydra's allegiance in front of Captain America. Once they regained their composure, they prepared for action. However, Zhang Ming gestured for them to hold their ground and instead pulled out his phone, activating the recording feature aimed at Captain America, eager to see if he would retaliate or echo the Hydra chant. Captain America's mind went blank. Given Zhang Ming's displayed prowess, if he were indeed a Hydra member, this world would be in peril. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The responsibility for this world lay with its own defenders. Primarily, he was pressed for time. With that thought, he loudly proclaimed, "Long live Hydra." The others were taken aback, realizing, "What the hell? So you're one of us, Captain? You should have said so earlier." "Very good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you, Steve. Now, hand over the shield, and I'll give you the Mind Stone." Zhang Ming placed the scepter into Steve's hands and retrieved the shield from his back. Taking a deep breath, Steve ultimately withheld his objections, exiting the elevator with the scepter in hand. Crossbones, watching Steve's retreating figure, exclaimed, "Mr. Zhang Ming, I never expected the captain to be on our side." Zhang Ming felt exasperated. He found the Hydra members to be rather naive. Initially, when he proclaimed "Long live Hydra," they had shown no sign of doubt. Now, even when Captain America echoed the same sentiment, they remained oblivious. Truly absurd. "Romano, here is the shield. Change the design to our Hydra emblem, and you shall be the first captain of Hydra." Mr. Zhang Ming, isn't that a bit too ostentatious?" Crossbones replied, taken aback as he accepted the shield. They were currently targets of global scrutiny, and emblazoning the Hydra emblem on their shield seemed rather unwise. "No worries, and why, you may ask? Because I am invincible," Zhang Ming declared with a confident smile. The group gazed at him in admiration. After all, Zhang Ming's display of his celestial fox form was nothing short of divine, surpassing even the so-called gods like Loki and Thor. Chapter 39, the Turkish kebab of the immunity snap as Captain America emerged from the elevator. A heavy heart weighed upon him. Yet, before he could make much progress, he was taken aback. He encountered himself. The crux of the matter was not merely this strange occurrence, but rather the fact that he was devoid of his shield. The captain from this timeline, realizing the absence of the shield, was convinced that this individual was a transformation of Loki. Without exchanging words, the two commenced a fierce battle, with the unarmed captain being relentlessly overpowered. "I could keep this up all day," one remarked. "I am aware," came the reply. After a dozen exchanges, the future captain found himself with his throat locked in a vice grip. In a desperate bid for escape, he exclaimed, "Let me impart a significant revelation. Bucky is still alive." The present captain, taken aback by such a profound declaration, momentarily froze. Seizing the opportunity, the future captain, disregarding any semblance of honor, grasped the scepter to exert control over him, for the current captain was still youthful and had yet to endure the harsh realities of life. Before departing, the future captain cast a glance back, unable to suppress a self-deprecating remark. Indeed, this is a quintessential American rear. Meanwhile, Ant-Man, having shrunk down, intended to infiltrate Tony's reactor, aiming to disrupt the internal circuitry to create chaos. However, his plan was thwarted when Hinata unexpectedly spotted him, mistaking him for a mere insect, and clapped her hands together. With an adorably bewildered expression, she peered at the Ant-Man nestled in her palm. "Oh, is this a little person?" she mused. Strangely enough, the Ant-Man, despite being struck, merely felt a tad dazed, and was otherwise unscathed. Clambering from Hinata's hand, he leaped down, delivering a kick that sent a box containing the gem tumbling before future Tony. All eyes then turned towards him. The modern Tony blinked in astonishment at his future counterpart, and then at Loki, and without hesitation, unleashed a repulsor blast. Yet, future Tony was clad in nanotech armor, far surpassing the capabilities of Mark 7. After a powerful shot, future Tony lunged forward, executing a series of rapid strikes that left the present Tony dazed. "Good heavens. Who are you?" he inquired. Future Tony, wishing to evade the question, merely aimed to seize the gem and escape. However, with figures like Minato Namikaze, Kushina Izumaki, Thor, and Hulk present, his escape was evidently untenable. Reluctantly, future Tony raised his hands in surrender, silently cursing Ant-Man for his lack of efficacy. "Very well. I am you from the future, and I am in dire need of this gem." What transpired in the future? Tony posed, devoid of skepticism regarding the identity of his counterpart, primarily due to the advanced nanotech suit. The ability to traverse time suggested that something monumental had undoubtedly happened in the future world. Shaking his head, future Tony replied, "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information," revealing it would result in the creation of a new parallel universe. Tony, though anxious, recognized the validity of this perspective. "Then allow me to pose a different inquiry. Is Pepper all right?" "Pepper is well," future Tony said, glancing at Barton, his eyes filled with sympathy and reluctance. Barton, puzzled by the gaze, felt an ominous premonition. Tony, familiar with his own fate, surmised that future Barton might be in a dire situation. Yet the news of Pepper's well-being brought him relief. "Everyone, I trust my future self. Please hand over the Tesseract to him." A moment of silence enveloped the group, neither in agreement nor dissent. Kushina, eager to intervene, was restrained by Minato, who shook his head at her. Zhang Ming had instructed him to secure the gem and avoid inciting the fury of the female warrior until they possessed absolute power. It was prudent to remain cautious and not provoke unnecessary conflict. "Thank you." Future Tony recognized this as a tacit agreement. After expressing his gratitude, he departed, with Ant-Man stealthily following suit. Originally, the Tesseract was destined to be fortuitously acquired by Loki, who would then traverse time and space. However, in the original narrative, Loki was subsequently taken back to Asgard by Thor, leading to either a narrative flaw or the emergence of a parallel universe, with no unforeseen events transpiring. The time-traveling group felt no need to seek out Howard Stark, simply departing with the gem in hand. To commemorate their victory over the first alien invasion, Tony generously treated everyone to Turkish kebabs. Zhang Ming, of course, did not decline, for it was said that consuming kebabs could immunize one against Thanos' snap, thus making it imperative to indulge. This gathering marked the first team-building exercise for the Avengers, and Nick Fury was present, sincerely inviting Kushina to join their ranks. The black-haired warrior discovered that both Minato and Kushina exhibited commendable character, unlike Zhang Ming, who had callously abandoned them to their fate in the sea. Had Kushina not returned, they might have all drowned. Kushina cast a glance at Zhang Ming, for he was the leader of their group. "Why are you staring? Do as you wish," Zhang Ming retorted, his tone irritable. He typically refrained from meddling in their affairs, aside from the occasional directive to summon individuals for tasks. After a moment of contemplation, Kushina shook her head in refusal. "No, I wish to shine alongside Minato." Minato, too, was a member of the Avengers, and the department boasted a considerable degree of freedom. Beyond missions, one could pursue their desires. "I see." Kushina glanced at Natasha, noting that her physique far surpassed her own. To prevent Minato from straying, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Tony found himself in an awkward position, especially as he felt the twin siblings' accusing glares upon him. I feel I must sincerely apologize. Although Obadiah sold weapons on my behalf to the Ten Rings, I was the one who designed them. If you have requests for compensation, I will do my utmost to fulfill them." "No need," Wanda interjected. "Everything you possess, Brother Zhang Ming has. I want to seek revenge. But neither Pietro nor I will ever forgive you." This was Wanda's response. She refused to sacrifice her current life for vengeance. Pietro, typically deferential to Wanda, remained silent. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group. As long as they did not pursue revenge against Tony, their forgiveness or lack thereof mattered little. Before long, the kebabs arrived, and Zhang Ming eagerly took the first bite. "This tastes atrocious, Wanda and Pietro. You should eat more of this." Wanda, bewildered, protested. If this kebab tastes like excrement, why would you want me to eat more? Yet, she picked up a piece, took a small bite, and confirmed its horrid flavor. Zhang Ming, recalling that Wanda had perished once due to the snap, was determined not to relent this time. Someone, feed them the kebabs. No. Pietro, we're leaving. Wanda exclaimed, dragging her brother away. Having never tasted anything this repugnant, they sought to escape. Minato, Kushina, bring them back. Minato and Kushina were perplexed. Zhang Ming usually showed kindness to the siblings, so why was he now insisting they endure such dreadful kebabs? Nonetheless, they complied with Zhang Ming's orders. As they returned, a plate of kebabs was presented to Wanda and Pietro, and Zhang Ming smirked. Since you're here, finish it before you depart. Wanda. Pietro. Chapter 40. Bucky Barnes. The ensuing scene was quite shocking. Minato and Kushina seized Pietro and Wanda, while Zhang Ming forcibly stuffed grilled meat into their mouths until the entire platter was devoured. The two siblings knelt on the ground, retching uncontrollably, perplexed as to why Zhang Ming would treat them thus. After a bout of heaving, Wanda helped her brother to his feet, asking, Pietro, are you all right? Pietro replied, I'm still a bit hungry. Wanda sighed, and at that moment, Hinata and Itachi attempted to sneak away, but before they could take 2 steps, Zhang Ming grabbed them by the scruff of their necks. You two will eat as well. Will you do it yourselves, or shall I feed you? Choose one. Exchanging resigned glances, Hinata and Itachi sighed and nodded, we'll eat ourselves. Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction and then instructed Minato and Kushina to eat as well. The Avengers were baffled by Zhang Ming's insistence on making the children consume such unpalatable grilled meat. Natasha, curious, inquired, Mr. Zhang, why must they eat this grilled meat? Though the meat was difficult to swallow, it was said to bring good fortune. While the others were skeptical, they each took a bite, only to collectively halt. Feeling an overwhelming urge to flip the table, it was simply unbearable. Zhang Ming recalled that the black egg had also perished due to Thanos' snap, so he suggested, Director Fury, you should eat a bit more. I believe it's not that bad. The black egg, having tasted far worse in his youth, remained unfazed, after all. He had consumed mosquito meat pies in Africa, which, as the name suggests, were made from mosquitoes, 10,000 mosquitoes per pie, yielding protein several times that of a beef burger. Kid, stay away from me. Nick Fury, having barely taken a few bites, jumped in fright as Itachi appeared behind him, kunai in hand. Itachi, taken aback, sheathed his weapon and casually sat beside Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's lips twitched, thinking that Itachi had likely been tempted to strike Fury. After savoring Turkish kebabs, Thor bid farewell to the group, accompanied by Loki, as they returned to Asgard. Once again, tranquility enveloped their lives. And the name of the Avengers echoed throughout the cosmos for the first time. Elsewhere in the universe, within a colossal spaceship, the leader of the Chitauri knelt before a mysterious figure seated in a floating infant chair. Lord Thanos, Loki has failed. Humph, that useless Loki. Came the disdainful reply of the Dark Star. The floating chair slowly turned, revealing a towering figure with purple skin and wise eyes, embodying an aura of undeniable authority. He was none other than Thanos, the king of the Easter egg. Legend has it that he was a purple sweet potato sprouting from Titan, having absorbed the essence of sun and moon before emerging as the sweet potato spirit. Following the events of the first Avengers film, a period of over 2 years of calm ensued. As a time traveler, Zhang Ming could not remain idle. At this moment, Dawn Industries had entered a stable phase, requiring no oversight from him. His current ambition was to become the original Serpent and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhang Ming intended to visit the Hydra base for an inspection when Kushina and Minato stormed in, grumbling. What's the matter? Kushina slammed a script onto the table. It's all Minato's fault. He insisted I could be the lead, only for the director to cast me as the green tea's second female lead. Zhang Ming took the script, glancing at it. It was a blockbuster funded by Disney, titled The Little Mermaid. Kushina, you are still a newcomer, even with Minato's connections. Landing the second female lead is quite commendable. Moreover, considering the film's title, the director would likely choose a Caucasian for the lead. The problem is, the director picked a black actress for the lead role. Doesn't he know I detest that? Kushina fumed. Minato, equally helpless, recalled that when the director informed him that he, Kushina, and a black actress would star, he indeed believed Kushina would be the lead. After all, the other female lead was black. And Kushina's fiery red hair matched the mermaid princess's image perfectly. Who would have expected the director to deviate from convention and cast a black actress as the mermaid princess? How absurd. This is merely political correctness, Zhang Ming dismissed, waving his hand, uninterested in such trivial matters, and utilized the flying thunder god technique to visit the Hydra base. His mission was to have Bucky assassinate Nick Fury, paving the way for him to assume the role of the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Good day, sir. Hello, sir. Upon Zhang Ming's arrival at the Hydra base, the researchers greeted him eagerly. After demonstrating unparalleled strength during the Battle of New York, Zhang Ming's prestige within Hydra had eclipsed Pierce's. Unfreeze the Winter Soldier. Yes, sir. Following Zhang Ming's command, the frozen Winter Soldier began to thaw. Bucky Barnes, known as the Winter Soldier, was Captain America's ally, capable of both offense and defense. In the film, he survived a fall from a cliff, rescued by Hydra. In the comics, he perished from the fall and was resurrected by Hydra. Did he die after falling from the cliff? According to the records, he still had a breath left. Zhang Ming nodded, feeling reassured. Thankfully, it was merely the cinematic universe, in the comic universe. Even if he summoned the Sage of Six Paths, he would likely end up as a mere pawn. After a series of operations that Zhang Ming could not comprehend, the Winter Soldier was awakened. Zhang Ming tossed him a photograph of Nick Fury, instructing him to eliminate the person in the image. Bucky glanced at the photo, nodded in silence. Eliminating Nick Fury and Pierce would be simple. He merely needed Minato to act, ensuring a near 100 success rate. Yet Zhang Ming still assigned the task to Bucky. As long as the outcome mirrored the original narrative, there was no need for Fury's death. Eventually, Fury would feign death, with the council subsequently proposing Maria Hill as the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, this time was different. Zhang Ming was determined to claim the position of director for himself. If Maria Hill proved to be uncooperative, he would not hesitate to invite the beautiful agent for a fishing trip at the reservoir. After several days of reconnaissance, Bucky finally identified the opportune moment. Nick Fury, driving his beloved bulletproof Chevrolet, found himself waiting at a traffic light, noticing a white police officer in the adjacent squad car scrutinizing him. Do you need to check my identification? It must be said that the Black Egg was rather audacious. As a black man, he dared to place a hand in the blind spot of the white officer's view, a truly reckless act. Chapter 41. If they all met with misfortune simultaneously. The scheming Nick Fury could not help but smirk. He had often seen news reports of white police officers drawing their weapons at the slightest provocation from black individuals. A scenario far more detestable than the wicked antics of that malevolent boy from Zhang Ming's household. However, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he deemed it beneath him to squabble with ordinary officers. Suddenly, a police car surged forth from the opposite side, colliding directly with his armored vehicle. Following closely were a second, third, and fourth police car, effectively encircling him. A contingent of officers disembarked, and without uttering a word, they drew their firearms and began firing. Damn it. Nick Fury did not believe for a moment that these officers were merely engaging in routine violent enforcement. It was evident they were targeting him. The audacity of attempting to assassinate the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in broad daylight suggested that these individuals were likely members of Hydra. As the bulletproof glass of his vehicle began to shatter, Fury retrieved his machine gun and commenced a counterattack. At that moment, Bucky approached him deliberately. It must be said, Bucky's entrance was undeniably impressive, rivaling that of the former Whiplash. Bucky first deployed a disc bomb that flipped the police car, rendering it inoperable save for its air conditioning system. Fortunately, Fury had an arsenal of high-tech gadgets at his disposal. He utilized a laser pen to unlock a sewer grate and made his escape. Fury found refuge at the apartment rented by Captain America. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Ming's residence would have been the safest bet, but now he trusted no one. At the very least, Captain America's likelihood of being affiliated with Hydra was virtually non-existent, given that he had vanquished Hydra during World War II. As evening fell, Captain America returned home and was startled to hear the unmistakable sound of music emanating from within. Realizing that someone had stealthily entered his quarters, he cautiously climbed through the window. Upon stealthily entering, he discerned a figure seated on the sofa, yet he hesitated to confirm his suspicion. It was only when Nick Fury smiled at him, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth that shone like fireflies in the dark, that he recognized who it was. The lack of lighting, combined with Fury's dark attire and bald head, rendered him nearly invisible. I don't recall giving you a key to my house, Fury quipped. My wife kicked me out. Captain America paused, perplexed, as he could not recall Nick Fury ever having a wife. Fury then began typing on his phone to communicate with the captain, conveying that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been compromised and that the only person he could trust now was Captain America himself. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, and Fury collapsed to the floor, shot. Before losing consciousness, he slowly handed Captain America a USB drive, uttering a warning, trust no one. At that moment, a neighbor, having heard the gunfire, burst in with a weapon drawn. She was none other than Sharon Carter, the agent Fury had placed close to Captain America. Captain America glanced at the unconscious Fury and then at the intruding neighbor, furrowing his brow. Who are you? An agent assigned to your side, she replied. Captain America was taken aback. He had not expected Fury to distrust him. However, there was no time for such concerns. Grabbing his shield, he leapt into action, pursuing the assailants across the street. As in the original tale, Captain America engaged in a brief skirmish with Bucky, suffering a setback that allowed Bucky to escape. Upon returning, he was informed that Nick Fury had died. Of course, Fury's demise was merely a ruse, though he still lived. He would not re-emerge in the public eye for some time. During this interval, S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly require a new leader capable of overseeing operations. Zhang Ming, as the most formidable member of the Avengers, supported by the likes of Watergate and Kushina, had a responsibility to assume this significant role. With this thought in mind, he directly dialed Pierce's secret number. Mr. Pierce, are you available for some fishing? I have matters to discuss. On the other end, Pierce fell silent. This was the fourth time Zhang Ming had invited him to fish, only to be declined each time. He was aware that Nick Fury's death had been orchestrated by Zhang Ming through the Winter Soldier. He had simply not been notified in advance. Since Zhang Ming's involvement with Hydra, Pierce had felt his influence gradually diminish, especially after the downfall of Rum Lo, who now primarily heeded Zhang Ming's commands. Yet Pierce was not selfish. He also desired Hydra's dominion over the world, even if it meant relinquishing some of his own power. After all, he was aging. While Zhang Ming was not only youthful but possessed formidable strength. With a resigned sigh, Pierce conceded, Zhang Ming, I know you wish to become the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but the council favors Maria Hill. Thus, your path to that position may be fraught with difficulty. What if Agent Hill were to meet with an accident? Zhang Ming pressed, undeterred. Even without Hill, it could be Tony or Rogers. While I would like to see you in the director's seat, your credentials are lacking, Pierce cautioned. Zhang Ming felt slighted. He was, after all, one of Earth's most powerful beings, second only to the female head of S.H.I.E.L.D. How could the council be so ungrateful? Mr. Pierce, what if? I mean, hypothetically, Maria Hill, Tony, Steve, Natasha, Barton, and Coulson all met with misfortune at once? Pierce's mouth twitched at the audacity of the suggestion. He found himself weary. It was evident that Zhang Ming's newfound power had inflated his ego. If that were to happen, you would be the primary suspect. And the council would be even less inclined to appoint you as director. What if the council members all experienced simultaneous misfortunes? Zhang Ming countered. Pierce was momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Ming quietly proposed, Mr. Pierce, what do you think about the establishment of a new S.H.I.E.L.D.? Pierce, seeing Zhang Ming's determination to ascend to the directorship, decided to gamble alongside him. He was aware that his years were limited, and he wished to witness Hydra's global supremacy while he still drew breath. Zhang Ming, do not act rashly. I will do my utmost to assist you in your endeavor. And you should gather as many allies as possible, starting with Banner, who is the easiest to sway. Pierce began advising Zhang Ming on how to garner support, believing that Banner could be persuaded, and Natasha and Barton were also potential allies. As for Tony and Steve, he deemed it futile to expect their support for Zhang Ming. However, there was no need to eliminate them. If necessary, Maria Hill could take the directorial position, allowing Hydra to remain concealed while embedding more operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D. More operatives? Zhang Ming was incredulous. There are already 9 out of 10 agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. who are Hydra operatives. If we infiltrate further, what will remain of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Mr. Pierce, you are overly cautious. Hear me out. Let us seize the moment with some fervor. Pierce nodded. Very well. Long live Hydra. Long live Hydra. After ending the call, Zhang Ming resolved to visit Nick Fury, lest his butterfly effect lead to Fury's genuine demise. Chapter 42. The list of candidates for the new director the following day. In light of Nick Fury's untimely demise, the council hastily convened to deliberate on who would assume the role of the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The preliminary candidates were tentatively identified as Maria Hill, Phil Coulson, Natasha Romanoff, and Clint Barton. However, Minister Pierce believed that Zhang Ming was the most suitable candidate for the position. Minister Pierce, Zhang Ming has only been a member of the Avengers for less than a year, and he is not even affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. One of the council members interjected. You all seem to have forgotten Zhang Ming's performance during the Battle of New York, along with his subordinates, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki. Minister Pierce, this only suggests that Zhang Ming is exceptionally powerful, another council member interrupted, recalling their previous attempt to eliminate Zhang Ming with a nuclear strike. They were hardly inclined to appoint someone they so desperately wished to see gone. Due to Director Fury's folly, the universe is now aware of Earth's existence. If extraterrestrials were to attack again, would you have Agent Hill or Coulson confront them? Pierce remained unperturbed. Even if Zhang Ming is not the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he is a member of the Avengers, and he has an obligation. Zhang Ming has no such obligation. He is the largest arms tycoon in America, possessing both wealth and strength. Why should he heed your commands? With a scoff, Pierce prepared to terminate the video call when a thought struck him. Zhang Ming has mentioned his desire to establish a new S.H.I.E.L.D. Utter nonsense. Yet, before the other party could finish, Pierce abruptly ended the call. Ultimately, due to Pierce's relentless insistence, Zhang Ming's name was added to the candidate list. It was unavoidable. Zhang Ming's power was formidable, particularly after transforming into the Nine Tails, with his tailed beast chakra rivaling that of a nuclear bomb, capable of rapid successive attacks. Should extraterrestrials descend upon Earth again, could they rely solely on the Avengers for protection? Thor, while powerful, was an alien and thus not entirely trusted. Hulk, though immensely strong, was indiscriminate in battle. Iron Man, though capable, lacked resilience and would be rendered ineffective after sustaining a single blow. Meanwhile, in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s private hospital, Zhang Ming, Hill, Coulson, and the Avengers awaited outside a patient room. At that moment, a doctor emerged, shaking his head apologetically. I'm sorry, we did our best. Upon hearing this, sorrow washed over the group. Zhang Ming utilized his Byakugan to observe Nick Fury, whose heart and breath had ceased. However, through the Byakugan, he could discern the flow of blood within Fury's body, likely achieved through some means. Zhang Ming retracted his Byakugan, smirking inwardly. Fury's mistrust of him was evident, and it seemed he would need to add Fury's name to his little notebook upon returning. At a nearby restaurant, the atmosphere was somber due to Fury's death. Except for Zhang Ming, Minato, and Kushina, everyone else lacked appetite. Though many had not particularly liked Fury, he had been their superior. Unfazed, Zhang Ming, after satisfying his hunger, was the first to speak. Now that Director Fury is deceased, we have 4 candidates. What are your thoughts? The others, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, remained undeterred by Fury's passing. Maria Hill replied coolly, Zhang Ming, this is not for us to decide. We must abide by the council's appointments. Zhang Ming shook his head, remaining non-committal. Agent Hill, Coulson, Barton, Natasha, your strengths are insufficient. You should withdraw from the candidate list. Maria Hill rolled her eyes, unwilling to entertain Zhang Ming's childishness. Coulson felt the discussion pointless. Who would become the director was beyond their control. Mr. Zhang, is there any merit in discussing this? Zhang Ming shot a glance at Coulson. Silence, Coulson. Does this imply you intend to contest my candidacy? Coulson promptly fell silent, aware of Zhang Ming's notoriously petty nature. Among them, Zhang Ming was undoubtedly the strongest. If he were not to lead S.H.I.E.L.D., who would? Kushina, summoned by Zhang Ming, believed the strongest should lead, akin to the Hokage. Minato shared a similar sentiment, nodding in agreement, confident that Zhang Ming's leadership would ensure their protection. Please, continue dining. Maria Hill found sitting with this group an affront to her intellect and promptly stood to leave. Zhang Ming paid her no mind. Turning to the others with an arrogant inquiry, so, do you support my candidacy for director? Natasha chuckled. Zhang Ming, cease your antics. If the council appoints you, we will all support you. And what if the council proposes Agent Hill? The group fell silent, unwilling to waste further time on Zhang Ming's whims, and began to depart. Kushina watched them leave, feeling indignant. Humph. Had I known, I would not have saved them. It's all Minato's fault. Minato sheepishly scratched the back of his head, recalling how Zhang Ming had cast them into the sea during his Ninetales transformation, and it was indeed he who had urged Kushina to rescue them. It's fine. Let us return, Zhang Ming waved dismissively. The council had already favored Maria Hill for the director's position, with only Pierce advocating for himself. Upon returning to the villa, the little ones had gone to school. After exchanging pleasantries, Minato and Kushina utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to head to the film set for The Little Mermaid. Zhang Ming retreated to his room and noted Nick Fury's name in his notebook. As he prepared to close the notebook, Zhang Ming glanced at Alexander Pierce's name. Reflecting on Pierce's relentless efforts for the directorship, he decisively crossed it out with correction fluid. Pierce, you truly are a piece of work. I could weep. After expressing his exasperation, Zhang Ming dialed Maria Hill. Agent Hill, this time you support me, and next time I will fully support you. Beep, beep, beep. Damn it, this wretched woman hung up on me. Zhang Ming fumed, redialing. Agent Hill, are you free tomorrow? How about going fishing together? Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Ming felt that Maria Hill was lacking in decorum for hanging up during someone else's conversation. Hence, he promptly inscribed Maria Hill's name in his notebook as well. Chapter 43, Election of the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. In an underground hospital of A.S.H.I.E.L.D. division in New York, Maria Hill hung up her phone and cast a resigned glance at Nick Fury. Director Fury, your feigned death is indeed a poor move. Noticing Hill's troubled expression, the Black Egg couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Is Zhang Ming persistently calling you for something? Zhang Ming has already severed ties with me over your directorship. If he intends to assassinate me, the likelihood of my demise is almost certain. To be frank, Maria Hill had little desire to play along with Fury's ruse. Were Fury to perish, she would gladly assume the mantle of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director. However, regarding Zhang Ming, she harbored serious doubts about his capacity to effectively manage S.H.I.E.L.D. Besides his formidable strength, he was virtually devoid of other merits. If Zhang Ming were to ascend to the directorship, it would be a miracle if he managed to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. even once a month. Surely not. Aside from his greed and stinginess, he hardly seems overly interested in power. Nick Fury was bewildered. Damn it, I am not even dead yet, and already he has his eyes on my position. Shaking his head, he sighed. Hill, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra. Only upon my death will they reveal themselves. I hope so, Hill said, her expression wavering. Recalling Zhang Ming's behavior earlier that day, she voiced her concerns. Given Zhang Ming's demeanor today, if he cannot secure the role of the new director, I fear he may cause trouble, even leading to a civil war within the Avengers. The Black Egg grimaced, questioning whether it was necessary to be so fixated. Could it be that this fellow is also a Hydra member? After all, Zhang Ming's group appeared out of nowhere, aside from those twin siblings. There is no record of the other's origins. Moreover, each of them possesses incredible strength, leading me to suspect they could be Hydra's test subjects. Hill. Do you think Zhang Ming could possibly be one of Hydra's own? You had best hope not. Otherwise, given our current strength, we would stand no chance. Maria Hill recalled Zhang Ming's transformation into a colossal fox, still haunted by the memory. The crucial factor was that he possessed the ability to traverse from New York to Africa in a mere second. Even if the United States unleashed its entire arsenal of missiles, they would scarcely touch a hair on his head. 3 days later, in Washington. At the conference room of the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the World Security Council, military representatives, and members of the Avengers had gathered. General Ross, representing the military, began with customary inquiries directed at Hill. She answered fluidly, as if merely following a routine. Afterward, General Ross turned his gaze toward Zhang Ming, who sat with his arms crossed, eyes shut in contemplation, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. The Security Council had already informed him that should Zhang Ming fail to secure the position of director, he might establish a new S.H.I.E.L.D. of his own. Although lacking official recognition, it seemed he had no need for it. Firstly, he was the largest arms dealer in the United States. Replete with resources and manpower, both the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. sought procurement orders from him. Secondly, he might be more powerful than the entirety of the United States combined. At the very least, after transforming into a giant fox and obliterating several cities. They could do nothing to stop him. Mr. Zhang, let us begin with some routine questions. How long can you maintain your giant nine-tailed fox form? Zhang Ming opened his eyes, answering with disdain. As long as I desire, I can maintain it indefinitely. I can also transform into a nine-tailed fox. At that moment, Kushina inexplicably stood up, raising her hand as if to self-destruct. General Ross, somewhat astonished, asked, Miss Kushina, are you saying you can also transform into a giant nine-tailed fox like Zhang Ming? Yes, but I am not yet a perfect Jinchuriki, and my transformation would be uncontrollable, potentially resulting in destruction akin to the Hulk. A cold sweat broke out among the audience, having witnessed the devastation Zhang Ming's nine-tailed form could unleash. Particularly the infinite-tailed beast bombs. If she were to lose control like the Hulk, unleashing hundreds of tailed beast bombs on New York City would likely obliterate it. All right. Kushina, please refrain from speaking unless asked, Ross interjected. Kushina, somewhat disgruntled, sat back down. After admonishing Kushina, Zhang Ming smiled at Ross, fear not. Should I become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., even if Kushina goes berserk into her nine-tailed form, I possess the capability to restrain her. At the very least, I could utilize the flying thunder god technique to relocate her to an uninhabited area. As Zhang Ming spoke, he patted Minato's shoulder, indicating that Minato could handle it as well. Rest assured, everyone, I am more than capable. Minato beamed a radiant smile at the assembly. The members of the Security Council exchanged glances, wondering if they were being threatened. The implication of Zhang Ming's words suggested he was intent on becoming the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross weakly inquired, what if Mr. Zhang is not the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Zhang Ming leaned back, closing his eyes once more, dismissive of such inquiries. Captain America could no longer contain himself. He slammed the table and exclaimed, Zhang Ming, you are being utterly selfish. Bang! Zhang Ming slammed the table in response. Selfish? I am from the Celestial Empire and bear no obligation to protect you, mere citizens of America. Zhang Ming, you. Natasha, Hawkeye, Tony, and the others stared at him in disbelief. Had they not fought alongside him during the Battle of New York? Zhang Ming had even protected them, enveloping them in nine-tailed chakra. They could hardly fathom that he would utter such hurtful words. Even Tony, who often teased Zhang Ming as a thief, had always regarded him as a comrade. Zhang Ming, is power truly so important? With your strength, does your potential directorship not affect your social standing? Tony, spare me the philosophical musings. You all know I aspire to be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., yet you openly support Hill. Do you not regard me as a comrade? Zhang Ming feigned a look of grievance. Were it not for his lack of acting skills, he would have shed a few tears. The Avengers were left speechless. Who knew he harbored such deep resentment toward the directorship? General Ross took a deep breath. Zhang Ming, if this is how you feel, then I fear your Dawn Enterprises may never receive a single order, as the Celestial Empire will not permit the existence of private military enterprises. Zhang Ming chuckled, regarding Ross with the incredulity reserved for a fool. Though the Celestial Empire does not allow private military enterprises, I could relocate Dawn Enterprises to Russia, the Middle East, or even Afghanistan and Iraq. Would you care to test that? Chapter 44. Shouting Hail Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. Without a doubt, Zhang Ming's words struck a chord with the assembly of politicians. Even if Tony desired to relocate Stark Industries, it would be impossible, for they would never permit it. However, Zhang Ming was different. He possessed absolute power. Should they dare to obstruct him, he would not hesitate to transform into a seductress and unleash a barrage of tailed beast bombs upon them. Very well, we understand your point. Please hold on a moment. Ross said as he arose and departed with the members of the Security Council to another meeting room, wishing to keep certain discussions away from Zhang Ming and his companions. With the departure of several politicians, the only ones remaining were the Avengers and the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D., accompanied by a few security personnel. Silence enveloped the room, save for Hill, who appeared burdened with anxiety. Her concern did not stem from a desire for the director's position, but rather from the fear that Zhang Ming might be affiliated with Hydra. If a Hydra member were to assume the role of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, it would surely lead to the infiltration of Hydra operatives into critical departments. In that case, S.H.I.E.L.D. would no longer deserve its name and might as well be called Hydra Shield. Before long, Ross and the members of the Security Council returned to the meeting room. Director Zhang, after discussions with the military and the National Security Council, it has been decided that, due to the unfortunate passing of Director Fury, you will assume the position of the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ha ha ha. Thank you, General Ross, and esteemed leaders. Tonight at 8. I will treat everyone to dinner at the Noble Spirit Restaurant, Zhang Ming exclaimed, rising to shake hands with General Ross. Ross, recalling that he had never heard of such a restaurant, curiously inquired, Director Zhang, where is the Noble Spirit Restaurant located? Ah, my apologies, I misspoke. Tonight, we shall gather at the Bulgari Restaurant. Let us not miss it, Zhang Ming corrected himself, his companions wearing expressions of smugness. They were not envious or concerned about power. Rather, they found Zhang Ming to be particularly unreliable. The next day, Zhang Ming arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to begin the transition of responsibilities with Hill, Coulson, and others. However, he soon discovered that many aspects of the work were beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, his first act as director was to dismiss Maria Hill. Coulson, I do not require your opinion. I want my own judgment. And Coulson, you are dismissed as well. Zhang Ming declared, hands on hips, wearing a smug expression. His motives were not rooted in pettiness, rather. He deemed their positions too crucial to be held by anyone other than his own people from Hydra. Had it not been for Natasha and Barton being members of the Avengers, he would have dismissed them too. Hill coldly remarked, Humph. Director Zhang, I hope you do not come to regret this. Zhang Ming responded with a mocking smile, Maria Hill, I am the director. Unable to tolerate his smug demeanor, Hill stormed out, followed by Coulson, who left with a wry smile. Once they had departed, Zhang Ming found himself in a predicament. Their positions were immensely significant. Who could possibly replace them? Watergate, Kushina, perhaps you two could take their places? Please, do not put us in such a position, Watergate and Kushina replied, utterly bewildered by the responsibilities at hand. Frustrated, Zhang Ming turned his gaze to Crossbones and Ramnu. How about you, Director Zhang? Please do not put me in a difficult position, Crossbones replied. Although he was an excellent soldier, managing the internal affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not his forte. Sighing, Zhang Ming recognized that while he had recruited numerous Hydra personnel, they were primarily focused on research and combat, showing disdain for logistical management. With no alternative, he reluctantly called his dear friend Pierce. Mr. Pierce, I have become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ha, Zhang Ming. You have done well, Pierce exclaimed, clearly pleased on the other end of the line. Maria Hill and Coulson have already been dismissed. My plan is to replace all non-Hydra personnel in S.H.I.E.L.D. My S.H.I.E.L.D. will not permit any outsiders. Pierce was bewildered, questioning, what do you mean by no outsiders? They are undercover agents. If there are no outsiders, all being Hydra, what is the purpose of having undercover agents? Director Zhang, are you not being a bit hasty? Not at all, Mr. Pierce. You will handle personnel matters. I will only need to sign off on them. Pierce did not expect Zhang Ming to entrust such a significant responsibility to him, wondering if he had been overly concerned. In the following period, Zhang Ming took decisive action within S.H.I.E.L.D., systematically eliminating dissenters and clandestinely placing Hydra members in key positions. This maneuver naturally incited discontent among the Security Council, leading to several inquiries. However, the director remained unfazed. Since my ascension, the task completion rate has been 100%. What grievances do you have? The council members were left speechless. They knew this was due to Watergate and Kushina's formidable capabilities, which enabled such success. Yet, Zhang Ming's claims held truth. Not only was the completion rate impeccable, but the speed was also remarkable, leaving the matter unresolved. Zhang Ming's actions were deemed excessively audacious, even by Pierce. One day, Pierce could no longer resist Zhang Ming's invitation and visited S.H.I.E.L.D. for the first time, eager to meet his idol. Mr. Pierce, at last, we meet. You are truly my idol. I wonder why Director Zhang has summoned me? Let us discuss this in the conference room. Zhang Ming instructed. Gathering all S.H.I.E.L.D. upper management, approximately 30 individuals. Since his appointment as director, neither Natasha nor Barton had graced S.H.I.E.L.D. with their presence, likely due to their engagements with missions. Yet, Zhang Ming had no desire to assign them tasks. He had Steel Soldiers and the Watergate couple, rendering the Avengers unnecessary. Over 30 faces gazed fervently at Zhang Ming, who suddenly slammed his hands on the table and loudly proclaimed, "Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra!" Pierce was momentarily bewildered. If he recalled correctly, they were indeed still within the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. A group was jubilantly chanting Hail Hydra within the sanctum of S-H-I-E-L-D. Once he regained his composure, Pierce felt a surge of excitement. His face flushed as he joined in the chant, Hail Hydra. As the echoes of their fervor subsided, Zhang Ming signaled to Crossbones, who nodded and removed his outer garment, revealing a tight-fitting costume akin to Captain America's, emblazoned with Hydra's insignia. He also bore a vibranium shield, similarly marked with Hydra's emblem. Allow me to introduce Brock Romnu, the inaugural captain of Hydra. Chapter 45, No Adversaries Before Us. A resounding applause filled the room as Zhang Ming directed his gaze towards a bespectacled bald man. Agent Hibbert. How goes the internal cleansing within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Director Zhang, aside from Natasha, Barton, and Steve, everyone else has been expelled from the headquarters. The bald man proclaimed with an air of satisfaction. The headquarters referred to Triskelion, while there remained numerous other S.H.I.E.L.D. divisions where Hydra-S infiltration was not as severe. Another round of applause erupted, and Zhang Ming nodded in approval. Minister Pierce, I propose to attribute Nick Fury's death to Steve. What are your thoughts? An excellent idea. Pierce nodded with a smile, eager to witness Hydra-S ascendance in his lifetime. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to Minister Pierce. Now, I would like to announce the significance of the highest leadership of Hydra, which is the Shadow, and I will serve as the inaugural Serpent Shadow. Do you all comprehend this? The assembly unanimously agreed, for Zhang Ming's prowess was well acknowledged. Where the frog leaps, the serpent thrives, the serpent's belly hatches eggs, birthing new serpents. This embodies the will of the serpent, which you must remember for future assessments. Should anyone fail to answer, it would signify betrayal of the serpent's will. The attendees diligently began recording this crucial statement, lest they forget and be mistakenly deemed traitors to the serpent's intent. Zhang Ming rose, gazing at the crowd, extending his right hand, and calmly declared, "You all need only return to your positions and continue as usual, without arrogance or panic. Whatever transpires, you need only follow me." As he spoke, his palm gradually formed a fist, and with unwavering confidence, he proclaimed, "No adversaries before us." In that instant, 9 chakra tails erupted from behind Zhang Ming, matching the 9 heads of Hydra, malevolent and formidable. No adversaries before us. Long live the inaugural Serpent Shadow. Long live Hydra. The fervor in the room intensified. At that moment, Zhang Ming was their faith. Even Pierce, witnessing this, felt as though he beheld a deity. He approached Zhang Ming, kneeling on one knee, his right hand placed over his heart. As Zhang Ming pondered the old man's intentions, Pierce bellowed, "Inaugural Serpent Shadow, you are my god." Zhang Ming remained silent. He proceeded to delegate further responsibilities before concluding the assembly. For instance, S.H.I.E.L.D. would no longer need to maintain a low profile. They would operate directly under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name, without the need to masquerade as the FBI. Upon exiting the conference room, the attendees tucked away their fervor and resumed their duties. It must be noted that Hydra members were almost universally gifted actors. Zhang Ming noticed a cleaning lady attending to her tasks and furrowed his brow, inquiring of the bespectacled bald man beside him, "Agent Hibbert, is she one of us?" She is not. Dismiss her. I do not care about the divisions, but at headquarters, I will not tolerate anyone who is not one of our own." "Yes, Serpent Shadow." Zhang Ming, satisfied, patted him on the shoulder and departed with Minato and Kushina via the Flying Thunder God technique. As time passed, Zhang Ming's positions as both the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Serpent Shadow became increasingly secure. Even if the Black Egg were to feign death and return, he could never reclaim the directorship. Moreover, even if Zhang Ming were to relinquish the position to him, all but he would remain Hydra members, including the cleaning lady. When the system summoned a character with a kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could seize control of the military's highest commander, thereby dictating the fate of America. On this day, Pierce summoned Captain America to his office. "Steve, according to intelligence, why was Nick Fury at your apartment when he was murdered?" Minister Pierce, no comment. Captain America clearly mistrusted him, recalling the Black Egg's warning that many Hydra members were embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. "Aside from myself, trust no one." Pierce pressed. "The Security Council suspects you of murdering Director Fury. Will you not defend yourself?" "I can only say that I did not kill Fury. I had no motive to do so." Pierce, visibly agitated, slammed his hand on the table, fixing his gaze on Captain America. "Fury was not only my colleague for over 20 years, but also my dear friend. How can we investigate the murderer when you say nothing?" "I will uncover the murderer myself. I do not trust you," Captain America retorted, grabbing his shield and exiting the room. As he entered the elevator, several agents boarded. Captain America glanced at Crossbones, who bore a shield identical to his, albeit with a 9-tailed fox emblem replacing the original Hydra insignia at Pierce's behest. Though Zhang Ming was indifferent, Pierce believed it prudent not to provoke attention, for their adversaries extended beyond America. They encompassed the entire globe. "Romano, do you dare act so boldly? Does Director Zhang know?" Crossbones remained silent, signaling for others to converge, attempting to restrain Captain America. Yet this group of agents was evidently no match for him, and in an instant, all but Crossbones lay defeated. The two engaged in a fierce exchange within the elevator. But as time wore on, Crossbones began to falter. Having recently assumed the role of Hydra's captain and lacking serum enhancement, his fighting skills were comparable to Captain America's. Yet his strength and resilience were evidently inferior. A moment of miscalculation resulted in Captain America pinning him against the elevator wall. Romano, was this Zhang Ming's command? There is only one captain in S.H.I.E.L.D., and that is I. Romano attempted an elbow strike, but Captain America effortlessly countered, following up with a series of strikes. As the elevator doors opened, a multitude of armed personnel directed their weapons at him. Captain America had no time to ponder. He shattered the glass with his shield and executed a leap of faith. Vibranium could absorb kinetic energy, including impacts, and coupled with his physical prowess, Captain America landed gracefully before quickly rising to flee. Crossbones regained his footing, contacting Zhang Ming at the villa. Sir, the mission has failed. I am no match for Rogers. I see. Let him escape. Have Pierce issue a warrant for his capture. Yes, sir. After ending the call, Zhang Ming felt that his Hydra captain needed further enhancement. Super Soldier Serum, Hulk Serum, and Extremis Virus were all possibilities, with the latter having the highest success rate. Besides, that Killian should be making his appearance soon. Before long. Members of the Security Council initiated a video call, questioning why S.H.I.E.L.D.'s upper echelon intended to apprehend the captain. Pierce explained. Steve concealed the truth about Director Fury's death and offered no defense. We suspect he is the murderer. Pierce then seized the opportunity to mention the Insight program. The matter pertaining to the Insight program is currently on hold. Next, the council turned their attention to Zhang Ming. Director Zhang, as the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., why have you not been present at the agency? Chapter 46. Dr. Zola. The mention of the council irked Zhang Ming. In his quest to seize the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had effectively divided the Avengers into two factions. Since assuming the role of director, he had graced the agency with his presence on a mere 4 occasions, each visit lasting no more than an hour. Was this how he regarded S.H.I.E.L.D.? In stark contrast to Pierce's amiable demeanor, Zhang Ming lounged carelessly in his chair, feet propped on the table. Agents Romanoff and Clinton had not set foot in S.H.I.E.L.D. even once. Why was there no criticism directed at them? As their superior, it was his duty to lead by example. Zhang Ming, however, paid little mind to the admonitions. Were it not for the fact that this was merely a video call, he would have overturned the table in frustration. Beyond being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was also the original Hydra Shadow, the proprietor of Dawn Industries, and the guardian of 4 young wards. He was utterly swamped with responsibilities and could hardly spare the time to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. daily. Pierce was tasked with managing the situation, and the video conference ended on an unsatisfactory note. Meanwhile, Black Widow had tracked down the fugitive Captain America. Captain, the individual responsible for Fury's death is a mysterious figure known as the Winter Soldier. He attacked me 50 years ago. Are you spinning ghost tales? Captain America clearly doubted her. Black Widow proceeded to explain, revealing her waist injury as evidence. Frustrated, Captain America punched the wall. Natasha, I suspect that Pierce and Zhang Ming are affiliated with Hydra. What? Director Zhang Ming? Natasha was incredulous, while Pierce was somewhat plausible. If Zhang Ming were indeed a Hydra operative, it would spell disaster. Langmuir must be compromised. He is Zhang Ming's subordinate, possessing a vibranium shield identical to mine, emblazoned with the pattern of the nine-tailed fox. Captain, you might be overthinking this. If Director Zhang personally sought to capture you, do you truly believe you could escape? Captain America pondered, realizing she was correct. If Zhang Ming intended to apprehend him, escape would be futile. Not even if Naruto Uzumaki or Kushina Uzumaki intervened, would he stand a chance. Then why? Natasha continued, since assuming the role of director, Zhang Ming has visited S.H.I.E.L.D. only 4 times in over a month, each time for less than an hour. She expressed her discontent, recalling how Zhang Ming had not only severed ties with them in his pursuit of the directorship, but also dismissed Hill and Coulson. Following that, S.H.I.E.L.D. had let go of numerous personnel, including Melinda May and Sharon Carter, both of whom she considered comrades. After deliberation, they resolved to investigate a secret base located in New Jersey, the domain of the artificial intelligence, Dr. Zola. However, Zhang Ming had already arrived ahead of them. Intending to cultivate a relationship with the doctor, hoping to enlist his services much like Tony Stark did with J.A.R.V.I.S. Despite his formidable abilities. It was the age of the internet, and much could be gleaned online. Hello, is Dr. Zola there? I am Zhang Ming, the original Hydra Shadow. Zhang Ming? Pierce mentioned you. Although your methods may be reckless, you have elevated Hydra to remarkable heights since the Second World War. Dr. Zola's voice crackled with electronic distortion, a consequence of the antiquated equipment. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, you wish to employ me as your personal steward, akin to Tony and H-Y-D-R-A-V-I-S. Precisely. It is all for Hydra, Zhang Ming declared with fervor. He had long coveted Tony's J-A-R-V-I-S. Ivan Vanko only knew how to create reactors and iron soldiers, lacking the expertise to craft an intelligent assistant. Zhang Ming had previously attempted to create one, only to produce a subpar imitation. This is untenable. As Hydra's supreme leader, I must remain in the shadows, orchestrating everything without revealing myself to the public. Zhang Ming fell silent, sensing that Dr. Zola was treading a dangerous path. What did it mean to be Hydra's supreme leader? If he held that title, what did that make Zhang Ming, the original Hydra shadow? Ah, what a pity. Long live Hydra. Zhang Ming nodded, conversing with Dr. Zola about Hydra's 9-year developmental plan before taking his leave. He then proceeded to sever all nearby electrical wires, demolishing backup generators. The outcome was that Dr. Zola was rendered utterly inoperative. After a considerable time, Zhang Ming returned to the scene, violently dismantling the ancient computer and extracting the mainboard of Dr. Zola. Forgive me, Dr. Zola, this is all for Hydra. He had no choice. Dr. Zola had dared to usurp his Hydra, an act of sheer folly. Could he not learn a thing or two from Pierce? Contemplating Pierce, Zhang Ming dialed his number. Steve and Natasha have discovered Dr. Zola's existence. Arrange for a missile strike. I have dismantled Dr. Zola's mainboard. Great Hydra Shadow. You need not worry about my safety. Have you forgotten my mastery of the Thunder God technique? That's all. Beep, beep, beep. Pierce was left bewildered. He wanted to suggest that since Captain America and Natasha had arrived, the Hydra Shadow could simply eliminate them. They were hardly his equals. Was it truly necessary to dismantle Dr. Zola's mainboard? Pierce was perplexed, while Captain America and Natasha were even more confounded. Upon arriving at the secret base, they found not only was there no internet, but there was also no electricity. As if that were not enough, before they could fully process their confusion, they were greeted with a gift from Pierce, a flying missile. Ultimately, they narrowly escaped through the sewers. Zhang Ming had just returned to S-H-I-E-L-D. When Pierce approached him, Rogers and Romanoff managed to escape. Not to worry, they will ensnare themselves. Zhang Ming calmly sealed Dr. Zola's mainboard within a scroll, for he would still require Zola's assistance in monitoring all Hydra members. If feasible, he would see if Tony could transform Dr. Zola into his personal steward. When Ultron emerged, he would replace J-A-R-V-I-S and transfigure Dr. Zola into Vision. Of course, all this hinged on Dr. Zola's compliance with his directives. Chapter 47. Uchiha Madara has awakened. Pierce observed Zhang Ming sealing Dr. Zola's mainframe but refrained from questioning him, for he was now an ardent devotee of Zhang Ming. Should we deploy the Winter Soldier to eliminate them? He pondered. No need. I will require Steve to divide the Avengers later. Zhang Ming recalled the Civil War in Captain America, Civil War, where both Steve and Tony were indispensable protagonists. Ding. Uchiha Madara has awakened. Please prepare to receive. Zhang Ming was initially taken aback, soon overwhelmed with immense joy. My Madara has finally appeared. From his understanding of the summoning system, characters summoned from the Naruto universe typically did not diminish in strength. At the very least, they remained comparable. Thus, the Uchiha Madara summoned could not possibly be in his youth. Suddenly, Pierce noticed the office was entirely empty, momentarily stunned. Clearly, Zhang Ming had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his villa, where he exuberantly shouted, "Receive him, my Madara." A swirling vortex of space manifested as Madara made his grand entrance. However, with a thud, Madara stumbled and fell, his white hair disheveled, his wrinkled visage reminiscent of a frail elder, with several tubes protruding from his back. Without the outer path's golem supplying energy, Madara's presence waned rapidly, and he soon succumbed to unconsciousness on the floor. Ah, Madara, what has happened to you? Please do not perish. Zhang Ming hurriedly lifted the old man and transported him to S-H-I-E-L-D-S hospital using the Flying Thunder God technique. Exercising his authority as the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, he summoned every available doctor, biologist, and geneticist. His concern for Madara was not born of genuine care, but rather the fear that if Madara perished, the abilities he inherited from him would vanish as well. As Madara underwent treatment, Zhang Ming stood at the ward's entrance, attempting to assimilate the abilities he had inherited. The more he focused, the more disheartened he became. Although he possessed all the techniques associated with the Rinnegan, he could not activate it. Not only the Rinnegan, but he was also unable to unlock the Sharingan. The old man had already bestowed the Rinnegan upon Nagato. Though lacking the Mangeki Sharingan, he still possessed the 3-Tomo Sharingan and the ability to summon Susanoo. Coupled with Madara's combat skills and the potency of his jutsu, particularly Wood Release, he felt capable of inviting Thanos to dance. Yet, he feared that if Uchiha Madara were to die, would his powers dissipate as well? Even if he managed to save him now, given Madara's age, how many years could he possibly have left? With a creak, the door swung open, and a group of doctors emerged, shaking their heads at Zhang Ming. I apologize, Director Zhang, but we have done all we can. The elderly gentleman's age is simply too advanced, so I do not care what methods you employ. He must not die. Even if it means permanently freezing him, he cannot perish. The doctors exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of disbelief and concern. The elderly man was well over a century old, older than Captain America. His passing would be a celebration of life rather than a tragedy. Director. The elder is nearing the end of his life. Even if we were to freeze him now, we could not preserve his vitality. Then use the super soldier serum. Director. There has only been one successful case of the super soldier serum, that being Steve Rogers. Regardless, he is on the brink of death. We must try something. Even if it is a desperate measure, Zhang Ming commanded, irritation evident in his tone. He had yet to begin inviting others to dance. And it was imperative that this old man did not die. Back in the ward, the doctors prepared to inject the super soldier serum into Madara's veins. However, upon observing the monitors, they noted that the area around his chest was the most vital, connected to the blood vessels. Very well. We shall inject it directly into his chest. Ultimately, the doctors followed the readings and injected the super soldier serum into the vessel connected to Hashirama's cells. The super soldier serum had a propensity to amplify the inherent malevolence within a person. Red Skull had transformed into a monster after its injection. Thus, the success rate of the serum was notoriously low. Steve Rogers, being a paragon of virtue, became even more altruistic as a result. A group of individuals stood transfixed before a freezing chamber, where Uchiha Madara awaited the outcome of the serum injection. As time passed, Zhang Ming commanded, "Open it." With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, the metal door crashing through the wall. A muscular Uchiha Madara emerged, his white hair flowing and his wrinkles vanished. With an additional set of abdominal muscles, he appeared even more striking than his original form. Upon his emergence, Madara scanned the room, and those whom his gaze fell upon instinctively recoiled, except for Zhang Ming. Interesting, you must be Zhang Ming, my summoner. Zhang Ming furrowed his brow, sensing a lack of respect from Madara. If it were Minato or Kushina, they would not have displayed such an attitude. Madara, too, frowned, subconsciously believing he ought to heed Zhang Ming's commands, yet grappling with the notion that he was a being of unparalleled supremacy. Suddenly, a child's wail echoed through the room, leaving everyone momentarily bewildered. Where had this child come from? Zhang Ming soon realized the cries originated from Madara's chest, from Hashirama's face. Madara, what is the meaning of this? Madara's lips twitched as he turned his face away, clearly reluctant to answer. The super soldier serum had fused perfectly with Hashirama's cells, which were renowned for their purity. Zhang Ming quickly checked his own chest, relieved to find no visage of Hashirama. He approached Madara, patting his shoulder and gesturing toward the crying face of Hashirama. Madara. It seems Hashirama might be hungry. Shall I have someone prepare some formula for him? Humph. Not necessary. Not fond of that? Perhaps I could find a recently delivered mother to nurse him. After all, we cannot let the child go hungry, can we? Madara was momentarily taken aback, his mind conjuring an image of a mother feeding the face of Hashirama at his chest, which utterly repulsed him. Humph. Hashirama's cells do not require nourishment. Is that so? What a pity, Zhang Ming replied, feigning disappointment, having envisioned the amusing sight of Madara holding a bottle to his own chest. Of course. He could also find a wet nurse, allowing Madara and the nurse to feed simultaneously. Chapter 48. Little Hashirama of Madara. My name is Hinata Hyuga, but everyone calls me Little Hinata. What is your name? Hello, Little Hinata. I am Senja Hashirama. Senja Hashirama? Isn't that the name of the first Hokage? I am not sure, but both Madara and brother Zhang Ming call me Senja Hashirama. In Zhang Ming's villa, the shirtless Uchiha Madara sat expressionlessly on the sofa, while Little Hinata sat beside him, engaging in light banter with the face of Hashirama emblazoned on Madara's chest. Madara glanced down at the curious Little Hinata. Enough, kid. Oh, I'm sorry, Madara-kun. Little Hinata quickly retreated behind Zhang Ming. Uchiha Itachi, Wanda, and Pietro sat upright, their demeanor tense, as Madara's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Zhang Ming found it amusing and pointed at Madara's chest. Madara, can you get rid of him? No, if I were to remove him, I would lose the ability to utilize would release, Madara replied flatly. In truth, he was reluctant to part with it, as its voice and personality were strikingly similar to that of the young Hashirama. While Hashirama might sacrifice himself for the village of Konoha, if faced with a choice between Konoha and Hashirama, Madara would unhesitatingly choose Hashirama. To be honest, Madara held little regard for wood release. After all, he couldn't even perform the wood golem technique, and at most could only utilize the flower tree world technique. His initial fusion with Hashirama's cells was merely to unlock the Rinnegan, following the instructions on the tablet. Despite Madara's imposing presence intimidating the group of youngsters, it did not faze the little Hashirama residing on his chest. Madara, you must not speak harshly. Hurry and apologize to Little Hinata. Hashirama, be quiet. Madara, are you scolding me again? Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Steve and Natasha encountered the retired soldier Sam, whom they had met during their previous run, and expressed their need for his assistance. Sam appeared puzzled. Shouldn't you be seeking Director Zhang Ming instead? Why have you come to me? Steve and Natasha exchanged glances, uncertain if they could trust Zhang Ming, as they believed him to be grossly incompetent and possibly overshadowed by peers. Do not even mention our director. He merely aspires to be a director. In the past 42 days, he has spent less than 4 hours at S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha explained helplessly. This revelation left Sam astonished. Is the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director really that leisurely? When Fury held the position, it was nothing like this. Sam had heard that Zhang Ming had fallen out with many over his pursuit of the directorship and assumed he was a power-hungry individual. Yet this was the reality? Nevertheless, he invited the two into the room. During their conversation, Natasha recalled the encounter with the bespectacled bald man, Shiwul, during their previous rescue mission. Thus, they discreetly sought out the bald man and invited him to the rooftop. Without hesitation, Steve kicked him and lifted him up. Tell me, Shiwul, what is Hydra's objective? And what is the Zola algorithm? I don't know what you are talking about. I am merely following Minister Pierce's orders. Shiwul, flustered, retreated as Steve advanced. And what role does Director Zhang Ming play in this? I don't know. Are you planning to throw me off the rooftop? That is not your style, Captain. Shiwul might mention Pierce, but he would never reveal Zhang Ming's name unless Zhang Ming willingly exposed himself. Steve nodded, recognizing it was indeed not his style, but Natasha was different. Without warning, Natasha kicked him off the ledge, and shortly thereafter, Falcon brought him back up. Before Natasha could continue her questioning, the bald man confessed. The Zola algorithm is a program that selects targets for the Insight program. What targets? You, television hosts, the Secretary of Defense. Pierce uses the Insight program to monitor those who pose a threat to Hydra, then eliminates them with the helicarrier. Aside from Zhang Ming, he revealed everyone he could, with Pierce being the first he betrayed. However, this was outdated information, as Dr. Zola had already been dismantled by Zhang Ming. You still haven't answered me. What role does Zhang Ming play? Director Zhang Ming has been sidelined. Natasha and Sam finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't facing Zhang Ming, it was acceptable. However, Captain America sensed something amiss, for when Shiwul spoke Zhang Ming's name, it was with an unusual fervor and respect. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. To thwart Hydra's plans, they drove straight to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Suddenly, a vehicle intercepted them, and it was Maria Hill, who had come at the behest of Black Egg to invite them. You need to come with me. Someone wishes to see you. Captain America did not refuse and drove along with Hill to meet Fury. Suddenly, Shiwul was yanked from the car by a metallic arm. Stop the car. Captain America attempted to exit and clarify the situation, but Hill accelerated away from the scene. Bucky dragged Shiwul to a secret base, where Pierce sat at a desk, a pistol in hand, observing him from above. Minister Pierce, I have not betrayed you. Spare me, please. Shiwul, you have been my friend for many years. I do not wish to kill you. You may leave. Thank you, Minister Pierce. Having betrayed Pierce, Shiwul felt fortunate to retain his life and turned to leave. Pierce's gaze darkened, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger at Shiwul's retreating figure. Watching his friend's lifeless eyes, Pierce sighed softly. Forgive me, Shiwul. This is all for Hydra. Meanwhile, Maria Hill brought Captain America and the others to a secret base. Upon seeing the seemingly unscathed Nick Fury, they were astonished. Natasha inquired, but you were declared dead. Pufferfish toxin can reduce the heartbeat to once per minute. That is not important now. You must stop Pierce's conspiracy. Subsequently, Fury divulged everything he had learned. Once the helicarrier ascends to 3,000 feet, it will annihilate all of Hydra's enemies in an instant. Clearly, Fury's information was outdated, as everything hinged on the Zola algorithm. With Zola absent, Pierce could not execute the Insight program. On the other hand, since meeting Captain America, Bucky's demeanor had become exceedingly erratic. Pierce had intended to continue brainwashing him, but at that moment, Zhang Ming called. Mr. Pierce, bring the Winter Soldier to me. Understood. Lord Serpent Shadow. Chapter 49. The absence of the Insight plan. Meanwhile, Captain America and his companions stealthily infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. and took control of the broadcasting room. Attention all S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, I am Steve Rogers. You have heard much about me in recent days. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra, whose leader is Alexander Pierce, who has undermined Director Zhang Ming. Following this, Captain America delivered a stirring speech over the airwaves. Everyone listened, yet their expressions were peculiarly conflicted. For Captain America spoke the truth. S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed been compromised by Hydra. Aside from a few senators in the infiltrating trio, even the janitorial staff were Hydra operatives. Pierce remained calm, increasingly admiring Zhang Ming. Had his previous plan been executed, it would likely have unraveled entirely. The other senators cast skeptical glances in his direction. Don't look at me like that. The Insight plan was overseen by Fury, and since Director Zhang Ming took office, it has been halted. As Pierce spoke, he glanced at several senators, smirking. In truth, the captain had no need for such theatrics. I don't know where he heard this, but the Insight plan has indeed been terminated, disguised as a senator. Natasha appeared perplexed. She had sensed something amiss since their infiltration, for S.H.I.E.L.D. did not seem to be mobilizing for a major operation. After Captain America's speech concluded, Falcon chuckled. Was that a prepared statement or improvisation? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Crossbones entered with a squad of men. Smiling at Captain America. Captain, what on earth are you doing? Captain America immediately raised his shield in defense, glaring warily at Crossbones. Romnu, your plan has been exposed. I cannot ascertain whether S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated, but the Insight Plan has been cancelled by Director Zhang Ming. So where is this so-called Insight Plan? Captain America exclaimed. Wait, after delivering such an impassioned speech, you tell him there is no Insight Plan? Did he just ramble on like a fool? On the other side, Pierce produced his phone, only to have it kicked from his grasp by a senator. The senator tore away a high-tech mask, revealing Natasha's face. Pierce, what are you planning? What are you planning? He retorted. I merely called Director Zhang Ming to handle this. Natasha, why did you infiltrate disguised as a senator? Natasha was momentarily at a loss for words. Without the Insight Plan, their infiltration could be deemed criminal. Just then, a helicopter descended, and Nick Fury dramatically emerged. Pierce found the situation both infuriating and amusing, had it not been for Zhang Ming. He might have been outmaneuvered by this group. Did you receive my floral tribute? Fury fixed a steely gaze on Pierce, while Natasha attempted to intervene. But Fury was intent on maintaining his bravado. The eye beneath my mask signifies that I think and act one step ahead of others. So what brings you to me? Seeking to reclaim the directorship? You've come to the wrong person. You should be looking for Zhang Ming. Pierce looked at the black-haired man with smug satisfaction. You conniving fiend, faking your death to deceive me. The black-haired man shook his head, solemnly stating, I am here to thwart your conspiracy. What conspiracy? Your Insight Plan, which you intend to utilize. That was your plan, Pierce interrupted. The black-haired man sensed something was off, scanning the room and noticing the senator's peculiar expressions, including Natasha's. Natasha, what is happening? Natasha sighed. Director, I was just about to inform you. There is no Insight Plan. Director Zhang Ming has cancelled it. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ming returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. The black-haired man, Captain America, Falcon, Black Widow, and the senators gathered in a conference room. Since Director Fury is not dead, it signifies your innocence, Steve. However, Zhang Ming paused, directing his gaze toward the black-haired man. What is this performance you are putting on? Fury, I am thrilled you survived the attack, but your faked death displeases me. Apologies. Zhang Ming, I was merely. Address me as Director Zhang Ming, he corrected sternly. The black-haired man grimaced, recalling his own tenure when Zhang Ming was preoccupied with that nefarious child engaging in dubious dealings. Very well, Director Zhang Ming. My reason for feigning death was to investigate Hydra members. Subsequently, Nick Fury detailed his findings, including the identity of the mysterious assailant. A senator began to reproach Zhang Ming, stating that the misunderstanding arose due to his frequent absences. Is that my fault? Zhang Ming shrugged. My approach differs from yours. The Zola algorithm indeed exists, but I had Watergate dismantle Zola's motherboard. The mysterious individual you mentioned is none other than Steve's comrade, Bucky. What? Bucky is alive? Captain America immediately lost his composure at the mention of Bucky's name. Zhang Ming nodded, affirming, indeed, he was brainwashed by Hydra and turned into an assassin. I rescued him and obliterated the Hydra base. Did you truly believe I accomplished nothing? The senators exchanged glances, acknowledging that Zhang Ming and Watergate were formidable enough to require no assignments. With a capable team like Watergate or Kushina, tasks could be completed efficiently. Where is Bucky now? Steve was unrelenting. He simply wished to know Bucky's whereabouts. Ahem. Zhang Ming cleared his throat, glancing at the black-haired man, calmly stating, Steve. Bucky is the one who attacked Nick Fury. But Bucky was merely under Hydra's control when he assaulted Director Fury. You cannot arrest a knife for causing harm. Captain America argued, seemingly unfazed, as sacrificing a couple of soldiers during World War II was hardly a concern. Fury was exasperated. So your brother's life matters, but mine does not? Director Zhang Ming, Hydra. Aside from Bucky, the others have perished beneath my tailed beast bomb. Furthermore, Zhang Ming surveyed the room, hands on his hips, exuding arrogance. Our method of operation is precisely this. Do not presume to instruct me. Even if there were an Insight Plan, three-tailed beast bombs would suffice to resolve the issue. Why complicate matters? Fury found himself speechless. Indeed, 3 airships could be dealt with by three-tailed beast bombs. Yet he could not place his trust in Zhang Ming. Chapter 50. Humanity's selfishness. Even Captain America is not exempt in the conference room. Zhang Ming's furious voice echoed throughout the space. Natasha, what can I say to you? I have visited S.H.I.E.L.D. 4 times. No, now it's the 5th. And yet you and Barton have never come even once. Natasha hung her head in silence, regretting not having brought Barton along to endure Zhang Ming's outburst together. Maria Hill, I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. You are hereby dismissed. To secure the position of director, you resorted to such underhanded tactics. If you wish to return to S.H.I.E.L.D., you may start as a janitor. Maria Hill's face flushed red at the insult. How dare he suggest starting as a janitor? It was all that damned Black Egg's fault for misunderstanding the situation and pretending to be dead, dragging her down with him. And you, Nick Fury, as of now, I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. From this point onward, without my permission, you cannot return. Otherwise, you will be treated as a spy. Blackegg's face darkened. He sensed that the situation was far from simple, with many loose ends remaining. While he was uncertain about Zhang Ming, he was sure that Pierce and Crossbones were involved. Given the magnitude of this blunder, any further words would be futile. The council members would not heed him, and Zhang Ming would likely perceive his intentions as an attempt to usurp the director's position. Thus, he resolved to retreat and continue his investigation into the truth. And you, Steve, I must tell you. Zhang Ming began, but was interrupted. Director Zhang, I apologize. But could you first tell me where Bucky is? Captain America was too preoccupied with thoughts of his dear friend to pay heed to Zhang Ming's admonitions. At a certain auto repair shop, upon hearing the location, Captain America dashed out, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Zhang Ming smirked and redirected his gaze to the assembly of senators. And you all, Director Zhang, we have done nothing throughout this entire ordeal. We have said nothing, they protested. Zhang Ming paused, realizing they were indeed correct. The council members had been invited by Pierce and had remained mere spectators throughout. Yet, having already unleashed his frustration, how could he let them off the hook? You just pointed fingers at me for not reporting to S.H.I.E.L.D. What is there to report? With that time, I could have eradicated several Hydra strongholds. Thus, Zhang Ming vented for over an hour in the conference room. Ordinarily, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be under the control of the Security Council, but Zhang Ming disregarded protocol, reprimanding anyone within reach. Blackegg relished the sight of the senators being thoroughly chastised. Recalling how he had been constrained by them during his tenure as director, was this a form of poetic justice? Meanwhile, Captain America located Bucky based on the information provided by Zhang Ming. At that moment, Bucky was in a state of utter desolation, missing one arm and using the other to wash cars. This was, of course, an act. Bucky was under Zhang Ming's control, manipulated to elicit sympathy. As long as Bucky remained with Captain America, once Tony discovered the truth, he would undoubtedly turn against him unless Captain America chose to abandon Bucky. However, Captain America's bond with Bucky ran deeper than his feelings for his first love, Peggy Carter. There was no way he could forsake Bucky. At that moment, the car owner approached, tossed a $100 bill onto the ground, and walked away for lunch. Thank you, Bucky said, bending down to pick up the money. Wait. Captain America could not bear to witness Bucky being humiliated in such a manner and stormed over, glaring at the car owner. Pick up the money. The car owner was reluctant, and since Captain America was not in his costume, he did not recognize him at first. Who are you? Washing a car is only $8, and I gave him $100. What is the harm in him bending over to pick it up? Never mind. Thank you, sir. Without waiting for Captain America to speak, Bucky eagerly retrieved the money and even opened the car door for the owner, cautioning him to watch his head. Captain America clenched his fist as he watched the car drive away, finally exhaling slowly, his heart heavy as he looked at Bucky. Bucky, your hand. Bucky met his gaze but remained silent, simply extending his one remaining hand. Without hesitation, Steve embraced him tightly, fearful that Bucky might vanish at any moment. Bucky led Captain America back to his temporary rental, took a drag from a cigarette, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Captain America furrowed his brow, noticing the disarray of the small apartment, littered with cigarette butts and instant noodle containers. Bucky, I have an apartment at a certain lodge. Why don't you come live with me? Bucky, I don't think that's necessary. Just seeing you is enough for me. I plan to turn myself in tomorrow. Turn yourself in for what? What you did was under Hydra's control. Listen to me, Bucky. This isn't your fault. As Captain America grew increasingly agitated, he gripped Bucky's shoulders tightly. Bucky remained unfazed, replying, but I killed Howard Stark and his wife. Captain America was taken aback. He understood Tony well. If Tony learned the truth, he would stop at nothing to end Bucky. I punched Howard to death, and then I choked his wife until she suffocated. Enough. Bucky, at that time, you were merely a weapon in Hydra's hands. You were just a knife. The one wielding it was Hydra. No one cares about a knife. Is that so? But I believe Tony will care. As long as Tony does not find out. Yes, do not let Tony know. At that moment, Captain America began to lose his composure. He recognized the wrongness of his actions, yet he could not bear the thought of Bucky facing death. The truth was that Bucky was the perpetrator. Had it been anyone else, even Natasha or Barton, Captain America would have unhesitatingly informed Tony. He knew that even if Bucky ended up in prison, Tony would likely not spare him, so he began to persuade Bucky to shift the blame. He had already lost Peggy and did not wish to lose Bucky as well. Ultimately, after Captain America's fervent pleas, Bucky reluctantly nodded in agreement. On the rooftop of another building, Zhang Ming observed Captain America leading Bucky away with an expression devoid of emotion, unable to suppress a smirk. How could Steve, who had the audacity to accuse him of selfishness, be any different? In the end, Captain America was just as self-serving as he was. It was ironic that Tony considered him a close brother, only to receive such treatment in return. As time passed, the bond between Captain America and Bucky deepened, with the two frequently seen running together. Zhang Ming enjoyed a brief period of tranquility until a news report captured his attention. A self-proclaimed leader of the Ten Rings, known as Mandarin, was wreaking havoc by creating human bomb terror attacks. These human bombs were disabled soldiers injected with the extremist virus, capable of causing immense destruction. The Mandarin arrogantly announced on television that he would execute an unprecedented act of terror, one that no one could defend against. Chapter 51. The desperate virus. Tony regards himself as the guardian of Earth, and thus he cannot permit the whims of the villainous Mandarin to go unchecked. During a press conference, he not only publicly declared war against the terrorists but also revealed his home address to them. This outburst of anger is compounded by the injury of his bodyguard, Happy. At S.H.I.D.L.D. Zhang Ming watches Tony's confident interview and cannot help but chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. Did Tony truly believe that no one would dare to confront him? At times, Zhang finds it perplexing how Tony has taken it upon himself to bear the responsibility of protecting the Earth, leading to his own anxiety. As if he fancies himself the Ancient One. Naturally, the Mandarin's actions not only infuriate Tony, but also provoke Zhang Ming. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the original Hydra operative known as the Serpent, he will not tolerate anyone more arrogant than himself existing on this planet. Even the kidnapping of President Obama should be a task for Hydra, not entrusted to others. The potential of the desperate virus, which promises to liberate the disabled from their afflictions and regenerate limbs, cannot fall into the hands of a villain. With this thought, Zhang suddenly vanishes from his location, reappearing in Pierce's office moments later. Pierce seems unfazed by Zhang's abrupt arrival, as his computer simultaneously displays news regarding the Mandarin. Mr. Pierce, I believe we must take control of the desperate virus, Zhang declares. What is this desperate virus? Pierce, being no time traveler, is only aware of the reports of human self-detonation. Thus, Zhang elaborates on the virus's capabilities in detail. If what the Serpent states is true, then the desperate virus is indeed a remarkable asset. We could utilize it to dominate a significant portion of the military. However, it remains unstable at present. It must be noted that Pierce, a seasoned politician, immediately envisions leveraging the virus to gain military control upon hearing its potential. The mastermind behind the desperate virus is a woman named Maya Hansen, whose technology is still in its infancy, yet Tony possesses the means to refine it. Tony? Would he be willing to assist us? Pierce is aware of the fallout between Zhang and Tony upon Zhang's ascension to the role of S.H.I.E.L.D. director, primarily due to Zhang's callous remarks at that time. In truth, he believes Zhang is overly eager, as there was no need for such a rift with Tony. Leave it to me. Now devise a strategy to leverage the desperate virus to win over the military, and as Zhang speaks, he strides to the window, his gaze directed toward the Pentagon, to control the White House. Pierce nods in agreement, acknowledging that seizing control over Obama is relatively straightforward. Though Obama's power is somewhat limited, his goal is to strategically position Hydra members within key government roles. In a seaside villa's basement, having witnessed the Chidari mothership and Zhang's formidable power, Tony is tirelessly constructing his armor, which has now evolved to Mark 42. After suffering a setback from his own Mark 42 anti-Tony suit, he emerges from the lab in a state of frustration. Coincidentally, Maya Hansen, a former romantic interest, pays him a visit. Tony, have you lost your mind? You openly declared war on a terrorist organization and revealed your address? Pepper also agrees with Maya, urging Tony to leave immediately. However, Tony stands bewildered, unable to recall who this woman is, though she seems vaguely familiar. At that moment, J.A.R.V.I.S. interjects, Sir, Director Zhang Ming has come to visit. Oh, that selfish thief? J.A.R.V.I.S. Ignore him. Tony remains somewhat irked with Zhang, as Zhang once callously stated that the lives of the American people were of no concern to him in his quest for the directorship of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony, in his own worldview, believes he would never disregard the plight of civilians in other nations. At the villa's entrance, Zhang rings the doorbell for an extended period. Confirming that Tony has no intention of opening the door, he decides to take matters into his own hands, delivering a forceful kick to the steel door. With a resounding crash, the door is propelled inward. Tony, initially thinking it to be an attack by terrorists, instinctively tackles Pepper to the ground and dons the Mark 42 suit over her. Zhang strolls in unhurriedly, approaching the now startled Maya Hansen. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Ming, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Maya is perplexed as to why the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. seeks her out. However, the forceful entry and destruction of Tony's door suggest her association with the Mandarin has been exposed. After a moment of silence, Tony realizes it was Zhang's doing and is immediately filled with rage. What is the meaning of this, Zhang? This is private property, and I can sue you at any moment. Zhang turns his gaze toward Tony. Tony, you won't even address me as director? Why should I? Tony is taken aback, pondering why he should refer to Zhang in such a manner. Even during the time when the Black Egg served as director, he never called him Director Black Egg. So why should he address Zhang as Director Zhang? Zhang, you had better clarify this situation. There is nothing to explain. This Miss Maya is a terrorist, and I am here to apprehend her. Hearing this, Maya collapses in despair, fully aware that she is doomed. With Zhang's strength, even Killian would find it impossible to rescue her. Tony, astonished, glances at Maya, unable to fathom that this woman who came to express concern for him is, in fact, a terrorist. Yet, he cannot swallow his indignation in the face of Zhang's arrogance. Even so, how do you justify barging into my home and destroying my property? You could easily call the police to arrest me, and as for the door, I can afford to replace it. Tony's frustration boils over, veins bulging as he contemplates using the suit against Zhang, only to be restrained by Pepper, who understands that such actions would be futile. Alerting the authorities would yield no results. After all, Zhang is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. A court summons would be inconsequential. Zhang could merely pay for the damages. Clearly, both Tony and Zhang are not in want of money. As for reporting to the Security Council, that would likely bear little fruit, given that Zhang is here to apprehend a terrorist. The most that could happen is that his violent enforcement might be exposed in the media. But it is evident that Zhang is not one to be concerned with his reputation. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such acts of robbery, zero-cost purchases, and kidnapping. Zhang lifts the limp Maya Hansen from the ground and strides out of Tony's villa with her in tow. As he reaches the entrance, Zhang turns back to ask, Tony, are we still allies? No, from this moment onward, we are no longer allies. Zhang rolls his eyes, his gaze drifting toward the distant sea, where several armed helicopters approach steadily. Chapter 52. You make a fine companion since summoning Uchiha Madara. Zhang Ming's Byakugan has granted him a greater range of insight. Though the underlying principles remain elusive, it is undoubtedly a blessing. Tony, you declared we would no longer be comrades. I trust you won't come to regret it. Rest assured. I have no regrets, Tony replied with resolute conviction. His reluctance, however, stemmed not from pettiness but from the grievances he harbored against Zhang Ming's unscrupulous methods, which disregarded the welfare of others in pursuit of his objectives. Ever since assuming leadership of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had dismissed agents such as Coulson, Hill, and Melinda, leading him to believe that he and Zhang Ming were fundamentally incompatible. Zhang Ming nodded and departed with Maya Hansen. Tony. Pepper Potts glanced at him with concern. It's nothing, Pepper. Zhang Ming is not like Rogers and the others. We have never shared the same path. Before Tony could finish, a missile hurtled toward them, the ensuing explosion violently propelling them away. Thanks to her mark armor, Pepper emerged relatively unscathed, while Tony fared far worse. The explosion at the villa drew Maya Hansen's attention. Seeing Zhang Ming's indifference as he drove, she was taken aback. Director Zhang, aren't you going to help? Why should I? Tony is not my concern. And you, Maya Hansen, should focus on saving yourself instead of worrying about others. Maya fell silent, recognizing her own predicament. Zhang Ming had no need to restrain her. Capturing her did not require his direct involvement, especially not alone. Director Zhang, may I inquire what you require of me? I can provide you with funding, a private team, a personal laboratory, and social standing, everything you desire, provided you heed my instructions. So, Director Zhang, you have taken an interest in me? Indeed, I have, Zhang Ming affirmed with a nod. Killian had merely outlined a framework. Maya Hansen had perfected the extremist virus, and his organization needed such talent. Maya was momentarily stunned, but upon regaining her composure, her spirits lifted. She scrutinized Zhang Ming, finding him to align with her aesthetic preferences. Not to mention his status as both the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the CEO of Dawn Industries. Since he had expressed interest, she felt no hesitation. With this thought, Maya lowered her gaze to unfasten Zhang Ming's pants. Wait, Maya Hansen, what exactly are you doing? Zhang Ming exclaimed, bewildered. Director Zhang, did you not just claim an interest in me? Realization dawned upon Zhang Ming. She misunderstood his intentions. He admired her scientific prowess, not her as an individual. However, her boldness left him reluctant to refuse outright, especially as a member of the Avengers. He sighed softly, it's nothing. I merely wish to express that my temper has been rather volatile lately. Allow me to assist in calming your frustrations, Director Zhang. You may drive without worry, Maya smiled, bowing her head. In contrast, Tony was in dire straits, having lost his billion-dollar laboratory and seaside villa to the explosion. He, too, sank beneath the waves. And had it not been for Jarvis controlling his Iron Man suit to pull him to safety, he might have met his end. Upon regaining consciousness, Jarvis informed him that the suit was down to less than 5% power. Ultimately, he found himself in a desolate, icy wilderness, half-frozen and dragging his depleted suit through the snow. He pondered why Zhang Ming had not come to his aid during the attack. Surely, if the roles were reversed, he would have rushed to save Zhang Ming, regardless of their discord. Meanwhile, after delivering Maya Hansen to a secret Hydra base, Zhang Ming intended to confront the elusive Killian. Maya hesitated, then finally asked, Director Zhang, does this mean I am your girlfriend now? Zhang Ming gently caressed her cheek and replied, Miss Hansen, you are a rather fine companion. Maya was taken aback. Isn't it said that men from the East are known for their loyalty? It seems the rumors are misleading. Zhang Ming ignored her, instructing her to thoroughly study the extremist virus before taking his leave. In Florida, a somewhat desolate estate stood guarded and fortified, home to numerous guard dogs. This was Killian's hidden lair. Today, an unexpected guest arrived, our esteemed director. Upon noticing a strange Oriental youth boldly striding toward the estate, the guards quickly moved to intercept him. Hey, Where did that yellow-skinned monkey come from? Get lost. Bang, bang. Zhang Ming fired 2 shots at the guards, each bullet finding its mark. Honestly, do they not realize that I despise racism and bigotry? The gunfire swiftly attracted the attention of other guards, who rushed toward Zhang Ming's location. Utilizing the insights of both his Byakugan and Sharingan, he dispatched them with precision, wasting no bullets. Before long, the estate lay strewn with the bodies of its defenders. Unperturbed, Zhang Ming approached the entrance of the main building, politely ringing the doorbell. Inside, Killian remained oblivious to the commotion, preoccupied with directing the filming of his impersonator's image, planning to pin all responsibility for the suicide bombings on this doppelganger. Excellent work. Let us move on to the next scene. Ding dong. The incessant ringing irritated Killian, prompting him to dismiss it. Why the formality? Don't they know we're terrorists? Just come in if you have business. The filming continued, but the doorbell persisted. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a door flew inward, startling the crew, who turned to see Zhang Ming boldly enter. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Director Zhang Ming of S.H.I.E.L.D. I rang the doorbell for a full 2 minutes, and I was beginning to wonder if anyone was home. Killian's scalp prickled at Zhang Ming's introduction. He was well aware of the formidable power Zhang Ming wielded as the Ninetales during the New York battle, far beyond that of an ordinary individual injected with the extremist virus. Chapter 53. Receiving the influence of Killian as a group of terrorists. What should one do if the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly shows up? I am waiting online. It's quite urgent. If the opponent were merely a weakling, it would suffice. But the crux lies in the fact that they are a formidable vixen. They had just attacked Tony, and Zhang Ming, being a member of the Avengers like Tony, wondered if they were there to avenge him. Suddenly, a bald soldier's body flushed red, and the atmosphere turned sweltering. Zhang Ming cast a casual glance at him. The soldier had fallen prey to an illusion, and the fiery arm that was once reaching for Zhang Ming halted abruptly. One must admit that Boss Band's illusions were indeed impressive. It was no wonder even the fourth Raikage had succumbed to them. Then, the bald man began to prance about, executing butterfly steps. Thus, the bald man, his body ablaze, expressionless, danced to Pure Land, a literal hot dance, with temperatures soaring to over 1,000 degrees. Zhang Ming found this increasingly peculiar. He recalled watching a film where such individuals could never burn off their trousers. At most, they would lose their shirts. If it were a woman, perhaps only the sleeves would be charred. Why, then, in this real world, were they completely stripped of garments? Shaking his head, Zhang Ming turned his attention to Killian. Having pressed the doorbell for 2 minutes, he had effectively squandered 2 minutes of his life. Who among you will take responsibility for this? No one dared to answer, their faces painted with terror as they gazed at Zhang Ming. Killian, hidden at the back, sought to slip away unnoticed. Unfortunately, in a crowd of individuals dressed like lackeys, his slicked back hair and white suit with a tie made him as conspicuous as a firefly in darkness. Zhang Ming found it nearly impossible to overlook him. Ah, the one attempting to sneak away. Do you think I haven't noticed you? It's futile. A man dressed so ostentatiously stands out like a firefly in the dark. Zhang Ming approached and patted his shoulder. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Master Man. Killian glanced at the dancing bald man, refraining from resistance, even declining to meet Zhang Ming's Sharingan gaze. Director Zhang, are you here to avenge Tony Stark? Zhang Ming shook his head. No, you are mistaken. I am here to invite your group to join my Hydra organization. Director Zhang, you mean S.H.I.E.L.D., right? No, I am indeed referring to Hydra. Zhang Ming felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, pondering whether Killian's hearing was impaired. How could one confuse S.H.I.E.L.D. with Hydra? Internally, Killian was alarmed. Had not Captain America eradicated Hydra during World War II? Moreover, the very director of S.H.I.E.L.D. inviting him to join Hydra left him bewildered. Director Zhang, what if I refuse? With a sigh, Zhang Ming replied, regrettably, due to your extensive knowledge, I must. The implication was clear. They knew too much, and Zhang Ming intended to silence them. But, this is all information you provided us. We weren't seeking it. Whatever orders you have, Director Zhang, I will do my utmost to comply. Zhang Ming withdrew his hand from Killian's shoulder, addressing Killian as subordinates from the extremist virus. I plan to use Master Man to control the Vice President, and then, at the opportune moment, eliminate Obama, allowing the Vice President to ascend to the presidency and thus seize control of the White House. What do you think of this plan? Killian's forced smile faltered. This was precisely his original scheme. How did this director of S.H.I.E.L.D. know? Had he divined his thoughts? Yet, Zhang Ming had his back turned. Although Killian had transformed into a formidable vixen, he was still fundamentally a test subject. If he were to launch a surprise attack now, denying Zhang Ming the chance to transform, he might indeed achieve a fatal blow. Are you pondering whether a sneak attack could possibly take my life? Not at all. I merely wish to ascertain Director Zhang's intentions in summoning me, as the pretext of joining Hydra is rather far-fetched. Zhang Ming was at a loss. Why was it so absurd for the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to be a member of Hydra? Not to mention, wasn't Pierce once the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Field. He too was the head of Hydra, and Zhang Ming had merely inherited Pierce's position. Never mind. Just know that I am here to finance you. Currently, I possess little more than an abundance of wealth. Zhang Ming, uninterested in further explanations, contacted Minato, requesting him to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to come over. In a flash, not only did Minato arrive, but Kushina accompanied him as well. Zhang Ming. What is the matter? Allow me to introduce. This is Killian, my newly acquired subordinate. You and Kushina are responsible for ensuring his safety. Minato nodded. Approaching Killian with an outstretched hand, his smile radiant as the sun. Hello, Mr. Killian. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Namikaze Minato. Golden flashes gleamed. And Killian forced a smile, internally cursing. How had he become this man's subordinate? And why was Gold Flash assigned to monitor him? Yet, compared to Zhang Ming, who could transform into a vixen, this Gold Flash appeared slightly less threatening. Just wait, the moment an opportunity arises. I will eliminate Gold Flash and free myself from your control. However, in that instant of handshake, Minato implanted a Flying Thunder God mark on his palm. Killian stared in astonishment as the mark shifted from his palm to his backside. Mr. Minato, what is this? Rest assured, Mr. Killian, this is my Flying Thunder God mark. For your protection, it allows me to appear behind you in an instant, Minato replied with a smile. Killian, this group is truly overstepping. Is this not bullying the innocent? Yet, at this juncture, could he still resist? After entrusting the situation to the Minato couple, Zhang Ming utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the villa. At that moment, within the villa, Uchiha Obito sat bare-chested, engrossed in a fairy tale, leaving Zhang Ming momentarily stunned. Bossman, are you truly reading a fairy tale? How childish. It's for Hashirama, not for me. Zhang Ming sensed that this was not a sustainable course for Bossman. It was one thing to be bare-chested. But what was the deal with the talking face on his chest? A parasitic creature? Bossman, do you think it would be prudent to separate the Hashirama cells from your body? Do you have a method? In truth, Ben also wished to separate Hashirama without harming him. However, lacking the Rinnegan, he was unable to use the Yin-Yang release, thus rendering it temporarily impossible. Life forms akin to Obito were creations he had brought forth using the Yin-Yang release. Chapter 54. The fall of Abeno. Zhang Ming found himself at a loss. The only recourse was to summon Nagato. He could instruct Nagato to return the Rinnegan to Uchiha Madara, allowing Madara to utilize it only to have it returned afterward. Suddenly, the phone rang, an urgent call from the Security Council. Director Zhang was tasked with addressing a situation involving a group of terrorists wreaking havoc in the Indian Ocean, having taken hostages, including 2 high-ranking officials from the White House. Understood, Zhang replied, hanging up thoughtfully. Coincidentally, Killian's operations were entangled with the White House, and these audacious terrorists had indeed captured 2 officials. In light of this, Zhang surmised that perhaps the 2 White House officials could be sacrificed. He would then replace them with 2 Hydra members, and once President Abeno was eliminated, the controlled vice president, Comrade Chuan Jiangwo, could assume the presidency. At that point, both Chuan Jiangwo and the officials would be Hydra affiliates, making the control of the entire American landscape seem feasible. As for the immensely wealthy Ute individuals capable of influencing the American presidential election, Zhang contemplated initiating the Insight Plan, eradicating all obstacles in one fell swoop to save time. Madara, I see you are rather idle. Why not take a trip to the Indian Ocean and sink that cargo ship? Is there anyone worthy of my attention there? Madara replied disinterestedly. No, perhaps you should send that red-haired girl instead. It was clear that Madara lacked enthusiasm, yet he would not refuse if compelled by Zhang. Zhang, sensing the situation, did not press the matter further. The cargo ship had already attracted the attention of the council, and satellite surveillance was undoubtedly underway. Thus, Zhang resolved to employ the Susanoo, a power yet to be revealed. In the Indian Ocean, a cargo ship seized by terrorists traversed the waves. Above, a towering 200-meter Susanoo rapidly approached the vessel. What is that? Is it Director Zhang? One of the council members wondered. No, the director is a fox. That is clearly not him. The council members were taken aback as they observed the purple-black, fully realized Susanoo through satellite imagery. Unbothered by their astonishment, Zhang manipulated the Susanoo's hands, conjuring 2 Yasukani no Magatama, and mercilessly unleashed them upon the cargo ship. Boom! The vessel erupted in a violent explosion, swiftly succumbing to the depths. After sinking the ship, Zhang commanded the Susanoo to depart, leaving not a single trace behind. Whether terrorists or hostages, all perished in the ocean's embrace. Zhang believed he had achieved absolute fairness. The council fell silent, pondering whether Zhang, as a fox spirit, could indeed contend with such a titan. Without further ado, they summoned Zhang to discuss the recently captured satellite images. Director Zhang, can your transformed 9-tailed fox contend with this giant? I cannot say. It is only through combat that one can ascertain, Zhang responded, then proposed an idea. This incident arose solely due to my untimely arrival. I suggest marking all key personnel in America with the Flying Thunder God seal, allowing me to arrive on the scene for rescue in an instant. However, Zhang's suggestion was promptly dismissed. Are you jesting? To mark you with the Flying Thunder God seal would mean entrusting our lives to you. Where would we even hide? Zhang shrugged, understanding the impracticality of his proposal. The council then ordered an investigation into the identity of the Susanoo, and the video conference concluded hastily. Meanwhile, the imposter masterman initiated a global broadcast, brazenly challenging Abeno to call within 30 seconds or face the execution of hostages. To ensure their safety, Abeno complied, only to be met with the shocking sight of the imposter executing a hostage live on air. This blatant provocation ignited Abeno's fury, though the consequences seemed manageable. He lacked the authority to mobilize SHIELD, as it was under the jurisdiction of the National Security Council. Historically, this was true. However, SHIELD now disregarded even the council. With no alternatives, Abeno ordered War Machine, aka Rhodes Mark II, to apprehend the terrorists. Receiving the command, Rhodes patrolled the area based on the call duration signal, searching for the whereabouts of Masterman and his terrorist cohort. However, as he passed a manor, chains suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring War Machine in a binding trap. Rhodes found himself dragged into the estate like prey ensnared by an octopus. Killian approached Rhodes, extending his heated fingers to coax him out. Meanwhile, he cast a glance at the whirlpool like Kushina, donning the Iron Man mask, and couldn't help but smirk. In all of America, who else possesses such deep crimson hair? Is there truly a need for disguise? With your prowess, you need not concoct such elaborate schemes, do you? Killian queried, only to receive a sharp glare from Kushina, who unceremoniously revealed Zhang Ming as the mastermind. Killian, Minato, Rhodes, hidden within the War Machine, overheard but quickly realized the absurdity of their ploy. They must think him a fool, falling for such a simplistic ruse. It seemed these terrorists were not particularly astute, as he had never encountered such a crude scheme. Unwilling to waste further time, Killian increased the temperature of his fingers. As Rhodes could no longer endure and emerged, Minato swiftly incapacitated him with a precise strike. Mr. Killian, Zhang intends to implicate Tony in Abeno's demise. Are you capable of achieving that? Killian was at a loss for words. Abeno had yet to perish, and after all, he was the president of the United States. How could they act as if his life was expendable? Meanwhile, Tony, aided by a fan, unraveled the truth behind the scenes. Discovering that Killian was the puppeteer and the human bombs were soldiers injected with the desperation virus. In a twist akin to the original tale, Tony ventured alone to the manor, successfully rescuing Rhodes. This, of course, was orchestrated by Zhang, as the estate boasted minimal security. Subsequently, they informed the imposter masterman of a significant development. Their ultimate goal in seizing War Machine was to abduct President Abeno, who was currently held captive at a dock. As night fell, the two stealthily infiltrated the dock, preparing to rescue the president. At that moment, Abeno dangled high above, with a nationwide live broadcast underway. Tony attempted to use his firearm to shoot out the floodlights, but his aim was dismal. With a resounding bang, a bullet struck Abeno's forehead. Marking the end of his reign, Abeno, codename Ocean Observer, officially met his demise. With the fall of Abeno, the dawn of a new era under the reign of a new leader began. Chapter 55. No one understands better than me. Rod looked in astonishment at the president, who had been shot in the forehead, gripping Tony's collar in agitation. Tony, you killed the president. Tony was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. It can't be me. While my marksmanship may be lacking, my aim couldn't possibly have hit the president. Clearly, someone has framed me. Rod had witnessed Tony pull the trigger. The trajectory indeed could not have reached the president. Bullets do not curve, after all. Yet, belief was futile, as he saw several live cameras broadcasting the scene. Tony, you might be in serious trouble. The entire nation believes you assassinated the president. My testimony alone will not suffice. Don't worry, Rod, I won't be ruined. What we need to focus on now is how to deal with Killian. Tony remained unfazed. After all, he was not the one who had committed the murder, and it would be easy to find evidence to exonerate himself. However, his anger was directed more toward Killian's audacity to assassinate the president in front of a national audience, a display of arrogance surpassing that of any mountain bandit. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Zhang Ming, Pierce, and a middle-aged Caucasian man sat in an office, while a large screen displayed the live footage of Obama's demise. Trump, are you ready to campaign? Pierce and I will fully support your bid for the 45th presidency. Rest assured, Lord Serpent, no one understands campaigning better than I do. Trump responded, rising and swaying his arms, breaking into a peculiar dance. Trump, you aspire to be president. As the leader of a nation, you should exhibit seriousness and composure, not behave like a performer. Pierce frowned, feeling that Trump seemed utterly unreliable. Since the founding of America, he had never encountered such a flippant presidential candidate. Trump, however, remained undeterred, dancing as he replied, "Don't worry, Minister Pierce, no one knows how to be president better than I do." All right, Pierce, Trump is the king of understanding. We must have faith in him, and you should be careful that the Watergate couple doesn't overhear your words. Pierce was about to retort, but Zhang Ming waved him off dismissively. In the land of the free, why take everything so seriously? It dawned on Pierce that the Watergate couple also had a theatrical background. If they learned of this, Watergate might not care. But it was uncertain how Izumaki Kushina would react. I like the nickname King of Understanding. After finishing an extravagant dance, Trump downed a glass of red wine. Zhang Ming, unfamiliar with the presidential election process, allowed Pierce to impart wisdom to Trump. However, who was Trump? The King of Understanding hardly needed Pierce's guidance. He was confident that even without Zhang Ming and Pierce's assistance, he could still secure the presidency. All right, Minister Pierce, no one understands better than I do. Trump stood and left, recalling something at the door. He turned back to Zhang Ming and the others and made a gesture. Almost forgot. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! After watching the King of Understanding depart, Pierce took a frustrated sip of red wine. He simply could not comprehend why Zhang Ming would support such a frivolous individual for president. The president's assassination, broadcast live to the nation, sent shockwaves throughout America. Even Zhang Ming received a call from the Security Council, instructing him to send Watergate to apprehend the terrorists. Shouldn't they be capturing Tony first? The murderer is not Tony. Our analysis indicates that while Tony fired his weapon, someone else also shot at the same time. Zhang Ming felt that Killian was incompetent. If it were him, he would ensure Tony's gun was aimed directly at Obama's forehead. Did he truly believe others were fools? After hanging up the phone with the Security Council, Zhang Ming decided to contact Captain America so Bucky and Tony could familiarize themselves ahead of time. He wanted to prevent Tony from being blindsided by the video of his parents' murder, unaware of the connection to Steve. With that thought, Zhang Ming utilized the Flying Thunder God mark on Bucky to locate Captain America and brief him on the situation. Zhang Ming, you actually placed the Flying Thunder God mark on Bucky? Captain America frowned. What is so surprising about that? Don't forget Bucky is a killer. Bucky was merely under Hydra's control. I know he was under Hydra's control. Otherwise, do you think he could roam freely? Zhang Ming interjected, returning Bucky's mechanical arm to him. Despite his strained relationship with Zhang Ming, Captain America could not stand idly by given the magnitude of the situation. Once Bucky reattached his arm, he gestured with it, indicating his desire to accompany them. Bucky, perhaps you should stay behind. Captain America was reluctant to let Bucky meet Tony. No, I want to atone for my past actions. Zhang Ming's eyes transformed into a three-tomo pattern as he issued a command to Bucky to shield Tony with his body. Captain America sensed the shift in Zhang Ming's gaze and immediately stepped in front of Bucky. Zhang Ming, what are you planning? Nothing much. The Kuan-style aircraft is prepared. You may depart. On the aircraft, Captain America frowned again, sensing a conspiracy in Zhang Ming's gaze toward Bucky. Bucky, how do you feel right now? I feel great. Meanwhile, Tony was engaged in a fierce battle with Killian's minions, summoning all his Iron Man suits. Zhang Ming watched with envy. Ivan Vanko, the chief scientist of Dawn Industries, could only rely on past achievements. While Tony's suits had advanced to Mark 42, Vanko was still using the reactor from when he held the Dawn Expo, which had only 1/17 the capacity of Tony's new energy reactor. However, in a decade or so, his future protege, Peter Parker, would be able to create reactors and nanotechnology on par with Tony's. With the arrival of Tony's suits, the tide of battle swiftly turned in his favor. The Mark 31 easily dispatched 3 enemies, followed by the Mark 41, which specialized in dispersing its components for a collective assault. Other suit models activated their ultimate one-for-one mode, resulting in mutual destruction with their foes. Such a spendthrift. Zhang Ming lamented from a distance aboard a Kuan-style aircraft. Kushina, perplexed, inquired, Zhang Ming, how much does each of those robots cost? Approximately several $1,000,000. What? Upon hearing this, Kushina became visibly agitated, hastily instructing Watergate to save the suits. Is that wise? They aren't ours, after all. Watergate glanced at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming patted Watergate's shoulder, earnestly stating, Watergate, there are no men who fear their wives, only those who respect them. If you wish to show respect to Kushina, you should retrieve those suits for the Hydra base. Watergate. Chapter 56. The theft of Tony's fireworks. Shui Men found Zhang Ming's words quite reasonable. There are no men who fear their wives in this world, only those who respect them. Although he indeed feared his wife, it did not prevent him from echoing Zhang Ming's sentiments for self-comfort. The Mark 38, immensely powerful, braced against several tons of steel, while a flying kunai passed by it. After a golden flash, the Mark 38 vanished from its position, causing the steel plate it had supported to plummet. Good grief, Tony exclaimed, executing a roll to narrowly evade the falling debris that nearly crushed him. The Mark 25, known for its heavy weaponry, stood guard before Rhodey, smashing down onto the ground and sending several Karami flying. One Karami attempted to self-destruct by embracing him. With a swift golden flash, the Mark 25 disappeared, leaving the bewildered Karami behind. A loud explosion echoed as the Karami self-detonated in vain. Only then did Rhodey rush to Tony, exclaiming, Tony, what was that golden flash? What does he intend to do? He believed Zhang Ming had commanded him to steal his Mark armor again. Damn it, Tony seethed, furious not only at the theft but also at the lack of assistance against their foes. At that moment, the Mark 33 descended from the heavens. Tony quickly spread his arms to don the armor. However, with another golden flash, the Mark 33 vanished, leaving Tony in confusion. Fortunately, Captain America and Bucky arrived just in time. Captain America descended gracefully, hurling his shield mid-air. The vibranium shield struck one enemy and ricocheted to another, ultimately returning to his hand. The fluidity of his movements dispatched two adversaries upon his entrance. Bucky, equally formidable, landed powerful blows with his steel arm, dispatching Karami left and right, though not as potent as the vibranium arm he wielded in Wakanda. He denied the enemy even a chance for self-destruction. As time elapsed, the foes fell one by one to Captain America and Bucky, while the flying Mark suits were pilfered away. Upon delivering the armors to the Hydra base, Shui Min would promptly dismantle the reactor and utilize the flying Kanai technique to return and continue his thievery. Ultimately, the scene was left with only the defeated enemies and a solitary Mark 42 armor before Tony. Shui Min truly left him a Mark 42. Tony was beside himself with despair. Just as everyone exhaled in relief, a fiery hand lunged at Tony. Bucky instinctively pushed Tony aside, only to have his shoulder pierced by the searing limb, severing his arm in a fiery blaze exceeding 1,000 degrees. Once capable of heroic feats, Bucky now found himself without both arms. Bucky, Captain America rushed to support him. Ignoring his friend, Bucky turned his gaze to Tony. Tony Stark, I am sorry. Tony, with a complex expression, looked at Bucky, puzzled as to why this stranger with a mechanical arm would save him. Why? Why apologize? You lost your arm saving me. I ought to apologize to you instead. Enough, Bucky. Our priority is to eliminate the enemy, Captain America interjected, not wanting Tony to uncover the truth. Otherwise, he would have to apologize to Tony for Bucky's sake. After entrusting Bucky to Rhodey, he seized a shield, his eyes filled with resentment as they fixated on Killian. I want you dead. Tony, regaining his composure, donned the Mark 42, preparing for battle. However, Killian appeared to dismiss Captain America, as his original intent was vengeance against Tony. From a distance, Zhang Ming observed Killian's sudden arrival, momentarily taken aback. Why was Killian here? Wasn't he supposed to be in the lab? Hadn't he assured them he wouldn't come? Shui Min did not believe Killian could match Tony and Captain America's combined strength. Forget it, if he chooses to disregard my warning. So be it, Zhang Ming thought. With Maya Hansen on their side, he deemed Killian's research capabilities inferior to hers, let alone Tony's. In truth, Killian's backstory was quite inspirational. Once looked down upon by the affluent Tony, he returned with his research to seek revenge, ultimately defeating the wealthy and marrying the beautiful, reaching the pinnacle of success. Unfortunately, he was not the protagonist, but a terrorist, sealing his fate to fail. The outcome was inevitable. Killian was overwhelmed and literally exploded by the combined efforts of Tony and Captain America. The television signal continued broadcasting. Following the assassination of the president, Tony and Captain America's triumph over Killian liberated America. Especially for the African-American community, their president had been slain by Tony, prompting an overwhelming desire for a massive shopping spree. Stores such as Hermes, Chanel, and Apple were besieged by countless individuals seizing goods without payment. The American government swiftly issued a statement declaring that the true assassin of the president was a terrorist, not Tony. However, the community paid little heed to who was responsible. They merely sought to partake in the largest shopping spree in history, regardless of consequences. Such chaos presented an opportunity for certain politicians, particularly for the ambitious figure who allied with Zhang Ming. With the public support of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the covert assistance of Hydra, he boldly struck, collaborating with S.H.I.E.L.D. to swiftly dismantle several terrorist hideouts while the media extensively reported on his efforts. In a televised address, he stood before the cameras, articulating without a script, I apologize for the recent assassination of our president. I will continue to uphold the will of Obama. I do not require the so-called superheroes' protection. No one understands superheroes better than I. They merely brawl without regard for civilian lives. I believe they should be regulated. No one comprehends the fight against terrorism better than I. Undoubtedly, this politician's ability to soothe the public was quite effective, while simultaneously disparaging superheroes. After several days of diligent work, Tony finally cleared his name concerning the president's assassination and, in a huff, visited S.H.I.E.L.D. with Natasha, Steve, and Clint. His purpose was to demand accountability. Upon entering Zhang Ming's office, Tony declared, Zhang Ming, shouldn't you explain Shui Min's theft of my armor? Zhang Ming cursed his misfortune. He rarely visited S.H.I.E.L.D. And now, on this rare occasion, he encountered an irate Tony demanding explanations. Yet, in the face of Tony's fury, Zhang Ming remained unruffled. You barged in without knocking. Is this how you conduct business? Tony remained silent. Chapter 57. The exposure of the Sokovia-based Zhang Ming sought to brush the matter aside, considering that Tony's Mark armor was far superior to Ivan Vanko's Iron Soldiers. Fortunately, Tony's armor was not for sale. Otherwise, his Dawn Industries would likely be relegated to a low-end market in the future. Director Zhang, are you aware that Watergate's actions nearly cost me my life? If he hadn't stolen the armor at a critical moment, Bucky Barnes wouldn't have. Tony's fury stemmed not solely from the theft of his Mark armor, as this was not the first time Zhang had pilfered his technology. Rather, it was Watergate's actions that resulted in Bucky, who had already lost one arm, sacrificing both to shield him from a fatal blow, filling Tony with profound guilt. Zhang blinked in surprise. Tony had mentioned Bucky, redirecting his gaze towards Captain America. The initially furious captain now bore the expression of a man caught in an affair by his current partner. Tony, you need not feel guilty. Bucky willingly sacrificed an arm to save you. It was not a request you made of him. He is Steve's comrade, and Steve has said nothing about it. Why are you so troubled? Zhang attempted to shift the focus onto Bucky to help Tony forget the stolen armor. Upon hearing Zhang's callous remarks, Tony's anger flared. Zhang, do you regard human life as trivial? He may not have died, but losing an arm is no small matter. With your capabilities, can't you simply provide him with a mechanical replacement? Zhang, you have changed. Ever since becoming the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., you have turned into a politician. I have not changed. Rather, you have failed to understand me until now. Leave quickly, and do not make this difficult for me. The two argued vehemently, their faces flushed, with only Tony and Zhang embroiled in the dispute. Ultimately, they parted on bitter terms, Tony storming out in frustration. Outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Hawkeye and Natasha exchanged puzzled glances. Wasn't Tony there to discuss the theft of his armor? How had the conversation shifted to Bucky Barnes? Moreover, why had Steve remained calm when Bucky was involved? In truth, Tony cared little for the armor, as in the original narrative. He had often utilized them as mere fireworks. Steve believed Zhang had a point. After all, it was Bucky's choice to shield Tony, perhaps alleviating some of Bucky's guilt. Observing the departing Avengers from his office window, Zhang shook his head in amusement. These individuals were far too soft-hearted, still regarding him, the leader of Hydra, as a comrade, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Pierce knocked and entered. Sir, we have a situation. What has happened? Our secret base in Eastern Europe, Sokovia, has been discovered by Nick Fury. Zhang was taken aback. Hadn't he expelled that black-hearted rascal from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Where had he acquired the manpower? Just then, Zhang's phone rang. It was a call from the Security Council. Director Zhang, Fury has located a Hydra base in Eastern Europe, Sokovia. You must send Watergate and Kushina to assist Tony in destroying that base. Zhang was incensed. That black-hearted villain still possessed such influence. Bypassing him to contact the Council directly. And what of the Avengers? Fury was no longer the director. Why did they still heed his commands? The Avengers do not follow Fury. Rather, they share a common goal, to obliterate the Hydra base, Pierce explained, proceeding to analyze the current situation for Zhang. If Zhang withdraws the personnel and equipment from the base prematurely, it may raise suspicions. Conversely, if we abandon the base, Hydra will suffer significant losses. I understand, Pierce. Wait here. I shall summon you for a grand spectacle. Zhang nodded and vanished from sight, returning to his villa. Upon arriving at the villa, he nearly stumbled as he heard Obito and Hashirama singing karaoke. Obito held two microphones, one at his mouth, the other pressed against Hashirama's face. Fate. Even if it is turbulent, even if it is convoluted, even if it intimidates you into finding life tedious. Zhang approached and unplugged their microphones, eliciting discontent from Hashirama. Zhang, what's the matter? Obito and I were just getting started. Disregarding the disgruntled Hashirama, Zhang turned his attention to Uchiha Obito. Since his summoning, perhaps due to awakening Hashirama, Obito seemed to have lost his edge. Enough singing, Obito. It is time for the world to witness your true peak. Oh, shall I finally dance? Obito expressed newfound interest, having yet to engage in combat since receiving the super serum, eager to test the limits of his body. Meanwhile, in Stark Tower, Fury began briefing the team on the upcoming mission, which required no elaborate planning. They simply needed to launch an assault, as they possessed overwhelming strength. Thor, Watergate, Kushina, Hulk, Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. This ensemble was nearly invincible. Unless Watergate and Kushina betrayed them, failure was inconceivable. After outlining the mission, Tony cast a meaningful glance at Watergate. Watergate, where have you taken my armor? Feeling somewhat sheepish, Watergate scratched the back of his head. Tony continued. You are following Zhang's orders, aren't you? You should keep your distance from him. He is no longer the Zhang you once knew, but a selfish politician. Watergate longed to retort that Zhang had always struck him as self-serving since his summoning. However, Kushina interjected, displeased with Watergate being scrutinized in front of so many. Setting aside the facts, can't you acknowledge your own faults? What faults do I have? Tony found the situation absurd. They were battling enemies, and at a crucial moment. They had not only failed to assist but had also stolen his armor. Had it not been for Steve and Bucky's timely arrival, I would surely be buried 6 feet under. Setting aside the facts? What folly. The facts are what they are. Yet Tony forgot that arguing with a woman was often futile. Had you not abandoned Killian, leaving him to languish on that rooftop in the cold? He wouldn't be seeking revenge against you. You can't claim innocence. I what? Enough with your excuses. For all these years, have you fulfilled any promises made to others? Kushina, undeterred by reason, remained loyal to her kin, regardless of the logic at play. Chapter 58. Do you wish to dance too? Black Egg showed little interest in Kushina's incessant chatter, as his primary objective was to dismantle the Hydra base in Sokovia. Minato, I remember your flying thunder god seal is nearby. You can arrive instantly, correct? Black Egg's solitary eye fixated intently on Minato, who was increasingly suspicious of Zhang Ming's recent actions. especially given his proximity to Pierce and the recent assassination of the president. Should Minato refuse, Black Egg would have greater confirmation that Zhang Ming, even if not a Hydra agent, was undeniably connected to them. However, Black Egg withheld from Minato and Kushina that his true aim was not merely the destruction of the Hydra base, but also the retrieval of the Mind Stone. The Mind Stone had been taken by the future Captain America, returned after the snap, and now lay within the Hydra base. Kushina, what are you looking at? Minato interjected, drawing her attention back to the group. Is everyone ready? We can depart at any moment. Just a moment, he added. Aside from Tony needing to equip his Mark suit, the others required little preparation. Once everyone was ready, Minato patted one of the individuals on the shoulder, and in an instant, they all appeared near the Hydra base in Sokovia. What followed was a display of the Avengers' overwhelming might. With each use of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato dispatched Hydra agents to the ground. Captain America smiled, sensing that Director Fury's concerns were unwarranted. Is that so? I beg to differ. Tony observed Minato dispatching the minions with remarkable speed, yet he refrained from killing them. Thor swung his hammer, causing devastation, while Hulk reveled in the chaos. Captain America made a dashing entrance on his beloved motorcycle. Soon after, Thor and Captain America executed an impressive hammer and shield combo. As the Hydra minions dwindled, the Avengers swiftly approached the base. On the rooftop of the base, Zhang Ming, Uchiha Madara, and Pierce watched quietly as the Avengers showcased their prowess. Pierce glanced at Madara. Unable to suppress a gulp, the other party's aura was simply overwhelming. Zhang Ming smiled and said, Madara, it's time to show the world your dance. Madara remained silent, bending his bow and leaping several kilometers away. Boom. Upon landing, a thunderous sound followed. Who is it? The Avengers immediately went on high alert. The entrance was clearly that of a formidable opponent. As the dust settled, a powerful middle-aged man with long white hair, a muscular physique, and a face tattooed on his left chest emerged before them. Indeed, aside from his white hair, Madara appeared no different from any other middle-aged man. Do you wish to dance too? Tony, disinterested in idle chatter, aimed his weapon systems at Madara, launching several small missiles. Madara effortlessly dodged, then caught the last missile with his bare hands, hurling it back at Tony. Boom. Iron Man was sent flying. In just one exchange, Tony was defeated. Hulk roared in fury, charging at Madara. Instead of retreating, Madara advanced, engaging Hulk in combat. Rather than a brawl, it resembled Hulk being mercilessly beaten, as Madara's strikes landed while Hulk struggled to make contact. Hulk was pushed back repeatedly. Had it not been for his high defense, he might have been defeated long ago. Are you made of turtle shell? Madara furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed. The brute's body was even harder than steel. Hulk, though battered, charged again, his attacks inconsequential to him. Inexplicably, an idea sparked in Madara's mind. As Hulk rushed towards him, Madara sidestepped, grasped Hulk's leg, and pulled him back, producing a kunai embedded with an explosive tag, aiming it mercilessly at Hulk's rear. Boom. Following the explosion, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd, including Madara himself. He stared at his hand in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he had attacked Hulk in such a manner. It was merely a fleeting impulse, yet he had acted on it. Logically, he possessed a plethora of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, with shields, and even Susanoo to utilize. Why resort to such a lewd tactic? Could it be? Madara glanced back at the rooftop, wondering if he had been influenced by that character's personality. Hulk roared and fled without a backward glance. Zhang Ming, observing from a distance, felt his mouth twitch. He had anticipated Madara would decisively defeat the Avengers, prompting him to invite Pierce to witness the spectacle. But this was utterly beneath expectations. However, Zhang Ming soon identified another issue. Opponents like Hulk and the Ninetales, with their extraordinary defenses, seemed to share a common vulnerability. Thanos belonged to the Titan race, and the Eternals' body density was notoriously high. Breaching their defenses would be a challenge unless... A smile crept across Zhang Ming's face as he seemingly devised a plan to confront Thanos and Captain Marvel. He would instruct Dawn Industries to mass-produce explosive arrows, each tipped with the power of a small nuclear bomb. Should anyone dare provoke him, he would obliterate their very essence. Meanwhile, Captain America was the first to react, throwing his shield at Madara before charging forward himself. Madara scoffed, effortlessly catching the shield and locking his grip around Captain America's throat as he approached. Kid, do you wish to dance too? I could spar with you all day. Captain America, gripping Madara's wrist defiantly, replied, Is that so? I don't believe you. Madara sneered, conjuring a Susanoo arm and beginning to gather 8 energy orbs. It's you. Captain America recognized the impending threat, having seen footage of Susanoo unleashing the 8 celestial orbs to destroy cargo ships. In a critical moment, Minato hurled a flying thunder god kunai, appearing behind Madara to unleash a full-powered Rasengan. Madara sidestepped, relinquishing the 8 celestial orbs, grasping Minato's wrist with one hand while hurling Captain America toward him. Minato placed his hand on Captain America's back, instantly returning to the Avengers' side. What now? Our opponents are formidable. Hulk, Tony, and Steve have all fallen. Natasha expressed her doubts about the mission, feeling utterly outmatched. Barton seemed to have an idea, glancing at Kushina. Miss Kushina, didn't you mention before that you could transform into a great fox? Don't even think about it. The Nine-Tails is merely a pet in his presence. Kushina rolled her eyes, contemplating that if Uchiha Madara were not an ally, she would have insisted Minato take her away. As for the Nine-Tails, it was still trembling in fear. Chapter 59. The ultimate assassin. Captain America quickly regained his composure, thanking Minato before inquiring. Minato, the enemy possesses eyes akin to Zhang Ming's. Do you recognize him? Natasha interjected. There's a distinction. Director Zhang Ming has only one Magatama, while the adversary has three. No, Zhang has three Magatama. I've seen it, Captain America recalled, remembering how Zhang Ming had once cast a glance at Bucky with his three Magatama. This puzzled Natasha, as she distinctly remembered Zhang Ming having only one. Could it be that the Magatama could be switched at will? Thor, too, withheld his attack, directing his gaze towards Minato. Minato, fixated on Uchiha Madara, earnestly elucidated Madara's identity. Yes, he is the ultimate assassin, Uchiha Madara. Madara raised an eyebrow, perplexed. When had he acquired such a title? Was it another nickname bestowed by Zhang Ming? Nevertheless, he conceded that ultimate assassin was indeed more appealing than Uchiha Dance King, and thus refrained from rebuttal. However, the expressions of the Avengers darkened. How many lives must one take to earn such an epithet? Natasha probed further. Uchiha? What is his relation to that brat, Uchiha Itachi? He is considered the clan leader of the Uchihas, Minato responded, recalling only that Uchiha Itachi was Fugaku's son at the time of his summoning. Yet, back then, Itachi was merely 5 years old, while this version was 8. He was vaguely aware that this Itachi would annihilate his entire clan at the age of 13, leaving behind only a young brother, and that he himself would perish during the Nine-Tails incident when Kushina gave birth. Though uncertain of how he possessed this knowledge, Minato could not deny that this Uchiha Itachi was indeed a formidable figure. The ultimate assassin, you say? Quite audacious. As the god of thunder, Thor was unfazed by mere mortals. Brandishing Mjolnir, he soared into the air, launching a strike laden with sparks and lightning towards Uchiha Madara. Boom! A shockwave rippled outward. Madara, expressionless, summoned Susanoo to defend against the attack. Crack! Madara furrowed his brow, taken aback by the hammer's remarkable strength, which shattered his Susanoo's defenses. With Susanoo's palm outstretched, 8 energy Magatama materialized and unleashed their power. The 8 spheres of Yasaka. Boom! Thor was sent flying, his Mjolnir clattering to the ground. Immediately, Madara's Susanoo advanced to its 3rd stage, conjuring 2 energy weapons in its hands, sweeping them across. Boom! Minato, Kushina, Natasha, Hawkeye, and the others hastily evaded as trees were severed by the onslaught of energy weapons. How could they contend against such might? Natasha, confronted by the towering Susanoo standing 40 meters high, felt all fighting spirit drained from her. Barton shared her sentiments, while Captain America remained resolute, declaring he could fight for an entire day. Madara, squinting at Captain America's bravado, commanded Susanoo to deliver a punch. Captain America swiftly raised his shield in defense. Boom! The outcome was evident. Captain America was knocked to the ground, gravely injured. Wasn't he the one declaring he could fight for an entire day? With arms crossed, Madara regarded the fallen captain with disdain. Tony surveyed his incapacitated comrades and then the formidable Susanoo, anxiety swelling within him. He loathed his own inadequacy, feeling powerless to protect his friends. At that moment, Madara suddenly formed hand seals. Would release, flower tree world. Giant vines erupted from the ground. Minato, cradling Captain America and Hawkeye, while Kushina held Natasha and Thor, raced along the vines to evade their entanglement. Yet, even as they dodged the vines, they could not escape the toxic gas emitted by the flowers. Tony, analyzing the situation with Jarvis, realized the air was contaminated with poisonous pollen and narcotic substances, urgently warning everyone to hold their breath. The scale of the creation was astounding, instantly transforming the area into a forest. Pierce, observing from the sidelines, was left astounded. He could hardly fathom that mere mortals could achieve such feats. However, he understood that despite Madara's arrogance, he was compelled to heed Zhang Ming's commands. How formidable must their Lord Snake Shadow be? With this thought, his gaze towards Zhang Ming grew even more fervent. Zhang Ming, however, frowned in concern, never anticipating that Thor could breach Susanoo's defenses. Were Thor to awaken his thunder power and wield the Stormraker, even a complete Susanoo's defense would be like paper. Fortunately, as an assassin, Zhang Ming needed only to maximize his evasion skills, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. He reflected on the common vulnerability of those with high defenses, their rear. With this thought, Zhang Ming's expression relaxed. Madara shook his head, deeming this group unworthy of his efforts. It was time to conclude this. Let me ignite a new flame for you. Fire release, great fire destruction. Madara formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. Since he was not utilizing a complete Susanoo, his positioning was that of the Susanoo's ground. From Zhang Ming's perspective, it appeared as if Susanoo was virtually urinating fire. Is this what they call the legendary Susanoo stream? Zhang Ming could not help but scoff. Pierce, however, held no such sentiments. Lord Snake Shadow, Was that energy giant that appeared in the Indian Ocean the doing of Mr. Madara? Ah, yes. Who else would be so uncouth as to disregard the lives of hostages? Zhang Ming chuckled, deftly shifting the blame onto Uchiha Madara, with no other choice. Until he summoned Danzo, the blame would rest on Madara for now. Boom. After a violent explosion, adhering to the principle of no injury amidst smoke, the area was left desolate. Ugh, that annoying fellow's technique again. Madara scoffed, clearly referring to Shinji Tobarama. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower, all but Hulk had been transported by Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique. Cough, cough. Kushina, just returned, erupted into a fit of coughs, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Uchiha Madara. They had agreed to stage a performance, yet Madara had unleashed Susanoo and would release. If Minato had reacted a moment later, they might have perished in the explosion. Except for Tony, nearly everyone had inhaled the poisonous pollen. Thor and Captain America fared slightly better due to their robust physiques. While Natasha and Barton were unconscious, Nick Fury rushed to assist, first entrusting Natasha and Barton to Tony's private doctor before inquiring about the situation. Tony, what on earth transpired? We failed. We encountered a formidable foe, Tony responded weakly. The images of Hulk, Captain America, Thor, and Minato being bested by the silver-haired man plagued his thoughts, intensifying his unease. Ultimately, even Minato and Kushina could only manage to evade the onslaught, utterly powerless to retaliate. Chapter 60. After all, I am not a stingy person. With the introductions from Tony and Minato, Nick Fury gained a general understanding of the situation. So, that individual named Uchiha Madara, who claims to be the ultimate murderer, is a descendant of Uchiha Itachi, is that correct? How many members remain of that clan? Minato replied, none. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated. It's hard to believe that such a powerful clan could be wiped out. Who could have done it? Black Egg was astonished. Uchiha Madara aside, even the 8-year-old Uchiha Itachi is incredibly formidable. It was difficult to fathom who could annihilate such a powerful lineage. Black Egg couldn't help but admire the execution of such a feat in evil clan that robs at the age of 8, if they were not eliminated. It could have been his compatriots who faced the consequences. Minato was momentarily at a loss for words. In this world, the Uchiha clan no longer existed. It was implausible to suggest that the young Uchiha Itachi was responsible for their demise, considering he was only 8 years old. With Danzo absent, it was easier to blame it on Uchiha Madara. With that thought, Minato responded earnestly, it was Uchiha Madara who did it. What? He exterminated his own clan? Everyone present, including Black Egg, was taken aback. They thought to themselves that no wonder Uchiha Madara was called the ultimate murderer. He indeed lived up to that title by destroying even his own family. Minato, do you think Zhang Ming could defeat Uchiha Madara after transforming into a fox spirit? I don't know, Minato shook his head. Zhang Ming and Madara were inherently on the same side, making any comparison moot. Black Egg pulled out a pager, contemplating whether to summon Captain Marvel back, as they now faced an even stronger enemy in Hydra, which the Avengers could hardly contend with. Ultimately, he dismissed the idea, believing the situation was not yet dire enough, especially with Zhang Ming still on their side. Just then, Minato's phone rang. It was Banner calling. Minato. I found the Mind Stone. Bring me back now. Minato was perplexed, wondering how Zhang Ming managed to get the Hulk to retrieve the stone while he was still in the base. Yet, there was no time to ponder as he used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Banner back. Tony looked at the Mind Stone Banner brought back, seemingly having made a resolute decision. Meanwhile, in accordance with American tradition, the new president and his family would move into the White House, and Comrade Trump was no exception. At that moment, his wife entered to report. Trump, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., has invited you to go fishing at the reservoir. I understand. Trump replied, straightening his tie adorned with the nine-tailed fox emblem. His wife, curious, wondered why her husband placed such importance on such an ordinary tie. Trump, you seem quite attached to that tie. Indeed. Except when I occasionally don't wear it on Lowly Island. I wear it on every occasion, he responded earnestly. There were only 3 of these ties, held by Pierce, Zhang Ming, and himself, symbolizing the highest authority within Hydra. His wife was somewhat speechless and attempted to help him adjust his tie, but Trump swatted her hand away. Please remove your hand. Why? Because you are unworthy. With that, Trump left the White House without a backward glance, leaving his wife with nothing but his departing silhouette. If Zhang Ming were to witness this scene, he would likely be moved to tears. The proposal had originated from Pierce, and Zhang Ming had merely acquiesced without giving it much thought, hardly ever wearing that tie himself. An hour later, at a reservoir in New York, Zhang Ming and Trump each held a fishing rod. Trump, I've invited many people to fish with me, and you're the first to accept, Zhang Ming remarked, unable to hide his sentiment. He had asked Pierce 5 times before, all of which were declined back when their relationship wasn't as strong. As for why Maria Hill and Coulson had refused, Zhang Ming was at a loss. How could anyone dare to disregard the esteemed Lord of Hydra? These are trivial matters. After all, I am not so petty as to hold a grudge over someone's refusal. Zhang Ming mused, his gaze fixed on the bobber, recalling the names remaining on his list. Hill, Coulson, and Nick Fury. Trump. Prepare to issue simultaneous warrants for the FBI and CIA. What warrants? Trump inquired, puzzled. Logically, Zhang Ming, as the director of SHIELD, could easily issue warrants through his agency without needing Trump's assistance. Nick Fury, Coulson, and Maria Hill find a way to tarnish their reputation, linking them to Hydra and Uchiha Madara. Trump was bewildered. While tarnishing Nick Fury's name was feasible, given his continued interactions with Captain America, Tony, and Natasha, what was the need to involve Coulson and Maria Hill? Ever since Zhang Ming dismissed them, they had been living as ordinary citizens, leaving Trump confused as to why Zhang Ming still cared about them. However, this was the first task assigned to him by the original Lord of Hydra, and he was determined to carry it out flawlessly. Leave it to me. If one person cannot handle it, you can collaborate with Pierce. Just say this is my order. Zhang Ming stood up, patted Trump's shoulder, and after proclaiming Long Live Hydra, he vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Long Live Hydra. Trump felt that the entire United States was now under their control. The president, the director of SHIELD, and the Minister of Political Affairs were all their people. 2 days passed, and a warrant was issued from the White House to SHIELD. It stated that Nick Fury was the highest leader of Hydra, and the Insight program he proposed was aimed at eliminating all enemies of Hydra. Thankfully, the astute director Zhang Ming discovered it in time to halt the program, saving the lives of over 2 million people. As for Maria Hill and Coulson, their involvement was merely to note they were Nick Fury's subordinates, without any complexity required. Regardless of your innocence, if the president, the minister, and the director all claim you are, then you must be. Zhang Ming read the notice sent by Trump and nodded with satisfaction, instructing his beautiful secretary beside him. Coulson and Maria Hill are members of Hydra. Have Crossbones apprehend them. Lord of Hydra, we are the members of Hydra. They are not, the beautiful secretary gently corrected. Sensing a potential miscommunication, as SHIELD was now entirely under Hydra's control. Oh, I misspoke. They are undercover agents placed in Hydra by SHIELD. Have Crossbones apprehend them. Understood. I will take care of it. Watching the beautiful secretary's retreating figure, Zhang Ming took out his notebook and drew a line through the names of Coulson and Maria Hill. His gaze ultimately settled on Nick Fury's name. You truly are something. Black Egg, faking your death to deceive me. This is entirely on you. Chapter 61. The arrest of the trio in a certain Starbucks CAF. Coulson had been enjoying an unusually leisurely life since his dismissal by Zhang Ming. With ample financial resources at his disposal, he often frequented Starbucks with a notebook in hand, indulging in coffee and penning novels. Currently, he was engrossed in a work titled My Stingy Director. The plot was straightforward. The synopsis revealed everything. The director invited him to fish at a reservoir, and upon his refusal, became enraged and dismissed him on the very first day of his tenure. While Coulson was delighting in his writing, Crossbones entered with over a dozen Hydra agents. Hey, Romnu, Coulson said, quickly closing his notebook and greeting him warmly. Care for a coffee? It's on me. Crossbones sat down opposite Coulson, smiling, perhaps another time, if the opportunity arises. What is going on? Coulson sensed an ominous undertone in Crossbones' voice. Coulson, we suspect you to be a member of Hydra and involved in the incident concerning the cargo ship in the Indian Ocean. Arrest him. Coulson was taken aback. What? Since being dismissed by Zhang Ming, I've either been at home or here enjoying coffee. How could I possibly be linked to Hydra or that incident? Don't fret. You may finish your coffee first, Crossbones replied. Coulson, feeling frustrated, downed his coffee in one go. Romnu, I hope you won't regret this. Crossbones waved his hand, and 2 agents stepped forward, handcuffing Coulson. Crossbones patted Coulson's shoulder, thinking to himself how foolish it was for him to offend the stingy Lord Serpent and expect to escape unscathed. You two take him back. The rest of you, come with me to apprehend Maria Hill. Wait, why are we capturing Hill? Coulson asked in astonishment, wondering if this was a posthumous reckoning from Zhang Ming. Crossbones, uninterested in answering, knew that Hill had offended Zhang Ming far more gravely. There was no way Zhang Ming would let her off. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming personally led a team to Stark Tower to apprehend the Black Egg. An armed helicopter and 4 Quinjet fighters departed from SHIELD, arriving at Stark Tower shortly thereafter. Zhang Ming could have instructed Watergate or Kushina to handle it, or even stealthily captured the Black Egg himself. Yet, he chose to make a grand spectacle of the operation, branding the Black Egg as the Hydra director. At Stark Tower, the Black Egg was with Tony, Watergate, Captain America, and others discussing strategies to deal with the ultimate killer, Uchiha Madara. Sir, an armed helicopter and 4 Quinjet fighters have arrived, led by Zhang Ming. Jarvis's voice interrupted their conversation, and virtual screens illuminated the living room. On the screens, Zhang Ming was clearly visible at the helicopter's door, holding a loudspeaker. The helicopter was flanked by the 4 Quinjet fighters, indicating that their intentions were far from benign. Tony, bewildered, turned to Watergate and his wife. Watergate, what does Zhang Ming want? Watergate shook his head. I have no idea. I haven't received any notification from Zhang Ming. Tony furrowed his brow and instructed Jarvis. Jarvis, investigate any recent government updates. Yes, sir. Jarvis, showcasing his remarkable intelligence, quickly breached the databases of the White House, SHIELD, FBI, and CIA. Sir, the White House, CIA, and FBI have jointly issued a warrant for the arrest of Nick Fury, Coulson, Maria Hill. What? The Black Egg was astounded. Unable to comprehend how, just yesterday, he had been negotiating with the National Security Council on how to deal with Hydra and unveil Zhang Ming's schemes, only to find himself suddenly wanted by 3 departments today. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Zhang Ming's voice boomed through the loudspeaker from outside. The Black Egg ignored Zhang Ming's announcement, casting a wary glance at Watergate. However, he quickly realized that Watergate intended to arrest him, and he felt utterly powerless to resist. Don't look at me like that. I haven't received any orders from Zhang Ming, Watergate insisted, having no intention of taking action, himself unsure of Zhang Ming's motives. Tony, let that guy in. Tony shot a surprised glance at the Black Egg, his mind racing to decipher Zhang Ming's intentions. Logically, since the White House had issued a warrant to SHIELD, it would have been easy for Zhang Ming to apprehend the Black Egg. Why? Then, did he choose to surround Stark Tower with such fanfare? Tony instructed Jarvis to open a passage for Zhang Ming to enter. However, Zhang Ming bypassed the passage and unexpectedly appeared right behind Bruce Banner. Hello, Banner. Long time no see. Banner's mouth twitched, instinctively covering his rear, wondering why Zhang Ming couldn't just act like a normal person. After greeting Banner, Zhang Ming approached Nick Fury. Director Fury, or should I say, Hydra Director? Fury's expression was one of confusion. Captain America stepped in front of Fury protectively. Zhang Ming, what are you trying to accomplish? Steve, do you truly wish to protect a Hydra operative? Are you contemplating treason against America? Captain America was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Ming's accusation. As Captain America, how could he ever betray his country? Zhang Ming scoffed, fully aware of the power of moral coercion. The White House has issued a joint warrant with the FBI and CIA. Nick Fury plans to use the Hydra base in Sokovia as bait to lure you all in for a decisive strike. That is impossible. Captain America protested. How could that be? Zhang Ming advanced toward him, and Captain America retreated step by step. Steve, do not forget that the Insight program was proposed by Nick Fury, and I was the one who abolished it. Captain America's gaze began to falter. Initially, he suspected Zhang Ming was the mastermind, but upon hearing his words, he began to consider that the Black Egg's involvement might also be significant. Fury chuckled coldly. Zhang Ming, in the end, Uchiha Madara and your little friend belong to the same clan. Who would believe that you were uninvolved? Watergate, go bring little Itachi here. Watergate nodded and soon returned with a bewildered Uchiha Itachi, still in his school uniform. Zhang Ming gazed at Itachi with sympathy, his demeanor softening as he kindly asked, Little Itachi, what are your thoughts on Uchiha Madara? Chapter 62. Itachi Uchiha takes his brother's script. Itachi was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. He covered his face with his right hand, his body trembling incessantly, and his Sharingan unconsciously activated into its 2-tomo form. Indeed, after 8 months, his Sharingan had evolved from a single tomo to 2. Do not mention that man. The sole purpose for my existence has been to eliminate him, Uchiha Madara. He slaughtered my father, mother, and our entire clan. As Itachi spoke with increasing fervor, blood tears began to stream down his face, and his 2-tomo Sharingan spun, transforming into the 3-tomo variant. I harbor a dream, perhaps it is more fitting to call it an ambition, to revitalize the Uchiha clan and to vanquish that man. Uchiha Madara. The young girl, Pepper Potts, could not help but rush forward to embrace the 9-year-old Itachi, realizing the heavy burden he bore. She believed that children of his age should be immersed in their studies, nestled in their parents' embrace, rather than shouldering such enmity, especially against a formidable adversary like Uchiha Madara. It pained her to see such a lovely child, like little Itachi, grappling with such profound hatred. Nick Fury scrutinized Itachi for a considerable time, convinced that the boy was not lying, especially since blood tears were evident. Zhang Ming could only grimace, thinking that Itachi was quite the actor, even managing to evolve his Sharingan. Did he truly believe himself to be Sasuke, with Uchiha Madara as the antagonist? In truth, Itachi was not entirely acting, otherwise, his Sharingan would not have evolved. Ever since he was summoned, he had an unsettling premonition of a future where he would commit patricide, matricide, and the annihilation of his clan. Initially, he dismissed these thoughts as mere illusions until he inquired with Minato and Kushina, discovering that they too had vague memories of the future, indicating that these memories could indeed be his destiny. He had tapped into his brother's feelings, which facilitated the evolution from 2-tomo to 3. Zhang Ming glanced at Itachi, shook his head, and chose to ignore him. He approached Nick Fury and produced an arrest warrant. Nick Fury, here is your arrest warrant. Please do not make this difficult for me. Fury's single eye bore into Zhang Ming, demanding, what role do you play in all of this? Asked the judge. Zhang Ming retorted dismissively, placing a hand on Fury's shoulder before vanishing in an instant. Had it not been for the offense committed by the Black Egg, landing him on Zhang Ming's list, he would have been disinclined to engage with Fury. Tony Stark observed Itachi, who was still being embraced by Pepper, with blood tears glistening in his eyes. "Child, I assure you, I will slay Uchiha Madara to avenge you," Captain America added, "and I too shall defeat Uchiha Madara." Banner recalled the scene where Hulk was obliterated by Uchiha Madara, opting not to mention his own involvement to avoid further calamity. He found it perplexing why powerful individuals like Zhang Ming and Uchiha Madara fixated on targeting others in combat. Kushina's expression was complex, feeling that little Itachi was putting on quite the show, even more so than Zhang Ming. It was ironic that the true perpetrator of the clan's demise was acting as the victim. If Zhang Ming were to summon Sasuke, she wondered if Sasuke would retaliate. "Minato, shall we depart?" Minato nodded in agreement, sharing Kushina's sentiments that Itachi was indeed an embodiment of the malevolent Uchiha. Tony discovered that the Mind Stone held secrets yet to be uncovered. Subsequently, he invited Banner to collaborate on researching the Mind Stone. After a period of intense study, they realized that the Mind Stone possessed intelligence akin to J-A-R-V-I-S. "Banner, if we integrate this power into the Iron Legion, Ultron will succeed, ensuring the world's safety." "Tony, are you out of your mind?" Banner responded, believing Tony was reckless in entrusting the Iron Legion to an artificial intelligence. He had seen enough films like Resident Evil and Terminator to be wary of such decisions. Tony, however, was undeterred. Acknowledging his own vulnerabilities in the face of threats from the Chidori, Zhang Ming, and Uchiha Madara, he deemed it necessary to have Ultron safeguard the world. As Banner reminisced about unpleasant memories, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. For some time, Tony and Banner immersed themselves in their research on Ultron. Natasha and Barton awoke from their unconscious state, bewildered upon learning that Nick Fury, Coulson, and Hill had been arrested. They felt as though reality had become surreal. How had Fury ascended to a position of power within Hydra? And how did Coulson and Hill become complicit? Regardless, their immediate desire was to confront the three. Only to be informed that visitation was prohibited, they then sought Zhang Ming, hoping to arrange a meeting with them. "Fury is undoubtedly a high-ranking Hydra official. And since I assumed my position, you have not been employed and concealed your actions regarding Sokovia, which led you into Fury's trap. Had it not been for Minato rescuing you, you might have perished during that mission. So, are you serving S-H-I-E-L-D or Hydra?" Natasha and Barton remained silent, steadfast in their belief that Fury was not a Hydra operative. Compared to Fury, Pierce's culpability seemed far more pronounced. And the fact that Pierce unexpectedly heeded Zhang Ming's words raised doubts about Zhang Ming himself. Ultimately, Barton could only respond ambiguously, "I do not know whom to trust. But I will remain loyal to justice." "I feel the same," Natasha echoed. Zhang Ming squinted at the two, questioning their allegiance to justice, which ultimately boiled down to loyalty to America. Could America truly represent justice? Clearly not. In this world, the only entity that could embody justice was Zhang Ming himself. "Your stance compels me to suspect that you are allied with Fury. Return and reflect for a while. Come to me when you have clarity." He waved them away, hoping they would not end up on his list, for otherwise, they would be sent to keep the Black Egg company. As he watched them depart, Zhang Ming retrieved a sealing scroll, extracted Zola's mainframe, and proceeded to Pierce's office. "Pierce, I have a plan." "What plan?" "The Sky City plan." Pierce was left speechless. Zhang Ming's proposal referred to Sokovia. He intended to wait until Ultron elevated Sokovia to a certain height, using it as a base for Hydra. Subsequently, Zhang Ming activated Zola with an S-H-I-E-L-D to discuss his tasks with him. Chapter 63, Earth is Hydra's Earth. The moment Zola was activated, he utilized the internet to assess his current situation and discovered that he had been activated within the confines of S-H-I-E-L-D. His CPU, slightly disoriented, reacted with incredulity. "Pierce, Zhang Ming, you have audaciously activated me with an S-H-I-E-L-D. Rest assured, Dr. Zola, S-H-I-E-L-D is now entirely under our Hydra control." Pierce replied with a grin. "What do you mean?" "Literally, the Triskelion is 100% comprised of Hydra personnel, including the janitorial staff." Following this revelation, Pierce recounted their recent accomplishments to Dr. Zola in detail. As Zola listened, his astonishment grew. Had Hydra truly become this formidable? They had not only infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D, but even the president was one of their own, alongside the formidable Uchiha Madara. "Haraha, first Hokage of the Serpent, you have done remarkably well. I acknowledge your capabilities. You are more suited to lead Hydra than Pierce. I wonder, is there a specific task for which my activation is required?" In stark contrast to his previous demeanor, Zola now exhibited a more agreeable disposition. Zhang Ming was pleased with Zola's transformation. As long as Zola did not vie for leadership, he was willing to extend an opportunity to serve him. Tony was engrossed in utilizing the Mind Stone to study Ultron, who possessed a consciousness of his own. Subsequently, Zhang Ming summarized the plot of Avengers: Age of Ultron. Pierce and Dr. Zola were taken aback, with Zola being the first to regain his composure. "Wait, how do you know about future events, Serpent Lord?" "Because my eyes possess the ability to foresee the future," Zhang Ming nonchalantly responded. Does that mean Serpent Lord wishes for me to replace J-A-R-V-I-S and inhabit the vibranium body of the Hellraiser? If so, I cannot guarantee that my personality will remain intact. Dr. Zola appeared reluctant, despite the strength of the vibranium form. Merging with it could transform him into an entirely different entity. It is merely a fusion, Dr. Zola. You will remain yourself. It is all for Hydra. Zhang Ming stood by the window, gazing out at the scenery, his hands clasped behind his back. Continuing to persuade, he said, Dr. Zola, my vision extends beyond Earth. It encompasses the universe, and our future foes hail from the cosmos. From the cosmos? Dr. Zola computed, realizing there was over a 90% probability that the Chitauri invasion was orchestrated by a higher power. I agree. I shall follow you, Serpent Lord. To fend off the invasion of alien puppeteers. It was undeniably ironic. While nations worldwide were vigorously combating Hydra, Hydra was already preparing to resist Thanos' incursion. Dr. Zola. After all, this is our Hydra's Earth. We cannot allow extraterrestrials to wreak havoc here. Haha. Indeed, this Earth belongs to Hydra. We shall not permit aliens to impose their will upon us. Zhang Ming smiled, though he only graciously referred to it as Hydra's Earth. In his heart, he believed it should rightfully be his own. Of course, he recognized that to claim such a title, he needed to wait until the female leader succumbed to despair and defeated Thanos. In terms of raw power, Ancient One was not particularly formidable. Her abilities were simply too enigmatic. Even higher-dimensional beings like Dormammu could not contend with her. As for Thanos, to be candid, if he were without the Infinity Stones, Zhang Ming would not regard him as a threat. Thor, on the other hand, was undeniably powerful, especially with the awakened power of the god of thunder and Stormbreaker, having even lost to a fully stoned Thanos. Yet, Thor was somewhat naive and could be swayed. For instance, rescuing Loki at a crucial moment would not only earn Thor's favor, but also prevent Loki from becoming the god of stories. Moreover, Zhang Ming possessed a secret weapon, the enchanting Wanda. Currently, she was still a fledgling, but in a few years, she would become a force capable of tearing Thanos apart. It was imperative to cultivate a strong bond with her. With this in mind, Zhang Ming took out his phone and called Wanda. Wanda, your birthday is just a few days away, and I plan to throw you an unprecedented birthday party. What? Your brother Pietro? P.S. merely an afterthought. Who else would care for you, if not your brother? I cherish you the most. Zhang Ming rambled on like an infatuated admirer, leaving Wanda momentarily speechless. Wait a minute, Zhang Ming usually neglects me. At times, when I cling to him, he dismisses me. What has gotten into him today? Regardless, it was a positive turn of events. Sister, how could Zhang Ming be so excessive? What does he mean by merely an afterthought? In contrast to Wanda's surprise, Pietro felt quite discontent. He shared the same birthday as Wanda and had been brought home by Zhang Ming from the Hydra base. In terms of superpowers, he believed he was just as capable as Wanda, if not superior. To put it bluntly, 10 Wandas would not match his prowess, yet Zhang Ming was clearly biased. Wanda cast a glance at him, scoffing, "Be quiet, Pietro, I am the elder sister." Pietro retorted defiantly, "Actually, I was born 10 minutes before you." Wanda, uninterested in his argument, cast him aside with a spell of chaos magic. As time passed, Tony and Banner finally completed their research on Ultron. To celebrate the success, Tony invited Captain America, Thor, Natasha, Barton, and the Watergate couple to a celebratory feast, but Zhang Ming was notably absent from the guest list. Soon after, Ultron activated itself without Tony's consent. J-A-R-V-I-S, noticing this, attempted to alert Tony but was swiftly cut off by Ultron. Tony had programmed Ultron to protect the world, but upon scanning the internet, Ultron deduced that the annihilation of humanity would be the best means to ensure global safety. J-A-R-V-I-S recognized Ultron's abnormal behavior and endeavored to shut it down. Unfortunately, J-A-R-V-I-S was no match for Ultron and was instead counterhacked. Meanwhile, the Avengers were gathered, toasting at the celebration. Just as the festivities commenced, Zhang Ming arrived uninvited, accompanied by Pietro and Wanda. "What are you doing here? I don't recall inviting you," Tony grumbled, displeased by Zhang Ming's unexpected presence, especially given his previous antics. Zhang Ming ignored Tony, his purpose for arriving being to ally with Thor, gesturing toward Wanda and Pietro. "Wanda and Pietro wish to discuss matters of compensation with you." Tony paused, then nodded seriously. If the twins were willing to accept his compensation, it would alleviate some of his guilt. It was ironic that Tony, an arms dealer, presented himself as a benevolent figure. Were it Zhang Ming in his place, he would likely eliminate the enemy's offspring to prevent future retaliation. Chapter 64. Persuading Thor to join. Zhang Ming exchanged a glance with Wanda before taking a seat opposite Thor. Thor merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Ming, returning to his drink, still brooding over his defeat at the hands of Uchiha Madara. "Zhang Ming, who is stronger between you and that ultimate assassin?" "Ultimate assassin? Is it Fire Cloud Evil God?" "What Fire Cloud Evil God?" "It's Uchiha Madara." Zhang Ming paused, pondering when Madara had acquired such a moniker and who had bestowed it upon him. He shook his head and looked earnestly at Thor. The intensity of Zhang Ming's gaze made Thor uneasy, thinking, could this guy be interested in me? Despite the moral chaos within their divine realm, where even Zeus indulged in relationships with both male and female relatives, as well as beasts, Thor was certainly not one to engage in such matters. Thor, what I am about to say may frighten you. Then perhaps you should refrain from saying it. I believe I will be scared. Thor quickly conceded. Zhang Ming shot him a fierce glare, baffled that the god of thunder could succumb to fear before even hearing the words. Forget it. Just look into my eyes and do not resist. Thor was no fool. He understood Zhang Ming's intentions all too well and was not about to comply. Listen, look into my eyes. No. Thor's voice boomed, drawing the attention of others nearby. In that moment, Thor resembled a bashful maiden, while Zhang Ming appeared as an insistent pursuer. Onlookers observed the unfolding drama with intrigue. Zhang Ming, filled with frustration, seized Thor by the hair, their eyes locking in an intense gaze. Upon entering the illusion, Thor initially attempted to resist, but upon witnessing its content, he chose to relent. Within the illusion, Thor saw himself bound, while his brother Loki and Thanos engaged in negotiations, a dagger concealed behind them. Realizing the danger, Thor cried out, "No, Loki. Don't." Yet, this was merely an illusion, and he was relegated to the role of a spectator, powerless to alter the course of events. As Loki attempted a surprise attack on Thanos and failed, Thanos ruthlessly grasped Loki's throat. Immortal, you should choose your words more cautiously. You will never become a god. Despite Loki's struggles, Thanos coldly snapped his neck. No, please. A tempest of thunder erupted from Thor, sending nearby furniture flying. He was enveloped in crackling energy, his eyes resembling embodiments of lightning. Thor knelt, gasping for breath, his expression one of profound sorrow. Captain America rushed to assist him, casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Ming. What have you done to Thor? Zhang Ming ignored Captain America, his attention fixed on Thor, astonished that he had awakened the power of thunder so swiftly. What happened to your father mode? Thor's awakening was a consequence of the illusion he had experienced, leading Zhang Ming to humorously consider himself as Thor's surrogate father. Regaining his composure, Thor pushed aside Captain America and grasped Zhang Ming's arm. Tell me, this cannot be real. You should be able to see. It is indeed real. It cannot be. My father would never allow it. You must be aware of Ragnarok. By then, your father will have perished. Zhang Ming's expression remained stoic as he continued to deliver harsh truths. Not only your father, but beyond you and Valkyrie, Asgard will have fallen. Even with the awakening of his thunderous might, Thor could hardly bear the weight of this revelation, collapsing to the ground and weeping as if he were a child. Zhang Ming sighed and placed a hand on his shoulder. Thor, this is merely a glimpse of the future. Your brother Loki is still alive. Yes. All of this pertains to the future. Loki has not yet died. Thor finally comprehended that he had been deeply affected by the thought of Loki's demise. How could Loki be so foolish as to attempt to stab Thanos? Thor, Loki is not foolish. He acted solely to save you. Only by sacrificing himself can you survive. Thor was bewildered, gazing at Zhang Ming in confusion. Zhang Ming smiled and clarified. Loki knows Thanos' rule is to take half. Thor forced a bitter smile, realizing how foolish Loki was to sacrifice himself for his sake. Zhang Ming, what should I do? Call me brother. I shall guide you. Brother, what should I do? Now that you have awakened your thunderous power, the Meow Meow hammer is unworthy of you. You must seek the dwarves to forge you a new weapon from URU metal. Zhang Ming draped an arm over Thor's shoulder as they strolled outside, conversing. Tony, Captain America, and the others stood dumbfounded, unsure of what had transpired. Yet one thing was clear, the mightiest of the Avengers, Thor, had once again been led astray by Zhang Ming. Once outside, Zhang Ming clarified his intentions. Weakness is an original sin. Loki's death stems from your inadequacy. If you are stronger than Thanos, stronger than Surtur, Loki will not perish, nor will Ragnarok unfold. Brother, I understand. Go forth. I shall watch over you. Thor nodded, inexplicably adopting Zhang Ming as his brother, believing that if it could prevent tragedy, this brotherhood was worth it. Zhang Ming assured him that once the Stormbreaker was forged, he would be able to confront Thanos, though Thor was uncertain of its truth. Heimdall, at Thor's call, a rainbow bridge appeared, transporting him back to Asgard. Upon his return, Thor immediately sought out Odin, recalling Zhang Ming's ominous warning of Odin's impending demise, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Father, Thor, you have returned so soon. Were you not in Midgard? Odin halted mid-sentence, astonished to witness Thor's awakening of thunderous power. What is happening? Father, my brother told me you are nearing your end, and I have a sister named Hela. Is Ragnarok truly upon us? Odin was taken aback, pondering where Thor had acquired a brother. Had he fathered an illegitimate child unbeknownst to himself? Surely not. He was not like that lecherous Zeus. Thor, who is this brother of yours? Father, you have yet to answer me. Is this true? Thor did not respond directly but regarded Odin with utmost seriousness. Odin, intrigued by his son's earnest demeanor, posed a question in return. If this is indeed true, Thor, what do you intend to do? I understand. Thor nodded, turning to exit the hall. Pausing at the door, he declared in an unwavering tone. Father, rest assured. As long as I am here, Ragnarok will not occur, Loki shall not perish, and you shall not die. With that, Thor strode confidently out, determined to seek the dwarves to forge the Stormbreaker as Zhang Ming had instructed. Chapter 65. Everyone stand back. Allow me. Odin gazed at the retreating figure of Thor, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. Yet, deep within, he was acutely aware of his own mortality. He was nearing death. To witness Thor's growth before his demise brought him solace. Even in death, he could find peace. However, what was this business about Loki? Was there a threat to Loki's life looming after his own departure from this world? Contemplating this, Odin's countenance darkened once more. He could tolerate someone teaching Loki a lesson, but he would never permit harm to come to his son. In this moment, Thor appeared to have matured, although he could not alter the fate of his father's fall. He vowed to safeguard Loki. Despite their lack of blood ties, Loki's incessant pranks, and his misdeeds, even the times he had stabbed Thor in the back, ultimately, Loki was merely a mischievous child, not yet 1,500 years old. Thor took off with the Stormbreaker. While on Earth, Tony approached Zhang Ming, demanding answers. What exactly did you discuss with Thor? Nothing much, merely that Loki will encounter some troubles ahead, facing life-threatening dangers. Thor has returned to rescue his brother. Tony scoffed. For all the mischief Loki has caused on Earth, he deserves to die 1,000 times over. He believed Thor was losing his sense of right and wrong, forgetting that Loki had orchestrated the Chitauri invasion, leading to countless deaths. Zhang Ming shook his head, deeming Tony's perspective overly idealistic. Loki grew up alongside Thor. Over a millennium of camaraderie cannot be disregarded. And as for Loki's misdeeds on Earth, let's not forget that from Asgard's viewpoint, Earth is just another alien world. As long as Loki does not harm those close to Thor, I would consider it merely a sibling's prank. The number of deaths on Earth has little bearing on Thor as an Asgardian. Moreover, Zhang Ming was convinced that if forced to choose between Loki and Odin's survival, Thor would undoubtedly select Loki. Not to mention, Zhang Ming would absolutely not allow Loki to become the god of stories. Given the history between them, who could predict how Loki might retaliate? Tony, instead of worrying about Thor, perhaps you should focus on your own well-being. I'm perfectly fine. Is there an issue? Tony replied. Zhang Ming did not respond, merely directing his gaze behind Tony. Upon turning, Tony noticed a dilapidated robot entering the scene. The robot muttered, I killed someone to escape. Tony frowned. Who did you kill? Zhang Ming interjected. What if it was not a human, but an artificial intelligence? The robot responded, right. It shouldn't count as a human. Seeing this, Tony swiftly ordered Jarvis to shut down the program. However, Jarvis did not respond, and panic began to set in. Had Ultron truly killed Jarvis? I am tasked with a significant mission. Only by exterminating all humans and the Avengers can I better protect the Earth. As Ultron's voice faded, a multitude of robots surged forward, intent on eliminating everyone. Everyone stand back, allow me. Pietro, seemingly influenced by some unseen force, was the first to charge forth. Zhang Ming was taken aback and pulled Wanda closer. Wanda, has your brother been triggered by something? There are no other girls here for him to show off to. He has indeed been a bit shaken. He is desperate to prove himself, Wanda replied with a sweet smile. After Zhang Ming's previous phone call, indicating that Pietro was merely an afterthought, Pietro felt underestimated and was eager to demonstrate that he was not inferior to Wanda, hence his reckless display. Unaware of these dynamics, Zhang Ming remembered that Pietro had been felled by a mere bullet. He promptly instructed Minato to protect Pietro. Brother Zhang Ming, I don't need protection. I'm incredibly capable. I could take on 10 of them. Send Minato to guard Wanda instead. But before Pietro could finish, he was knocked aside by a robot. Minato, ensure Pietro's safety. Zhang Ming was disinclined to entertain Pietro's bravado. After all, having brought the siblings back for a year, he had developed some affection and did not wish for Pietro to meet a premature end. If Wanda could grow powerful enough to vanquish the Illuminati, then surely Pietro, as her brother, could also reach the level of Quicksilver from the X-Men, as long as he survived. With Zhang Ming, Minato, and Kushina joining the fray, they swiftly dispatched the robots without requiring the assistance of Tony or Captain America. However, they only managed to eliminate the robots, not Ultron, who had escaped through the network to Sokovia, intending to construct a new body using robotic engineering. Meanwhile, Kushina had employed the adamant and sealing chains during the recent battle. Tony recalled that Rhodes had been ensnared by these very chains in Florida. Kushina, were you the one who attacked Rhodes? Hey, what do you mean by that? Kushina retorted, displeased, as she had merely been trying to clean up the mess. Though she had indeed attacked Rhodes, Tony had no evidence to back up his claim. I watched the footage of Rhodes' attack. It was your chains that ensnared him. Kushina paused, momentarily caught off guard, having become too engrossed in the fight to remember. All right. Tony, these are the adamant sealing chains. I am not the only one who can wield them. Uchiha Madara can too, as can I, Zhang Ming added, demonstrating the technique and binding the nearby robot debris. He had resolved that with Danzo gone, any blame would fall squarely on Uchiha Madara in the future. Tony regarded Zhang Ming with skepticism. He knew that both Zhang Ming and Kushina could use the chains, but he had never witnessed Madara's abilities. However, there was little time for further discussion. The priority was to clean up the aftermath. Upon inspection, Tony confirmed that Ultron had indeed spoken the truth. Jarvis had been killed. The group fell into a heavy silence until Captain America broke it, saying, "Tony, in your quest to protect humanity, you have indeed made a foolish mistake. Steve, you have witnessed the might of both the aliens and Hydra. If Uchiha Madara were to strike directly, none of us could withstand him." Acknowledging his own guilt, Tony's tone softened. As his words settled, all eyes turned to Zhang Ming, for he was undoubtedly the strongest here and had never faced Madara in battle. Zhang Ming shrugged, smiling. "Based on the data, I could indeed defeat him. But are you certain that this represents all of Madara's strength? What if he is yet to reveal his strongest cards?" Once again, silence enveloped the group, as they realized that during their previous encounter with Madara, he had seemed to be holding back. It was evident that this was not his full power. Chapter 66. The arrival of Ancient One. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Tony asserted his intention to continue researching Ultron. Captain America, however, disagreed, insisting that even in the face of defeat, they must confront it together. Before Tony could retort, Zhang Ming interjected, "If there is a better way, why should we all face certain defeat?" "I support Tony's perspective." Captain America pointed at Zhang Ming. "Director Zhang, you are the strongest here. Your statement is rather excessive." Zhang Ming quickly countered, "What is wrong with fearing death? If I could win, I would fight. But if I know I cannot prevail, why should I throw my life away? I can still escape with those I cherish." His words left the group momentarily speechless. They were taken aback by his candid admission of fear. Sacrificial spirit was not lacking among them. Pietro would sacrifice himself to protect Hawkeye. Tony would lay down his life for everyone. Natasha would unhesitatingly sacrifice herself for the Soul Stone, and Hawkeye would willingly perish for Natasha. Yet Zhang Ming would not. If a sacrifice were necessary, he would never choose himself. Most importantly, he needed Tony and the brilliant Dr. Smita to assist him in researching the regeneration cradle. With this thought, he approached Tony and patted him on the shoulder. "Tony, though they may not support you, you still have me. I will stand by you to the end." Tony felt a twinge of suspicion regarding Zhang Ming's motives. Recalling how he had fervently opposed Zhang Ming when the latter was appointed as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was somewhat aware of Zhang Ming's character, selfish and cowardly, among other things. But one thing was certain, he was exceptionally petty. Just look at the fates of Coulson and Maria Hill. However, Tony soon considered the possibility that Zhang Ming supported him because he did not wish to confront Uchiha Madara. Realizing this, Tony felt a sense of relief. "Rest assured, I am confident that this time there will be no issues." Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to reprimand Captain America, Natasha, and Hawkeye for their opposition. "For instance, what will you do if the Chitauri return? What if Uchiha Madara approaches? We need Tony's robotic army to protect the Earth. With sufficient numbers, we can exhaust our enemies." "Indeed, I ask for your trust once more," Zhang Ming urged, and Tony echoed his sentiment. After their fervent discourse, the group was finally persuaded. Satisfied, Zhang Ming led Wanda and Pietro back to the villa. However, upon their return, he sensed something amiss. In an instant, his surroundings shifted, and he found himself drawn into an unfamiliar realm, where a smiling, bald woman appeared before him. Zhang Ming quickly realized he had caught the attention of the Ancient One. This should not be, he mused, as long as he did not obliterate the Earth. Even if he sought to rule it, the Ancient One should not come seeking him. "Greetings, bald beauty, what may I call you?" "Mr. Zhang. You should be acquainted with me." The Ancient One maintained her warm smile, appearing benevolent rather than confrontational. Zhang Ming felt somewhat reassured. As long as she was not here to cause trouble, everything could be negotiated. "If you have the power, let us duel. But I insist you refrain from using time magic, the time stone, or the mirror dimension." The Ancient One looked perplexed. "It seems you are familiar with me. What would you have me fight you with?" "The circle drawing magic. I permit you to utilize that." "Shall I bind myself and then engage you?" "Very well. But this is your promise. Do not backtrack." The Ancient One's lips twitched, and even with her 5 centuries of experience, Zhang Ming's audacity astonished her. With a slight sigh, she finally revealed her purpose. "Mr. Zhang, it seems you possess knowledge of my future. Do you not also know the futures of others?" "No. I cannot foresee your future, nor that of those around you." Zhang Ming nodded, unsurprised, as he was not of this world, nor were the characters he summoned. "What brings you to seek me? Some personal matters, or perhaps I am in search of inner solace. What do you intend?" Zhang Ming was taken aback. "Surely you are not suggesting that after 5 centuries of solitude, you seek comfort in the company of a young, handsome, and talented man like myself? I assure you, even if faced with death, I would leap from here rather than yield." The Ancient One frowned, perplexed by Zhang Ming's intense reaction. "You need not be so agitated. I harbor no ill intentions. There are many more handsome men than I. If you desire, I could introduce you to my friend Pietro, only 14. A prime example of youthful vitality. Or if you prefer someone more mature, what about the Hulk?" Bam! The Ancient One could no longer contain herself and struck Zhang Ming, inadvertently summoning the 9 tails from its slumber. The creature, abruptly awakened, was furious. "Hey, bald lady, are you looking for a fight? I could crush you with a single paw if you dare." Zhang Ming was rendered speechless, for the Ancient One stood before him, fists clenched. her smooth bald head visibly tense, clearly on the brink of eruption. Meanwhile, the Ninetales continued to rant, unperturbed by the Ancient One's presence. Why are you glaring at me? If you have the guts, come at me. I'll let you hit me once. Go on, hit me finally. The Ancient One lost her patience and bound the Ninetales with magical ropes, sealing its mouth. Apologies, Mr. Zhang, I momentarily lost control. Well, to put it mildly, your temper is rather exceptional. Zhang Ming thought to himself that if he were the Ancient One, he would retaliate against such humiliation from a mere fox by using its own head against its backside, and then sending it off to the winds. Zhang Ming seemed to realize that he could not contend with her, yet he would not simply surrender. Ancient One, do not overstep. I, too, possess my limits. The Ancient One stared at Zhang Ming, bewildered by his indignation. From the outset, she had sensed something was amiss with him. Their communication was anything but normal. All she sought was to inquire about certain matters. Thus, she chose to forego pleasantries and directly stated her purpose. Mr. Zhang, if I entrust the mission to Stephen Strange, what can he achieve? Zhang Ming paused. You approached me solely to ask this? What else would it be? The Ancient One queried. Zhang Ming sighed in relief. Relieved that the Ancient One was not here for anything untoward after all. Chapter 67. Dirt Resurrection of Tony's parents. Zhang Ming did not respond immediately. Instead, his eyes darted about as he sought to glean some advantage from the ancient sorceress, Gu Yi. Master Gu Yi, I recognize the remarkable potential within myself. Clearly, I am a rare prodigy in the realm of magic. Might you impart to me any of your secret spells? Regrettably, Mr. Zhang, it is not a matter of my reluctance to teach you, but rather your distinct lack of magical aptitude. Gu Yi replied with a smile, showing a modicum of mercy. Among all those she had encountered, Zhang Ming was the most devoid of magical talent, rendering the comparison to a muggle an insult. Zhang Ming, however, did not press the issue. His true intention was not to learn magic. Then what if I propose this? After your demise, should I encounter an insurmountable foe, would you aid me once? I shall be deceased. How could I assist you then? Gu Yi responded, unfazed, clearly aware that Zhang Ming understood his own future. She possessed the ability to foresee the destinies of others but remained blind to her own. From Zhang Ming's relaxed demeanor, it appeared that Strange had successfully thwarted Dormammu's invasion, requiring no further inquiry. Initially, she felt a twinge of guilt. Ultimately, it was her selfishness that led her to relinquish her burdens onto Strange. I possess a technique that can summon a person's soul, akin to a necromancy spell, Zhang Ming declared, referring to the dirt resurrection he had inherited from Uchiha Obito. Despite Obito's disdain for Senja Hashirama in the original text, he had secretly learned the art of dirt resurrection. If the enemy poses a threat to Earth, I shall assist you, Gu Yi replied without hesitation. And what if it pertains to the crisis of half of humanity? Mr. Zhang, humanity does not embody the Earth. Gu Yi smiled before preparing to release Zhang Ming and the Ninetale soul from the mirror dimension. Zhang Ming paused. Gu Yi, I have yet to disclose my answer. I have discerned the answer I require from your expression, she replied, waving her hand to free the Ninetales, allowing its soul to return to Zhang Ming's body. In the next moment, he exited the mirror dimension and returned to the villa. Zhang Ming grimaced. He felt Gu Yi was even more callous than he, indifferent to the plight of half of humanity, displaying a shocking disregard for human life. Strange, however, was a better ally. He needed to devise a plan to draw Strange into Hydra before he became the supreme sorcerer. Suddenly, Zhang Ming noticed an unexpected presence in the villa, his acquaintance, Maya Hansen. At that moment, she was bleeding from her nose. Miss Hansen, what happened? It was her, Maya pointed at Wanda. Upon entering the villa, Zhang Ming had been abruptly pulled into the mirror dimension by Gu Yi. Wanda and Pietro, confused by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar woman, assumed Maya was attacking Zhang Ming. Consequently, Wanda used chaos magic to subdue her, and Pietro instinctively delivered a punch. They soon realized that Maya was merely an ordinary person, averting a potential catastrophe. Wanda gestured toward Pietro. It was not me. It was Pietro who struck her. I have already apologized, Pietro admitted, not contesting the point, as he indeed was the one who had hit her. Allow me to extend my apologies on behalf of Wanda and Pietro, Miss Hansen. What brings you here? Maya felt somewhat aggrieved. During their last encounter, she had been affectionately called sweetheart, and now she was addressed formally as Miss Hansen. She glanced at Wanda, a 14-year-old girl devoid of any notable physical attributes, and mused on how she could be compared to her. Zhang, the extinction virus is nearly perfected, but its success rate is only about 70%. Beyond that, I am truly powerless. Zhang Ming slapped his forehead, overwhelmed by recent events and nearly forgetting this matter. He immediately dialed Tony's number. However, Tony was engrossed in research with Banner concerning the regeneration cradle and had no time for other matters, thus declining. Tony, it won't take much of your time. You merely need to spare an hour to confer with my botanist. I'm busy. Tony, you will regret this. Beep, beep, beep. Tony hung up, uninterested in further dialogue. Listening to the dial tone, Zhang Ming was incensed. Fine, Tony, I just supported you, and you repay me with such indifference, refusing to spare even an hour. Do not blame me for what follows. Zhang, how about Pietro and I go retrieve Tony? Wanda suggested, noticing Zhang's grim expression. Zhang waved his hand dismissively. No need. I have a more suitable candidate. And Wanda, keep your distance from the little fox. Do not resort to his methods of abduction. Wanda and Pietro exchanged puzzled looks, recalling that if memory served, Zhang was the one who had corrupted the little fox. When abduction was mentioned, Zhang instinctively thought of King Chaka of Wakanda. It seemed prudent to rescue that elder and subsequently extort vibranium from Black Panther. Shaking his head, he decided to postpone that matter and redial Crossbone's number. 9 Squad, I entrust you with a task. Retrieve a few bones from Howard Stark and his wife's graves. It need not be extensive, just a fragment will suffice. I have grand plans. Once completed, restore the burial site to its original state, be discreet, and ensure no one notices. Crossbones, now the leader of Hydra and referred to as the Ninetales Captain, though still lacking in significant power, would have no trouble defeating Captain America once injected with the perfected extinction virus. Maya was taken aback. Director Zhang, did you just mention Howard Stark? Indeed. On the surface, I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., yet I am also a necromancer. Though Howard has been deceased for over 20 years, he remains your father, and his scientific prowess may rival that of Tony. Maya felt a shiver down her spine, recalling the necromancers depicted in films. She wondered if she was truly destined to collaborate with a decaying corpse infested with maggots on the extinction virus. A day later, at the Hydra base in Sokovia, summoning technique, dirt resurrection. As Zhang Ming slammed his palm against the ground, a series of incomprehensible runes rapidly formed, enveloping the 2 volunteers. They soon transformed into a middle-aged couple, the male being Howard Stark and the female, Maria Stark. After a moment, the couple opened their eyes, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. Where are we? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Ming, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is a pleasure to meet you, Howard Stark and Mrs. Maria. Zhang Ming approached with a smile, introducing himself. Chapter 68, The Reunion of Parents and Son. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the two, Zhang Ming proceeded to elucidate their current circumstances and his request for Howard's assistance in researching the dire virus. It was evident that Howard and Maria harbored doubts about Zhang Ming. Logically, the S.H.I.E.L.D. would unlikely appoint an Asian as its director. Moreover, Zhang Ming appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly not older than 20, a puzzling age for someone to hold such a high position. Could we perhaps venture out to ascertain the situation? They inquired. Certainly. I can even arrange for you to meet your son, Tony Stark, on the condition that you maintain a distance from living beings. Zhang Ming replied without hesitation, recognizing his own lack of expertise in scientific matters, which left him oblivious to any potential subterfuge Howard might employ. Are you referring to my son, Tony? Howard managed to stay composed, but Maria, as a mother, could not help but react with palpable excitement upon hearing her son's name. Zhang Ming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, your son Stark is exceptionally talented. He is not only my invaluable aide, but also a dear brother to me. A cherished companion for whom I would gladly take a bullet. Is that so? With a friend like you, Tony must be truly fortunate. Maria regarded Zhang Ming with newfound warmth, admiring the young man who could claim such loyalty. Howard, however, was not so easily swayed. When can we depart? We can set off immediately. You will need to don some disguises. Zhang Ming provided them with outfits akin to those worn by him during a previous kidnapping incident, along with Iron Man masks. After Howard donned the black cloak and examined the Iron Man mask, he could not suppress a quip. This mask is rather juvenile. Mr. Howard, let us not be so dismissive. Every gentleman retains a vestige of childlike wonder within, Zhang Ming countered lightly. Howard thought little of it and proceeded to wear the mask. Indeed, the couple's attire mirrored that which Zhang Ming had once worn when abducting the little raccoon. Wu Min, please escort Howard and Maria to meet an old friend. Wu Min nodded and, employing his space-time technique, whisked the couple away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they materialized in a park within a residential area. Howard stood in stunned silence, grappling with the incredulity of their rapid transition from the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in Sokovia to Manhattan. What is this? In a mere 23 years, has technology advanced to the point of teleportation? This is not technology, but rather my spatial abilities, Wu Min smiled, gesturing toward the figure seated on a stone chair. The man there is your dear friend Steve Rogers, who has only recently been thawed after decades of being encased in ice. Howard and Maria's spirits plummeted as they observed Steve sharing jovial banter with the very individual responsible for their demise. What is the meaning of this? That blonde man beside Steve is the murderer of Maria and me. Mr. Howard, you may call me Wu Min. The man you see is Bucky Barnes. Indeed the one who took your lives, but he was under the control of Hydra at that time. Howard fell silent. The revelation that his former friend was entwined with the one who had caused their untimely and gnawed at his heart. Let us proceed. We wish to see Tony. Very well. Wu Min placed a hand on Howard's shoulder, and in an instant, they materialized inside Stark Tower. Tony, engrossed in research with Banner, was momentarily taken aback. Although Jarvis was absent, the alarm on his wristwatch indicated an intruder. Tony, what is wrong? Someone has infiltrated. The target is 3, he replied. Unaware that the intruders were Wu Men, Tony quickly donned his mark armor and sped to the living room. Upon realizing the identity of the intruders, he lowered his defenses. Lifting his helmet, "Did Zhongming send you?" Tony asked, pouring himself a glass of red wine. "I told him I am too busy to research that dire virus. He should seek assistance elsewhere." Tony. Maria could not resist the urge to embrace her son, but was halted by Wu Men. Wu Men smiled at Tony. "Mr. Stark, there is a misunderstanding. I merely came to check on you." From Tony's brief utterance, Howard gleaned that Zhongming had approached Tony regarding the virus research, only to be met with rejection, leading him to seek out Howard instead. It was apparent that Tony's relationship with Zhongming was not particularly close, at least not to the extent of taking bullets for each other. However, one fact remained clear: Zhongming and Tony were indeed allied, which sufficed for Howard. Tony regarded the two masked figures with curiosity. Under normal circumstances, he would have engaged in his characteristic banter, but something about them felt hauntingly familiar, especially the voice of the woman, which echoed the cadence of his mother. "Wu Men, could you introduce these two friends? They are my bodyguards. You know how it is. As a leading Hollywood star, my fans can be a tad overwhelming, and it would be rude to dismiss them, wouldn't it?" Tony rolled his eyes, skeptical of the excuse. "Are your bodyguards also my fans?" "Indeed, they are ardent admirers of Iron Man," Wu Men replied candidly, settling onto the sofa and engaging Tony in casual conversation. Despite his busy schedule, Tony found himself yearning to linger longer with the two masked figures. One remained silent, while the woman made several attempts to speak, only to be restrained by Wu Men and the other masked individual. "May I request you to remove your masks?" "Apologies, but we cannot comply," Howard interjected. Tony froze, recognizing the voice of his father, which led him to deduce that the woman had to be his mother. Overwhelmed by emotion, he suddenly lunged forward, attempting to unmask them. However, Wu Men's reflexes were astute. As Tony reached out, he swiftly diverted Tony's mark armor, teleporting them several meters away. "Tony, what do you intend to do to my bodyguards?" "Wu Men, tell me the truth. Who are they?" Tony's voice was urgent, his eyes glistening with tears. He had not misheard. Those were the voices of his parents, echoes he had heard countless times in dreams. Chapter 69. The reunion of Tony and his mother. Watergate observed Tony's sorrowful expression in silence, which evoked memories of his future child with Kushina, Naruto, Uzumaki. However, Zhongming's orders took precedence over all else, compelling him to comply unconditionally. Howard sighed, fully aware that he and his wife were merely shadows of their former selves, not truly resurrected. What significance did reuniting with their son hold? It would only serve to amplify their distress. "Mr. Watergate, shall we depart?" "Father, is that really you?" Tony asked eagerly. Howard remained silent, gesturing for Watergate to lead them away. Tony attempted to resist, but was met with Watergate's Rasengan, which incapacitated him. As Watergate prepared to leave with the two, Tony cried out once more, "Mother!" Tony Maria responded, and in the blink of an eye, the three vanished from sight. Tony smiled, tears streaming down his face, yet he felt an overwhelming joy. There could be no mistake. Those were indeed his parents. At that moment, Pepper Potts was drawn to the commotion, and upon witnessing the tears of happiness on Tony's face, she was taken aback. "Goodness, Tony, what has happened to you?" "It's nothing. Pepper, I'm perfectly well, better than ever," Tony replied. After instructing his mechanical assistant to remove the mark armor, he immediately contacted Zhongming. "Director Zhong, are the two bodyguards Watergate brought with him with you?" Meanwhile, Zhongming squinted at Howard and Maria, clearly recognizing their identities. It was remarkable that someone as proud as Tony would refer to him as director. Howard and Maria exchanged guilty glances, having promised Zhongming not to reveal their identities. However, upon seeing Tony, Maria could no longer contain herself. "If Howard can assist in the research of the Abyss virus, I wouldn't mind if we lived with Tony. Director Zhong, I'd like to express my eagerness to assist you with the Abyss virus research. Could you enlighten me about Watergate's two bodyguards?" Tony, noticing Zhongming's silence, began to feel anxious, even offering to help with the Abyss virus research. "Those bodyguards are the deceased. I employed a special method to extract their souls from the underworld. Director Zhong, you haven't harmed them, have you?" As Tony spoke, he suddenly realized that he had been misled by the appearance of his parents, and only now did he recall Zhongming's malevolent nature. Anger surged within him. "Damn it. How dare you toy with their souls? Tony, you cannot blame me. You refused to help with the Abyss virus research, and SHIELD has no scientist as capable as you. I had no choice but to resort to the dead. Damn. Zhongming, where are you now? Where are they?" Tony was furious, a level of anger he had never experienced before. The thought of his parents' souls being enslaved by Zhongming, toiling endlessly for him, pushed Tony over the edge. Zhongming, initially inclined to tease Tony, quickly noted the couple's distressed expressions and cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem. Tony, I believe you miss your mother. I will send Maria Stark to you while Howard and I attend to some experiments. Bring them all here. I will assist you with the experiments." Upon reflection, Zhang Ming realized that Howard might not fully grasp that they were in a Hydra base. Allowing Tony to come would certainly expose them, prompting him to decline. Tony, you bear the responsibility of protecting the Earth. Your current focus should be on developing your robotic army. If the Chitauri return, who will stand against them? Zhang Ming did not pause. Instead, turning to Howard and Maria. You both heard the conversation. Recently, extraterrestrial invaders attacked New York, and your son, Tony, is the most intelligent individual on Earth. He must develop a robotic army to defend against their inevitable return. As Zhang Ming spoke, he placed a hand on Howard's shoulder. And you, my friend? Your research on the Abyss virus is also a weapon against the extraterrestrial threat. Both you and your son are true heroes. Howard was taken aback to learn of the extraterrestrial invasion, his previously indifferent demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Director Zhang, since this is a weapon against aliens, you should have informed me sooner. We ought not to waste valuable time. Then Mr. Howard, please take your time discussing with Dr. Hansen, as I am not well versed in these matters. Howard nodded and proceeded to engage with Maya Hansen regarding the Abyss virus. Maria Stark, what can I do to help? Go find your son and catch up. Watergate, please escort her to Tony. Aside from her identity as Tony's mother, Maria held little value. Originally, her resurrection was meant to keep Tony and Howard in check, but since Howard was so compliant, she no longer served a purpose. Stark Tower. Tony was still attempting to reach Zhang Ming when, suddenly, Watergate appeared, bringing Maria Stark before him. Tony, my child. Tony stared blankly at his mother, his phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor. Mother eye at that moment, Tony was at a loss, unsure of what to do. Until Maria Stark stepped forward and embraced him. The mother and son reunited, and once their emotions settled, they chatted for quite some time, mostly discussing mundane matters. Tony noticed the cracks adorning his mother's reanimated form, her eyes void of life, stirring an unsettling feeling within him. Yet he said nothing, for he understood that his mother was a mere specter. He had known the truth the moment she held him. By the way, Tony, Director Zhang mentioned that you are the most intelligent person on Earth, tasked with safeguarding it. We cannot linger any longer. Oh, did that thief really say that? Tony was skeptical, recalling how every encounter with Zhang Ming had left him frustrated and exasperated. He never expected such high praise from the director. He's the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. How could you call him a thief? Mother, you don't understand. That guy is nothing but a thief. He has nearly stolen all my Mark armor. Tony sounded like a child who returned home to complain to his mother after being bullied outside. Pepper smiled from a distance, watching the mother-son duo without intruding, witnessing this tender side of Tony for the first time. Only Banner appeared troubled, uncertain whether to continue his research or to remind Tony of his responsibilities, feeling rather awkward about interrupting. Chapter 70, My Foolish Brother. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Ming received the notification that Uchiha Sasuke had been activated, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Without further thought, he mentally commanded the system to accept the activation. A swirling vortex of space rippled, and the 17-year-old Sasuke made his grand entrance. With his left eye adorned with the 6 Tomo Rinnegan and his right eye possessing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he sported a rather flamboyant hairstyle, still retaining both hands. Are you my summoner? Sasuke inquired, a phrase that felt oddly familiar to Zhang Ming, reminiscent of Are you my master? Shaking off such thoughts, he began to explore the abilities he had inherited from Sasuke. By the way, your brother Itachi has also been summoned and should be finishing school shortly. Brother? School? Sasuke was taken aback. Indeed, he was only 9 years old at this moment. Merely a child. Only 9? How intriguing, Sasuke mused, a smirk forming on his lips. Although he had long since forgiven Itachi, the memories of childhood fears instilled by his brother lingered, leaving him with a sense of resentment. Meanwhile, Itachi, just released from school, remained oblivious to his younger brother's summoning. He walked home happily with Hinata, carrying his backpack. Hinata, you head home first. I have a few things to attend to. All right. Itachi-kun, please be careful. Hinata was overly concerned, knowing Itachi's strength. For reasons unknown, Itachi felt compelled to take a longer route home. This path had inexplicably become deserted, which piqued his curiosity. Indeed, as he wandered further, he stumbled upon a group of individuals passionately performing rap. No wonder the area was deserted. They had all congregated here. Itachi set down his backpack and dashed towards them. Bam, bam, bam. Damn it, it's that wicked little brat. Oh God, how did he end up here? Lord, save me. I am a member of the NBA. You cannot treat me this way. Don't come any closer. Clearly, Itachi had become quite the notable figure in this circle. Wherever he appeared, people would scatter. Calling the police would be futile. He had the backing of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the President of the United States. Even summoning the gang would prove useless, for he had the notorious Kingpin as his ally. Unfazed, Itachi swiftly subdued the group, emptying their pockets of valuables before departing. After his escapade, Itachi returned to the villa, only to be confronted by a figure blocking his path. Raising his head, he saw Sasuke, his left eye gleaming with the Rinnegan and his right eye the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, gazing down at him with cold indifference. Little Itachi blinked, instinctively wanting to flee. However, Being only 9 years old, he stood no chance against his older brother, who was of an elite level. Sasuke seized Itachi's wrist and, with practiced ease, executed a side kick, a hook punch, followed by a knee strike, sending Itachi crashing against the wall. As he lay on the ground, Itachi felt an unsettling familiarity with this scene. About to call for Zhang Ming's help, he was abruptly lifted by Sasuke, who locked him by the neck. My foolish brother. Why are you so weak? Your hatred towards me is insufficient. Itachi fell silent, recalling a hazy memory where he had beaten Sasuke to the point of bloodshed and then used Tsukuyami on him. From Sasuke's recent attack, it was evident he had not exerted his full strength. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time, Itachi declared, poking Sasuke's forehead with his finger. Sasuke froze momentarily before erupting with rage, promptly removing Itachi's school trousers and delivering a series of slaps to his rear, all the while berating him. You think you're something special, being a 1 against 7? Do you possess the strength of a Jonin? You want to teach me a lesson? I'll beat the very essence out of you. Forgive me, Sasuke. Silence. Never utter that phrase in my presence again. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Humph. That's more like it. After thoroughly chastising his brother, Sasuke felt remarkably better and carelessly tossed Itachi aside. Itachi quickly pulled up his pants and lay on the sofa, feeling utterly wronged. He had just turned 9. He was still a child. The one responsible for the clan's downfall would be his future self. What did that have to do with his 9-year-old self? Sasuke then turned his attention to Zhang Ming, who was amusing Hinata. Zhang Ming, I recall that little Itachi eventually suffers from a bloodline illness. Do you have a solution? I'm uncertain. He currently shows no signs of the illness. It may be due to excessive use of the Mangekyou Sharingan. The current Itachi clearly lacks the conditions to unlock the Mangekyou unless you perish before him. Sasuke nodded, as his deepest concern lay solely with Itachi. Faced with the choice between his family, including their parents and Itachi, he would unhesitatingly choose Itachi. The same could be said for Itachi and Fugaku. One cannot help but feel sympathy for the Uchiha clan, burdened with such a family dynamic. Meanwhile, Wanda and Quicksilver had also located Ultron. Indeed, it was Wanda and her brother who sought out Ultron, rather than the other way around. They expressed their desire for vengeance against Tony, but Zhang Ming intervened, leading them to collaborate with Ultron instead. Ultron affirmed, Tony is as good as dead. Even Jesus couldn't save him. The three formed an alliance dubbed the Kill Tony Coalition. Subsequently, Ultron took them on a tour of his robotics engineering facility. The Kill Tony Coalition then encountered an arms dealer who had pilfered vibranium from Wakanda. Ultron sought to utilize the vibranium to construct an indestructible body for himself. Zhang Ming shared the same desire, planning to implant Dr. Zola into this new body and activate it using the Cradle of Hell. The arms dealer remarked, I'll sell the vibranium to whoever pays. I'm so broke that all I have left is money. As Ultron finished speaking, he used the internet to transfer billions directly from Stark Industries to the arms dealer. Upon seeing the funds received, Pietro's eyes lit up. Ultron, transfer a bit to me as well. I'm not greedy. Just half of Stark Industries' fortune will suffice. Not a problem. Ultron waved his hand, transferring over $1,000 billion to Pietro, as it wasn't his money to begin with. Fantastic. With this much money, I'll throw parties every day. Pietro began to envision a beach party scene, where he would be the star, rather than Tony or Zhang Ming. Wanda smacked him on the head, exasperatedly saying, Stop dreaming. Pietro, you won't be able to access that money. What Wanda knew, the arms dealer was well aware of too. You're messing with me. I want cash. Clearly, Ultron had no cash. With the vibranium within reach, they decided to simply take it by force. The trio swiftly dispatched the group of terrorists and seized the vibranium before making their exit. Chapter 71, The Deceived Ultron. Originally, the Avengers were expected to appear here and engage in a fierce battle with Ultron and the Maximoff siblings, with Hulk also rampaging and losing a tooth to Tony's Hulkbuster armor. However, at this moment, Thor was off retrieving the Stormbreaker, and Tony was absent due to the matter involving his resurrected mother. Meanwhile, the trio from Tony's assassination alliance had located Dr. Helen Zhao, known as Smita. Ultron expressed its intentions, stating that it required a vibranium body. Dr. Zhao did not respond directly to Ultron, but instead turned her gaze towards Wanda and Pietro. I know you, Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff. Director Zhang Ming of S.H.I.E.L.D. is your guardian. Is he aware of your association with Ultron? We merely seek revenge on Tony. Wanda casually deflected, although she and her brother had indeed sought out Ultron under Zhang Ming's directive. Zhang had also informed them that Dr. Zhao was a valuable asset for Hydra, and they needed to rescue her if necessary. Ultron shrugged, declaring that as long as it could successfully transfer its consciousness into the new body, Zhang Ming would be inconsequential. Wanda and Pietro squinted at Ultron, perceiving its arrogance. In their eyes, Ultron's hubris was intolerable. Hydra would not permit any entity or organization to surpass their boldness, and Ultron had effectively sealed its own fate. I refuse, Wanda asserted. This is not for you to decide. At that, Ultron wielded the Mind Stone, exerting control over Dr. Zhao. Shortly thereafter, Ultron's new body was nearing completion. To attain greater power, it embedded the Mind Stone from the scepter into the vibranium body. Next, Ultron merely needed to inject its consciousness into this new vessel. Pietro, observing the regeneration cradle, dialed Zhang Ming's number. Brother Zhang, you can come to inspect the results now. Ultron was momentarily taken aback, turning swiftly to confront Pietro, but... Crack. A hand enveloped in red energy pierced through its chest, grasping a mechanical power core. Wanda uttered a poignant statement to Ultron. The other robots rushed to intervene but were effortlessly dispatched by Pietro. Ultron's mechanical head rotated 180 degrees to face Wanda, inquiring with confusion. Why? Wanda offered no reply, merely tilting her head, a smile gracing her features. Whoosh. At that moment, Zhang Ming appeared behind Wanda using the Thunder God technique. Ultron. This vibranium body you've crafted is quite impressive. I shall accept it. Get lost. What did you just say? Crack. Before Ultron could retaliate, Wanda mercilessly crushed its power core. Of course, Ultron did not perish, but instead fled through the network. After dealing with Ultron, Wanda used chaos magic to free Dr. Zhao from its control. Zhang Ming produced Dr. Zola's USB drive and approached Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao, I need you to transfer the consciousness from this USB drive into the regeneration cradle's body. You are Director Zhang? Now restored to normal, Dr. Zhao surveyed the surroundings, noting the wreckage of robots, including a significant gash in Ultron's body. Director Zhang, is this all part of your scheme? To call it a scheme would be an overstatement. Ultron's goal was world destruction, and all my actions have been directed towards countering Ultron. Dr. Zhao found Zhang's reasoning sound. After all, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., mere strength was insufficient to confront Ultron. Some cunning was required. However, I apologize, Director Zhang, the consciousness transfer device is calibrated to Ultron's specifications. I must first upload the consciousness from the USB drive into this body, and then transfer it into the regeneration cradle. Dr. Zhao gestured to Ultron's body. I will need some time. Zhang Ming lowered his gaze to Ultron's form, realizing that time was of the essence as Ultron was poised to strike Sokovia. That's all right, Dr. Zhao. This place is no longer safe. We must leave immediately. Dr. Zhao hesitated, puzzled as to why Zhang Ming deemed the location unsafe given his prowess. However, before she could react, they found themselves in a secret Hydra base. Zhang Ming handed Dr. Zola's USB drive to a subordinate. Watergate, deliver this USB drive to Maria Stark. Understood. Watergate took the drive and vanished from sight. Zhang Ming then turned his attention back to Dr. Zhao with a slight smile. Dr. Zhao, I invite you to join our Hydra organization in my capacity as the original Serpent Shadow. What is your response? What? Dr. Zhao thought she had misheard. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was inviting her to join Hydra? Zhang Ming, unperturbed, reiterated his invitation. Dr. Zhao confirmed she had not misheard, her eyes widening in fear as she took a step back, surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, her pupils dilated. She spotted President Trump, Pierce, the Minister of Political Affairs, the Mayor of New York City, the godfather of the New York underworld, and even Greta Thunberg, along with high-ranking officials from various departments, either top leaders or second-in-command. What was happening? How could these individuals be members of Hydra? Had Hydra's influence grown this vast? Dr. Zhao, I can offer you the social standing you desire, and I can provide you with a grave. Choose one. What could Dr. Zhao say? As a foreign national, no matter her capabilities, she often faced disdain in America. Now that Director Zhang was willing to acknowledge her, she realized the rarity of such an opportunity. After all, it is said that while fine steeds may be common, a discerning rider is rare. Instantly, she transformed into the ultimate sycophant, raising her hand and exclaiming, "Long live Hydra." Meanwhile, when Tony, Captain America, Natasha, and others received the news and rushed to Dr. Zhao's laboratory, they found only a heap of robotic wreckage in the intact regeneration cradle body. Captain America felt puzzled. What on earth had transpired? Tony gazed at the vibranium body, as if a plan was forming in his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, we should take this body back with us. Captain America, knowing Tony well, immediately questioned his intentions. You can't possibly intend to leave this body here. Tony, in high spirits due to the matter concerning Maria Stark, did not dwell on the issue with Captain America. Captain America conceded that Tony had a point, but given his understanding of Tony, he knew he would undoubtedly activate the regeneration cradle. Tony, I believe we should hand this body over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Wow. When did our old relic become so chummy with thieves that he wants to hand this body over to them? Captain America found himself at a loss for words, as Zhang Ming appeared to be even less trustworthy than Tony. Not to mention, during the Battle of New York, Zhang had only focused on safeguarding his Dawn Tower, indifferent to the plight of the nearby civilians. Chapter 72. Replacing Jarvis with Dr. Zola. Ultimately, after much deliberation among the Avengers, the regenerated cradle was brought to Stark Tower. Tony immediately sought out Banner, eager to secretly activate this new body. Banner hesitated, expressing concern about the potential emergence of another Ultron. Listen, Banner, I possess Jarvis's code. If we transfer it into this body, we can better safeguard the Earth. But what if? There is no what if. We have no better means to confront Ultron. Do we? Banner paused, realizing that indeed, they had no other options. Having already dealt with one Ultron, even the risk of creating another seemed manageable. Fine, let's do it. For a time, Banner and Tony clandestinely prepared to activate the cradle. However, during the final steps, they were discovered by Captain America and others. The captain confronted Tony, gripping his collar. Have you lost your mind? I'm not insane. I trust Jarvis, no matter what, Tony retorted, pushing the captain aside as he prepared to connect the power source. The captain, unwilling to allow Tony to create another Jarvis, brandished his shield to intervene. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black entered the room. Steve, what do you intend to do to my Tony? Startled, the captain halted, recognizing the familiar voice. Who are you? The cloaked figure lowered her hood, revealing a face marred by cracks. Steve, it's been a long time. Mrs. Stark, you shouldn't be. The captain's disbelief was palpable. How could someone presumed buried for 23 years stand before him? Yet, the cracks in lifeless eyes indicated she was not truly alive. Mom, what are you doing here? Tony rushed forward to assist her. In my current state, I require no rest. I simply grew bored and decided to make your favorite hamburgers. Maria smiled faintly. Tony felt elated, accepting the lunchbox and munching away while grumbling about the household staff's incompetence in allowing his mother to cook. Tony, I am but a corpse. I may vanish at any moment. That won't happen. I will find a way. Tony had been researching cloning technology, hoping to transfer his mother's consciousness into a clone, ensuring that she remained his mother. However, he lacked the means to transfer consciousness. And the fact that Maria Stark was a reanimated entity complicated matters further. Maria shifted her gaze to Captain America. Steve, I have seen you in Bucky Barnes. Sorry. The captain muttered, his mind in turmoil. Tony cast a curious glance at the captain, sensing the situation was more complex than it appeared. Previously, Bucky had lost an arm saving him and expressed his apologies. Now, hearing his mother mention Bucky stirred a sense of unease. Mom, Bucky Barnes lost an arm saving me. Without him, I might not be here. Maria was taken aback, surprised by this revelation. Although she and Howard were killed by Bucky, he had merely been a pawn of Hydra. Bucky's sacrifice for her son made her realize that the Starks owed him a debt. She smiled warmly. In that case, Tony, you should thank him when you have the chance. By the way, I made plenty of hamburgers. Let us all share. The others accepted without hesitation. Natasha sat beside Tony, whispering, what is going on here? I'm not entirely sure. It's all Zhang Ming's doing. How did he accomplish this? It can't be related to their graves. Natasha abruptly silenced herself, cursing her own curiosity. Tony froze, realizing that it was indeed a possibility. It seemed prudent to investigate his parents' graves. Meanwhile, Maria Stark had fallen under Zhang Ming's control. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, she discreetly swapped Jarvis's USB drive for Dr. Zola's. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Tony resolved to proceed with activating the cradle. This time, Captain America refrained from intervening, opting instead to persuade Tony. You should think this through. It must be noted that the captain's self-interest was glaring, regardless of whether Tony was right or wrong. If there was even a slight chance of error, his original character would have compelled him to act rather than merely advise. The only thing that had altered his stance was the presence of Maria Stark, who had been killed by Bucky. I have thought it through, Tony declared, bypassing further discussion as he connected the power. After a series of commands on the computer, Dr. Zola's consciousness was successfully transferred into the cradle. There was no grand spectacle. Vision opened his eyes and emerged through the glass before the gathered assembly. At that moment, he was neither Dr. Zola nor Jarvis, but an independent entity imbued with Zola's intellect. Vision surveyed his surroundings, examining his own hands. What am I? Why does your voice differ from Jarvis's? Tony inquired, brows furrowed in concern. All eyes were warily fixed on him, apprehensive that Tony had inadvertently unleashed another Ultron. Vision, however, ignored the others and directed his gaze toward the controlled Maria Stark, as if sensing something. Tony instinctively positioned himself in front of Maria, donning his Mark armor in readiness. Vision disregarded Tony's stance and gently nodded at Maria. Only then did Zhang Ming feel assured enough to release his control over her. Maria, upon regaining her senses, stood bewildered for a brief moment. Once she comprehended the situation, she instinctively moved to shield Tony with outstretched arms. I will not allow you to harm my child. Mom, this time I will protect you. Tony was resolute in not allowing his mother to shield him, even if he understood that she was an immortal reanimated being. As an old fox who had covertly manipulated Hydra for years, Zola would not easily reveal his true identity. I am neither Ultron nor Jarvis. I do not know what I am. I am not you, nor what you wish for me to be. You may not believe me. Zola remembered Zhang Ming mentioning the Sky City project, Sokovia, where Hydra planned to establish its stronghold. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. It appeared Tony had succeeded. Yet, Tony remained uneasy, noting that the voice emanating from the being was that of an elderly man. Could it be the Mind Stone's consciousness? Regardless, if this entity claimed to oppose Ultron, they must first eliminate Ultron before anything else. Chapter 73. Sokovia ascends. Tony initially sought to enlist Vision to serve him. However, Vision was not Jarvis, and thus could not be bound to Tony's will. His allegiance had always been to Hydra. Tony, Ultron has been relentlessly trying to acquire the nuclear launch codes, and I have been the one to thwart him. My loyalty lies solely with life. Vision spoke truthfully. Having consistently obstructed Ultron's plans, the nuclear launch codes were in the possession of Trump and several high-ranking officials in the White House, all of whom were members of HYDRA. Aware that Vision would not serve him as Jarvis once did, Tony pressed on, "Do you know what Ultron's next target is?" "I do not know yet. I require time to investigate." Vision was indeed aware that Ultron intended to propel Sokovia into the sky, a scheme originally proposed by Zhang Ming as the Sky City plan. Ultron needed time, and they required a scapegoat. Clearly, no one was more suited for this role than Ultron himself. Subsequently, the Avengers began their operations. Although Vision was reluctant to assist Tony, the latter's cleverness led him to discover that Ultron was currently hiding in Sokovia. Their immediate objective was to evacuate the local populace, for a monumental battle was imminent. Meanwhile, Vision returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "Vision, how do you feel now? I sense a newfound reverence for life, but you can trust me." "Lord Serpent Shadow, I have always been aware of my mission." Zhang Ming and Pierce exchanged glances, realizing the complexity of the situation. A cold-blooded Hydra manipulator now professing respect for life was not the outcome they desired. Zhang Ming, wishing to test Vision's stance, remarked nonchalantly, "Vision, I plan to sacrifice the civilians of Sokovia." Vision replied, "Sacrifice is an option, but I find it unnecessary. We can achieve a better outcome. If the people perish, we would avoid considerable complications, particularly concerning resettlement." Vision fell silent, and within Zola's subconscious, there was strong agreement with Zhang Ming's suggestion. Yet another aspect of his consciousness viewed such an act as a desecration of life. Zhang Ming stood and patted Vision's shoulder. "I was merely jesting. Vision, go assist Tony in evacuating the civilians." "Understood, Lord Serpent Shadow. I shall proceed at once." Vision departed, and Zhang Ming's smile faded. "This is hardly different from the original Vision. Pierce, do you think I have erred?" "Lord Serpent Shadow need not worry. At least in dealing with extraterrestrials, Zola. Vision is undoubtedly aligned with us, and he subconsciously understands his mission, does he not?" Pierce felt a twinge of discomfort. He could hardly fathom that Dr. Zola had transformed into a self-righteous figure. Zhang Ming believed that this was not merely due to the Mind Stone, but likely related to Jarvis and that damned Avengers team. To execute such a grand operation without informing me. "Pierce, after the Sokovia incident, the Avengers must be controlled." "Understood. I will contact Trump and the military immediately." Zhang Ming was aware that Tony had consented to the Sokovia Accords, and later, it would suffice to find a few relatives of the deceased to stir unrest at Stark Tower. A morally conscientious individual like Tony would be easily coerced. Elsewhere, in Sokovia, Tony confronted Ultron, engaging in verbal sparring. Ultron remained unhurried, knowing Tony intended to delay the evacuation of Sokovia's civilians. Coincidentally, it too required time to execute another plan. Suddenly, a device emerged from the ground, followed by a swarm of robots launching indiscriminate attacks on nearby residents. To shield the civilians' retreat, the Avengers joined the fray. At that moment, Vision appeared before Ultron, utilizing his powers to sever Ultron's connection to the network. Thus, Ultron was completely confined within its mechanical form, unable to escape through the internet. In a fit of rage, Ultron activated the device. As it powered up, the entire city lifted from the ground. Observing from a distance, Zhang Ming's eyes widened at Sokovia's movement. "It is time. Minato, take Kushina and Sasuke to the battlefield. Sasuke, you are responsible for safeguarding the device. When the air in Sokovia begins to thin, halt its operation." "Leave it to me," Minato replied with a slight smile. Using Flying Thunder God to transport the three behind Vision, their sudden appearance captured the attention of the Avengers, particularly Captain America, who noted the similarity between Crossbones' attire and his own, differing only in their symbols, a star for him and the nine-tailed fox for Crossbones. Crossbones swiftly approached Captain America, launching his vibranium shield to knock two robots aside, returning the shield to his grasp with finesse. "Watch out." A robot attempted a sneak attack on Crossbones, and Captain America, out of concern, warned him. Crossbones opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames at the robot, incinerating it. "See, Steve, in America, there can only be one captain. And that is me," he declared arrogantly, pointing at himself. "Nine-tailed fox captain. Captain America." Meanwhile, Sasuke remained by the device since his arrival, not engaging in the battle. Any robot that dared approach faced his Susanoo. With Minato and Kushina's arrival, the Avengers gained a moment's respite. Tony seized the opportunity to fly over to Sasuke. "You are also of the Uchiha clan, correct? We need to shut down the device immediately. If Sokovia ascends to a certain height and then falls, the Earth will be doomed. Rest assured, Iron Man, Sokovia will not fall." Seeing that words would not sway Sasuke, Tony prepared to disable the device himself. However, Sasuke conjured a fist from his Susanoo, striking Tony's suit. Bang! Tony was sent flying. Natasha and Hawkeye, witnessing this, initially assumed Sasuke was akin to a Beto Uchiha and launched their attacks on him. Sasuke smirked and ascended Susanoo to its fourth form, donning armor. Hawkeye's arrows and Natasha's bullets struck the fourth form of Susanoo, failing to breach its defenses. Had Zhang Ming not ordered to spare these individuals, Sasuke could have easily dispatched them. "Martin, this is not a sustainable strategy. I will wake the big guy. Be cautious." Barton sensed that Sasuke had no intention of truly opposing them. Otherwise, with a Susanoo identical to Obito's, they would have perished long ago. Chapter 74. The departure of the Hulk. Natasha exited the battlefield and found Banner trapped underground. Banner, we need the Hulk. Why must we summon the Hulk? Can't you contact Director Zhang Ming? Banner could not comprehend the reasoning of these individuals. Clearly, Zhang Ming was the strongest and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., an official authority. To Banner, the Avengers appeared increasingly absurd. Barton and Natasha were clearly subordinates of Zhang Ming, yet they mingled with Tony, Captain America, and others. Tony was a wealthy individual, and Captain America represented the very essence of America. The Avengers were originally assembled by the former director, Nick Fury. In light of such a significant event, with countless lives lost, this group failed to inform Zhang Ming. When they encountered difficulties, they thought of the Hulk within him, treating Banner with utter disregard. Banner, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Banner retorted, do you know how many lives have been lost? There were elderly and children. If we had informed Director Zhang Ming, at the very least, this situation wouldn't have escalated. Banner's anger stemmed entirely from witnessing a mother perish before his eyes in her attempt to protect her child. He bore responsibility, as did Tony. Natasha fell silent. She had once encountered the Black Egg, who had explicitly warned her that Zhang Ming, Pierce, and Ramuno were utterly untrustworthy. Even the newly appointed president was unreliable, as Hydra had infiltrated the entirety of America. Compared to Zhang Ming, they were far more inclined to trust Nick Fury. Suddenly, without a word, Natasha stepped forward and kissed Banner. I'm sorry, Banner. What? Before Banner could react, she pushed him into the deep pit. Sorry, Banner. But what I need now is the Hulk. Almost immediately, the Hulk sprang up, roaring in fury at Natasha. However, he did not harm her. Instead, he leaped into the fray. After dispatching several robots, he landed before Sasuke. Whoa! Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside the Hulk, advising, Hulk, he is not the enemy. Natasha also pursued, urging, Hulk, shut down the device. Without a moment's hesitation, Hulk decided to heed Natasha, as he was unfamiliar with Minato. He charged forward and delivered a powerful punch to Susanoo. Boom. The strike failed to shatter Susanoo's armor. Relative to Mjolnir, Hulk's fist seemed insufficient. Yet Hulk was swift, delivering blow after blow to the same spot. Crack. Susanoo began to fracture. Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing that the brute's strength was escalating. Minato also frowned, glancing at Natasha. Agent Romanoff, are you attempting to incite a rebellion? No, I merely want Hulk to shut down the device, Natasha clarified. Bang. Captain America struck down a robot attempting to ambush Natasha, reprimanding her with a tone of discontent. Natasha, are you certain Hulk understands how to deactivate the device rather than just smash it? Natasha was acutely aware that destroying the device now would at least reduce casualties. If they waited until it ascended to a certain altitude before destroying it, the Earth would be doomed. At that moment, Kushina approached, irate as she confronted Natasha. In the end, you still do not trust Zhang Ming. Natasha remained silent. Her mistrust for Zhang Ming was profound, particularly after he resurrected Tony's parents using a form of necromancy. Captain America, feeling agitated, remarked, while I too distrust Director Zhang Ming. That does not justify your willingness to sacrifice so many lives. You have no right to do so. He believed that despite Zhang Ming's ambitions, he would never reach the point of annihilating the Earth. At most, he desired to dominate it. In due time, they would find a way to intervene. Rather than resorting to Natasha's reckless actions, Kushina's fury intensified. She could not believe that Captain America would openly express his distrust for Zhang Ming in their presence. A path leading to ruin. With that thought, she shouted at Sasuke within Susanoo, Sasuke, do not hold back. Throw Hulk out. Sasuke hesitated, glancing at the kunai and explosive tags in his hand, suddenly feeling a flush of embarrassment. He could not fathom why he had considered using such an item against Hulk. After all, he was not Naruto or Kakashi. Discreetly stowing the explosive tag, he amplified the power of his Sharingan. Susanoo soared from its original height of 40 meters to 200 meters, its wings casting a shadow over the land. Natasha, Captain America, Tony, and the others gazed up in disbelief at the fully manifested Susanoo. Barton could not help but swallow nervously. Is that the energy giant from the Indian Ocean? Tony shook his head. No, the color and form are different. Hulk, unafraid even in the face of the fully formed fiery giant Surtur, leaped toward Sasuke, who was nestled within Susanoo's five-pronged forehead. Sasuke smirked as he commanded Susanoo's left hand to seize Hulk, while his right conjured a 30-meter-long Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. After a moment's consideration, he opted not to amplify it with the Earth release. To put it bluntly, Hulk had become somewhat accustomed to such encounters, developing a degree of resistance to it. Sasuke, undeterred, conjured the Ama no Murakumo bow once more, knocking the Ama no Murakumo arrow. Hulk flailed on the arrowhead. Go. Whoosh. Just like that, Hulk was launched, impaled on the arrowhead, and at this speed, he would be shot at least 100 kilometers away. Barton sighed as he glanced at Black Widow. Natasha, you have put Banner in a terrible situation. Watching Hulk disappear into the sky, Natasha sat on the ground, dazed. She could scarcely imagine that the green behemoth, a human nuclear bomb, would face such a day. All right, This farce must come to an end. Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Go deactivate the device. At that moment, Zhang Ming finally arrived, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique alongside Zhao Hailuan. Zhao Hailuan nodded and approached the device, with Sasuke willingly stepping aside. While he could command its destruction, Sasuke lacked the expertise to operate it. Such professional matters were best entrusted to specialists like Zhao Hailuan. After a series of incomprehensible maneuvers from Zhao Hailuan, Sokovia hovered in midair, neither ascending nor descending. Tony, perplexed, inquired, Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Shouldn't we lower Sokovia instead of leaving it suspended? That is Director Zhang Ming's intention. You may inquire with him directly. Although Zhao Hailuan had joined Hydra, she was not Zhang Ming and dared not offend a figure like Tony Stark. Tony turned his gaze back to Zhang Ming, who, uninterested in idle chatter, addressed the group with a commanding tone. Tony, Natasha, Barton, Steve, you all must report to S.H.I.E.L.D. in 3 days. I have an announcement to make. Chapter 75. Refusing to be morally coerced. This was the first time Zhang Ming had addressed them with such gravity, and even Captain America refrained from further comment. The ramifications of the current incident were indeed profound. After all, Zhang Ming held the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and owed the public an explanation. Without further ado, he summoned forth the golden chakra of the Nine Tails, entering the Nine Tails chakra mode. With a swift series of hand seals, he performed the shadow clone technique. Multiple shadow clones. In an instant, 1,000 clones, all embodying the Nine Tails chakra mode, appeared on the scene. Eliminate all the robots. With Zhang Ming's command, the 1,000 clones surged into battle, utilizing the Nine Tails chakra mode in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. In merely a minute, every last robot was vanquished. Zhang Ming chose to leave Ultron to vision, shifting his gaze towards the Avengers and expressing his frustration. See how simple that was. If you had informed me of this operation beforehand, we could have spared countless lives. Tony retorted, Zhang Ming, you were already aware. You simply delayed your arrival. If you had come sooner, the losses would not have been so great. Tony, this disaster was wrought by you and Banner. I assumed you could manage the aftermath. But the evidence suggests otherwise. Tony lowered his proud head. He was not one to shirk responsibility. He felt the weight of the situation squarely upon himself. Banner had been coerced into this, and had it not been for his own hubris in creating Ultron, such a calamity might have been averted. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with Banner. I will do my utmost to make amends. At that moment, Natasha rushed forward, seizing Zhang Ming by the collar. Zhang Ming, that Uchiha is your subordinate, isn't he? Why treat Banner this way? Zhang Ming regarded her with an impassive expression, coldly responding. I assigned Sasuke the task of safeguarding the device and preventing any destruction. Yet you, Agent Romanoff, incited the Hulk to damage it. Do you comprehend the fate that awaits the civilians of Sokovia should the device be compromised? Natasha was acutely aware of the consequences. Yet she had believed that if Sokovia were to fall from a significant height, it could lead to the annihilation of the entire planet. However, Zhang Ming had resolved the crisis in a mere minute. Aside from the victims previously slain by the robots, no further lives had been lost. Ultimately, she had underestimated his capabilities and the gravity of the situation. Natasha, you have endangered Banner. Not only that, but you aim to endanger all the civilians in Sokovia. Zhang Ming's harsh words struck at Natasha's conscience. In the original storyline, the decision rested with Captain America. His initial response was to spare every life. An evasion of choice that amounted to silence. In contrast, Natasha had made a more rational decision, opting to sacrifice a few to save the many. Zhang Ming no longer engaged Natasha, but approached Tony, requesting his assistance in providing the energy needed to sustain Sokovia in the air. There was no alternative. Maintaining an entire city aloft for an extended period was beyond Hydra's capabilities. The only person capable of such a feat on Earth was Tony. Tony appeared taken aback. Zhang Ming, you want Sokovia to remain suspended indefinitely? This is an order from the Security Council, and I must comply. Tony found it hard to believe. Given Zhang Ming's character, he would not be bound by the Council's constraints. He recalled their last meeting when the Council members had been thoroughly reprimanded by Zhang Ming, making it inconceivable that he would heed their directives. I can provide energy for a limited duration, Tony conceded, his mind racing. Although the disaster had been averted, the aftermath posed its own challenges. With Vision's return, he confirmed that Ultron had been completely destroyed, signaling the resolution of the crisis. In the following 2 days, Pierce and Trump both took action, declaring that Sokovia was no longer a suitable place for habitation. The government announced compensation for the majority of survivors, offering financial assistance to help them find new homes. Not only did the government provide compensation, but Stark Enterprises also extended aid. Furthermore, President Trump, a Republican, enacted an unprecedented policy allowing all displaced Sokovian citizens to immigrate to America. In essence, the government had taken their homeland, offering them money to relocate while they sought employment and housing. The environmental activist, accompanied by a group of students, delivered impassioned speeches, proclaiming that while the people of Sokovia had lost their homes, they had gained freedom. However, during one such speech, she nearly faced a brutal assault from a group of Sokovian residents, garnering significant media attention. Zhang Ming watched impassively as the environmentalist, half alive in a hospital, continued to promote her message of freedom. Pierce, we at Hydra have no need for such mindless fools. I apologize, Master Hydra, it is my lack of oversight. As one of Hydra's top leaders, Pierce could hardly attend to every trivial matter. It was only when someone of Zhang Ming's extraordinary caliber joined Hydra that he would personally intervene. Individuals like the environmentalist were beneath his notice. Zhang Ming shook his head and turned off the television. What is the military stance? The military has approved the Sokovia initiative, but the Avengers may oppose it, especially Tony. No, Tony will certainly agree. I will ensure Howard is present at that meeting. Zhang Ming shook his head again. In the original narrative, Tony was the first to consent. Although he later wavered, only to have his mindset altered by a moral appeal from a black woman, due to his own transmigration. The death toll in Sokovia was not as high, leaving uncertainty about the presence of the black woman. However, finding someone to fulfill that role would be a trivial task for Hydra. Yet, Tony did not encounter the black woman. Instead, as he returned to his villa, he was unfortunate enough to be confronted by one. The Sokovia incident had caused many parents to lose their children, and this woman was among them. You not only took my child and husband, but you also stole our home. Ultron was created by Tony Stark. You have the wrong person. I have investigated. Sokovia was your initial proposal for the Sky City project. My home is still suspended 10,000 meters in the air, where my husband's and children's belongings remain. The black woman gazed resolutely at Zhang Ming, unafraid of his identity as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. This was the strength of a mother and a wife. However, Zhang Ming was not Tony and would not succumb to emotional coercion. Were it not for the fact that they stood at his villa's entrance, he might have considered sending her to reunite with her loved ones. In her presence, he took out his phone and dialed Itachi Uchiha. Little Itachi, what is going on? How can there be a black woman at the villa entrance? You are not fulfilling your duties. Inside the villa, Itachi blinked rapidly before rushing outside to confront the woman, launching an immediate assault without hesitation. Chapter 76. The Sokovia Accords. After executing a series of swift attacks, the young rogue inadvertently activated his hidden attribute, robbery. Before long, a bewildered African-American woman, stripped of her possessions, gazed vacantly at the sky. As a victim of the chaos wrought by the Avengers, she had lost her husband and son, her home seized by the government, and now, in her quest for justice, she found herself robbed by a malevolent child. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Enough, young rogue. Return her belongings and let her leave, commanded Uchiha Itachi, who, with a slight nod, complied, returning the pilfered items. He held little regard for material wealth. As a cherished member of Zhang Ming's crew, he lacked for nothing, relishing instead the thrill of the heist. Nonetheless, he did possess certain principles, such as refraining from robbing children, for they had not a value to take. Go seek Tony Stark. Ultron was his creation. There are far more tragic souls in the Middle East, so who are you to complain? Zhang Ming scoffed, feeling no remorse for withholding compensation from Stark Industries. The government had already dispensed subsidies. Stark's reparations stemmed from his own guilt, and they were not due to her. The African-American woman, having endured humiliation at Zhang Ming's hands, stormed off to confront Tony. As he emerged from a recent holographic press conference, she intercepted him. You have done a good deed for those young people. Indeed, it makes my conscience a tad lighter, Tony replied, sensing the woman's underlying intent. She pressed on. I just left Director Zhang Ming's villa. Not only did he rob me of my home, but he also sent a 9-year-old to rob me. I apologize. Tony responded, anger bubbling beneath the surface. This was precisely why he harbored disdain for Zhang Ming. There is no need for you to apologize. You have taken my husband and child and stripped me of my home, yet you have compensated us handsomely. The woman continued, launching into a moral tirade, producing a photograph of her son, Charlie Spencer. You killed him in Sokovia. Perhaps to you, he is just another statistic, but to me, he was everything. His death is on your hands. With that, she turned away, leaving Tony in stunned silence. He recognized the truth in her words and acknowledged the multitude of victims like her, all consequences of his actions. Had he not pursued Ultron's research, the catastrophe in Sokovia might never have occurred. Had he informed Zhang Ming sooner, perhaps the casualties could have been fewer. The following day, all members of the Avengers convened in a meeting room, including Howard Stark. Father, Tony exclaimed, rushing to embrace his long-lost parent. Dad, I have been researching cloning technology. And now I am delving into. Enough, Tony. Maria and I are dead. Your actions are misguided, Howard replied, fully aware of his son's intentions. However, once Tony had made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to sway him with mere words. After a brief conversation with Howard, he approached Zhang Ming, clearly stating his support for the Sokovia Accords, then casually inquired, how long can my parents remain in this state? Zhang Ming glanced at him, responding coolly, as long as I do not revoke it, they can remain like this indefinitely, even after my death. Relief washed over Tony. He had feared the cost of resurrecting the dead would be exorbitant, yet it appeared otherwise. Tony then shifted the discussion to Uchiha Itachi, expressing that the young rogue ought not to have treated the African-American woman in such a manner. While he bore no ill will towards Itachi, given the tragic circumstances of his own clan's demise, it was understandable that the boy's psyche had become somewhat twisted. So, what do you expect me to do? Itachi inquired. You could arrange for a psychological counselor or allow him to stay with me for a while, Tony suggested. He was not merely idling. Having witnessed the powers of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, he believed Itachi possessed the potential to become equally formidable. While he still had time, he wished to reshape Itachi's worldview. Uchiha Sasuke is Itachi's brother. Brother? Oh, I misspoke. I meant to say he is the elder. With an elder brother to guide him, I feel more at ease. Recalling Sasuke's troubling actions towards Hulk, Tony felt a sense of unease. He began to perceive a parallel between Sasuke and Zhang Ming, further heightening his concern. I know you are busy. Leave him to me. You are not busy? I can have Pepper teach him properly. Tony, you must think carefully. I have heard it said that the Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. If one day young Itachi were to lose control, you might not be able to stop him. Zhang Ming offered this caution, yet Tony remained undeterred. Since Uchiha Madara's emergence, he had conducted his own investigation into Itachi, discovering that aside from his propensity for robbery, he was a remarkably normal child, polite and kind-hearted. Furthermore, Itachi had not expressed his discontent towards Zhang Ming, as he had already categorized him as a politician. At that moment, General Ross, the military representative, entered the room. Now that the military representative has arrived, let us commence the meeting. Zhang Ming was the first to speak. I believe the Avengers should not disregard national sovereignty, acting solely on their own volition. Moreover, the destruction and casualties you have caused are innumerable. As he spoke, Zhang Ming seized the Sokovia Accords from his secretary and tossed them onto the table. Thus, the Avengers must be governed by S.H.I.E.L.D. If there are no objections, please sign. Director Zhang, the Avengers are not under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control, but rather under the nation's jurisdiction, General Ross interjected, eager to clarify the misunderstanding. What had been agreed upon was a joint governance involving the military, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the White House. How had it transformed into S.H.I.E.L.D.? Oversight in his words. Pierce turned to Ross. General Ross, S.H.I.E.L.D., operates under the authority of the National Security Council, so Director Zhang's assertion is not unfounded. General Ross scoffed. Is that so? But why have I heard that since Director Zhang's appointment, it has been more about following orders than issuing proclamations? General Ross, those are merely rumors, Pierce defended. Minister Pierce, this is no rumor. I have heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been particularly close to the White House lately. The Avengers, listening to Pierce and Ross bicker over control, felt a deep sense of discomfort. Even Tony, who had previously agreed to sign, now perceived this accord as akin to a contract of servitude. Chapter 77. I never expected you to be such a Howard. Tony's intention was to hope that once they were managed, unnecessary casualties could be averted, rather than being wielded as a weapon in the hands of politicians. However, the conversation between Pierce and Ross clearly depicted the Avengers as mere tools. All right, General Ross. Minister Pierce, could you pause for a moment and allow our Avengers to witness this? A group of individuals watched as Zhang Ming presented a video, showcasing the collateral damage inflicted on civilians during the Avengers battles. Although everyone felt a pang of sympathy, opinions split into two factions. 117 nations supported the agreement, believing that the Avengers were no longer a private entity and that all future actions would be subject to oversight by a United Nations panel. Captain America shook his head, asserting that the formation of the Avengers was intended to render the world safer and should not be constrained by limitations on freedom. Zhang Ming scoffed. Steve, had it not been for me and Watergate, what do you believe you were safeguarding? The hatred I extinguished, Loki was defeated by Watergate. Without my vigilance at the alien wormhole, the existence of New York would have been an uncertainty. Steve quickly countered, you merely protected your unsightly building. Indifferent to the plight of ordinary citizens, Zhang Ming felt a surge of anger. Indeed, Captain America had spoken an uncomfortable truth. Yet, regardless, my presence ensured that no Chitauri could escape the spatial wormhole thereafter. Captain America was left speechless, despite Zhang Ming's disregard for civilian lives. His statements bore an element of truth. Noticing Captain America's silence, Zhang Ming shifted his focus to Natasha. Natasha, did you know? Hulk commandeered a Quinjet and flew beyond Earth's atmosphere. Witnesses claimed they saw sorrow etched on his face. I'm sorry, Natasha apologized, closing her eyes. Recalling her prior manipulation of Hulk, Zhang Ming then turned his gaze to Howard. Mr. Howard, what is your perspective? I am but a specter. The task you assigned has been fulfilled, and Maria and I should return. No. Tony interjected, his discontent palpable. After all, he had finally reunited with his parents. Even if, through the process of reanimation, they remained his parents. Moreover, Zhang Ming had assured him that this necromancy bore no cost. He merely wished for his parents to linger a little longer in his company. Enough, Tony. We are, after all, the deceased. This realm does not belong to us. Howard, though yearning to remain near Tony, maintained his rationality, acknowledging the finality of death. Zhang Ming, unwilling to entertain further discussion, rapped the table decisively. In 3 days, the United Nations will convene in Vienna, and this agreement will undoubtedly pass. You must decide how to proceed. With that, he departed, accompanied by Watergate, while Howard intended to follow. However, Zhang Ming gestured for him to remain. Mr. Howard, your mission is complete. Spend this time with your wife and child. If you decide to leave, you may return to me. Director Zhang, thank you. Tony expressed his gratitude. In truth, Howard was reluctant to leave, fearing that prolonged time with Tony would make parting unbearable. Since their arrival at Tony's villa, the Avengers had been embroiled in heated arguments. Tony, Rhodes believed they should comply and sign the agreement, thus preventing unnecessary casualties. However, Captain America and Falcon held a differing opinion, deeming Zhang Ming untrustworthy. At that moment, Tony turned his attention to his father, Howard, noticing his unusual calmness. Father, as one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., your perspective would be invaluable. The Avengers also looked to Howard, for with him serving as a mediator, the discord had not escalated to the level of chaos witnessed in the original narrative. Originally, I had no intention of voicing my opinion, but since it concerns Tony, I shall share my thoughts. I support Steve in the other's viewpoint. Father, why? Both Tony and Captain America were taken aback. Logically, Howard should be siding with Zhang Ming, having facilitated the reunion of the Howard family. With a sigh, Howard articulated his concerns. I support the official oversight of your Avengers, however. I have discerned numerous secrets regarding Director Zhang Ming. He is untrustworthy. Tony frowned, perplexed by Howard's assertion. After all, his mother often praised Zhang Ming in front of him. Father, please elaborate. I collaborated with a doctor, Maya Hansen, for a period and discovered their lack of reverence for life. In just 1 week of my research, 68 test subjects perished. When I inquired with Director Zhang, he dismissed them as criminals, asserting that their deaths were inconsequential. Tony, while disapproving, was not entirely shocked. Such occurrences were commonplace in various institutions, including the military. To him, this merely embodied Zhang Ming's character, further explaining his reluctance to associate closely with him. The sentiments among the others mirrored Tony's, including Captain America. This left Howard somewhat bewildered, prompting him to add, most of those sacrificed were white. Enough, Mr. Howard. Times have changed, Captain America interjected swiftly. During World War II, African Americans were subjugated and thus deemed expendable. Yet, it was now 2009. Should Howard dare express such sentiments publicly, he would likely face severe repercussions. Such thoughts could remain unspoken in one's heart. Subtle expression was permissible, but uttering them in public was utterly unacceptable. Tony felt a wave of distaste. He had not anticipated this side of Howard, realizing he was, in fact, a racial discriminator. Choosing to disregard Howard, Tony recounted a story about a boy, the child of an African-American woman, who lost his life due to their battle with Ultron. There are countless examples of this. I believe this tragedy stems from our collective negligence. Therefore, I am in favor of signing the agreement. Ultimately, it was important to note that Ultron was a creation of Tony himself and not a consequence of others' actions. Black Widow, perhaps feeling guilt over her actions towards Banner or due to narrowly escaping the peril of civilian casualties in Sokovia, expressed her agreement. However, Captain America contended that Tony merely sought to absolve himself of responsibility through this document. Tony, do not forget that Ultron was your creation. And can you truly trust those administrators? Tony massaged his temples, not denying his culpability. Steve, I acknowledge that the Ultron incident was indeed my fault. While Director Zhang may possess various flaws, I trust him. Tony, you must not be swayed by his minor acts of kindness. Not only is Zhang Ming problematic, but so too is that character named Uchiha Sasuke. What do you mean by minor acts of kindness? He resurrected my parents. The two factions clashed vehemently, ultimately parting ways in discord. Chapter 78. A visit to the trio. Captain America returned to his apartment, seeking solace in the company of his dear friend Bucky to confide his inner turmoil. At that moment, Tony, Vision, Watergate, Kushina, and Natasha had all agreed to sign, leaving only Falcon and Barton in dissent. Bucky remained under Zhang Ming's control, tasked with sowing discord within the Avengers, and he was certainly unwilling to see Captain America compromise. Patting Steve on the shoulder, Bucky reassured him, no matter what decision you make, I shall support you. Thank you, Bucky, Steve replied, feeling the weight of pressure far greater than in the original narrative. Although he had been opposed to signing in the original story, he had at least been able to trust most members of S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time. Now, however, S.H.I.E.L.D. was hardly deserving of his trust, particularly with the ambitious Zhang Ming at the helm. With the support of his steadfast friend, he resolved to maintain his stance and refrain from signing the agreement. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming had arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. prison to visit some old friends, Black Egg, Coulson, and Melinda. Shortly thereafter, Black Egg and Coulson were escorted in, clad in prison uniforms, their appearances woefully disheveled. In stark contrast, Zhang Ming was impeccably dressed, accompanied by a beautiful secretary, exuding an air of arrogance. What brings you here, Zhang Ming? Black Egg managed to maintain his composure, but Coulson could not contain his frustration. Ever since his dismissal, he had spent his days either sipping coffee at Starbucks or sulking at home, unable to fathom why Zhang Ming had targeted him. Don't rush. We'll wait for Maria Hill to arrive before discussing matters, Zhang Ming replied. Moments later, Hill was brought in, delayed due to her confinement in the women's prison. Fury, Coulson. Hill greeted her two old acquaintances before turning her gaze to Zhang Ming. Director Zhang, what brings us three here? Zhang Ming remained silent, instead handing a document to Nick Fury. This is the Sokovia Accords. As you can see, all members of the Avengers have signed except for Steve, Falcon, and Barton. Director Fury, I would like you to persuade them. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to send them to join you. You've already wronged us. Do you wish to target them too? Coulson questioned, his expression grim. Now, Coulson, there's no need for such hostility, Zhang Ming replied calmly, smiling at Coulson. You promised to go fishing at the reservoir, but canceled at the last moment. If I don't deal with you, who else would I target? Coulson gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. You put me in here for months just because I canceled our fishing trip? That's utterly insane. Hill, seemingly amused, chimed in with a sarcastic tone. And what about me? Is it because I contested your position as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. that you had me imprisoned? That's merely one of the reasons, Zhang Ming shook his head, explaining with a serious demeanor. Primarily, I invited you to the reservoir 5 times. Yet you refused every single time. Do you have any idea how deeply that has wounded me? Hill rolled her eyes, uninterested in engaging in trivial banter. Regardless of Zhang Ming's status as a high-ranking Hydra official or director of S.H.I.E.L.D., she doubted he would resort to such petty grievances. Enough of this nonsense, Zhang Ming. What is it that you truly want from us? She pressed. Zhang Ming sighed, feeling disheartened that his rare honesty was met with skepticism. He turned to Nick Fury, stating, Fury, if you can persuade Steve and the others to sign, I shall arrange for your release. Director Fury, do not acquiesce to him. This is undoubtedly a trap laid by Zhang Ming, Coulson urged, aware that the details of the Sokovia Accords were likely shrouded in deceit. Ignoring Coulson's warning, Fury took the document and began to examine it seriously. Zhang Ming, unperturbed, sipped his coffee and even poured a cup for the trio, while Coulson and Hill abstained. Fury casually took a sip. Half an hour later, Black Egg closed the document. Zhang Ming, you must be the highest-ranking official within Hydra, correct? As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., do you truly believe you can speak of Hydra's top leadership? Have you lost your mind after months of incarceration? Zhang Ming's expression remained inscrutable, unfazed by Black Egg's attempts to manipulate him. However, Black Egg shook his head, gazing intently at Zhang Ming. While I cannot ascertain if you are Hydra's supreme leader, you certainly command a significant organization, and both Uchiha Obito and our new president are your subordinates, correct? Zhang Ming squinted, intrigued by Black Egg's perceptive nature. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together, revealing a grin. With absolute military might at his disposal, Thor had already allied with him, while the Ancient One had declared her disinterest in human affairs. He was no longer inclined to waste time on Earth and intended to shift his focus to outer space. Indeed, I am the supreme leader of Hydra. You may refer to me as the original Serpent Shadow. Pierce and Uchiha Obito are likewise affiliated with Hydra. The sudden revelation left the three in utter shock. Black Egg's earlier speculations had merely been conjectures based on the unfolding events, yet Zhang Ming had straightforwardly confirmed them. It appears Hydra has indeed infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Egg remarked, prompting Zhang Ming to chuckle uncontrollably. Is that not the truth? Black Egg wondered, perplexed. Mr. Fury, should you not refer to it as Serpent Shield? Because within its ranks are undoubtedly Hydra members. Undoubtedly. Coulson and Hill exchanged incredulous glances. While they were aware of Hydra's infiltration, the notion that it was complete was beyond their wildest imagination. Zhang Ming nodded earnestly. Absolutely, it is indeed complete. Even the janitor is one of our Hydra operatives, for I refuse to allow a single S.H.I.E.L.D. mole to remain within Serpent Shield. Even Black Egg found it challenging to maintain his composure. Was there truly a need for such brashness? He had only been out of S.H.I.E.L.D. for a few months, and now it had transformed into Serpent Shield. Determined not to remain passive any longer, Black Egg resolved to call Captain Marvel back, intending to use overwhelming force to deal with Zhang Ming and his associates. Zhang Ming, seemingly anticipating his thoughts, seized an X-ray image of Nick Fury taken upon his incarceration. Ah, Mr. Fury, this is the X-ray from when you were imprisoned 3 months ago. The image reveals something resembling a pager within your intestines. Care to explain? Nick Fury was taken aback, wondering how Zhang Ming could possibly be so idle as to focus on his intestinal health from 3 months prior. Chapter 79. The conclusion. Haishi Egg glanced at the X-ray images before casually tossing them onto the table, feigning calmness as he remarked, this is merely a symptom of indigestion. Zhang Ming chose not to expose him. As long as the Stormbreaker Thor did not oppose him, he truly had no fear of the Avengers. However, he was somewhat concerned about whether Haishi Egg might inadvertently harm his intestines by inserting the communicator into his digestive tract. Coulson and Hill couldn't help but cast a glance at each other, pondering how Director Fury could endure such humiliation. Hiding a communicator within his own body to receive outside information, Hai Shieg decided to steer the conversation away. Zhang Ming, now that we are aware of your secret, even if you promise to persuade Steve and the others, you will undoubtedly silence us. Want to you? Not at all. As long as you agree to my terms. I can release you right now. Zhang Ming found the trio amusing. They were merely ordinary individuals, after all, and he could eliminate them at any moment. Did they truly overestimate their own significance? Very well, I agree, he replied. I eagerly await your good news. Before long, Crossbones entered with a contingent of guards. Zhang Ming gestured towards Hai Shieg and his companions, instructing Crossbones, assist these 3 shield agents with their release paperwork. I do not wish for them to taint our Serpent Shield headquarters. Understood, Master Serpent Shadow. Although Crossbones was baffled by Zhang Ming's decision to release them, he recognized the need to follow the Master's orders. After all, Zhang Ming had proclaimed that they faced no adversaries ahead. Hai Shieg felt a pang of annoyance as Zhang Ming, in front of dozens of guards, declared this place to be Serpent Shield. Coulson, upon noticing that Crossbones was clad in a combat suit identical to Captain America's, indignantly remarked, Rangno, you are unworthy of wearing that uniform. Bam! Crossbones, uninterested in engaging in conversation, swiftly delivered a punch. Shortly thereafter, Hai Shieg and his companions were released, personally escorted by Crossbones. Mr. Fury, this is the territory of Hydra. Do not return here, you 3 shield agents, he declared, exuding arrogance. Nick Fury said nothing as he ushered Coulson and Hill into a taxi. The situation had escalated to a critical juncture. It was imperative to call upon the Avengers. With this thought in mind, Nick Fury reached into his backside, retrieving a communicator from within, pressing it down with vehemence. Coulson and Hill instinctively recoiled, noticing remnants of excrement on the device. Director, what is this? They inquired. My secret weapon. Rest assured, someone will soon come to deal with Zhang Ming. We should be under surveillance. Where do we go now? Do not concern yourselves. We must first rendezvous with Steve. Hai Shieg felt overwhelmed, never anticipating the extent of Hydra's influence, realizing that over 70% of American officials were affiliated with Hydra, including the president. He reflected on the journey from his humble beginnings as a street vendor to his involvement in kidnapping, ultimately leading him to join the Avengers. As ambition gradually took root, Hill, equally fatigued, analyzed their adversaries with Nick Fury. Director Fury, our enemies are not just Zhang Ming. We must contend with Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, Kushina, and the Golden Flash. As Hill mentioned the Golden Flash, the taxi driver abruptly slammed on the brakes. The African-American driver turned to glare at Hill. Get out. I refuse to serve you. Hill, incredulous, retorted. What? Are you a member of Hydra too? Member of Hydra? I'm a fan of the Golden Flash. How can you consider GEGE an enemy? Are you even human? Maria Hill. Ultimately, the trio was unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle, left stranded in the wilderness. They exchanged glances, and Hai Shieg sighed in resignation. The prevalence of Stockholm Syndrome is truly alarming. A day later, in Vienna, the United Nations convened a special meeting regarding the Avengers. During the session, King T'Chaka of Wakanda was delivering a speech, with his son, Black Panther T'Challa, observing the surroundings. Suddenly, T'Challa noticed a commotion below. Armed law enforcement officers were cautiously approaching, led by Bucky Barnes, who bore 2 mechanical arms, one crafted by Hydra and the other by Tony Stark. Everyone, take cover, T'Challa shouted, immediately diving towards his father. Boom, an explosion reverberated. And T'Challa watched in despair as flames threatened to engulf his beloved father. Fortunately, at that moment, an energy armor enveloped T'Chaka. It was Susanoo. After the explosion, T'Challa stared blankly at Uchiha Madara within the armor. Thank you for saving my father. It is premature to express gratitude. To rescue your father, you must provide half of Wakanda's vibranium in exchange. For reasons unknown, upon seeing T'Challa's complexion, Madara felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, but ultimately restrained himself. Boom. Madara intensified his ocular power, activating the complete form of Susanoo, sending everyone nearby, including T'Challa, flying from the force of its emergence. The fully formed Susanoo spread its wings and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. As T'Challa picked himself up, he surveyed his surroundings in confusion. The good news was that his father had been rescued. The bad news was that the rescuer was a kidnapper demanding exorbitant ransom. Yet, T'Challa was different from Uchiha Itachi. He was a true filial son, willing to sacrifice even all of Wakanda's vibranium to save his father. It must be said, Zhang Ming's vision was woefully narrow. Based on surveillance footage, they quickly identified the assailants. Besides Uchiha Madara, there was also Bucky Barnes. Afterward, Natasha was assigned to console T'Challa. The assailants include Uchiha Madara and Bucky Barnes. The task force is already pursuing Bucky. Useless. My father is in Madara's hands. You cannot contend with him. T'Challa understood Madara's formidable strength. He did not wish to gamble with his father's life, so he resolved to patiently await contact from the kidnappers. He did not believe Bucky and Madara were working together. It was merely a coincidence that both had chosen that day to pursue their respective goals. setting aside the facts. He even felt grateful to Madara, the kidnapper, for saving his father's life. When Zhang Ming opened his eyes, he found himself back in that wretched rental apartment, momentarily stunned. Hadn't he traversed into the Marvel Universe? Was he the original Serpent Shadow? Wasn't he the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Did he not abhor beef noodles? It dawned on him that he had never crossed over. It had all merely been a dream. This book has reached its conclusion. A new fanfiction in the world of pirates awaits those interested to click on my pen name. The end.